One of these days, the Nuggets are going to figure out how to beat the Minnesota Timberwolves. I don't know when. One of these days.
Tonight!
Might be tonight. Stop in a bucket and a call a timeout. High right side over to McDaniels. McDaniels back over to Highland. Highland guarded by Jamal Murray. Gets a pick there from Gobert. Jump pass over behind him over to McDaniels. McDaniels, stutter step, drive, spin move, jumper. Blocked by Peyton Watson. Loose ball down to Jokic. Alley-oop down low to Murray. Layup, good! Timeout, Vinci! Denver leads it by 13. 3:51 left to go in the game.
It is an Avalanche Ticket Tuesday, but it's a Nuggets victory day as they get the win finally against the Minnesota Timberwolves.
Let's go!
About time. Now, look, I'm greedy. Even in the middle of that game, it seemed as if, especially towards the end, once they get to the third quarter, the Nuggets kind of took over and never let it go, but it was pretty back and forth before then. I was like, hey, can we just pull away from these guys for crying out loud? The T-Wolves did at the beginning of the third push that to a 9-point lead at one point. Nuggets battled their way back, and ever since they went on that little run about midway to late in the third quarter, boosted that to an 8-point lead at the end, that's where you started to feel pretty comfortable, that the Nuggets were just sort of taking over. They had a good start, a little rough in between, and then took over towards the end, which is what you want to see. But there's a bunch of details in the middle of that game that I think give you a lot of hope moving forward. So we'll break down those details as we go along today. There is, again, keywords on the 20s of every hour for your chance to win a pair of Avs tickets, where I don't got the sheet in front of me, Nelly. What game is that one going to be to for these Avs tickets today?
It's going to be the 2022 Stanley Cup rematch, the game against the Lightning. I believe that game is on... It's either on November 3rd or November 4th. I will confirm that for you. But it's when the Lightning come to town.
Gotcha. So a pair of tickets to go see the Lightning is going to be up for grabs for each show today. But for the Nuggets, this is the things that I watched last night, and I did watch it. I got a 7-day free trial of the Peacock, so I was able to tune that in yesterday. I will be canceling immediately. But you got a couple of different things that are going for you right now. Number one, Jamal Murray is playing phenomenal basketball at the beginning of the season, which I don't know if I've ever seen before. You got a guy who is wholly and entirely locked in. And I know that this is here's the response we're going to get. What do you mean? He's a max player. He should be. Well, reality is he hasn't been. And we all know it. And the fact that he is this year, I think, is an incredible sign moving forward. If you can actually get all-star caliber play from somebody else on this roster not named Nikola Jokic at the beginning of the season, it helps you towards the end because your superstar isn't as gassed. Have you guys noticed what Jokic is doing here? To start the year, we're 3 games in. Jokic has attempted 18 shots combined in the last 2 games. Combined. And that is a good thing. Now, do you want this to always be Jokic taking only 18 shots? No. I'm sorry, 18 in 2 games. No, you want it to be more than that when you need it. But bottom line is, Jokic being able to play this style of game, which is I am going to look to distribute first, kind of be the brain of the offense and not be totally concerned with throwing the ball up over and over and over again. It's ideal. It's where his sweet spot of his game is. And Jamal playing the way that he does, like Jamal took 29 shots last night. Good. Especially when he's on like that. Do you know how happy it would make me if at the end of the year somebody goes, who's the leading scorer for the Nuggets? And I go, it's Jamal Murray. It would be awesome. I don't even want it to be Joker. I want it to be Jamal.
Jamal Murray made a shot.
Because if Jamal Murray plays that way, I know that I have two people on this roster at a minimum that are playing incredibly high-level basketball. I also know that AG is going to bring his same game every night. And now here's the other detail. You know what else I know is going to happen? Somebody off the bench is going to play well because your bench is kind of good now. Tim Hardaway Jr. basically got starter minutes last night because Cam Johnson really seems like he's trying to figure his role in the offense, and this is going to take time. So he took a lot of the minutes away from Cam Johnson. Tim Hardaway did. Why? Because this is who Tim Hardaway is. He's a guy that if he knocks down his first three, you let him shoot over and over and over and over again. If he doesn't, then you say, all right, hopefully he finds it at some point. But he is a very streaky shooter, and he hits that first one. Look the hell out. It could be a big day. He put up 20 last night. From the bench. And it wasn't just him. You know, Valanciunas is still only getting, 10 to 12 minutes a night. I want that to change because I do think he's really effective when he's on the floor. Bruce Brown, we all know what Bruce Brown brings to the table. The other really encouraging sign here is that Peyton Watson is doing some big-time things. He's obviously coming off the bench and really providing a spark on the defensive side of things. But you got to think about it this way. There was maybe a moment in the fourth quarter where it felt like maybe Minnesota's going to find their way back in this game. You know, that damn Naz Reid, who I absolutely love Naz Reid's game. God, I would love for him to be on this roster. But I really think that could be Valanciunas for you. Maybe not as effective as Naz Reid. But Naz Reid feels like he's a starting center that's just decided to stay in Minnesota. He's a very effective player. He kept knocking down shots. He got it within 3 points. And then what happened? Once he got, it was like a little floater that made it 104 to 101. Peyton Watson got a layup. And then Peyton Watson, back-to-back, corner three from that same spot, made it 114 to 101, and that was ball game. If Peyton Watson can hit big-time shots in the fourth quarter and be trusted to knock those down consistently, that jump that we've always hoped for guys like P. Watt or Strother or whatever, like you're getting that with him. So, like, you can have big-time playmaking moments from your bench unit. You have Nikola Jokic playing the game that he's comfortable with, which is he's just kind of the overseer of the offense, and when he has to score, he will, but he's going to look to distribute and get people involved. And then finally, Jamal Murray is having a great start to the year. Like, I think this is ideally what you'd love to see. Texture says, don't care about the regular season, get me to the playoffs with everybody healthy. Well, you got a few months to wait for that one. So in the meantime, I'm going to talk about the games that are happening right now. And I'm telling you.
Good.
It's felt like years of us waiting around for some sort of spark of something different. We watched this team win the championship. You saw Bruce Brown exit. And since then, it has just been a total and utter reliance on your starting five with nothing behind them, to the point that it got so bad last year that you're starting a guy with one arm, you're starting a guy with one leg, and you're starting a guy with one hand. When you're in the postseason and you're playing Porter and Gordon and Westbrook, who all have severe injuries that incredibly limit them, you know you're in bad shape. You needed help. Well, you got it. This bench with veteran players can do that. To the other thing, I guess not necessarily a negative, but something that I know is going to be a talking point. Nelly, heed my words. I'm going to get ahead of this right now. This is going to be a conversation that in a month from now, I think people are going to be talking about. That
you can write this down. Hell, record this.
I am going to jump ahead of this immediately. Have you noticed, by the way, what's happening in Brooklyn? Because the Nets are bad. But Michael Porter Jr. is having a pretty good start to the year. He already had a 31-point game that he dropped in. I think it was their second game of the year. And what's going to happen here? We're going to make one-to-one comparisons from Cam Johnson to Michael Porter Jr. And Cam Johnson doesn't look good yet. He doesn't. I'm okay with it. I think playing in this offense takes a little bit of time to know your role. It took Aaron Gordon. Now, Aaron Gordon was good from the jump. But to truly know what his best role was in the offense took a lot of time. Because remember, it took Gordon a while to figure out, okay, I'm going to be in that dunker spot, and I'm going to do that. And then the teams took that away, and then it was like, well, I'm not quite a shooter. What can I do? And he eventually found it. Now he is a shooter. Cam Johnson just looks like he doesn't quite know where his offensive skill set fits in.
And you're right about having to learn how to play with Jokic, because, I mean, we've seen him do these passes where he's standing just outside the three-point line looking one way, and then he does a crazy water polo pass over his head, not looking, to someone on the other side of the key on the other three-point line. So if you're Cam Johnson, basically, Cam Johnson does not have eyes in the back of his head yet. He has not grown those, and that's what you have to grow to play with Jokic. And I saw one of the classic Nuggets tweeters. It was either Swipe a Cam or one of the DNVR guys said that after game one, like MPJ's first game in Brooklyn, he dropped 30 points or something. Yeah. And he said, I'm just getting out ahead of this. Wait for Cam. Let Cam cook. Let him cook.
Hey, great minds think alike. Because I'm telling you, this is going to happen. You're going to have these games where Cam Johnson last night, he played 19 minutes. He was 2 of 5 from the floor for 5 points. And you'd be like, woof, the hell is that? I want Michael Porter Jr. back, which is that. I'll tell you this much, Nelly. If I see people saying I want MPJ back, it's going to drive me up a wall. Because all people have wanted forever is MPJ to get traded. And who's the one guy who said, I don't think you understand the value of this guy? It was me.
Well, I personally want MPJ back just so I can find out what's really going on in the world, man. Like, I need his podcast appearances to tell me what's going on with the Matrix. He's been seeing the ones and zeros ever since he went to Brooklyn.
Hey, Brooklyn
My goodness.
Brooklyn wins 9 games this year, and they finished like 9-70 whatever. That podcast is going to be banging.
Michael Podcast Jr. had one hell of a summer. That's all I'm saying.
But there is going to be a conversation like that is going to drive me nuts, and I'm going to tell everybody, give this a second before we totally judge Cam Johnson. You know what's funny is there's an old Louis C.K. bit where he's talking about he's on an airplane and this guy is trying to connect to the airplane's Wi-Fi, and he's getting frustrated. He's like, it's not working. And it's like, you're connecting to a satellite from an airplane, give it a minute. Like, just give it a minute before you lose your mind. Cam Johnson is that for me. Give it a minute. Because I will say Cam Johnson does something that Porter doesn't do. He is, and I just think that Porter, I've said this forever, he was physically limited in what he could do defensively because he just couldn't move. With drop foot in the back issues, he had no lateral quickness. Cam Johnson has that. He is capable of getting in front of guys and challenging them. So, a lot more to get to with that game as we go on today. A hell of a World Series game that I did not see the end of, and I hate that I missed it, but let's be honest. When you get up at the time that we all do, who has time for 18 innings on a Monday night? As much as I would have loved to have seen that, the Dodgers come away with the 6-5 win, walk-off homer from Freddie Freeman because, of course. So all that to talk about. But news on PS2 yesterday. This should not be as big a deal as you think. I'll explain next. It is another Avs Ticket Tuesday, and because it's the Avs Ticket Tuesday, we have keywords on the 20s of every hour for every show today. Your first keyword today for a pair of tickets against Tampa on November 4th is Flash. So text Flash in your first and last name to 303-504-0925. Don't miss all of those great fan-friendly options at the concession stands for $5. But again, the keyword for this hour is Flash. Text that to 303-504-0925. We'll announce our first winner at 9:55. Also have a chance for a second chance drawing that's going to be on altitudesportsradio.com/AvsTix. So get on that as well. College football stock up, stock down. We'll do it 6:45. Because I got to talk about PS2. And I don't want this to be misconstrued. Pat Surtain is the best defensive back in the league. He is quite possibly the best defensive player in the league. He is certainly somebody that if he is not in the game, then you need to change up your entire game plan to fix the problem of his absence. But news yesterday that he will be out with a pec injury. He is a candidate to go on IR. The injury, according to Jordan Schultz, is expected to be 4 to 6 weeks. So it is not a season-ending injury, but it is, from the sounds of it, a month to a month and a half he's going to be out. Mix in the Broncos bye week, we'll call it 3 to 5 games. And I said, this shouldn't be as big a loss as people think. Why the hell would I say that? Well, allow me to lay out the case. As good as Pat Surtain is, and as much as you would miss him, what's one thing that we continued to hear over the course of the offseason? That Jahdae Barron was the steal of the draft, with him dropping into the 20s, and that Chris Abrams-Draine is probably a number 2 corner for a lot of other teams in the NFL, 2 or 3. This is not a position in which depth does not exist. It is quite possibly the deepest position that you have. Can you run the offense the exact same way with the exact same results with Surtain out? Of course not. But you aren't going from best player in the league to a dearth of practice squad guys. You're going from best defensive player in the league to 20th overall draft pick investment and first corner off the board. Guy that we're told over and over again, incredible versatility, can do so many different things, is willing to tackle, really sticky in coverage, incredibly smart, looked the part from day one in training camp, all of those different things. It is not some guy that you've pulled up off the practice squad and pray to God that he can not get burnt 4 times in a game. Make sense? It's a thorn in your side. It's not a samurai sword. It should be annoying. You should see and feel the effects of not having him on the field. It should not be a killer. The defense should not fall apart. That's all I'm getting at. You don't make the investments that you made in this without that. And by the way, I don't know if you guys have been keeping up on current events lately. We haven't seen a lot of Jahdae Barron, so it's tough to know what to exactly expect. Same thing with Chris Abrams-Draine. George Payton's pretty good at finding talent. And I think this provides a giant opportunity for these guys to really put a stamp on what their career is and what they're going to be. What's going to be interesting is the way that Riley Moss is treated now. Riley Moss has been the guy that teams have picked on because he doesn't have Surtain on the back of his nameplate. So if your name is not Surtain, you're going to look at the side that nameplate is not on and throw it that way. But now, Riley Moss is your number one. Does that mean Abrams Drain or whoever takes over as the number 2 outside corner, do they get picked on? My guess is yeah. And I don't think that Vance Joseph is going to change up too many things stylistically. I think it's going to be a lot of the same. He's still going to want to blitz. Well, to blitz, you usually have to play man. You got to have guys that are able to stick on one another. But everything that we've heard about the cornerback room, from Surtain to Moss to Barron to Drain, is that these guys were really good players who are better than where they're positioned on the depth chart. It just happens that you have, a what's the term that I'm looking for here? Something of riches. Why can't I find the word?
A wealth of riches?
A wealth of riches.
Your cup runneth over?
Exactly. Yeah, you are so saturated with great talent in the secondary and especially at corner that those guys just don't get the opportunities that they would in most other places in the NFL. Well, guess what? You got that opportunity now. 303-504-0925. Hey, Brett, maybe you said it. Excuse me. I'm sorry if I didn't hear it, but what exactly happened to PS2's shoulder? So, I don't know. They said it's a pec. So, could the pec be attached around the shoulder area, and that's kind of what happened? Embarrassment of riches. Thank you, guys. That's what I was looking for. Not wealth, embarrassment of riches. I don't know if the pec where it attaches around the shoulder was the problem. So they thought it was a shoulder injury at first, then thought it was a pec. I have no idea. But it's a pec injury. That, according to Jordan Schultz. As far as procedures and things like that, I'm not sure if any of that stuff was said. It just said he's expected to miss 4 to 6 weeks. Could they clean something up? Yeah, maybe. But they're calling it a pec strain, that according to Ian Rappaport. Just a reminder, the key word for this hour is flash. And your first and last name to 303-504-0925 for a chance for you to win Avs tickets to the Tampa game on the 4th. There is obviously a concern with him being out, but if Barron and Drain are what we were told they are, it shouldn't hurt that badly. Speaking of injuries, did you hear what happened to Carson Wentz? I think it's borderline abuse that they kept him in that game. Was it, what day was that? Was that Thursday, the Thursday night game? So Carson Wentz, he's going to undergo season-ending surgery on his left shoulder. If you watched the Thursday night game last week between them and the Chargers, every time he took a hit, it looked like he was in a torture chamber. He couldn't move. And they finally came out with the whole diagnosis to this. So Carson Wentz in the first half of the London game, which was 3 weeks ago. First half of the London game, he suffered a dislocated shoulder that tore his labrum and fractured the socket. And they kept his shoulder in this brace. It's why he had the robo arm for the last 2.5 weeks, because it kept popping in and out. And he played 2.5 weeks with that stabilizing brace. I cannot imagine the size of the needle necessary for him to continue to play with that type of injury. But you talk about shoulders. I mean, good Lord. That sounds like as bad as it can get, and then you're just taking hits over and over again. Now, I do have a question about the Broncos defense stemming back from the Cowboys game. Was that game more about the Broncos offense or the Broncos defense? Look back at it, truly. I get that the Broncos offense scoring that many points was big time. It's something that they just haven't done this year. Haven't done it. It hasn't been that consistent. Outside of that third play of the game where Bo Nix threw the interception, everything was clicking. Now, were you facing the worst defense in the league? Yeah. Who cares? You did your job. Take whatever you think the one of the better offenses in the league is. If it's the Detroit, if it's the Chiefs, if it's the whoever. If they put up 44 on that Cowboys defense, you would shrug and be like, yeah, well, that's a really good offense, and that's what really good offenses do to really bad defenses. Well, okay, well, your offense did the same thing. I think there's a strong argument you could make that the Broncos defense deserves more credit. They made what at that time was the number one offense in the NFL look impotent. They could get nothing going. A couple throws here and there to CeeDee Lamb and George Pickens, well, that happens. Javonte Williams, who entered the game as the second leading rusher in the NFL, leaves with 41 yards on 16 carries or something like that. It was a very, very small number. You actually got turnovers against that team as well. Like, all of that leads to, I think it's more impressive, or at least equally as impressive for the defense to hold that offense to basically 7 points, get multiple turnovers, and have them out of sorts for essentially 60 straight minutes.
And Brett, to your previous question, did the game against the Cowboys say more about how the offense for the Broncos is starting to click, or more about how bad the Cowboys defense is?
Yeah.
Right here I have the defensive stats for every NFL team right now. How do you want me to sort this? Points per game, total yards allowed per game? What do you think is a better metric?
Yards are usually a pretty good. I know people would go to points, but that can factor in special teams and defense. Let's just go to yards.
Okay, yards per game. If I'm looking at defenses that allow some of the most yards per game, Cowboys are the second worst. The only team that allows more than them is the Bengals. But just a couple ticks above them is the New York Giants.
Mm-hmm.
And you struggled against the Giants for 3.5 quarters. The Titans aren't that good of a defense either. They're just a couple ticks above the Giants.
Yeah.
They're still a bottom 10 defense, and you needed a nail-biter to beat them. So I understand that they're not playing some of these defensive stalwarts every week. The New York Jets, they're middle of the pack. They're not quite a bottom 10 defense.
They were really bad before they played the Broncos, then shot up in those charts, actually.
Exactly. So, again, sure, they've played some bad defenses before, but the Cowboys are the only defense that they fully stuck it to.
No,
I absolutely think the offense deserves credit.
I would not take away a single thing from what the Broncos offense accomplished because of that exact thing. They've played bad defenses this year and have not done that. And by the way, we'll get into this a little bit later today. There was a turning point last year with the Broncos offense. That was right about this time, where they really started to take off. At this point in the season, moving forward, for the Broncos last year, they averaged 28 points a game from week 8 on. And maybe there's just something about Sean Payton's offense that it takes a minute for it to start to click, and then it starts to click. I have no idea. 303-504-0925. One last reminder, the keyword for this hour is flash. So text that in your first and last name to 303-504-0925. Again, I'm seeing some highlights from this World Series game again. 18 innings, walk-off homer, dead center field for Freddie Freeman as the Dodgers take a 2-1 series lead. I mean, you played 2 full games in a night. Also, Shohei Ohtani dropped another 2 homers because, of course, they intentionally walked him in extras. They should have. But you go through that kind of day, I'm really worried for the Blue Jays. You play a game like that just to come up short, that hurts.
And did you see, I know it wasn't the entire game, obviously, because it was one of 18 innings, but did you see that egregious strike call?
Yes.
A call that bad, that's a game changer right there. That changes the whole
You're
trajectory.
talking about early in the game where they picked off Bichette at first base?
Because the pitch was a ball. It was, a few inches, well, maybe even more than a few inches. It was clearly above the zone, and I guess the catcher did some elite framing. Pitcher calls a strike, but the batter thought that it was ball 4, so he's already walking up the baseline. And then the guy on first thought it was a ball, so then he starts trotting over to second. Turns out it was a strike, so then they throw the ball back to first base, pick off the runner, and I think the batter's out. So that's like a 2-out swing because you missed the ball by a country mile.
Well, and here's the other thing. If you are so bad at your job that everybody on the field is confused as to what's happening, because even the catcher threw it back to the pitcher like, that's a ball. And then the batter, like, he stops for a second. He's like, he didn't just say that was a strike, did he? And in his head, you can see him do the math. He goes, nah. And he starts to take off like his elbow pad. And then everybody kind of stops, and then they just throw it to first. Bichette thought he was going to advance to second because it was a walk. It was just, you can't be that bad at your job. Now, again, the result is an awesome game, but the Dodgers win, so you can't be happy. Coming up next, college football, stock up, stock down. Oh, I love this song. It is a Tuesday, and on Tuesdays, we take a look at the weekend that was in college football with a little college football stock up, stock down, and we always start with the quarterbacks. Now, Lee, stock up. Haynes King. We saw him week 1 of this season. I'll be the first one, hands up. I admit, Georgia Tech, a much better team than I thought they would be. And it's due in large part because this guy runs the football like a madman. Like, he is so difficult to stop. He has now had, in the 7 games that they've played this year, 4 he's gone for over 100 yards rushing. He had another game in which he had 90 yards. He has had at least 1 rushing touchdown in each of the 7 games, and he's had multiple rushing touchdowns in 4 of the 7. Not to mention, last week he added the passing element to it, too. Haynes King was 25 for 31 with 304 yards and 3 touchdowns through the air against Syracuse, adding on top of that 90 yards on the ground and 2 rushing touchdowns. He's fun to watch. And like in a purely just college football quarterback sense, you know the types that I'm talking about, where you look back through the years of guys who are really, really effective college quarterbacks that you know are going to do nothing in the pros. Tebow should have been one of those guys, but your Tebows, your Colin Kleins, your Tommy Frazier's, your guys like that. Not NFL quarterbacks, but fun to watch in college. He is a perfect example of that, and I am in love with watching this guy run the football out of that Georgia Tech offense. Georgia Tech, by the way, they don't have a very tough schedule left. The only really great team that they play is their, in-state battle between Georgia at the very end of the year, where they always give them a tough shot at it. I think Georgia Tech could enter that game 11-0 with a really good shot of getting to a college football playoff bid. And Haynes King is a huge part of it, so shout out to him. He gets a stock up. Let's go quarterback stock down. This team has lost 5 straight. This quarterback has looked really bad in almost every single one of those games. But Michigan State, who is in their own type of hell right now, they can't figure out, ever since D'Antonio was gone, even towards the end of D'Antonio's run, they just haven't been able to play consistent football. They are giving up. It feels like 35, 38 points a game. But here's the last 5. They've lost while giving up 45 points to USC, 38 to Nebraska, 38 to UCLA, 38 to Indiana, and 31 now to Michigan in their in-state rivalry game last weekend. And their quarterback, Aiden Childs, is not doing them any favors. He now, in those 5 losses consecutively, has 4 touchdown passes. That's it. But more importantly, he's had games in which he's been 9 of 23 through the air against Nebraska in that loss, 8 of 17 against UCLA. He's had multiple games in which he's had under 100 passing yards. I'd give him a little bit of credit if this kid was like a freshman. He's a junior. If you don't have something better than that, then it's a real problem. And I've seen him play in a couple of these games. He looks entirely frustrated with the offense and frustrated with his play. But you want to look to why Michigan State's struggling. They can't get anything going through the air, and it's killing them. So he gets a stock down. Let's go Big 12 team stock up. Hey, BYU just continues to win. I don't know the quarterback situation for Texas Tech next week because they're already without Baron Morton. They lost Will Hammond in the middle of the game. They had to go to their 3rd-string quarterback. Now, Texas continued to win because I believe that they played against Oklahoma State last week, and just if you play against Oklahoma State, you're going to win by 40 points. Just how it goes. It's how bad they are. But they have Texas Tech coming off of a bye in a couple of weeks. BYU is currently undefeated at 8-0. Have they really shown that they are crushing teams? No. They're winning games close. Even the game that they played against Colorado was a 24-21 win in which CU had a really good shot to win that game. They beat Arizona by 6. They beat Utah by 3. They are not blowing teams out, but they're finding ways to win. And they very well could do that in a couple of weeks against Texas Tech. That's going to be a 10 a.m. game on November 8th. That's in Lubbock. I think there's a decent shot that they go out there and prove that maybe they're the best team in the Big 12. I've been wondering over and over again who's going to take a stranglehold of this conference. And I thought it was Texas Tech, but they dropped the game 2 weeks ago. The only unbeaten left now is BYU at 8-0. They get a win over Texas Tech. Maybe they kind of plant their flag in that and they say, we're the kings of the Big 12. But they just continue to win. Big 12 team stock down. It feels like there's this common theme where Kansas walks into a season and you think maybe Kansas has a shot to do something. They played well early in the year. They started the year 3-1. Their only loss to Missouri. Missouri's a top 15 team up until last week. But they lost by 11. They were in the game. Their next loss came against Cincinnati. It was a 3-point loss where they had a shot. But the last 2 weeks, they've dropped both of their games between Texas Tech and they played at home last week against Kansas State, who's been struggling this year. They lost both of those games 42-17. Now, they're going to get right this weekend against Oklahoma State because there's nobody you'd rather play when you're not playing well than Oklahoma State. They're 1-7. But they have a consistency problem on offense, which leads to inconsistencies on defense. And Kansas, it always feels like, hey, maybe this is a year that they kind of step up and play well. I do like their quarterback. I think he's pretty good in Jalen Daniels. But they don't have, I think, a consistent enough rushing attack to go with that pass game, and that leads to mistakes. And that's how Kansas ends up going 4-4, 8 games into the season. National team stock up. Yeah, I'm going to go back to Georgia Tech. I think Georgia Tech is just fantastic to watch. They do a lot of things well. They play really good defense. They run the football effectively, especially with Haynes King, which keeps time of possession in their favor. And their schedule is set up for them to win the next 3 games. They play NC State, who's 4-4. They play Boston College, who's 1-7. And then they play Pitt, who's a pretty good team at 6-2, but I think they can handle them as well before they get to Georgia at the end of the year. I think you're looking at the team that's going to win the ACC. I mean, it's between them and Miami, in my mind. And I think that Georgia Tech has as good a shot as anybody to come away the winner of this conference and the auto bid for the ACC into the college football playoff. National team stock down. Yeah, it's LSU. They've lost 3 of their last 4. They just fired Brian Kelly. They're a mess right now. Their offense has been bad all year. They just can't figure that part of it out. You know, they thought they had a Heisman candidate in Grant Nussmeier when the season started. Not the case. Nussmeier on the year is 12 touchdowns and 5 picks. Not good enough. They can't run the football. And their defense, which is good, isn't good enough to overcome the bad offense that they have. So LSU, they get the stock down. Let's go.
We're sitting here again talking about the same things.
I'm going to do Heisman stock up and stock down at the same time because it's the same guy. Diego Pavia continues to rise in these Heisman rankings, and I think it's based on aura. He looks like grown-up baby Gronk. He really does. And he continues to win football games. Their only loss this year was to Alabama. They've had 2 straight wins against top 15 teams, LSU and Missouri. But Pavia has thrown for less than 200 yards in 3 straight games, and he's got 2 touchdowns and 2 picks in 3 straight games. They beat Mizzou, but it's 129 passing yards, no touchdowns, and a pick on 10 of 19 throwing the ball. That's not impressive. That's not Heisman numbers, but he's got that Baker Mayfield aura around him. And then finally, upset of the week.
Big time win.
I mean, there was a lot of games that were close to being upsets. North Carolina damn near upset Virginia in overtime. I could throw it there. I suppose it would be Memphis over South Florida. They beat number 18 South Florida, but I think Memphis is a good team. There's a lot of closes, not a lot of upsets. Mississippi State's another one. I can't believe they allowed Texas to come back. But that is college football stock up, stock down. Moser, Lombardi, and Kane starts next.
One of these days, the Nuggets are going to figure out how to beat the Minnesota Timberwolves. I don't know when. One of these days.
Tonight!
Might be tonight. Stop in the bucket and a call a timeout. High right side over to McDaniels. McDaniels back over to Highland. Highland guarded by Jamal Murray. Gets a pick there from Gobert. Jump pass over behind him over to McDaniels. McDaniels, stutter step, drive, spin move, jumper, blocked by Peyton Watson. Loose ball down to Jokic. Alley-oop down low to Murray. Layup, good! Timeout, Vinci! Denver leads it by 13. 3:51 left to go in the game.
You did it. You got that giant semi-truck off your back, which was the Minnesota Timberwolves. Finally got the win. Now you should have, considering Anthony Edwards was out of the lineup, but we know how this stuff kind of goes. Little touch and go there for a second before the Nuggets closed that game out late, but you did it. Our long national nightmare is over.
How long has it been? Let's see. It's been 1 year and 4 months. 5 months? 1 year and 5 months.
Yeah, around a year and a half. Around there.
Yeah.
I'll tell you what I loved from this game, because there's a lot that I've loved from this game.
Well, the W's good.
The W, yes, of course. I can't count the amount of times the Nuggets play a basketball game and we get on the air and we're like, did you see that game from Joker? You know what I'm really excited about?
Jamal.
That I'm going to get on this show this morning and be like, did you see that game from Jamal this early in the season?
Did you watch the post-game interview between Carmelo and company, which was cool in itself? Carmelo interviewing Nikola Jokic. That was cool.
I missed it, and I haven't heard this yet, so I do want to play it because right when the game got done, I shifted my focus to the World Series and then, of course, passed out before that game ended because it ended at, I think, half an hour before my show started.
Yeah, I didn't make it. I
don't know who did. It was 18 innings. That's tough.
But the interview, in that interview, they're interviewing Joker, and he's talking about Jamal Murray. And Joker says it. Joker says he really committed himself in the offseason to his body, and it shows. So
meanwhile, Joker looks pretty thick.
And he's throwing triple doubles around like they're nothing.
Here's just a little bit of that. Listen.
Joker, Melo here. Listen, what's up, baby? You make the game seem or look so effortless. What is it that you guys are doing together as a team right now, early on in this season, offensively? Because you guys are clicking on the offensive end.
Yeah, I think we have a different option, different, like I said, different lineups. We respect each other. Let's say personnel. We respect each other's space, and if somebody has it going, we give him the ball. And we have so many movements and so many different actions. All the splits, all the pick and rolls, all the post. I think we have so many offensive weapons, let's say like that, and we are using all of them right now. Just trying to get used to play with each other.
Moj, what do you think about Melo asking new number 15 those questions, huh?
They talked about number 15, by the way, briefly.
Really? That's cool. I've got nothing to add on that. I do have a lot to add on the Nuggets game because
it's unfair. Yeah.
That second quarter last night, I was so angry.
Yeah.
I don't know why in game 3 of this season I allow myself to get angry, unhappy. That second quarter was junk.
Well, it felt like they were being so aggressive. The over-aggression was not going to get them points, and they just kept forcing the issue, especially in transition.
They missed 7 layups in the first half. 7 layups missed in the first half.
Frustrating. Naz Reid early on was frustrating. Not as much late, but early on,
he is a hell of a player,
was
man.
Frustrating.
He is so good. Naz Reid is so good.
Mike Conley retrieving that one loose ball I was mad at. There's like little things that just really torqued me off throughout the course of that game.
But I left that game incredibly happy because, number one, Jamal Murray is playing well. But, guys, everybody who comes in off the bench, I trust and like. God, that's a weird concept. Tim Hardaway Jr. is playing so well that he had to finish the game. Essentially, he got starter minutes. He played 32 minutes.
They don't win without Tim Hardaway Jr.
No.
He gave them some life, to be honest, that was missing when Cam Johnson was out there. And Tim Hardaway basically took Cam Johnson's minutes and said, watch this.
I got a Cam Johnson thing that we'll discuss a little bit later in the show because I already know what's going to come with him, and I want to get out ahead of it, but we'll save that.
He's going to get the MPJ treatment.
Well, it's going to be worse. It's going to be worse than that, and I'll explain why a little bit later.
It might not. It probably shouldn't be, but I understand what you're saying. Let me give you these numbers, though. And if these are the numbers for the Denver Nuggets, they should win every single basketball game that they play. 52.3% from the floor. 50% from three-point range. 88% from the free throw line. Okay? If they put those numbers up, they should absolutely win every single game that they do that. And they did. And they did last night. Now, there are not going to be nearly as many nights like this coming up.
Yeah.
But they need to try to aspire to something like that.
You know, go ahead, Vic.
To continue your thought there, the offense is so elite on this team. According to Doug Strauss, our Nuggets statistician, they're only the second team in NBA history to score 127 plus in each of the first 3 games of the season. 127 plus in the first 3 games. The last team to do that, the San Francisco Warriors, 1962.
Why do you think that is?
Options. Because Jamal scores, Joker scores, Gordon scores. So many options.
That's
so many different scores.
I think, look, we all kind of know this. Guys, if Jokic and Murray both play well, how often do the Nuggets lose?
They don't.
Regardless of what happens with everything else.
They really don't.
I mean, it's really that simple. And ironically, the last time I really remember both of those guys playing well was Game 7 against Minnesota.
Game 7 against Minnesota at home. Both of those guys eclipsed 30 points. No one else showed up.
Hey, Vic, do you think that Jamal Murray, the commitment and so on, it's probably all-encompassing, but how much would an all-star appearance mean to him?
Well, he probably will tell you it doesn't mean as much as we think it does because he's prideful, but I guarantee it does.
I hope that he can get there. And I hope, you know what, and I don't even mind if he's taking 29 shots a game, if he's making 16 of them, I'm okay with that. 5 and 9 from beyond the arc, I'm okay with that too. I mean, I'm great with that, to be honest with you. Be selfish. Get in the all-star game because it only means the Nuggets are better because, you know, the big fella in the middle is always going to do his thing. So
when he has that
I love it.
That pull-up 3 working, and you know the one. He's just beyond confident. You know, it's the middle of a run, middle of a break, and he's like, I'm going to pull up right here. And then he fades away a little bit. He'll hold the pose a little bit. God, that's just beautiful. Beautiful to watch.
I'll get at least a little bit of this Cam Johnson stuff out of the way because I know what's going to happen here. I can see it. I can see the future. Call me the Oracle from the Matrix. Cam Johnson has struggled in the first 3 games being a Nugget. And I caution people, I go, give this thing a minute. He is joining an offense that, yes, it's easy to play with Joker when you know what the offense is. But it does take you a second to get there. And you can see little things, like wasn't Cam Johnson the guy that got the behind-the-back pass for the layup from Joker, right? Wasn't that Cam Johnson? It's going to take you a second to realize what your role is within the offense. Even if you remember the early days of Aaron Gordon here, Aaron Gordon was effective, but it still felt like he was trying to find exactly what his perfect spot and role is within the offense with Joker on the floor.
Yeah.
Cam Johnson's going to take a minute. And I know what's going to happen here because I just watched a few nights ago MPJ drop 31 points in Brooklyn. Now, Brooklyn stinks, but MPJ is averaging around 20 points a game right now. And people are going to say, oh, my God, did you see Porter's 38-point night the other night and Cam Johnson only gave us 5? How stupid are we for doing the That's going to happen. I see
agree and disagree with you.
That's going to happen, and I see it. Now, I am the one that's preaching patience with Cam Johnson. He's going to get it. He's a really good three-point shooter. He's going to be super effective within the offense. And he does something that MPJ, I just think he physically couldn't do, which is quick lateral movement defensively. He's much more effective at that.
Despite Vic Lombardi's cockamamie ideas from time to time. And he comes up with some cockamamie ideas, does he not?
What are you talking about?
Yeah.
You pipe down for a second, please.
Yeah, shut up.
How many basketballs are on the floor?
Well, if I were in charge, it'd be 2. But it's only one for now.
That's cockamamie. Then you're in the
only one for
Lombardi
now.
Cockamamie idea category. It's one basketball.
Hear me out. 2 balls.
Well, Vic's always with the 2 pucks.
You what?
Hear me out. 2 pucks. Okay? 2 pucks. Let's go. If Jamal Murray's doing what he does, and Joker is doing what he always does,
yeah,
and AG can do what he does, like the opening night,
and Tim Hardaway shoots the ball like that,
I'm going to disagree with you.
I'm just. What I'm saying is that let him ease his way in. You don't need Cameron Johnson right now to get off. You just need him to be solid, rock dang solid. That's all you need.
What I'm about to say is not an entire indictment on Cam Johnson. Can he be better? Yes. Will he be better? Yes. But I disagree with you, Brett. Because there was a point in that game last night where Cam got hurt and he left, and Tim Hardaway ate up his minutes. Tim Hardaway finished the game, by the way. They went with Tim Hardaway to finish, and
we know, yeah,
he's playing the same minutes that Cam usually plays, and Hardaway scored.
Different players. Hardaway, his entire career has been, when I step on the floor, I'm shooting. That's what he's always done. And it drives teams that he plays for nuts, by the way, because he'll do that and he'll go 1 for 10 from the floor, too. Now, he was on last night, and, look, that's sort of what you get with Tim Hardaway Jr. So what exactly are you disagreeing about?
Well, you're saying that Cam Johnson is not up to speed because there are so many shooters on this team or so many scores, and he's trying to find his role. I guess I'm saying is find your role. Carve it out. Tim Hardaway had no problem finding it.
That's fine. It takes we're 3 games into the season, bro.
Do you think it's different, though?
Yeah, if we're having this discussion on January 15th, then maybe you've got a point. But
I agree.
It's 3 games in.
I agree.
It's different for Cam Johnson when you're in the starting 5 with Joker and Jamal and those guys. You probably want to defer a little bit to them, as opposed to Tim Hardaway's coming off the bench like, my role is to shoot, so I'm going to shoot.
I get that, but he's also making mistakes that's
true.
Someone at that level, dude, he had 5 fouls last night. He was like a foul magnet.
Yeah.
So he looks confused. He looks confused out there.
Yeah.
It will change. He will be better. He will be more fluid. He will have a breakout game. I totally get it. I am not at all. Do not misinterpret what I'm saying. I am not panicked. However, it's taking him longer than other players. Tim Hardaway Jr. is doing exactly what we thought he'd do.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Yeah.
It's taking Bruce Brown a little longer to look like Bruce Brown, too.
I agree. He had a couple of moments last night. He had that driving layup. I think it was off of a turnover that he forced, where you're like, that looks a lot like the Bruce that we remember. But, it's taken him a minute, too. We're 3 games in. You got a new roster of guys figuring it out. I think that Valanciunas has been great. He just doesn't play all that much yet.
Well, I was surprised he got so little time in the second half.
I know.
Went right back to Joker. He only got 10 minutes last night.
I see what you're saying. I think it's all going to work. It's all going to come out in the wash.
I do too. Yeah, I do too.
They're gonna find a happy place for everybody.
There's a lot more to discuss with this. It is an Avs Ticket Tuesday, so there's a keywords on the 20s of every hour. Your chance to win a pair of tickets to the Avs and Lightning coming up on November 4th. So we'll give away another keyword next.
Galileo.
It is an Avs ticket
I bet
Tuesday.
Vic doesn't even know this song.
Oh, I think everybody knows this song.
That's Queen.
Yeah, what's the song called?
Hold on. Galileo?
Bohemian Rhapsody?
Oh, yeah, that's right.
It's like 3 songs in one. It is an Avs Ticket Tuesday. Every Tuesday, we give away a pair of Avs tickets on every show, so be listening on the 20s for those key words. Your keyword for this hour is Bolt.
Bolt?
Text Bolt and your
Bolt.
first and last name to 303-504-0925. Well, you're going to the Lightning game if you
Copy.
win these tickets.
Little
So
Bolt.
Bolt and your first and last name, 303-504-0925. That's to Tampa. Or against Tampa on November 4th. And don't forget all those fan-friendly options at the concession stands for $5. But Bolt in your first and last name to 303-504-0925.
Hey, Vic, Brett and I were just having a little discussion before we came back on air. Kind of a dude discussion. And I'm afraid you wouldn't know anything about, but let me test your knowledge.
What, because I don't know your music?
No.
I'm not a dude?
No.
It's a beer thing.
It's a beer
Well,
thing.
I'm going to fail this one, too.
All right, well, I was explaining to Brett the proper way to drink a Modelo.
Well,
I know the proper way.
You're basically trying to describe space to Neil deGrasse Tyson. I'm an expert in this category.
So what you're saying, it's like Joe Montana trying to talk quarterback to Tom Brady.
Yes.
I
I
know
know
the
how
way.
to do this.
I know the way. You
How do you
take
do
the beer, you hold it firmly.
Uh-huh.
You say to the person next to you, "Here, I'm ordering a wine. You want this?" That's exactly how you drink that.
No, here's what you do. You get the Fat Boy Modelo. It's very tasty. You got to take a little sippy sip out of it.
Just a little
first.
sip so
you
it doesn't overflow.
You got to get a little bit of the beer out there. Then you take your lime and you don't squirt it around the top. You just jam it in. You jam the lime in and let him float. Let him do a backstroke in there.
That's what you do.
That's what you do, and then you let him just kind of float for a little bit. Then you start enjoying your ice-cold Modelo.
Modelo's in the bottle. It's just, I'm a craft beer guy. You know this. I'm really hoity-toity about
I
the
know
beers
you
that I
are.
drink, but a Modelo out of a bottle,
What does this have to do with anything?
It was
Nothing.
just dude
I
talk.
just wanted to test your dudeness.
Here's something
and
that
you failed.
has to do with a lot of things. PS2, the news comes out yesterday that he is going to be out. So depending on what you read or what you heard, it's week to week, but it's likely 4 to 6 weeks. And he's also a candidate to go on the injured reserve, although he isn't on it yet.
So it's not a shoulder either, right? It's a pec.
It's a pec. A strained pec is what Ian Rappaport said it was. Now, he's going to get a second opinion on this. I'm going to say something that's going to sound stupid, but I think it's true. This shouldn't be as big a deal as people think it is. And I understand that when you lose a player of his caliber, best defensive player in the NFL last year, that you've revolved your entire defense around, he is going to be on an island with a receiver, and I don't need to worry about that. That's how you've built your defense.
Yeah.
If there's any position that is set up to lose a good starter, it's corner. And again, I fully acknowledge what Surtain means to this team. But what have I heard all offseason? Jahdae Barron was an absolute steal at 20. Couldn't believe he fell to that. He was one of the best defensive players in the draft, and we got him. All I've heard about Chris Abrams-Drain, he's the number 3 or number 2 corner on most teams in the league if he didn't play for the Broncos. If that's the case, yes, you'll take a hit with Surtain on the field, obviously. But it shouldn't be like an absolute dagger through the chest, if that makes sense.
You're not just losing, though, an all-pro corner. You're losing the defensive player of the year.
Yeah.
So it's not just another dude off your defense. This is a big deal. However, I'm looking forward to the challenge of the Broncos offense, not the defensive side. The offense, which came off its finest offensive performance in years, over a decade. You go win a couple games now. Here's how I would volley this. Okay, so we're not going to have the dude for a few weeks. It's on you now. You may have to outscore some teams. Okay, it's on you. You do what the defense has done for you over the past couple seasons.
Bail them out? Yeah.
Well, keep them in games. Win a game. I mean, if you do what you did against Dallas, you're going to win games.
Okay.
Let me back you up a little bit.
I got a
too.
thought on the offense in a second, but go ahead, Moj.
I tend to think that they'll be okay, not only because they have good players who are backups, but because that pass rush is still going to be there. And it's so good. And that pass rush is going to hassle quarterbacks. Yeah. And I don't care who it is. And so it mitigates the loss of a Surtain just a little bit when you've got guys who are so proficient at getting to the quarterback. Lots of different guys, especially Benito and Cooper, obviously, but other guys as well. Everybody seems to get a bite at the apple. So that really helps out if you're missing a guy in the secondary because you're getting to that quarterback. He's got no time to pick you apart.
Can I say something, though? And this is going to be the ultimate compliment to Surtain and the secondary. You guys remember how many was it? 7 sacks, 9 sacks against Justin Fields? What was it? It was a bunch. Was it 9?
I can't remember the number.
It was just a ton.
It was a ton.
Yeah, I mean, everybody got some, yeah.
Do you remember the stat that I gave the Monday after that game surrounding those sacks? That on average, Justin Fields was sacked 4 seconds into the play. If you took all of the sacks, whether it was 7, 8, 9, whatever it was, and averaged the time that he had before he was brought to the ground, it was 4 seconds. What does that say? It says that the secondary is holding guys up, and they're so sticky in coverage, he can't go anywhere with the football. I was going
to criticize him and say that's him holding onto the football.
For sure, but you hold on to the football because nobody's open, Moj.
Yeah, so they go hand in hand. I mean,
right.
You scratch my back, I'll scratch yours. The Denver Broncos are by far the number 1 sack team in the entire league. And then it's a host of teams. They're 10 clear of the next closest team, who is? Houston?
Detroit?
Mary had a little...
Clam?
Yes, Mary had a little... Yes.
That's a setup.
I'm sure she did. No, the
Please
Rams.
Don't say it again.
The Rams are second at 26.
My poor sweet Mary.
The Broncos have 36. And then you got Tampa, and then Rams at 26, Tampa 25, Browns 24, Colts 23, Lions 23, Seahawks 23. You see what I'm saying? Like, the Broncos are by far the best team at getting to the damn quarterback.
Yeah, I'm just going to move on. I can't stop thinking. Anyway, Texas brings us up, and this is something to remember, that last year when Riley Moss went out, you guys remember how much that secondary struggled a little bit when Moss was out. Not Surtain, Riley. I think you're set up a little bit differently, though. If you guys remember, who came in when Riley Moss was hurt last year? Do you remember?
Oh, who was it?
Levi Wallace.
It was
yeah. Oh, that's right.
Okay,
and
but
he
then
got
torched.
But,
he got torched to the point where he went from playing to did he even finish the season?
No, I think he was off the roster shortly after that.
Yeah, I was going to say that didn't last super long.
You shouldn't have that issue because I've been told over and over, we, everybody, that Jahdae Barron is a really good player and Chris Abrams-Drain is really good. We shouldn't have an issue quite like that. I'm not saying it's not going to take a hit. Of course it is. Surtain's the best player in the league defensively. But it shouldn't be as bad as I think you would typically think for losing the defensive player of the year. Now, to the offensive side, this is just a theme, and it's a setting the table for things to come. From week 8 on last year, the Broncos offense took off. They hit the midway point in the year, looked like they figured things out, and then just never looked back. They averaged 28 points a game from week 8 to the end of the regular season last year. Which maybe that's just an oddity that happened last season, or maybe it's an indicator that in Sean Payton's offense, maybe it just takes 6, 7, 8 weeks for them to really get it down. I don't know. No. But it's certainly would add to what you did against Dallas, and you can tell me they're a bad defense all you want to. You faced bad defenses this year, haven't done that.
I know we're not allowed to look ahead because Houston is its own challenge.
No. You are allowed to look ahead. I look ahead all the time, and you guys give me a rash of crap.
It's a mistake you make. Nobody likes it when you do.
How bad do you want to look ahead right this
Well, no,
second?
the only reason I'm going to look ahead in this case, the only reason is because they played last night.
Okay,
and
so
I'm
you're
telling
excusing
you right now,
yourself with Kansas City.
I'm telling you right now, Kansas City is a problem.
I think they are. Kelsey seems to have found himself again. And
you know what? I don't think so. I
do.
I think the Commanders' defense forgot that Travis Kelce plays tight end. He was nobody within 20 yards of him like 3 times yesterday.
But he has that innate ability to find a soft spot in the defense and exploit it. I mean, he's not your average tight end, Brett. He runs to open spaces. He's a pretty damn smart player. And you know what he did last night?
He's that. Yeah, he is.
Hey, Vic, who's the all-time touchdown leader for the Kansas City Chiefs in history?
Tony Gonzalez?
No. He tied this guy last night for most total touchdowns in Chiefs history.
Okay, because I stopped watching the Chiefs game when the Nuggets started. Let me make an effort to think this through a little bit. Yeah, Priest Holmes. I would go with Priest Holmes.
It's Priest Holmes.
Yes.
You looked it up.
I have this and I have our Twitch on.
Uh-huh. Anyway, yeah, Priest Holmes. So he tied Priest Holmes last night. I agreed. I saw a guy that was a couple times wide open, but I see a guy. That's when he's at his best. That he does that too, in addition to making the hard catches. Look. He's not what he was 5 years ago, but the Chiefs are a coming, and their defense. Let me look at those dang numbers because I just flashed through them.
Hey, as you do that, Moj,
yeah,
Mariota pissed me off yesterday.
He lost at times.
What? He threw the ball away on 4th and 1. He threw it out of bounds. 4th and 1. They went for it twice. This is so frustrating. They got Kansas City to turn the ball over early in the game. And now, to be fair, this happened on both sides. But did you guys see the little bubble screen out to Debo that he just popped straight up in the air?
Yeah, sit here.
And you're like, all right, great. And then they miss on 2 4th and 1s, turnover on downs, throw the ball out of bounds on 4th down. Yeah, it is ridiculous.
The amount of athletic choices to be made just last night, the amount of television viewing. Do you know tonight, guys, Tuesday, October 27th, is the 32nd Sports Equinox tonight. All 4 major U.S. pro sports teams, plus the MLS, are in action tonight.
By the way, Rapids and Chris Armas mutually parting ways yesterday.
That's false.
Yeah, the NFL's not playing tonight, Vic.
Never mind.
Vic, that was yesterday. We had a sports equinox.
Well, we have a hockey equinox tonight. Every single team is in action tonight.
Yeah, that's Monday, not Tuesday.
All 32 teams are going tonight.
What was your number, Moj?
Can I get to my number?
Yeah.
Thank you. Don't look now, but the Kansas City Chiefs have now surpassed the Denver Broncos in defensive yards allowed. Mm-hmm. They're currently the number 4 team in the league. And they give up outside of Houston, which is the stingiest defense in terms of points allowed, at 14.7 per. Kansas City's right behind him at 16.4. Dude, but let's reiterate for those who think that, Kansas City last year, they got it done with that offense again and blah, blah. No. It's their defense that's so good.
Well,
and now that offense with Rashee Rice makes all the difference in the world because everybody's getting some.
Again, the game is the week after or the week after. But I'm going to ask you, though.
It's 3 weeks from now. 3.
On a neutral field, who you got?
Kansas City.
Who do you got on a neutral field?
Say that again. I was talking to Nelly.
Who do you got on a neutral field, Broncos or Chiefs?
Chiefs.
And until you change that narrative, it's always going to be there, right?
Well, that's the thing. Hey, you want to change that? You're leading the division right now. Mm-hmm. You're in total control of your own destiny. Go out and beat Kansas City in a few weeks. There you go. That'll change a lot of things.
I totally agree. If you want to swim in the pond that you think you should be swimming in, then you know what you do? You beat Kansas City in 3 weeks. That's what you do. If you truly are as good as they are, or you believe they're as good as they are, or there is a, quote, changing of the guard, then go get those guys.
Is there a chance?
I mean, you got them at home. You're not going to Arrowhead. You don't do that till later when it's freezing rain.
Is there a chance Surtain returns for that game? Now, we're not sure if they'll place him on IR. They don't think they'll put him on IR. If he goes to IR, he's not coming back for that game.
No.
There's a chance, though, he's available for that one.
There's a chance. By the way, the keyword for this hour for a pair of Avs tickets to the Tampa Bay game on November 4th is Bolt. So text that in your first and last name to 303-504-0925. Speaking of the text line, I see text coming through. People are saying, oh, yeah, well, the Chiefs played the Raiders and they played the Commanders without Jaden Daniels. And you played the Jets and the Giants.
Yeah. I don't want to hear that.
This is from either Jorge or George Garcia. I think Jorge's a better name than George. That's me personally.
I
know some guy. I know some guys who will go either way.
I was going to ask you, should I name my new kid Priest? That seems like a cool first name.
Like Priest Holmes, Priest Lauderdale.
Yeah,
I don't care.
Priest Kane.
That's a pretty cool name.
You want to call me that?
No, I don't want to call you that. But Jorge says they've also got to play the Raiders. Talking about the Broncos. Jorge. This is going to make Vic incredibly angry. But the Broncos are going to stomp the Raiders. Stomp. Okay?
Doesn't make me angry. I mean, I love your enthusiasm. I think you're an idiot for predicting
They
games.
are going to stomp the Las Vegas Raiders. Stomp.
I've done it once this season. I've made one mistake. I thought that the Broncos offense would really shine that entire game against the Giants, and I thought they'd beat the Giants by 2 touchdowns. They waited until the fourth quarter to show us what they could do offensively. They won the game, but I was completely off on that prediction. I just think that's a bad precedent. I think in the NFL, for you to predict these kind of wins is impossible.
They're going to stomp the Raiders into oblivion.
You saying that, Vic, just made me think of something. The Denver Broncos have scored 77 points in the last 5 quarters.
Uh-huh. Yeah.
5 quarters, 77 points.
Mm-hmm. That's why I'm looking forward to it.
It's in there, yes.
I am looking forward, if PS2 has to miss 3 games, I'm looking forward to them leaning on the offense for a change. Okay, boys, take care of us. We took care of you, right? We took care of you, now take care of us. Hey, before this gets out of control, and I know it's going to be in drunk takes, I got to give you the origin of a drunk take. When I answered Moser's question to the nursery rhyme, I just want you to know why I answered it the way I did. In my brain, the question was, what team, what did you ask? What team? You said something about
which team is right behind the Broncos? Well, not right behind, but who's second to the Broncos in terms of team sacks?
Okay. What's the answer?
I asked the question. I was trying to give
you asked the question.
Okay,
in my brain, I had Cleveland. I was going to say Cleveland, right?
And I said Mary had a little.
And then out of my mouth came the word clam because I was thinking Cleveland.
I was saying lamb. So
that is the origin of that line.
You would get the Rams, right? I was trying to give you a hint along the same. I could have went Bob Ram you. But I didn't do that.
I honestly,
Mary had a little
clam.
I never would have gotten Rams from that.
Yeah, you would have.
I mean, why would you?
Mary had a little.
I mean, I'm just giving you the origin of how my mind operates. I'm thinking Cleveland and lamb.
One last reminder: the keyword for this hour is Bolt. So text that in your first and last name to 303-504-0925.
Somebody says waffle stump. That's something from my youth. My parents used to buy me shoes when I was a little kid that had this pattern on the bottom that when you stomp in the mud, it looks like waffles. You know, they're waffle. We used to call them waffle stompers because you bam, bam with the heel of that boot, bam.
By the way, Vic,
that's just a Mose thing, I guess. That's how my brain operates.
You brought up something that
my parents just got me shoes.
Bang! Bang! Come on, man. You brought up something that I didn't even think about yesterday, which was Sean Payton wasn't wearing the throwback stuff.
I brought it up after the game, during the game. He answered the question.
DMac asked him about it yesterday.
I told DMac to ask the question.
It was noted by quite a few people you didn't wear throwback gear. I was wondering if you had an explanation.
I'm like everyone. I grew up on the throwback uniforms. I love the throwback uniforms. So when I got to work, I usually get to the stadium super early. And I said, Flip, the navy blue pants don't match the throwback. We need either an orange or that Bronco blue, that old blue as a pant. and so I struggled with the navy and then the throwback on the top. So I just kind of went tradish, but make no mistake about it, I'm probably the biggest fan of the throwback sweats, colors, and I listen. I wanted desperately to wear it. I just hate the match with the navy bottom. So we need to work on getting a lighter blue slack, or even I'd sport an orange slack if it was the right color.
So it was purely a fashion choice. He didn't have pants to match a shirt for the throwbacks.
Who cares?
You know what I love about
you
that
don't
answer?
match. You don't match every day of your life. You don't match.
Exactly. That's why if I was Sean Payton, I'd be like, I don't care. Whatever.
I'm wearing
Give me a
what?
shirt.
Yeah, I just whatever has the old logo on it.
I'll tell you what I loved about that answer, though. You might have thought it was nothing. Sean Payton sounded like a human being there. I'm being serious. That's what a human being sounded like.
You know why? I'm sure it was brought to his attention.
Yeah, but
let me tell you something. When an entire franchise, an organization, goes out of its way to celebrate a team of the past, the whole thing, everybody, the whole stadium was dressed like that, except one person. What do you think? Do you think a conversation was had?
I mean, probably. Now,
you think?
Hey, when we return.
By the way, Brett, just one last thing on that. My favorite part of that answer from Peyton is how many times he sounds like he wants to say, I love the D, and he stops himself. Mm-hmm. He goes, nobody loves I love the throwbacks more than anyone else. He does that like 4 times.
I keep hearing that at the end of the day, this is not a big deal. I just want to preface it by saying I don't lose sleep over stuff like this. I just found it, was observant of it. That's all. Found it interesting. You keep hearing, well, a coach, the head coach, especially the play caller, wants to dress differently from the rest of the coaches so he can be spotted on the sideline. I get that. I've heard that. There are different things you can wear that fit the scheme.
Hey, when we return, a record was set last night. And I'm pretty sure it's never going to be broken again. We'll get to it next.
Guys, how you feeling out there? You feeling like your old self, or you feeling maybe a little bit off? Happened to me, low testosterone, and I did something about it. I went to the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. You don't even know it. You're like, I just don't feel the same, tired, a little this, a little that, whatever. And then your T is going down. And so I went to the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. They drew my blood, results within 30 minutes, and they tell you what's going on. And I sought treatment, and you will too, because I didn't like that brain fog. I didn't like the uneven sleep patterns, all that thing that comes with it. And now I feel great, and you will as well. They've got 5 locations here in Colorado. From Fort Collins all the way down to Colorado Springs, they've successfully treated tens of thousands of men for a variety of different things that have to do with men stuff. So why don't you do yourself a favor and give them a call today if that's you, if you're feeling that way. 720-440-7900. Maybe you're not dealing with low T. But guys, in your early to mid-30s, you lose 2 to 3% every single year. It gradually happens. That number again, 720-440-7900, or just go online and find out everything they do. It's RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Los Angeles. Freeman sends a fly ball to center field. Varsho's going back before the clock strikes midnight. Freddie Freeman has ended it. It's a repeat hero with the last word on a Game 3 classic.
You got 2 games in 1 yesterday in the World Series. 18 innings. Freddie Freeman walks it off as the Dodgers take a 2-1 series lead. Now, I feel a game like that will take a toll on Toronto, and it's going to take a pretty Herculean effort to win Game 4 and try and even this series back up after a loss like that. But in the middle of that game, just a couple of numbers for you. That after 18 innings, there were 487 pitches in that game in which both teams used a combined 18 pitchers. But here's the number that I don't think is ever going to be broken again. Shohei Ohtani went 4 for 4 with 2 bombs in that game. He reached base 9 times because they intentionally walked him 4 times and basically intentionally walked him the other.
Well,
so that's 5 walks, 4 hits, 2 home runs, 9 times he was on base. Never going to be broken.
You're right. They should have intentionally walked him every time.
I mean, it's just, I know that I don't know how many more times we can say, God, this guy's incredible. How does he keep doing this? But you're really watching what could easily be like the greatest player you've ever seen in your life, like right in front of your face.
Listen, I know we have recency bias in today's era. We have a lot of it. I mean, the debate goes on all the time between MJ and LeBron. I have no problem proclaiming Shohei Ohtani the greatest ever, simply because he did that last night, and he's going to turn around tonight, take the ball, and pitch a game.
Yeah. Like, he's quite literally incomparable. You know, when you say who's better, Joe Montana or Tom Brady, they did the same thing. Nobody did what Shohei is doing. And I know you can go back like, oh, Babe Ruth pitched for a couple of years, and nobody's done it to the level that he's done. He got intentionally walked 4 times like he was Barry freaking Bonds at the plate, okay? And now he's going to go out and throw tonight.
What I don't get, you're up by a run. It's the 7th inning. You just crossed one in the top of the 7th. We go to the bottom of the 7th. Why would you pitch to that man?
I don't know.
Albeit a fastball right down the middle. Why would you do that? Why wouldn't you just say, sir, we appreciate and respect you. You see that bag over there? It's all yours. Go take it. Why even give him a chance to tie the game? Why?
I think you don't. I mean, I understand. I don't think I'd have a problem with either strategy. What they were doing, I think, was saying if we have a 1-run lead, I don't want a ball in the gap to be the thing that ties the game up. Now, it turns out being a homer, and that doesn't matter anyway, but that I assume is the strategy.
So they go out, they talk to the pitcher, they huddle up. All right, here's what we're going to do. I doubt the conversation went like this. All right, here's what we're going to do. We're going to deliver a fastball right down the pipe.
It's also a mistake. Yeah, the pitch was a mistake.
I'm just glad the Dodgers finally caught a break.
Oh, jeez. Just can you do me a favor?
Ignore
the Dodgers part. Ignore the Dodgers part for a second, and think about a guy who set a record by reaching base 9 times in a single playoff game.
He's probably the greatest. He's probably the greatest player I've ever seen.
Moj, we're all angry
now,
that the
put him
Dodgers
at first base
good.
and we'll see what his gold glove looks like, or whether he can get.
Well, he played outfield in L.A. He did that just fine.
No big deal. Can he field a grounder?
I'm sorry, with the Angels.
Can he field a grounder?
Well, who are you going to compare him to, Moj?
I don't know.
No, you can't. You can't compare him to anybody.
So if you can't compare him, then he's the best. He's the greatest.
He probably is the greatest I've ever seen. Although we've seen a lot of great ball players over the years, man.
Hey,
Ken Griffey Jr. was great.
Yeah, hold on. Here's another element. Here's another layer to his greatness. He's clutch. There have been a lot of great players, very, very, elite Hall of Fame players who weren't nearly as clutch as this guy. This guy's clutch.
He has the rare quality that. How many times have you said this about somebody in baseball? Because it's not often. He's must-watch TV. Like, he is must-watch. Shohei Ohtani is one of the few baseball players that you say that about. What, Moj?
I have a problem. I know Vic's got a lot of problems. You've got some minor problems. I've got a real malfunction.
Yeah.
When I talk about Shohei, I can't disassociate myself from how he got there. And what they did to get him and all of this stuff.
We're not going to relive this. We all hate the Dodgers. We all hate I get it. Let's just, can you take that out of your brain and just talk about the player and the game last night?
The player is an unbelievable player, probably the best I've ever seen. The fact that the Dodgers deferred $600 million is a joke. The fact that they were allowed to do it is a total joke. The fact that he just went across town is a total joke. Everything about him going to L.A. is a total joke.
Can I give you guys my...
The Dodgers are a joke. Their fans are jokes. Their logo's stupid.
Can I give you guys
Their ballpark's old and dumpy?
My old man baseball take? My old man baseball take.
All right.
There's a play in the bottom of the ninth. So they walk Shohei. Because, of course, you don't want him ending the game. So he's on first. A run wins the game. And Shohei also does something else.
He can steal bases.
He can steal bases is exactly right. And Moshe does.
I know.
He
steals
second.
He does.
But what happens? Hits the base, foot pops up for a second, guy lays the tag on him, and he's out. I'm not even saying anything has to change. I just hate that stuff.
If you beat the throw, you beat the throw. You're not intentionally coming off the bag or anything like that. It's silly.
It feels like a cheap out. It really does. And it's, you saw Dave Roberts' reaction, which, again, I'm not crying for the Dodgers at all. But the reaction is just like, man, really?
Well,
he beat it.
Let me try to explain. Shohei is 6'3" and 210. He's a big dude.
He's got a big face.
He's got big legs. You should probably really, knowing Vic, you should probably really inspect his legs. They're big.
Yeah.
Anyway.
That's why he throws so hard.
Big keister.
But when he's stealing second, that's a lot of human being carrying a lot of momentum into a bag. I don't know how you don't pop off the bag. And he's not going to go hands first and risk, dislocating a wrist or a finger or something like that.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know how a man that big doesn't. He's not like one of these little guys, like these little shortstops or a second baseman that hit the bag and pop right up. You know what I mean?
I mean, you can. It's just, I don't know.
I agree. I agree with you. I think it's a really cheap way of getting it out.
Now,
you just hold the
times he reached base yesterday.
9 times.
9 times.
How far did you make it last night? I was like, I'm going to do this. I'm going to watch this sucker. I'm going to survive this game. I woke up and the television was still on, and I have no idea when I went down. No idea.
Well, no, I made it to the 12th, and I'm just like, okay. I don't know when this game's going to end, but I can't. It got to the top of the 13th, and I was like, this is it.
Did anybody make it? Is anybody out there? Hello? Is anybody out there? Did anybody make it through?
Anybody in there?
Did anybody listening to this program who had to wake up early this morning to go to work, school, whatever, did anybody survive all 18? Did you see the teeth hit the homer?
You know why I turned it off, Vic? I had to go to sleep.
Well, thank you.
But I said to myself, you know what? I really don't care.
Hey, this is a great point.
I really don't care who wins the game. I'll find out in the morning when I wake up. I don't care.
Okay, your neighbor's house burns down. It doesn't mean your house looks better. I understand that. It kind of does. Because when I think about it, as a texter pointed out, the Angels having Shohei and Mike Trout and never even making the playoffs.
That's crazy.
Is incredible.
Goes to show you what
organizational failure.
It's still a team game at the end of the day. You can have those pieces. You can have those outliers, right? But at the end of the day, you got to have the other pieces too. You got to.
You mean like a $200 million staff?
Yeah. Dude, who was that dude? Who was the dude throwing 100 in like the 12th and 13th innings? What's that guy's name?
What are you talking about?
The Dodgers reliever throwing 100.
Oh, Sheehan?
Yeah.
No.
Was it? It wasn't
No.
Emmett Sheehan, was it?
No, the Hispanic fella.
That's Enriquez.
Yes, that guy.
Edgardo.
Yeah, that guy's stuff was nasty.
These guys are all huge, by the way. They're all 6'4", 6'5", 2 bills, throwing triple digits. I mean, I'm just.
I thought you guys know,
lucky for them, they finally were able to get some pictures.
You guys know what's happening today. They're looking at Shohei, and this is what's going to be difficult for the Dodgers. They used so many relievers last night. Now, look, you can use them again, obviously. But they typically have Shohei only pitching like 5 or 6 innings.
I hope they tattoo him and go to that bullpen early.
They might need to, first of all, if Shohei pitches well, they're like, you might need to go pretty deep into this one. Or secondly, Moser, if he gets tattooed, they're in a lot of trouble.
So I don't know what inning. I think it was the 10th, 11th. I don't know what inning when Kershaw came in.
Yeah.
And they got the bases loaded.
And he got him out, yeah.
That dude's got to take. I mean, Kershaw was all over he's got to take there. He has to take that pitch.
Yeah.
You have to take that pitch. That was so out of the strike zone. He had 3 pitches in a row out of the strike zone.
So we're back at it today, Game 4, which feels like the World Series kind of on the line. Toronto needs this one. I don't know how you bounce back from a loss like that last night, but 303-504-0925. Back to the Nuggets. Your favorite thing from the game last night was? Get to it next.
Murray now the other way for Denver. Bucket here. Finchie will call timeout. Murray has it at the wing. Throws top of the key. Hardaway. Wide open three. Watson. Good! Timeout Finchie. Nuggets lead it by 10. Murray has it. Left side over to Hardaway. Kick out three. Watson. Got it again. 2 in a row. P. Watt. 114 to 101 Denver. McDaniels, stutter step, drive, spin move, jumper, blocked by Peyton Watson. Loose ball down to Jokic. Alley-oop down low to Murray. Layup, good! Timeout, Finchie. Denver leads it by 13. 3:51 left to go in the game.
Nuggets finally get that Minnesota T-Wolves monkey off their back, and they get a win yesterday. Thank God, because they needed one. We pointed out it's been like a year and a half since they beat Minnesota.
Did you guys get the codes for the Peacock?
Ooh, I was on that 7-day free trial, baby, that I'm about to cancel
soon.
Oh,
yeah, get on that today, baby.
Guilty as charged, same thing. Give me the 7-day free trial. Let me inspect it a little bit. I'll see if I like it.
Let me see this. Not for me.
You know what?
Appreciate that.
I'm just going to go with another Bird network.
I looked into it. I think there are three more Nuggets games that are going to be on those Monday night Peacock exclusives.
I saw
2 or 3.
I saw only one exclusive. The other ones say NBC/Peacock, which means I think it's going to be on NBC.
They have the choice. They can switch it. We'll see. We'll find out. I can tell you this. My brother hooked me up with his codes, so I got the codes last night. I'm watching. I'm gonna start by saying this.
How many free 7-day trials can I get? If I cancel now, does that only count as a day? Do I have 6 days left on that free trial that I can just pick up later?
I think if you put in another email, can they track that?
No,
put your wife's email in.
It didn't go by email. You got the free trial through an Amazon account.
That's what mine was. Mine was tied. Mine was through the Prime.
I got you. I didn't know that. Yeah. Just say no. I wasn't sure. This time I'm sure. Yeah.
And I made a mistake. It was a mistake.
Whenever I go and try to cancel something off Prime or something, I don't know how to do
they
it.
Conned me.
They conned me.
I might get in trouble for saying this because we work in television and this is part of the television landscape. But I don't care because I'm a consumer like all of you. It is absolutely ridiculous how tough they make it. We make it. We in television, all of us, for fans to watch the damn games of any team anywhere. And this applies to every sport. What?
Every time there's a new media deal, there's a new thing I need to get. I don't want new things. Use the things I have.
My wife and I were counting up all the things that, and I'm sure all of you, fall prey to this, and many of you just do the piracy thing, and I'm too afraid to try that. I tried that once, and I'm not doing it again. I'm afraid of what happens to the computer. I mean, you start getting people. Is there bad things that can happen when you go the piracy route? Do you have actual pirates show up?
Look at me.
I'm not.
This is my TV now.
I'm not a techie. I mean, I would assume so. Yeah. But it used to be back in the day that if you had a desktop, and something bad happened, you got that malware from Russia in there.
Yeah. Dow Jones malware.
Right, then all of a sudden you start to have pictures and sounds, and you're like, oh, I don't. Not this. Not that.
So 15 years ago, you paid for cable, and a lot of us complained, the cable bill's getting out of hand. It's out of hand, okay? I don't know what out of hand is, but I had all the channels. Moj, I want you to write this down, because my wife and I were discussing this last night. All right, so the Fubo bill is the cable operation, right? That's the platform. Pay for Fubo. Pay for Apple TV, because I got to have my Slow Horses. I got to have some of those shows that I watch on Apple TV. Watch some MLS on Apple TV as well.
Mm-hmm.
Obviously have Amazon Prime. Okay, I got to watch Thursday Night Football. What am I going to do?
HBO Max.
Okay, HBO Max is a must. Netflix is a must. All right. I also have Paramount because Tulsa King, The Lioness, there's some shows there. I got to have them. I can't live without them. I got to have them. Hulu, now I'm watching Chad Powers, Hulu and Disney. I get those.
ESPN Plus.
Yeah, that's part of the Hulu Disney E ESPN Plus bundle. I got that. I got that rolling for me. So I don't even want to think how much I'm paying for all of these things. I don't even know. I don't want to know. I don't want to know. I don't want to think. But I guarantee you I'm paying more today than I did years ago for all of them on cable.
Okay, so here's the thing, though. What I wanted to ask from last night is what's your favorite thing about it? And I'll tell you this. There's a quote from David Adelman in the postgame. I don't know if we have it, Nelly. Oh, you do have it. There's a weird thing that happened. You know what I've never seen before? When Jokic enters the game in the fourth quarter, he stays until that buzzer sounds, right?
Mm-hmm.
Jokic left from about the 8-minute mark to the 5-minute mark. And I was curious as to why that was. Here's David Adelman.
We were trying to match minutes. You know, Aaron was going to go with Randall. When Randall went out, Aaron went out. I didn't do that in the first half because the Gobert foul trouble actually messed with our rotation a little bit. And so I couldn't run Nicole that long. And Aaron got mismatched, meaning he was out when Randall went in. But I couldn't run him for 15 straight minutes. So the second half, we talked to the bigs about it. We said this could be a moment where you go in for 2 minutes and you come out, but just go in and play hard. And I thought Peyton's impact allowed me to keep him in the game. And that's going to be us this year. We have options, and that's the thing. The locker room has to be unselfish. If they are and they're happy for their teammates on that particular night, they have to trust that those guys are going to feel the same way for them when it's their opportunity to finish games.
Did he just say, I couldn't run Jokic for 15 straight minutes? Because that has not been in the vernacular of anything that a coach has said with Nikola Jokic.
He had the luxury.
They'll run Jokic for 30 straight minutes if they feel like they need to.
I love David Adelman, but he had the luxury of not running Jokic for all those minutes because they had the lead.
Well, they had the lead, and to what he said, Peyton Watson was phenomenal late in that game.
He really was.
He knocked down 2 huge corner threes. Huge.
It was that third
that put the game away.
It was that third Gobert foul where I thought, oh, my God, now they're going to eat.
Yep.
They're going to eat. And then you know what? They didn't eat.
They tried to. I mean,
that second quarter stunk.
I give the Nuggets credit because they went to the cup. They kept going to the hole, but they kept missing layups. I counted 7 missed layups in the first half. I mean, bunnies right there. They couldn't make them. I thought the length that Minnesota has really imposed something on the Nuggets, and they just kept missing layups. But you know what? After all that, they proved they were the better team.
Yeah.
And for those who say, well, yeah, you're the better team, they're missing Ant. They're missing Anthony Edwards. Go back to the 3 games in which the T-Wolves beat the Nuggets last season. Was it 3 or 4 during the regular season?
It was 4.
Was it 4? In each of those games, there was a key player missing from the Nuggets.
Yeah.
A key player missing that did not play in those games. And there was no excuses being made then.
You know, Brett, you said it to begin the program today. I'm going to pick up on it a little bit more. The amount of I have with the Nuggets bench now is like a lot.
Yeah.
I have a lot of we got that guy. Look at Hardaway go off. Watson got 25 last night. I'm like, he's playing good.
25 minutes, you mean?
Yeah.
Yeah.
25 minutes. And I'm like, I just feel, Vic, it's almost like a luxury item now that you didn't have before. It's like this. You go to McDonald's, right? And then you get your burger and your fries. But it's almost like now they just took another fry and just dumped it all in the bottom of the bag. Because those fries at the bottom of the bag, are those not awesome fries?
I had a guy at McDonald's when I was in college. I used to go to all the time, late at night.
Oh, yeah.
Connect the dots yourself. This guy, we got to know each other. He gave me the free scoop right in the bag on top of it. And I was like, my man.
That's a big deal.
My man.
Dude, the fries at the bottom of the bag are better fries.
You know the night that I've had. You know I need that. Yeah. Atta boy.
I mean, you're coming off working late at the plant.
Yeah, that's what it was.
Right.
I was really slaving away out of work. Yeah.
100% pure stuff.
You're in the minefield, you know. I can tell you this, the growth of Peyton Watson last night, it's a contract year for Peyton. You know, he didn't get his extension. Christian Brown did, Peyton did not, so he's out to prove something. But I was really proud of him last night. Late, he hit those 2 corner threes that iced the game. So clutch threes. Hey, they closed with a different lineup last night, man.
Yep.
They're not afraid to close with, and that's one thing I love about Adelman. Adelman has said before, we're going to play the guys that are playing well and close with those guys, and that's what he did.
Did you see last night what the Clippers fans were chanting to the Blazers?
Oh, dude, that FBI.
Yeah. And I'm thinking to myself, hey, Clippers fans, I'm not sure you want to be chanting anything right about now.
Yeah.
Your investigation isn't over either.
How many investigations are ongoing in the NBA
I don't know. But as far as I'm concerned, the more I read about this, Ascension, what's it called?
One guy's on trial for attempted murder. The other guy's on trial for first-degree murder. And the guy with attempted murder is going, electric chair! Get him!
Wait, hold on a second. Was that the Lakers game?
No, that was the Clippers chanting that to the Blazers players as they were at the free throw line.
Hold on a second. Repeat that, please.
Those were LA Clipper fans chanting that at the Portland Trail Blazers when they were at the free throw line.
Not last night, because last night the Trailblazers beat the Lakers in LA.
A couple nights ago.
Okay.
Something like that, yeah.
All right, so you guys have thoroughly confused me.
Yeah, it was on. I'm sorry, it was on Sunday. Is when that happened.
Thank you.
My
Because
bad.
last night Austin Reeves threw
they played back to
41
back.
more points and they lost to Portland.
Blazers played back to back.
Reeves.
But either way, I was just thinking, hey man, you might not want to do that because when I read Pablo, like it seems like his reporting is pretty good.
They conned me. I mean, yeah. Like this, I got to tell you what. Adam Silver.
I mean, did dude
has to be just.
Did dude even plant a tree? Did dude even?
Well, no. I want you to hear something for a second because this is a big problem.
How would I be able? Look, they conned me.
Adam Silver, and this detail. This came out last week. So he knew about the Rozier thing. He knew it, that he was under investigation. And then what happened?
You let the trade go
let
through.
him play.
Yeah, let him play. And
He
let the trade go
didn't
through.
tell the Miami Heat that he's under investigation when they traded for him. You can't do that.
I agree.
You can't. When you know a player has a chance to be suspended, you can't have, especially a team that's contending. You can't be like, well, let's just hope this takes care of itself. No, that team has to be aware. You're withholding information. It's on me. I can't believe that. Like, and that is like, out of all the scandals that they have, that's also a massive scandal now. The commissioner's withholding information from teams regarding a player who's under investigation? For what, Moj? Rigging games? And you don't tell them?
They conned me.
That's unbelievable. Unreal. Anyway, another key word coming your way for a chance to win Avs tickets next. All right, another keyword is Avs Ticket Tuesday. A chance for you to win a pair of tickets to the game against the Lightning on November 4th. The keyword for this hour is golf. Like the Gulf of America.
Golf?
Golf.
Like
golf.
Hey, now you're screwing me up here. Hey, Sandy, I don't know. If I kill all the golfers, I think they're going to lock me up and throw away the key.
G-U-L-F.
Not golf. Golf. The furry little. Anyway.
Golf. And your first and last name to 303-504-0925.
You got to get the real old, what's his face? I'm Brokaw. You got to get a real Tom Brokaw thing. Yeah, golf.
No, it sounds like I'm saying golf.
Golf.
Like a thing that is water. A Gulf.
Like the city of Tampa's on the Gulf.
Correct.
You guys all right?
So
Everybody okay
303-504-0925. You say it, Vic. Say golf.
Golf.
Yeah. Golf.
He sounds like a Scott guy.
303-504-0925. That's what I'm saying.
Golf.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. Anyway, can I ask you guys a question? We haven't talked about this for a while, and I know a lot of people are over it, but I am kind of fascinated by the whole thing. Shadur made a point to tell someone in the media that when he was inactive on Sunday, that was not Shadur who made himself inactive. And then he liked an Instagram post from a Browns fan about he should start this Sunday, or I'm sorry, they have a bye week next Sunday. And Kevin Stefanski gave a really weird answer regarding Shadur Sanders, which made no sense. I mean, you saw it, Moj, obviously.
I've
you're
seen
reacting
it.
that way.
Yeah.
He said, why wouldn't you play Shadur just to see if it does anything to the offense?
Mary Kay Cabot asked the question.
Well, here you go.
Why wouldn't you, just to see if it does anything to the offense, give him an opportunity to go in there and play?
Yeah, obviously my focus is where we are right now, Mary Kay. That's not my focus.
All right, so let me get this straight.
What does that even mean?
Let me get this straight. Let me try to lay it out.
To win?
Okay, Brett, Vic, let me lay it out. His owner hates his guts. Didn't want him. His head coach apparently hates his guts. Doesn't want him. Putting him as inactive so Bailey, what's his face, could be the backup.
Zappy.
And everybody knows. Did you see those guys? I was watching a clip from Cleveland Sports Radio yesterday. They're saying exactly what I'm saying. Dylan Gabriel is not a starting NFL quarterback, period. Yet they won't even think about putting Shadur in. It's the most why is he there? Then I also heard that teams that have inquired about Shadur, you know what they want for him? A second.
So
the Browns won't let him go for anything less than a second, and they picked him in the damn fifth. And they're just stuffing him away doing nothing.
So let me ask
you. It makes no sense at all. Whether or not you're a Shadur fan or whether you got problems with him doesn't matter, because what's happening is inexplicable.
And people would say, oh, why are you spending this much time about a fifth-round pick? And I would say, you know what? You know this is different. Everybody knows this is different. Shadur is different. But the reason why I'm fascinated by this, I asked you guys 2 months ago. I asked you this question specifically. I said, if all of this ends up with they're obviously Dylan Gabriel was the backup to Flacco at the beginning of the season. We all saw that. But I said, hey, if Flacco gets hurt or something, turns out he got traded, and they start Dylan Gabriel, and let's say Gabriel either stinks or he gets hurt, would they play Zappy before Shadur Sanders? And the answer is yeah, they would. And so here's what begs the question for all the people saying, why are you giving this much pub to a fifth rounder? Why is he there?
Who's pulling the strings?
Yeah.
I don't know.
What's going on?
Who is it? Stefanski? Is it somebody above Stefanski? Is it
what did the owner say?
Is it the National Football League? Who's pulling the strings here?
What did the owner say?
That he wouldn't have picked Shadur, that it was Andrew Berry that picked him, the GM.
I didn't want him. Blame him.
This whole thing is
Oh, my
very
Lord.
odd. It's very weird.
Beyond odd.
So there's a podcast that Aqib Talib is on and Richie Incognito. Is it Skip Bayless's podcast, Nelly, or was Skip Bayless just there? I mean, he was there when I was watching this.
Honestly, man, these days every athlete with a pulse is on a podcast. I have no idea what's what.
That's such a good, that's such a good point. Like, everybody has a podcast, so it's just one big podcast.
Well, I'm just trying to give the proper podcast credit. We'll figure out the name
Just say
later.
podcast, and somebody will get credit for it.
This is Richie Incognito. If you remember, Richie, by the way, I know from his Nebraska days, Richie is like, there's stories about Richie that's pretty wild.
Well, he's not I didn't think he was a very good dude. Am I wrong?
He's a really good old lineman, can tell you that much.
Was.
But here's what he said about the Browns and the Shadur thing.
They wouldn't name him the backup a couple weeks ago. Then we have the mysterious back injury. Stefanski's all in on Bailey Zappi.
He is.
Ownership's been a mess. This was Jimmy Haslam's pick, and clearly Stefanski hates Shadur.
Yeah.
So I just don't understand how they don't go into that bye week. You basically have a 2-week evaluation period.
Right.
Let Shadur and Dillian split the reps. Whoever wins the job coming out of the bye week, that's who you roll with. Don't announce it till the Friday or Saturday before the game against the Jets.
Right.
And then let's roll.
Doesn't that make the most sense in the world? Your quarterback is playing like garbage. Have a battle. And just for 2 weeks, see who's better. And if it's still Dylan Gabriel, then say that. But the hiding Shadur thing is really bizarre.
If I was a Browns fan, I would be losing my absolute bacon right now. I would be out of my mind. Look, here's one thing I do know. I know Shadur has arm talent. I know he's got talent, period.
Yeah.
I know he does. I've seen it. I've seen it firsthand. I've seen it in person. I've seen it a lot on television. I've seen it all over the place. He has talent. Now, more talent than Dylan Gabriel at the NFL level? I think he does, but I don't truly know because
Dylan
he's
Gabriel
not playing.
can't throw the ball downfield.
No, he cannot, okay? Tyler says, Gabriel was better than Shadur in college. Was he really? If you put Shadur Sanders on the Oregon friggin' Ducks, and you put Dylan friggin' Gabriel on the Colorado friggin' Buffaloes,
Yeah, that's relative.
I'm telling you, Tyler, you're singing a different tune. If you don't like Shadur, that's fine. You don't like him, that's fine. But the fact that he's not even getting a sniff to play quarterback for the Cleveland Browns is a joke. It really is a joke. And I'm saying, man, let him. What are they going to do? He's under contract. Are they just going to sit him for the first 5 years of his life?
Maybe they want to lose.
But hang on a second.
I don't get it.
Moj, where did you see that they're asking for a 2 thing? Where'd you see that at?
On one of these things.
Oh, come on.
The place that
they're not going to get a 2.
No. But if that's true, I'm not saying that you're saying anything wrong. But if that's true, and please try and find that.
I'm looking right now. Hang on.
Then what are they saying about Shadur?
What is who saying about Shadur?
Cleveland. If they're saying we won't trade this guy for anything less than a second-round pick, what's the translation?
Maybe they want to lose. Maybe they see something, and if they put him in, they don't want that. Maybe they don't want to win this year.
But the translation is they think he's good.
Good
enough for a second rounder.
I saw it yesterday. It was reported that teams, at least 2 teams, have inquired about Shadur Sanders, and they've each been told that it's going to require a second-round pick to get him.
You're forgetting something very important, too,
which is
in this
what?
whole quarterback mess. They still have Deshaun Watson waiting to play at some point.
Yeah, theoretically.
Wait a minute.
What?
Oh, it sounds like Powder just put some stuff together in his brain, folks.
That's it. That's at least a decent theory. If Shadur comes in and plays better than Dylan Gabriel, and let's say he wins a game or 2, their $250 million guaranteed quarterback can't get at the field anymore, and they're just saddled with that contract with a guy not playing, aren't they?
When is he due back?
Heck,
later
he's been
this
running.
year.
Yeah. I'm telling you right now.
I thought we were still like a year away.
If they play Shadur and he plays well, they have a $250 million stapler.
Yep.
Well, they already do because he can't play the game anymore.
Well,
he's
they're going to play him.
They
can't buy out that contract. Look at it.
Understood. The scandal aside, though, Vic, the scandal aside.
Yeah.
and the reported bad behavior aside, the quarterback that at 30 years of age you're seeing in Cleveland, that you saw at 28 years of age in Cleveland, is not the guy who was the guy at 23 years of age in Houston. These are two totally different human beings. They have to be.
So here's
because Deshaun Watson used to be really, really good, bro.
Here's the conclusion then.
What? What is it then?
The owner wants something that the GM doesn't want. The GM wants something that the coach doesn't want. And the coach wants something that the owner doesn't want.
Mm-hmm.
Like, it's all just an inner battle of suckitude within that organization. Got it.
It's a bad franchise right now. Meanwhile, they got Myles Garrett, who's playing his butt off and got paid, and he's frustrated more now than he was before he got paid.
You know what, Myles? Then don't take the money there. You had a very simple solution. You went out of Cleveland, your contract was about to be up. And then they put that check in front of you, and you go, I guess I'm okay with the losing. Don't tell me you're not okay with it now, because you're okay with it then.
We're getting a lot of texts. Watson is done. Get a clue. According to his contract, he's not done. And as long as he's getting paid that kind of money, he's not done. He's done when he's done. But if they're going to pay him that kind of money, he ain't done.
Hey, by the way, nobody on this show said Deshaun Watson's good at football anymore.
His money constitutes if he's done or not. And if they have to pay him, how much do they owe him, ladies and gentlemen? How many years?
I'll find the dead cap.
Give me the money, and you tell me if he's done. I don't want to hear he's done if you got to pay him that kind of money. They ain't going to put him on the sideline for that kind of money. They're gonna play him and pay him.
It's obvious our only connection to the Cleveland Browns is through Shadur Sanders. That's pretty obvious.
His dead cap hit right now, if they were to cut him, and remember, Russell Wilson's was $85 million, and it was a massive headache for the Broncos. They were able to get around it pretty well. But $85 million. If they cut Deshaun Watson today, he's owed $167.
Oh, that's not happening.
If they cut him next year, he's owed $131.
It's not happening.
They cut him the year after that, it's $50.
Oh, Mamma Mia.
So you got 2 years of him. Minimum. So you could say what you want about him. You could say he can't play. You could say whatever you want. He's playing.
Look, our attachment to the Browns is through Shadur with this show, obviously. And anybody here, I think, in the Front Range, mostly. But if you don't have the intellectual curiosity to look at what's going on in Cleveland and not find that bizarre and interesting and what the heck is going on, then that's on you, because this is a really, really weird thing. Really weird. If anything, let's say Shadur kicks ass.
Mm-hmm.
Play him and trade him.
Isn't that
I mean,
great?
yeah. First of all, you win games. Second of all, let's say he kicks ass, and teams are like, I want him. I'll give you a first. And we think he's that good. He should have been a first. I mean,
I want you to think about what you just said, Moj. What's the reason that the Browns aren't playing Shadur Sanders? He might be good.
I don't know, man. I don't know.
By the way, his father, this is audio I wanted to play yesterday. You know, when I was talking about CU and the idea of college football in general, but especially at CU, you're hiring mercenaries. And so when you get your teeth kicked in and it embarrasses the university, they're more concerned, and I don't mean this like this is a strictly CU problem. This is college football overall. But when you bring in guys through NIL money in the transfer portal, they don't care about CU as much as they care about themselves.
They're not
right.
They're not attached to being a quote Buffalo.
That game embarrassed guys that we know like Chad Brown and Tyler Polumbus and Marcus Washington. That embarrassed them because they care about the school. It might have embarrassed those guys on an individual level, but this is what Dion had to say after the game.
All this hoopah, all this yah-yah, and all this want to look good and all this stuff, it don't work unless you're balling. Yeah, we're in that kind of generation right now. You better want to look good and they want to, they want to get paid. But you got to ball, you got to play. That constitutes that. And we got to figure this out like now. Now.
Listen, I've grown to appreciate and respect the hell out of Prime. I think he's the toughest hombre around. But that whole look good, feel good, I mean, who cultivated that?
He did say play good at the end of that.
I understand. But who therein lies the gulf-like gap between using that word gulf.
Your key word is gulf.
The gulf-like gap between Prime, the coach, and the players he coaches. Prime could cash those checks. He had the money in the bank. He could cash all those checks, so he
because
could
he
be
was a
prime.
baller.
Exactly right. Problem is, the role model prime, everybody thinks they're prime, and they're not.
You know, it always reminds me, Vic, of Steve Spurrier. When Steve Spurrier was done with practice, where did he go?
To the golf course.
Every day. Every day he went to the golf course. Steve Spurrier could do that because Steve Spurrier won football games. Now, if you had a coach who was 4-15 in his last 19 games and he goes to the golf course every day after practice, what do you think?
He doesn't care. He's blowing his job off. He needs to get in there and watch more film.
Different perception.
Right.
Did anybody care about the money that Travis Hunter was making?
No.
Travis Hunter balled.
You're damn right he did.
Shadur, did you care?
He balled too, dude.
Shadur put up like 350 passing yards a game. You do that, you're fine. But that's just kind of what this has become. By the way, one more reminder. The keyword for this hour is Gulf, like the Gulf of America or Gulf of Mexico, whatever you prefer. Gulf in your first and last name to 303-504-0925.
Dude.
We're going America, according to that.
And by the way, I think some people might be getting bounce back texts that say the tickets are for the Avs-Bruins game. I think that must have been a copy-paste error. You were actually entering to win tickets to the Lightning game on November 4th.
Yes.
No matter
if
what,
it's a Bruins game, you're SOL because that's already been played.
Because we can't make like Huey Lewis and go back in time. So
Yes.
you are winning tickets to a future game that has not happened yet.
It's Tampa Bay on November 4th. Yes, Vic.
I know we're going to get into Frozen Frenzy. That's tonight, right, Moj? Everybody's playing tonight? Is that Frozen Frenzy?
That's exactly what it's called. All 32 teams are in action tonight.
All right.
In the National Hockey League.
Discuss what the Avs need to do. But I need to tell you, we haven't gone into detail on this. The monkey's off the back for the Nuggets. They won against Minnesota. But what Nikola Jokic did last night, I'm looking at the box score right now. It was near perfection, folks. I don't think we've discussed this, what he did last night.
Well, I mean, he was almost perfect from the floor. Yeah, he was perfect from the foul line.
He was 9 of 10 from the floor, and he was 7 of 7 from the line, and a triple-double. He missed one shot all night. One shot.
Yep.
And thank goodness he didn't take any threes. He needs to chill out on that for a little bit.
He missed one shot.
Let's get to that in just a second. Stick around.
Yokes had 3 triple-doubles to start this season. How would you describe the mentality that he showed up with?
I mean, just team players. The game's so easy. Picking the spots, not forcing it, getting everybody involved, figuring out the tempo, which is huge. So I think, it's just the pace that we play and decision-making, I think all that plays a huge part into, how we control the game. I think, today we did a good job. Even when we're down, still controlling our own pace. I think we missed some wide open layups, which, you don't want to tell nobody to run the break because of a layup. So I think, those go down, we look even better tonight, and I'm just proud of the way we played as a group.
Let me ask you something, Vic. And this isn't a criticism at all. It's a acknowledgement.
Mm-hmm.
So whether it's the local media here, whether it's the national media for a primetime game, let's say somebody like Jamal or AG. AG's got 50 points, or Jamal drops, whatever he did last night, 43. Do you think they get annoyed every time that they have to talk to somebody in the postgame when they played well and they're like, yeah, great game? Also, what's it like playing with Nikola Jokic?
I saw the same thing last night when they interviewed Jamal after the game.
Do you think they get tired?
Yeah.
Do you think they get tired of it?
Yeah, human nature. Yeah, because, they get it from the local media all the time. That's the first question we ask, right? Well, how great is it playing with the big fella? And you hear it every time. I'm sure a guy like Jamal, who just throws up 43s, plus 30 last night, hits 5 threes. He's playing out of his mind. He and Tim Hardaway bring him back in the third quarter. Jamal's like, hey, man, I worked my butt off in the offseason, and here I am. And the second question asked after the game is about Nikola Jokic. I get it. But you know what? I'll orbit around the big fella, and it's part of the deal. And that's why you just got to answer the question. They
Jamal,
understand.
You just had the first or the second 100-point game in NBA history, joining Wilt Chamberlain. You were on fire tonight. How did Jokic get you so involved?
Yeah. There are examples when Jamal Murray took center stage, stole the spotlight from Joker. It doesn't happen often, but there are examples. There was, the shot against the Lakers, right? The 2 shots. Jamal Murray made a shot. He was the talk of the town. During the bubble, remember when Jamal had that ridiculous run in the bubble?
Yeah, Bubble Jamal was awesome.
Yeah.
Jamal.
Bubble Jamal was the best player on the Nuggets team.
Yep. Period. Yeah.
He was better than Joker in the bubble. He was better.
Sure.
And that's about the only time he's had that kind of stretch where he's been the centerpiece.
You know what's interesting about these?
Hey, Jamal, you just had a baby. Congratulations on that. Did playing with Jokic make you a better father?
Father.
The anti-inflammatories,
But
man.
you know what? It's sort of like the Broncos get the same stuff, the defensive players, the defensive backs, about Patrick Surtain, right? I mean, every franchise has that.
No, I understand. I was just...
what's it like playing with Cale McCarr, Devon
Again,
James? I know
it's
you
not
guys
a
played for
criticism.
Team Canada,
It's
but
not
what's
a
it like playing with Cale
criticism.
McCarr?
Yeah.
Brett, you guys get that a lot when you're out and about. What's it like working with Vic?
Mostly
I'm sure
it's
you hear
how
that
do you
all the
stand it?
time.
It's mostly how do you stand it, but
Yeah, it's more they call you...
That's all semantics.
He really seems like a Richard. Is that true?
Yeah.
Hey, what I'm saying about Jamal is we're not going to need him to go for 43 every night or 32 or 27 or whatever the case may be. But the fact is that now I'm thinking to myself, well, he can do it any given night that he needs to. If he really wants to. I didn't feel that way last year. I didn't feel after the championship, I didn't feel like, oh yeah. I felt like Jamal, had his up and down. He had his ups and his downs. Now I feel like he's in a full-on group to start this year. The confidence is there from me about him.
It's not feel, it's look. Does he look different?
He looks
Does he
different.
look different to you?
Yes.
Does
he's
he move
looking
different?
and behaving. Yes, everything.
Okay, and you could see it in the look and the movement, right?
100%.
He's moving differently.
Okay, I'll give you I'm going to do this on the fly. The first 30-point game for Jamal Murray last year was when? What would you guess?
Oh, God. I'm going to
December?
say in January, late January.
December 28th.
Was it really? Okay.
His first 30-point game the year before that was?
He's always a slow starter. So I'm going to say again, late December or January.
January 7th.
Yeah.
The year before that, his first 30-point game was? Oh, that one, November 28th.
Well, October, fellas.
Yeah. I don't think he's ever had one in October before. I'm going to keep looking.
He came to
He was
play.
impressive last night.
He came to play. He did not mess around this year. He understands, they understand that these games in October count just as much. They do.
Also, shout out to Kyle, who says he's listening to us right now live on a train in Czechia going through the mountains, so appreciate that.
Well, you can listen to us anywhere on the Altitude Sports Radio app. It is powered by the Will Hite Law Firm. Injury lawyers go to willhitewins.com. That's willhitewins.com. Including on a train in Czechia.
Train in Czechia. Hey, the Pelicans are in town on Saturday. No, Saturday. My God. Wednesday. I guess Zion is what, game time all the time now?
He didn't play last night.
Yeah.
I don't know. What's his deal? What's going on now?
I don't know.
Look it up.
He's too skinny. He's got to put weight back on.
Maybe. Stuff him with peanut butter and jelly sandwiches. No, Vic, I'm looking.
Zion out for hunger.
I'm looking at the start of the season.
He's emaciated.
Look here. You've got a real chance to be. I don't want to get too far ahead of myself.
Jamal has never had a 30-point game in October, by the way.
Well, he does now.
And he's got 2. Well, previous to this year, yes. And now he's got 2.
Hey, Vic.
Yeah.
Can I look ahead with the Nuggets?
I'm sorry, 1.
Can I look ahead?
How far ahead do you want to look?
I'm just a little ahead.
Like give me a...
No, you can't. Because it's the NBA.
You're so worried about the future.
Hold on.
A wise man named Kyle Shanahan once said, we might be dead tomorrow.
Well, he's very well right about that. Pace New Orleans. You're a huge favorite against them. Pace them on Wednesday. Win at Portland. You get 4 in a row at home with Sacramento, Miami, Golden State, and Indiana. Now, Golden State, Indiana back-to-back at home. That's going to stink. But you have a chance to run out to a pretty damn good record here through the first week of November. You got a real opportunity presented in front of you if you're the Denver Nuggets. I'm going to do what Vic said. Go do it. You know what? Just go do it. Play around. Go do it.
Yeah.
You got the horses. Spread the ball around.
Well,
and I guarantee you that Cam Johnson's going to have a get-right game in that mix somewhere right there, and he's going to feel great.
Let me tell you the goal this season for the Denver Nuggets. One of the primary goals, and I'm not even sure if they stress this in a team meeting, but I'm going to stress it right now. This is my team meeting. Look up last year's home record. I think off the top of my head, they were 25 and 16. 25 and 16. Look it up for me. Somebody verify that.
I'm trying
24.
to.
They were 26 and 15.
Damn it! I had it.
Okay.
Which you
26 and 15.
You gotta be quicker than that.
You're stealing my thunder, man.
Which is double the amount of losses they had in the previous 2 seasons.
They were 26.
Combined
They were 26 and 15.
Double the amount of losses they had in the previous 2 seasons at home combined. The goal this season, and it should be every season for every team, you got to win at home, man.
Yeah.
You got to make sure these dudes that come in at altitude, they're coming in on the second game of a back-to-back, whatever it may be, you got no chance here. You got to win at home. You have to defend the home court. Too many home losses. Hell, we saw home losses in the playoffs. That Game 4 home loss to Oklahoma City probably turned that entire series. You win that game, you win the series. You got to win at home. No more. And this year, they're going to make every effort to fix that record. 25 and 16 or 26 and 15, that ain't good enough. It's got to be dominant at home.
Well, they look like they're taking the beginning of the season seriously, which has been a change over the last couple of years. And you know what? We talked a lot about fatigues of postseasons and it wearing on them, and maybe that's why they get out to slow starts and blah, blah, blah. Well, I don't think that they're just taking it for granted anymore.
And I don't think the Avs are either. You want to get to the keys, or what do you want to do?
You want a key?
Sure.
Do whatever it takes to win.
It's the Johnson Auto Plaza Keys to the Game. Johnson Auto Plaza. Experience the power of the plaza, where they have the keys to performance and style with Ram, Jeep, Chevy, Buick, and GMC, and a huge selection of used all in one place.
Johnson Auto Plaza.
Here's Moser, Lombardi, and Kane.
Avalanche tonight against the Devils right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. 7 o'clock puck drop, Moj.
Mm-hmm.
Keys to the game.
Go ahead, Einstein. You know what they are.
You want me to do it?
Go ahead, Einstein.
Keys to the game for the Avs tonight.
We've already had discussions. We've already had discussions about this off air.
Yeah.
Okay.
The key to the game.
Do it. Hey, Brett, I'd rather have you do it because all I'm going to get from Moser is, well, let's just hope they don't get goalied.
Okay. Okay. No, I got you, Moser. I got you, Moser.
Mother.
The key to the game for the Avs is to try their best and have fun.
and build strong bonds between teammates. And if really, no matter what the outcome is, if we do that, then we're all coming out ahead. Look, man, here's the bottom line. Special teams are going to be huge in a couple different ways. Number one, you've got to get the power play going. You need to have a power play goal or two tonight. I think Riker would probably tell you need two tonight against the New Jersey Devils. He didn't have one the other day, obviously. And Jersey is unbeaten when they score even one power play goal. Your penalty kill has been good. Their penalty kill is superb. I think it's currently second in the National Hockey League. You got to be able to break through it. In fact, I wouldn't even practice the power play anymore. I just wing it.
Just go.
Yeah, just get your minds off it. You know what I mean? And then when the opportunity arises, just go do some stuff, man. But that really is it. I'm guessing that Wedgwood's going to be back between the pipes. Other than that, I think that everything's pretty good. I mean, their Avs are 2-0-2 at home. Offering up a little payback to the Devils today for that loss would be great. That overtime loss, go get it done.
So the key to the game is?
Have fun.
Try your best and have fun.
No, the key to the game is get the power play on track.
But also,
do your darndest. Do your
best and have
darndest
fun.
and make sure everybody's smiling.
When you go out there on that ice, you give it your best effort. That's all that matters. Keys of the game brought to you by Johnson Auto Plaza.
And for the record,
you get selection, service, and incredible savings on Ram, Jeep, Chevy, Buick, and GMC all at one location. Experience the power of the plaza at Johnson Auto Plaza.
I'm not saying the Avs are getting goalied all the time, Vic. I'm not saying that. But for you to flat out say that term can never be used, you're wrong. You're dead wrong about that.
What term? What term?
Getting goalied.
I know, dude. I'm just joshing with you. Calm down.
Just joshing.
You use it after every game they lose, though. That's a problem. You're like the boy that cried wolf. You use it all the time. You overuse it.
No, I
you
really
overuse
don't.
Hang on, I got a more important question.
I truly do not.
When did joshin become a substitute for I'm just kidding around? What does that mean? Was there a really funny guy named Josh back in the day? All right, hang on. We got to look it up. One of these things.
All right.
Just joshin.
I remember the movie Young Guns. I
don't need the music. I got it, Nelly. I don't need the music. I got it.
We're just hacking on you.
The phrase, according to my AI overview on Google, the phrase just joshin emerging in the 1860s. It's not named after a specific person, but rather the word Josh, which means a teaser. Oh, I know that. One popular but likely false etymology claims it came from a man named Josh Tatum who counterfeited coins in the 1880s.
That's a bunch of crap. That's a lie.
I like that theory, though.
No, it's dumb.
It's not from Josh McDaniels?
Most famous? You're spying on somebody.
Okay, we got, all right, most famous Joshes to come through town.
Just joshing through your window last night.
Well, we got Josh McDaniels.
Josh Kroenke.
Yep, we've got Josh Manson.
Josh Manson.
Have you ever had a Rocky, Josh?
Wait, there's a Broncos Josh, and I can't. Who's the Broncos Josh?
Josh Grismer.
Oh, right next door, Josh Grismer.
Josh Brolin.
Josh
No,
Brolin.
we're talking Denver Josh.
Denver sports.
Nelly, get your head together.
Hey, why don't you get your head together and take the commercial break we're supposed to take?
No, I need to figure out the Josh Groban.
You know what?
I lift me up.
I hate you both. I hate you both.
Why?
Because of your faces, that's why.
No, I got to find the right Josh. Josh Beckett?
Yes. But who is there's a Bronco Josh, and it's escaping me right now. There's a guy that played. I can see a face. Can't find a name.
Bronco.
Maybe you mean Josh Allen, who,
Josh
by the
Reynolds.
way, was still on the board.
Josh Reynolds, yeah.
I mean, not there anymore.
Short career with the Broncos. Yes. Thank you. Josh Fogg, the Dragon Slayer for the Rockies. Thank you, texters. We're nowhere. We can't do this without texters. We're idiots.
All right, stop joshing around. We got to get the break. I am strong when I am on your shoulders.
You are the wind beneath my wings. What is this?
That's Groban.
Just joshing you, Moj.
I thought the song was done.
Oh, love a good dramatic key change. So gratuitous.
All right. One thing I know about Josh Groban, he likes his girls to pop. Anybody who watches Is Always Sunny knows exactly what that means. Groban likes his girls to pop. You got to pop.
Nice assistance from Vic Lombardi.
Got to get a tan.
There. Nice.
That violin actually kind of matched it. You got to be tan. You got to wear white. Places girls to pop. Read a book. Hey,
I am. You know what? Right now, I am so not understanding a damn thing you're saying that I might as well be in a different country.
Don't go to Czechia. Jump on a train. Get out of my life, please. Hey, you guys want to go through the hierarchy? Little Harbaugh hierarchy?
Absolutely.
I'm eating a good piece of bread. Is there anything better than a good piece of bread? I mean, I could subsist on bread alone per day.
Yeah, dude, if I couldn't eat bread, like my wife hardly eats any bread at all.
I don't understand. I don't trust you. If you don't eat bread, I don't trust you. You're not a trustworthy person.
No, I understand they don't want the carbs and all that. A lot of people don't eat bread.
No, but it's got to be bread. Not whatever they're giving you at the grocery store where you mash it and it reshapes itself. That freaks me out. That's
you know that
weird.
there are Italian restaurants in California that don't serve bread?
Well, then it's not Italian.
Well, I walked out.
You should. But it's got to be bread.
Do you know there's a restaurant in California that don't serve meat? Because I do. Because you took me there. And it was a disaster.
Even they had pizza. I'm like, you couldn't throw a slice of pepperoni on this thing.
Nothing on there, no.
No, just cheese. Anyway, Nelly?
In a game, individually for a player, which would be, we won, and my team won, and I was one of the reasons we won.
We won. Reason why we won goes to who?
Well, I know that R.J. Harvey.
Troy Franklin.
R.J. Harvey had 3 touches, though. I mean, that's hard. It's hard not to say that this guy wasn't a huge factor. I think Dobbins. I put Dobbins there too. Both of those guys.
There are a lot of candidates for that category.
Yep.
Yeah, I think Bo Nix played pretty damn well.
But he said one of the reasons we won.
By the way, did you know that was the second highest in his career air yards per pass, which meant he was moving the ball all over the field. Deep, short, intermediate, all of it. I'll give it to Bo Nix. Next
best would be we won, and I had a good game.
Who's the guy who's kind of in the middle? Had an all right game.
I thought Cortland Sutton had a good game. I mean, no, let me take that back. The drop was bad.
You know what? Riley Moss had a good game.
I was just going to say that. Riley Moss. He had a couple of PIs that were mixed in on that, but he had like 4 passes defended. Like,
I
he played
thought he had a good game.
Next
best would be I won and we won and I didn't have a good game.
This one's actually tough. Who played bad?
But I don't know. That's really
a bad game.
I don't think anybody really played bad. I mean, some guys didn't get a lot of touches, but it doesn't mean they played bad, right?
Jeremy Crawsh only averaged 40 yards per punt, nothing inside the 20. There you go.
You're going to hang your head on the crawdad? That's not cool.
When Chris Abrams' drain came in, he got beat a couple times.
I don't know if anybody fits that category. Everything was pretty good, which takes us to the opposite side.
Next best would be we lost and I had a good game.
I do think that George Pickens had a good game.
I think so too.
George Pickens, he's
crazy
a threat.
As he is.
He's a threat, man. Like, he is, when his head's screwed on straight, he's a really dynamic player with a lot of different tools. Big, lanky, physical, good hands, good speed, all of it. Yeah, we'll give it to him. What's next?
Next would be we lost and played okay.
Javonte?
I was going to say Javonte Williams.
Didn't do much?
He didn't do much, but they didn't allow him to do much.
Yeah.
I mean, they didn't really give him the ball that much. Once things started getting away, they started to, I guess, get out of whatever game plan they thought they had. The Broncos forced them into that, though. It was great.
Next
would be we lost, and I was the reason we lost. That would be the worst possible.
Dak was awful.
I think I would give it to the entire Dallas secondary. They were atrocious.
They were.
All of them.
Mm-hmm. The whole defense was abysmal.
All of them.
Yeah, they were bad.
I mean, that's as bad as it gets. The amount of wide open guys.
How about the fact their stud tight end didn't catch a pass?
Yeah, what's up with that?
Ferguson?
Yeah. Did you hear his name?
I thought he did make a catch. Did it get called back? You're right.
I don't recall him.
Nada.
Wait, are you telling me that a Broncos defense held a really good tight end to nothing in a game? That's the most impressive thing.
One of the most productive tight ends in the league this year.
Hey, by the way, Derek and David Carr were on their homegrown podcast, another podcast, and they were talking about a certain Bronco that they think doesn't get enough credit.
You know what I liked about them?
Yes, tell me.
Cortland Sutton.
Yes. Thank you. He is so good.
Dude, he's so good.
He has, and by the way, he's been that good.
He has been that good. And
I hate when people get down on him.
Dude,
yes.
If you need a play, you're going there.
He's clearly throwing it there.
Clearly, Bo is like, he trusts him.
Yes.
Big time. And then, like, every time they needed a big play, it was like, even if it was just a simple fade ball down the sideline, go up, be a big body.
Yes.
Man, I love that guy.
Name a better three at the jump ball.
Yes.
Than Sutton, T. Higgins, and Devontae Adams.
No, you can't.
At the jump ball. At the point of attack.
That's what used to always bother me about big receivers is that they wouldn't go up and take it.
The highest low point.
Yes.
They jump to the highest to catch it at the lowest.
They jump up and they catch it at their waist.
Yes.
But you know who doesn't do that?
Cortland
Sutton.
Okay.
And that's why that was like, you talk about one player that made the difference in that game, and that was him.
Let me say that they're absolutely correct.
Who is that?
Derek and David Carr.
I could never, ever listen to that podcast.
Why? I like the Cars.
Yeah. Like they're the same dude. They talk. Yeah.
Is there anything you like, Moj? I'm just curious.
I like bacon.
Yeah, this show is just about you airing out your grievances.
I mean, not at all. You know, it's so funny though. Every time we mention somebody,
stop, please. No, there's a lot of people
I like. Like, who do you like? I'm just curious. In your world, who do you like? Who do you appreciate?
Sports-wise,
besides 1980s metal bands.
What are you talking about?
You ask Moj what he likes, and I swear to God, you went to your computer like you were going to Google something. Like you were going to Google
Moj
something.
like? That's kind of funny.
He likes, let's see, bees, bourbon, and the bear, bro.
I love the bear. Listen, go back, play that one more time, and tell me if you could listen to 2 hours of this podcast.
All right.
Yeah.
Hang on.
Okay.
You know what I liked about them?
Yes, tell me.
Cortland Sutton.
Yes. Thank you. He is so
Dude,
good.
he's so good.
He has, and by the way, he's been that good.
He has been that good. And
I hate when
he
people get
is
down
the
on him.
Dude. Like,
yes.
If you need a play, you're going there.
Yeah.
Okay, I think I know what you're getting at. It's it sounds like
I don't know
two guys.
I don't know who's who.
It sounds like two guys doing like a political podcast where it's just like, do you see what's on the table for the House of Representatives? Yes, I did. Yeah. Yes. And I just think that bill's ridiculous. Yes, totally. Yes.
What's with the music?
Well, that was probably one of their cut things that they throw out there on socials. That's what people do.
All right.
So again, what do you like?
I like Hufanga. I think he's a stud. You know what I like best about Hufanga is I like watching him wear the number 9. And then I really like the way his hair bunches out of the back of his helmet. When you see him from behind and he's running, and that hair's just like an explosion. I love that. Also, I'll tell you something else I liked. I hated the Steelers uniforms the other night. But do you know how big DK Metcalf looks with just one number? He's just got a 4 on him. Do you know he looks like a giant of a human being? And he is.
From the Steelers game?
Yeah. It just came to my mind.
That's something you like?
I love it, yeah. I like making birdies.
It's such a weirdo.
I like power play goals.
Hey, can I bring
coming?
up one thing real quick? We were just talking about the Browns earlier and what the hell's going on with their quarterback situation. Can I ask you guys a question? When I tell you this, Can I sue Kevin O'Connell for abuse for what he did to Carson Wentz? Going back to that Thursday night game, do you guys know what Carson Wentz has been dealing with for 3 weeks?
I can't believe they let him play.
Vic, in the first half of their London game 3 weeks ago, Carson Wentz suffered a dislocation in his non-throwing shoulder. But that also tore his labrum and fractured the socket inside of the shoulder. And
that was in London, right?
3 weeks ago.
Yeah.
They put the stabilizing brace on there. And if you watched that game Thursday night when they played the Chargers and he was getting beat up and he would take a fall to the turf, it looked like his arm was getting sawn off, is what it looked like. The fact that they had him play through that is unbelievable. And I know that guys in football play through injuries all the time. Have you ever seen somebody with an injury where they look like that every time they walk off the field? The face that Carson Wentz is making, my doppelganger, and maybe I felt some sort of pain intrinsically through just we look alike.
Are you sure that Troy and Lori, are you sure? All I'm saying is,
that's
sure?
A brother of mine? Is that what you're saying?
Are you sure that there wasn't a third Kane
I'll
out
claim
there?
it.
Okay.
Christmas would be a lot better this year.
Because he looks a lot like you. I think it's abuse. I mean, if you can play, I guess you can play. But the amount of pain that they've shut him down now, I guess maybe it goes to tell you that they really don't think that J.J. McCarthy's any good.
Look at this. I'm telling you, this is redheadedism that you guys are doing that nobody acknowledges in this country. The prejudice that my people face, where it's just, oh, here's two redheads, Prince Harry, Carson Wentz. They're exactly alike.
Take your hat off and put your face next to theirs, and that will be a perfect triumvirate right there.
I know.
Please do it.
What are you guys saying? We all look alike?
Please take your hat off.
Is this really the road you guys want to go down?
Yeah, I'm not.
Is this the road that you guys want to do?
Dude, I am not joking.
Well,
if you put your face up there, and I was at first glance, and I just looked up, I wouldn't know what the hell I'm looking at. Add that dude from Yellowstone, the guy that gets picked on all the time, and you are the Mount Rushmore.
Yeah, why not? Throw another redhead on that list, why don't you?
Yeah, Jim Ringer for Ed Sheeran over here.
Oh, yeah, Bill Burr. Throw his face on there. Yeah, we're all the same people.
Couple things here real quick.
Same parents, same everything, huh?
Brian says, I'm always a downer. I'm the Eeyore of altitude, talking about me personally, because of my comment that I couldn't listen to the Cars, the David and the Car Derek podcast. Well, far more people have come in on my side saying, you know what that podcast sounds like? The Sweaty Balls shtick from Saturday Night Live.
It kind of did.
Does it not? It put the Cars up against Sweaty Balls. What? Everybody knows the Sweaty Balls skit, right?
Yeah, Derek
you throw Mary's little clam in there, too.
I'm not laughing. I am not laughing. I'm right though. That's what they said. Oh yeah, those are. Get the Sweaty Balls out. Pull it up and play the skit. That's coming. Now you got me doing it. I'm out of here.
Our final keyword next.
Here we go. Ford Broncos Sport at Silterhart Motors in Broomfield, starting at $25,999. That's unbelievable. Somebody this very radio station drives one of those Ford Broncos Sports, and I got to tell you, it looks really cool. You can lease one right now for $299 a month at Silterhart Motors. Greg Larson and his staff, they're going to totally hook you up and take care of you. Prices, well, you know it's the lowest in town. Cash, finance, lease, trade, they've got you totally covered. And over 1,000 new and pre-owned vehicles right there on the lot from all these different brands. They've been in business for over 65 years, serving Denver and the Boulder area. That means they do it right. Repeat customers, they are awesome. It's the place I go, and you should as well. Silterhart Motors. Go to sthmotors.com. That's sthmotors.com. It's Silterhart, everything you want out of a dealership.
clearly Bo is like, he trusts him.
Yes.
Big time. And then, like, every time they needed a big play, it was like, even if it was just a simple fade ball down the sideline, go up, be a big body.
Yes.
Man, I love that guy.
Name a better 3 at the jump ball.
Yes.
Than Sutton, T. Higgins, and Devontae Adams.
No, you can't.
At the jump ball.
Tell us about your balls, Pete.
Well, over at Seasons Eatings, we have balls for every taste. Popcorn balls, cheese balls, rum balls, you name it.
Wow. My mouth's watering just thinking about those balls. It's been years since I've seen any balls.
Would you like to see my balls now?
Yeah. Whip them out. Whip them, baby.
It does kind of sound like it. I'll give you credit. It does kind of sound like it. So the keyword for this hour is sweating. No, I'm just kidding. The final keyword for a chance to win a pair of tickets to the Avs and Tampa on the 4th is Tampa. So text Tampa in your first and last name to 303-504-0925. That is Tampa in your first and last name to 303-504-0925. We will draw the winner at 9:55 this morning. Don't forget, you got that second chance drawing that's on altitudesportsradio.com/Avs ticks, so get on that as well.
Despite what you think about this Avalanche team, and again, they've lost 4 in a row, which is crazy. They've gotten points in 3 of those games, but they've lost 4 in a row. It's time to put that to an end. That being said, they are still tied for the 4th most points in the National Hockey League.
Yeah.
The entire league, bro. All right? So, we're okay. Chill.
Yeah, we're nitpicking. I mean, we're going to nitpick all season. Hey, newsflash.
Well, you know what? You should, because it should be a contending team.
Exactly.
So you should nitpick. You should nitpick because this team is expected to do it better than everybody else.
And same goes to the Nuggets.
Well.
The Nuggets and the Avs are going to face extra scrutiny this season, but I'm going to remind all of those associated with each franchise, that's a gift. That's a privilege. When you're getting that kind of scrutiny, that means expectations are the highest of the high, and they should be.
I mean, every possession down the floor, every missed layup, you're like, what the
Everything.
heck? And
everything's on the table. It's just the way it is.
Too. He addressed it afterwards about the missed layups. It could have even been better, and it could have been. I mean, so every power play, and I'm sure that right now the Avs number 1 unit is probably squeezing the stick a little bit. They're not immune from the recognition of what's going on with the power play. They're not. They know exactly what's going on. They ain't scoring, and they try different things on any given power play.
That game tonight, right here, Altitude Sports Radio with puck drop at 7 o'clock. Going back to this, Pat Surtain, the diagnosis for him as he left the game, missed the second half over the weekend, is a pec strain, is what Ian Rappaport called it. They said this is a week-to-week injury, but likely 4 to 6 weeks is the estimate. He is a candidate for injured reserve, although not on there yet. I said this earlier. I don't know if this sounds stupid, but I want to give it like context. When you lose the best player in the league on the defensive side of the football, it's a massive blow to your defense because he controls kind of your entire game plan. When you know you can leave one side of the field all alone by himself, you're allowed to do a lot of other things. Not having Surtain is really, really going to hurt that. But am I crazy to say it shouldn't be as bad as most people probably think? And the reasoning behind it is you just spent a first-round draft pick on Jahdae Barron, who we've been told over and over again impossibly fell to the Broncos at number 20 when he should have been a top 10 pick and maybe like one of the first defensive guys off the board. You also have Chris Abrams-Drain, who we've been told multiple times is somebody that would be a number 2 or 3 on basically every other team in the league, but there's too much of a logjam here.
Too much.
Like, Moj, if you lost Cortland Sutton, there's no close replacement for Cortland on that offense.
That is correct. And there's really no,
There's no close replacement to Surtain, but you have more guys that are capable.
You're going to be able to mitigate it more,
Yes.
obviously, because the pass rush is also still intact. And you seemingly have good players to replace him. I'm in more of agreement with you. I think that they're going to be able to mitigate that pretty well. I was reading something that came across KC Kingdom. What do you think that's about?
KC Kingdom is about the Kansas City Chiefs,
right,
clearly.
Exactly.
I thought it was just a guy named Casey who made his own kingdom.
Casey Kasem?
It says, Broncos just took a massive hit that benefits the Chiefs in the AFC West race. I'm like, yeah, okay, so Surtain's going to be out for a couple of weeks, maybe 4, who knows. Massive hit? I don't think it's a massive hit yet. I mean, let it be a massive hit if it's going to be a massive hit. I'll be sad, but I don't think it's going to be number 1 and number 2. Let's just see how it plays out. Hold the fort till he gets back.
Here's the way I look at it. One loss is also one opportunity. And here's an opportunity for the Broncos offense, which displayed its greatest performance in years, in over a decade. An opportunity for the offense to flex and maybe carry the load. Because over the last couple of years, how many times have we said the defense is doing most of the work here? Most of the heavy lifting. Okay. Offense, it's your turn.
Yeah.
You might have to win a couple games 32-28. It's fine. Let's go.
Do you buy into what I laid out earlier? Is that at this time last year, from week 8 to the end of the regular season, the Broncos averaged 28 points per game. It looked like they found their stride. Perhaps the Dallas game is an example of them springboarding towards that.
Yeah.
That it's a slow ramp for this offense under Sean Payton for whatever reason.
Well, sometimes, and we were discussing this in the press box, sometimes football can look so easy. Like every play worked.
Yeah.
You're like, wow, that worked. Hey, try this one. Oh, hey, that worked.
They ran the ball. The bubble screens worked. Deep balls worked. Everything. Like maybe it's just I know that we've all experienced this here, where you're bumper to bumper, and then you just get past the thing that's causing the bumper to bumper, and then you're back to 80 miles an hour again. Like maybe that's just kind of how the offense goes. It's just
80.
85?
I'll tell you what, drive south on I-25 at about 11 o'clock at night. You got dudes doing
I'll tell you what, people treat
100.
People treat 470 like the Autobahn. They're like, I paid for this road. I go however fast I want to go.
I would like me a good Autobahn, to be honest with you. I can handle it. It's people who can't handle it. They're the ones that get in the airborne and whatnot.
Yeah.
I had an analogy in my brain. And then you brought up the dang thing of the thing with the car and the thing.
Log jam cars, and then you get to the open space.
No, it was
and you
before that. Doggone it. What were you just talking about?
Yeah, I don't care.
The offense, how they're a slow start, and then they seem to find it midway through the year.
Yeah.
That's
I
what
don't
happened last
understand
year.
anything that you said.
Now, I can't get inside your brain, and I would like to not do that because that's a scary place.
Well, I heard Autobahn and everything just shut off.
Yeah, of course.
All I had to do was hear Autobahn and go, damn, I like me a good Autobahn.
Just thought about cars.
Yeah. No, shut him off. Shut me off.
Anyway, Nuggets win last night, and they get the monkey off their back, so to speak, with Minnesota. Now, Anthony Edwards did not play in that game. If you throw an asterisk on there or something like that, I don't care.
No big to me.
You
I don't
just
care.
needed to win.
Beat those nerds.
By the way, they were up 9 in the third quarter. Yeah. Minnesota was. They were
Jaden
up 9.
McDaniels was playing his butt off, and he seemed to get whatever he wanted, and the Nuggets made the necessary adjustments in the third quarter, and they don't win that game if Tim Hardaway doesn't provide a spunk off the bench. I mean, and he came in and Cam Johnson got hurt, left. Tim Hardaway comes in, and I think he finished a plus 25. Jamal Murray couldn't miss in the third quarter. They won that game because they dominated the third quarter.
I think that really is a good lesson in patience because I was frustrated through the second and at halftime and the start of the third quarter. Then here they come, man. Here they come.
A near-perfect triple-double. Joker, who only missed one shot, 9 of 10. He was 7 of 7 from the line. They got everything they needed. They finally snapped the streak that is the Minnesota Timberwolves. They finally took care of them. Not since May 14th, 2020, what is that, 24?
Yeah.
That's how long it's been.
But I'm looking up and down, though. We know OKC is obviously incredibly good, defending champs.
God, they don't lose.
The Spurs, I'm starting to get scared of.
Watch out.
Because I'm watching Wemby.
Some of those moves.
Not
some
only
of the stuff he does.
Yeah, but on the defensive side too, dude. He's just like swatting guys all over. I'm like, oh man, that stinks. But I guess I'm still nervous about the T-Pups. And then after that, I don't know. Warriors don't worry me. Jazz doesn't worry me. Clip Joint doesn't worry me. Nobody else really worries me except San Antonio, Oklahoma City, and Minnesota.
3 games into the year, I think that's going to change a little bit later.
Yeah, but I mean, it has more to do with how good I think the Denver Nuggets are. My belief in the Denver Nuggets compared to other teams that I think are probably pretty good teams, but they don't concern me.
David Adelman will join PhD at 1 o'clock today, as I'm sure that's the start of their weekly chats with David Adelman.
Can I make one point? Because I saw StatMuse, and we discussed Cam Johnson, and I preach patience with Cam. I think he'll find his stride. Hasn't been great. But StatMuse, which I follow on X, they did a side-by-side of Cam Johnson versus MPJ. They were traded for one another. And you're going to get this comparison all year long.
Yeah.
MPJ's averaging 19.5 points per game so far. Cam is 8.3. MPJ's got the better numbers in every category, and you're going to see that comp all year. But here's one thing I need to remind you, and I think Cam is going to improve his numbers. One thing I remind you, it's not a one-to-one comparison. Remember this. Remember, it's not a one-to-one comparison. Without trading MPJ's contract, you don't have the means to sign the other guys. This is a 1-to-4 comparison. This is 1-to-4. Now add in the stats of Tim Hardaway, Bruce Brown, and Jonas Valanciunas, because you can't make those moves without making that MPJ trade. One is necessary for the other.
Forgive me, Vic, because I am still murky on rules and what have you. Did that move basically just allow them to get Valanciunas?
It allowed them to do everything I just explained. It allowed them to get under that second apron. They're an apron-free free team with open salary cap space. And yes, it gave them the space to get Valanciunas. And for the life of me, I still need somebody to explain, like I'm a 3-year-old child. Make that an 11-year-old child. Give me some age. How is Sacramento trading Jonas Valanciunas straight up for Dario Saric? I still can't understand that.
Yeah, that I don't know.
Moser, look at your face. Explain that trade to me.
Vic, I have
from Sacramento's perspective.
Probably because Jonas was pissed. Probably that.
And they just wanted to get rid of him?
I guess.
And they thought maybe he wants to go play. I mean,
they could have let him go. They could have let him go to that team in Greece, Panathinaikos.
No, because he still has an NBA contract. Panathinaikos, by the way.
But if they were willing to let him go for nothing, that would have been that willing to go for nothing category. Sure. Why they had to take on Dario Saric, I'm perplexed.
I don't know either, but I'm glad that they did. I mean, sometimes it's better just don't ask questions, bro.
Just to finish this for a second, Wando on the text line says, "Thanks, Vic, for clarifying for morons like Powder." Here's what I was getting at. I still think they could have gotten Bruce Brown and Tim Hardaway Jr. because they were on minimum contracts, which is allowed to sign players even if you're in the apron for minimums. You can't get players beyond the minimum, was the point I was trying to make. I get it.
It would have added to your tax bracket. That's all.
Yes, but what I'm getting at is as far as how the roster would have been constituted, if they didn't make the trade for that and they still had MPJ, I think they still could have gotten Hardaway and Bruce Brown by rules.
Simply put, it's a better team today than it was 5 months ago.
Totally true.
Who's our CBA guy?
Jake Coyne is who we talked to.
The nerd.
You say that as a pejorative. I don't like
that.
I
say it as I say that as a compliment because that CBA is my feeble mind cannot comprehend it. You need a guy like Jake Coyne to figure that out, right? I don't think we're going to have him on for quite a while again. And
you're going to have to get him on at the end of this season because they're going to have some more cash strapping to deal with.
Then we will. But we don't have to talk about aprons anymore and taxes anymore and this anymore and that anymore. They got their roster. They got their dudes. They did a phenomenal job.
And let me give you one other element that people don't forget about this.
I think Jake is, by the way, I think Jake is great. I would just love to have him on to talk to him. I'm just saying we need a guy like that when we really need him.
Mose, put this in your pocket.
Vic, it's like a truck. You don't always need a truck, but when you need a truck, you really need a truck.
Not only are the Nuggets a better roster, just a better roster right now, a more, a deeper roster, but put this in your pipe and smoke it. They still have a roster spot available. They still have an open roster spot that they have not used. They have not filled it. So come trade deadline, you know what happens after the trade deadline that everybody perks up about? Those buyout contracts?
Mm-hmm.
They have the capacity to go into that buyout market now with that extra roster spot. If they feel that they need that one piece, God, there's something we need. Well, it's going to come in handy.
I think they're holding on to that for that reason. In case something like that goes down, they got to find somebody else. Hey, just quickly, Vic, I got a question for you because I really
when he just said that though, you know what flashed into my head? This is how weird I am. You ever see the movie Ted 2?
What?
Movie Ted 2, the little fuzzy bear and Wahlberg, right? Yeah. And they go into the lawyer's office, the young gal, and I don't know, this is the first case. I don't think we need this important case. And she rips out that big bong, and they're like, yeah, I think we should talk. I'm like, that's what I for some reason that flashed into my head when Vic said that.
Right. I don't know what happened.
I don't know either. It's weird.
I think you're certifiable.
I might be.
The guy is drunk.
I appreciate it.
I really believe that there's a part of you. You're just special.
Reminder, the key word for this hour.
Thanks, buddy.
Is Tampa. So text Tampa in your first and last name to 303-504-0925. Just a quick thing before we get to break, Vic, because it's something I've noticed more and more with David Adelman being the permanent head coach of this team. I saw a video of him, I think it was after the second game, where Deron Holmes got his first points in the NBA, so they gave him a game ball, and he's addressing the team. Why doesn't David Adelman open his mouth when he speaks? Has anybody else noticed this? Vic, I'm going to be David Adelman. He goes, it's a great game. We played really well. And you just got to get out there, get a rebound better, you got to play really good defense. He doesn't open his mouth at all. I don't even know how he gets the words out. It's amazing.
Well, he did work as a ventriloquist for many years.
No, seriously.
That's an odd thing to say about a person, though. You think I'm special? That's not cool.
What do you mean? I'm not even saying anything negative. I'm just he doesn't open his mouth when he speaks. It's pretty incredible. Nelly, pull up a video of him speaking in the locker room. Go to that one, show it, and you'll know exactly what I'm talking about here. It's just something I noticed. Moser, it's like a blue whale when you speak.
That's my line. You're ripping me off, and you know you're ripping me off because I'm the blue whale guy on the
when
show.
When Moser speaks, not only do you see his esophagus, you get everything coming out of his mouth.
On this radio program, I make the blue whale jokes. You don't make the blue whale jokes. Julia Roberts. I make the jokes about the blue whale.
This is Moser talking.
The reason. Look, only me and Vic genuinely understand why he said that. But God, okay, now watch. Look, his mouth barely opens. I don't know how he talks.
Ventriloquist.
Hey, can you give me sound on this too? Let's just hear a little bit of the sound. It almost looks like AI-ish. You see what I'm saying now, Vic? Now
it looks normal to me. I don't know.
Whatever. It was just something I noticed. I just, it's a talking show. Things pop in my head. I say them. What I do.
Somebody did mention earlier, don't talk with your mouth full when I was eating bread. I want to remind you people.
You said bread, by the way.
So I said bread.
Yep.
Not what it sounded like you said. Doesn't matter. Clam.
Just go ahead. Go ahead.
You were?
Nelly, you better go to break, and I'm going to lose it on Anastasia's spot coming up here. So you better.
Poor sweet Mary.
Okay. All right, okay. Just Nelly, please. The snow is already flying, and if you've been thinking about a mountain property, second home, rental, even your dream home, you're going to need an absolute professional, and I've got her. It's Moser, and I'm talking about Anastasia Bell. Awesome name, even better agent. She's a broker associate with Breckenridge Associates Real Estate, in Breck. Her market expertise and experience is impressive, and that matters. When you're dealing with a sale or purchase like this in Summit County, or any property for that matter, you need to know that you can trust the agent on such an important decision. I know it, and you know it. So if you're thinking about a mountain property, it has to be Anastasia Bell. Call her right now. Ready? Write down this number, 970-968-7646. She's right there, 970-968-7646. Personalized guidance, exceptional service. Remember that name. Anastasia Bell.
Hey, here's a fun fact for you. Game 3 of the World Series started at 8 p.m. Eastern Time. It ended a couple minutes before 3 a.m. Eastern Time. The Commanders played an entire Monday Night Football game in Kansas City, had a flight delay, boarded their plane, and flew home to D.C., made it about 5 minutes after the game ended.
I I could not make it past, I think I got to the 12th or 13th. I don't know. TV was on when I woke up this morning. I tried everything I mightily could. I don't know how many of you lasted the entire 18 last night, but I couldn't even fathom living on the East Coast, on the Eastern Seaboard, trying to watch West Coast sports. Because I've tried, Mose, you've tried it. You've traveled east many times with the Avs. I've traveled east. I can't do it.
It's not easy. It's not easy.
Easy's not the word. I can't do
It's
it.
just physically, you
can't do it.
Yeah, you have to
I lived
really
there for
plan
half
for
a year.
it.
Somehow Grand Rapids, Michigan is East Coast.
Right.
Half a year I did that, but it was during football season. It was the worst thing in the world. Like, just absolutely awful. Not
You
to
can't
mention,
be productive the
Not to
next
mention
day.
I was doing, at that time, I was doing a morning show too. Our show started at 6 o'clock. And I'm like, you're telling me the Lions playing the Packers on Thursday Night Football is a game I have to talk about tomorrow, and that game doesn't start until 8:15? That's what's happening here? That's what we're doing on the East Coast? That's not even East Coast. That's what pissed me off.
East Coast bias is real, but part of the reason is because you can't stay awake to watch the games out west.
Yeah.
Even Denver time. I mean, some of these games that start, Vic, we've had Nuggets games that the ball doesn't go in the air until 8:45 Denver time. That's 10:45 p.m. on the East Coast.
When you're working the game.
That's just pure insanity.
Like when I'm at the studio, when you're at the game, it's a different thing, right?
Yes.
You're hyped. But when you're at home watching a game, I don't care what you're watching, dude, I struggle.
Yeah.
Yeah, last night, I forget what inning it was. I just said, you know what? I don't care. I don't care. I mean, look, I don't care who wins anyway. I want Toronto to win. I don't want the Dodgers to win, but I really, truly don't care. So it didn't matter to me. I'm just like, click, done.
I went down shortly
Sleepy time.
after
I need to sleep.
That speedballer for the Dodgers worked 2 innings where he's throwing 100, Henriquez, and he got out of a jam, and they went to the bottom of that inning. I'm like, okay, I'm hyped. I'm going to watch the bottom. And then I wake up in the morning and the TV's on. That's all I remember.
And how bad do you feel? Do you feel bad for Brendan Little at all for giving up the bomb?
No.
I don't know. I didn't see it.
Both teams went through like 10 pitchers. It's crazy.
Well, yeah. Sorry. I thought you were talking about Dominguez from earlier in the game where he just grooved one to Shohei.
No, I'm talking about the 18th.
Yeah,
man.
Little. I do. At some point, that game's going to end, and somebody's going to do that. So, I mean, yeah. By the way, I almost read Nelly's text. Don't want to read that. Coverage.
Let me read it.
No, it just says, give me the Avs pregame thing. And so I was about to read, give me. Anyway, coverage of tonight's Avalanche game against the Devils on 92.5 will begin at 6:30 with pregame presented by Ramos Law. Car accident, you need Ramos Law. Medical doctor and attorney, ramoslaw.com. Again, that game tonight, I just saw, and this is terrible. I just saw a drone that flew in to this Category 5 hurricane that's right near Jamaica right now.
Yeah.
That is unbelievable. The sheer massive size of this thing is unreal.
Does the drone, does it go over the top and then into the eye?
No, if it goes like kind of right through. Like, look, Moj.
How does it go
Look
through?
at this. Well,
Plane. That's a
oh, plane. Sorry. But look, this.
But how does it get in there?
Dude confuses a Boeing for a drone.
Well, I just saw propellers on there. I didn't know what it was. I don't know how it got in there.
How does it get in there?
I
It's gotta go
don't.
over
That's
the top,
the
right?
beginning of the thing. Is it's just going right through it.
Well, I mean, they've had guys
Into
and
the
gals,
eye.
they've had people flying into the eyes of hurricanes for a long time. But this thing is massive.
This thing
dude.
looks like the ice wall in Game of Thrones. Like
Yeah.
it's huge. Anyway, so again, pregame coverage is 6:30 right here, Altitude Sports Radio for Avs and Devils tonight. We'll have our winner of the Avs Ticket Tuesday announced here in just a couple of minutes.
What else you want to know about tonight? Is anything else you want to know?
I just want the team to play hard and have fun.
You
Is
know,
that
what?
so hard? Is that so much of an ass?
Have fun. Just have fun.
Okay. Just stow it. You zip it, Doris. Let me look back at that box score real quick, if I can, from the other day. You know who I liked? I liked Jack Ashon's game the other night.
Yeah, do you think as wound up as Nathan
He was a
McKinnon
minus
is,
one.
you think
He
he's
played 11:58.
You think he's in the room going, let's have fun, guys?
Oh, you zip it, Doris!
Yeah, Doris. they've lost 4 in a row, though.
I think you should.
This isn't.
See, this is why the Avs
it doesn't
need
feel
me.
like it, but
Moshe,
they have. What?
This is why the Avs need me. I need to be the guy in that locker room to remind them, it's just a game, fellas. The whole point is to have fun, okay? You're here with your friends. You're here with your buddies. It's an entertainment product. Let's go put on a show. What do you think about that?
You know what? You could do that to a loser team, but you can't do it to a team that expects to win and knows it should win.
So listen to this.
This is a driven bunch. Like, who is this? Somebody get Carson Wentz out of here.
So, Moj.
Yeah.
So my brother Mario, you know him, he coaches his son's 6-year-old flag football team. And they were undefeated, and they had beaten the team they're playing in the championship game earlier in the season pretty handily. They lost in the championship game. Kids are crying. Everybody's mad. And all the coaches surrounding the kids saying, it's okay, guys. What's the point? Did we have fun? They're doing the fun thing. And I just remember telling them, just the polarity that, like, how would we treat them if they were professional?
Wait. What would be worse? I mean this. What would be worse? The professional team that is doing the, hey, guys, we tried really hard. We had fun today. I know we didn't get the win, but that's okay. Is that worse than, now, obviously not Mario yelling at the kids. Yes. But if Mario
Jesus,
took that,
good God Almighty!
No. Because that's
I've
obvious.
seen a bigger bunch of losers in my life.
No, that's obvious that would be worse. So I'm not saying that. He doesn't yell at the kids, but what he does do, after his 6-year-old flag football team loses their unbeaten streak and loses in the championship, if he goes home and just downs a bottle of whiskey, like he takes it that hard.
I think he did. No. He did.
I just didn't have him prepared today. He did?
Oh, he was despondent. He blamed himself. He called me later, said, I blame myself.
I'm like, 6-year-olds, man. The little 6-year-olds, dude.
You know, I'm laughing because I was like that when my kid was that age.
What is the age when you can actually get on a kid's bacon? What's the age?
Well, some of these parents are freaks.
I mean, but real. Like high school. Is it high school?
Hey, ask Powder. When did Troy start riding you?
No. When did a coach?
No, my dad was.
When was it okay for a coach
He was tough early, ironically.
No,
early, and then had a talking to from mom was like, hey, you got to chill the hell out a little bit. And then
how early?
Oh, when I was playing really Oregon, probably 9.
Like, what would he do? Slap you?
No, it wouldn't. It's not like that.
God.
It would be.
Put a cigarette out on your forearm.
Please, no.
I mean, come on, man.
If I struck out looking, I tell you what.
Jeez.
No,
I'm just saying, where the coach can talk to the team and go, you guys need to pull your heads out. This is, you guys, you got to get your heads in the game, that kind of thing.
I had a coach like that when I was younger, too, which is weird.
Well, if you're a
would
little
get in our
guy,
face, 9 years old, he's
yeah,
in our
you
face.
can't do that.
Brett, my 6th grade football coach, I didn't know my real name.
Yeah.
I was a curse word.
You know what? I'm going to try that tonight. I'm going to go over to Ball Arena. I'm going to use my pass. I'm going to get in through the players' entrance. I'm going to get there early when the players show up. I'll be like, Nate, just remember to have fun tonight.
I would guess? He wouldn't even acknowledge that you exist.
He would stare at you.
He wouldn't even do that. He'd just keep walking.
No, I'd just follow him. Then I'd follow him and make sure that he heard.
That'd be a good bit. Good little bit. You know how you interview guys as they're driving down as they're walking the tunnel, Mose? You do those tunnel walks?
Mm-hmm.
You got to do an entire bit about having fun.
You know what?
Can you tell somebody just to have fun tonight? Go out there and have fun.
I don't have a bench interview tonight. We're not doing one tonight. We have too many other things going on at the pregame show.
Well, next time you do, though, final words. Hey, man, have fun tonight.
Our winner of the pair of Avs tickets on our Avs Ticket Tuesday is... Oh, this is somebody that's been with us since the beginning on Twitch. It's Billy Chatterbach. Billy, congratulations. Very nice.
Congrats, Billy.
So, more chances to win throughout the course of the shows today. Every show got a pair of tickets to give away. Also online as well, altitudesportsradio.com/AvsTix. Fact checker, please, Nelly.
Nelly monitors the mistakes in today's Fact Checker. Presented by Rock Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning. Your local home comfort specialists. RockHeating.com. Rock, bringing comfort home and simplifying your life.
I don't quite have time for Vic versus stats. He said that the sports equinox was tonight when it was actually last night. So instead, I will give you a clip of Moser making up a new word.
Hey, the Pelicans are in town on Saturday. No, Saturday. My crod. Wednesday.
What is my crod? What did you mean to say?
My God,
See,
probably.
You
My
messed
God.
that up just like I messed up my word with the Marietta. You get two different words and you combine them, and that's what happens.
Hey, the Pelicans are in town on Saturday. No, Saturday. My crod. Wednesday.
I do think that Vic also said that Tim Hardaway Jr. provided a spunk off the bench.
He did.
I did.
He
Tried to say
spunk off the
spark.
bench.
Yeah. Brought some spunk. Anyway, iTunes, Spotify, Moser, Lombardi, and Kane. So, Moj, you tell one of the Avs to have fun tonight. Vic, you asked David Adelman for me to open his mouth more when he speaks.
I'll be in the room. I'll be in the room when I have a conversation. I'll say, you know what? Bottom line, just have fun tonight.
Yeah.
And
try your best.
And try your best. See what the reaction
Have
is.
fun and try your best.
We have
Why
Jared
does stare at me
Bednar
like,
tomorrow.
what's your problem?
God forbid they lose. If they were to lose and he joins us on the show, your first question, but did you have fun?
Did you have fun last night?
I can tell you what his answer will be right now. No. And then awkward silence.
Yeah, pretty much. Have a great day, everybody. We'll talk to you tomorrow. Love you. Bye.
One of these days, the Nuggets are going to figure out how to beat the Minnesota Timberwolves. I don't know when. One of these days.
Tonight!
Might be tonight. Stop in the bucket and a call a timeout. High right side over to McDaniels. McDaniels back over to Highland. Highland guarded by Jamal Murray. Gets a pick there from Gobert. Jump pass over behind him over to McDaniels. McDaniels, stutter step, drive, spin move, jumper. Blocked by Peyton Watson. Loose ball down to Jokic. Alley-oop down low to Murray. Layup, good! Timeout, Vinci! Denver leads it by 13. 3:51 left to go in the game.
You cannot stop. You cannot contain Jamal Murray and the Denver Nuggets. At least not last night against the Minnesota Timberwolves. Welcome to the morning sprint on this Tuesday, October 28th.
Thank you to the good Lord above and to KJ Granderson for the opening not being about the stupid Los Angeles Dodgers.
Yeah.
I listened to the morning show, and every time I tuned in, it's talking about how great Shohei Ohtani and, Clayton Kershaw. Oh, my gosh. I'm so tired of Major League Baseball stinks, okay?
Whoa.
$323 million is the payroll for the Los Angeles Dodgers. You think they're going to win?
Yeah.
Because the Toronto Blue Jays, who actually have the 5th highest payroll in baseball, are $225 million. They have $100 million more on their roster than the team they're playing against. Who do you think's going to win the dang thing?
Right.
We all know what's going to happen. This is not a baseball town. We're going to talk football. This is a football town and a basketball town and a hockey town. This is right now not a baseball town. And I hate the Dodgers.
Wow, man. Wow, you're starting fights today, Coach. Starting fight. Listen, I'm with you. I'm with
18 innings. Nobody watched it. East Coast. Nobody watching the East Coast. Cool. All right. Let's talk Nuggets, baby. Let's talk about the Denver freaking Nuggets.
No. I'm
the
here for
2-1 Denver Nuggets.
Yeah, I'm here for it, man. Your Nuggets got a win last night. They took care of Minnesota. We were, there was several impressive things from that game last night, including KJ, you remember what we were talking about when I said there's like 3 really frustrating things in sports, and one of them is when your favorite basketball team goes into those scoring droughts and you're just throwing up brick after brick after brick. It is so frustrating to watch. Yep. Mm-hmm. And then that's what happened to the Nuggets in the second quarter last night. They had that stretch where they just went cold. But Kaz was talking to Tim Hardaway Jr. after that game last night, and Tim said that they got into the locker room and they knew exactly what they needed to do in the third. And Jamal came out cooking, and Tim started hitting shots, and they put up 45 points in the third quarter, and that thing was over. So, Coach, let me ask you this, because this is the conversation I had with Kaz last night before the game started. And he said 2 fairly interesting things when we were talking about the Nuggets. He said he thinks this Nugget team is going to win 59 games this season. That would be the most wins in Denver Nugget history. The most wins the Nuggets have ever had in one season is 57. They've done it twice. Kaz thinks they can win 59. He also thinks this is the best team the Denver Nuggets have had in franchise history.
I don't think it's particularly close because of the depth and the quality of depth and what you can do coming off the bench. I mean, how many teams have the luxury of a legitimate starting big as your backup 5? Mm-hmm.
Yeah, in Valanciunas.
Who has multiple players that can come off the bench and fill up the basket with 3-point shooting?
Listen, Tim Hardaway is a big piece because he did what you needed him to do. You needed him to be that instant offense, and not only that, like Tim Hardaway is a gunner, can gun, but in a different way than. Like Michael Porter Jr., who they just traded to Brooklyn, who's still yet to win a game, right? The Nets lost again last night. They're 0-4 to start the season. But, you know what I mean? Like, he's a different kind of player than Mike, even though both sometimes will throw up a lot of shots. But, man, when Tim's got it going, especially from 3, changes the nature of the Nuggets offense completely. It's wild.
You ready for one of my hotter, warmer, potentially colder takes that I'm going to throw out there at least this week?
Hit me with it.
The greatest improvement that the Denver Nuggets made from 2023 and 2024 to this season is actually not an addition. It's a subtraction.
Oh, you're talking about my man Russ?
Michael Porter Jr.
Oh, you're talking about Mike. I thought you were taking shots at my man Westbrook.
And I like Michael Porter Jr. I was always just hoping and praying that you would perpetuate the greatness that was Michael Porter Jr., the scorer. And as a result of it, I felt like you ended up wasting volume of shots, at times wasting flow of your offensive rhythm in order to attempt to create for a player that just didn't all that often create for himself. And it inhibited growth on your roster. And I think it slowed down the consistent productivity of Jamal Murray.
Okay.
Because you were trying to get a big-time shooter volume, but a lot of times he was streaky as all get out.
Yeah.
But he rarely created for himself. Michael Porter Jr.,
Right,
that is.
I don't think he can. And if you watch those highlights from Brooklyn, right now Brooklyn is just a one-on-one team, it feels like. You know what I mean? Either Cam Thomas gets the ball and he dribbles the hell out of it until he can get a shot, or Mike gets the ball and he dribbles the hell out of it until he can get a shot. But you know what I've decided this season? I've decided I'm stop. When I talk basketball, a lot of times when I talk about these young players, I always think about potential, like the potential of that player. And with Michael Porter Jr., I've done that his entire career, like the potential of a Michael Porter Jr. What could he be? Could he get to that Kevin Durant level? And the same thing, I think a lot of criticism with Jamal Murray comes from just what the potential is. Because when you see what the kind of things that Jamal can do, like dropping 43 last night and going crazy in the third quarter, or putting up, 50-plus points in the bubble and stuff like that, you start thinking about what could be, what should be, what might be. But I'm going to stop doing that. It's what you have done for me lately. I'm going to stop thinking about potential with these athletes with potential. And right now, what you have in Jamal Murray is probably, I don't know if he's going to make the All-Star team, but he's certainly playing like an all-pro. And that's all I really want from Jamal. He has come out and looked good to start this season. And man, Aaron, they're all cooking. Joker is still working into, mid-season form, but he's got 3 straight triple-doubles in the first 3 games of the season. Do you think, I don't know how many hours I've spent on Sports Talk Radio talking about Jamal Murray and what he could and could not be. What do you think about Jamal Murray?
I think he's a really good basketball player. I think he goes in ebbs and flows. He's reminds me of some emotional, temperamental players that I've coached over the years. You kind of just wait to show up to practice and see what kind of vibe he's going to be in.
Let me ask you this. Have you had any players like Jamal where it feels like the angrier Jamal gets, the better he is? You know what I mean? He's one of those guys, like if he's on the road and the opposing fans are just giving him grief, it's like he feeds off it. He feeds off that energy. How many players have you had like that who are just like, you know what? I'll bring the hate. I will feed off that hate. It will make me better.
My dad used to use the term, he coached wide receivers at the University of Southern California. And you can imagine in the 80s and 90s, you're talking Johnny Morton, Curtis Conway, Keyshawn Johnson. Yeah. And my dad always used this term about coaching a very temperamental group. Very talented, but very temperamental. He said I'd show up and there'd be days, and he would talk about Curtis Conway in particular. There'd be days where he just looked like he smelled the worst fart on planet Earth. And he just had that demeanor about him. He's just kind of like, you know that when you just see somebody and they like, God, man, what you good? You all right?
Yeah.
I think sometimes there was that a little bit with Jamal Murray. I thought Jamal Murray, even though I think he and Michael Malone had a good relationship for a good chunk of that.
Yeah.
I think there were some times where Jamal Murray, because he is a very intelligent and perceptive individual, I think he got to the point with Michael Malone where he just questioned the authenticity. And as a result of it, I think he withdrew. Like, I think there was some withdrawals. And that's why I do like the temperament and demeanor of Adelman, because I think there's authenticity, maybe to a fault.
Right.
At times he might not have that ball coach, like, I'm the man, you guys listen to me. But he's very much a person of virtue, a coach that considers the true facts as opposed to what he just wants to manipulate and, kind of mansplain to everybody.
Yeah, and he always wants to hear from the players. He's always asking questions of the players.
Constant feedback cycle, right?
Yeah,
Constant feedback cycle. I think that Jamal Murray likes that, and I think he's thriving in that. Now, on the flip side about Jamal Murray and being angry, I think that he's really good when it's chip on his shoulder. I got something to prove, and I think that's what happened in the offseason with Jamal Murray. His body looks different.
Yeah.
His overall, he has a different feel than he did going into any of the last 2 seasons.
Mm-hmm. Right, especially last year because he was hurt. Then he went to the Olympics, and he was banged up in the Olympics, and he didn't play well for Team Canada.
Yeah,
and
he
then
limped into last
started. Right.
Last season he limped into.
Right, and now it feels like everybody's ready to rock and roll for the Nuggets.
My favorite thing about this Denver Nuggets team, in addition to a much improved Jamal Murray, who right now he's averaging 30.3 points per game.
Mm-hmm.
That's spectacular. When you got that and you have Nikola Jokic on your team, you're going to win a title. Like, you're going to win another title.
Mm-hmm.
But I also love this. I saw from the Shot Mazda text line here, one price, one person, 1 hour, 303-504-0925. Keep them coming. That last night there were 9 players that had double-digit minutes.
Oh, yeah, we love that.
How about this, though?
We love that.
Through 3 games, through 3 contests, there are 9 basketball players for the Denver Nuggets that are averaging greater than 18 minutes per game.
Yeah, I love it.
That is awesome.
I love it. Like, they played.
That is borderline erotic right there.
No starter played more than 37 minutes last night in a close game. In a close game that you had to blow open late. So, you know what's weird about the NBA? I just saw a stat from ESPN that said there's already been we are a week into the NBA season. We are a week. The NBA season started last week. And we've already had 14 different players score 40 or more points in this season. 3 guys have done it twice. 3 guys have done it twice already. And they're like, is there what's going on in the NBA where you get these massive individual scores going off in these games? And it just makes me think we're going to see more of these from Jamal, right? We're going to see more 40-point games from Jamal. We're going to see we've already seen a 50-point game from AG. You know what I mean? Like we might see multiple 50-point games from Nugget players this season, and they all might be from different. AG's got one. Jamal's going to get you one. Joker's probably going to get you a couple before the season's over. So it's just one of those. I like this NBA. I mean, the amount of free throws are still killing me. They're still killing me. But hopefully we work past that once we get to midseason and these refs get used to things. But this offense is going crazy right now. Crazy.
80 is quick question for you guys. How much do you guys think Jamal Murray was motivated by facing Bones Highland last night?
Oh, that's interesting. Because you're right. Bones Highland was like, why is Jamal Murray getting my minutes, right? Because Bones came in, Jamal was hurt, and then Bones played well. Well, I mean, yeah, he played well during those times when Jamal was hurt. Then Jamal came back, and Bones still wanted those minutes. And you're like, man, you're not the blue arrow, Bones. You're not the blue. But you know what? I don't know. That's a good question. What do you think? Like, you think there was some hate in the heart there between those two? I don't know, man.
Nah, man, Bones is just, I just feel like Bones was just one of those players that just.
Yeah. He needs to thank Tim Conley for giving him an NBA career.
That's what I think, too.
You know what I mean? Like, if Tim wouldn't have picked him up, I don't know if another team would. Especially how it went in LA with the Clippers where things were a little sideways there, too. I don't know, man. But it was good to get, I mean, when a team has beaten you as many times in a row as the Timberwolves did, it's good to get over that hump. I don't care there was no Anthony Edwards, man. A win is a win is a win. I mean, Cam got hurt in that game as well and had to leave. He only played 19 minutes in that one, so we'll find out more about that today. But I don't know. Good win for your Nuggets. They are now 2-1 on the season. You know what else it is? It's an Avs Ticket Tuesday.
Uh-oh.
And your first keyword for the morning sprint
Drum roll.
is coming up next.
Oh, you see what you did there.
And we'll talk some NFL. All right, we're going to give away some stuff. We got free stuff, and we're giving it to you for nothing. Actually, for one small little thing.
The morning sprint here is all about the people.
Yeah, man.
We love the people.
We try to raise the people up. We try to raise them up.
Unlike the morning show with...
just want to hold them down.
They're holding them down by talking about Dodgers
down.
for 2 out of 3 hours.
Keep them all down.
Oh,
that was cute. All right, and it goes like this. It's an Avs Ticket Tuesday. Every Tuesday, we're giving away a pair of tickets on every show, so be listening for keywords on the 20s. Your 10-20 keyword is...
Hold on. Drum roll.
Bay. As in Baywatch, but just the first part. B-A-Y. Text Bay with your first and last name to 303-504-0925 to enter for a pair of tickets to the Avs game against Tampa Bay on November 4th.
I thought it was like the Bay Area.
Nah.
Like the
I thought
city
it was like
and the
Bay.
town.
Well, did you ever see David Hasselhoff in Baywatch?
Okay, so hey, love Baywatch. Great show. Great, really, really well acted show.
Yes, really.
Really good, good action scenes.
Mm-hmm.
You know, like some really good rescue scenes and whatnot.
That show was on for like 40 years.
Very fine people on both sides, no doubt. So Bay.
Text Bay.
I know this is as in reference to Tampa Bay. The Lightning, right?
Yeah. First and last name, 303-504-0925.
So the other Bay that we all know here, more on the West Coast, is the Bay Area.
Mm-hmm.
Quick little quiz for you, trivia.
LBC.
What city is known in a colloquial environment by Bay Area residents as the town?
Oakland.
Correct. What city is known by Bay Area residents as the city?
San Fran?
You got it. Yeah, let's go.
Suck a dirt.
So my one of my best friends actually, who's a receiver coach for the Dallas Cowboys. He's from East Oakland, and he used to always like anytime like he was on the phone. He was my offense coordinator at Western Kentucky. Anytime like he'd be on the phone, kind of have a look on his face. Actually, he'd have a look like he just smelled a bad fart. He'd look at me, and I'd look like, everything good, man? He'd look at me on the phone and be like, hey, town business. He was dealing with town business.
Oh, really?
Yeah, back in Oaktown. Town business. What you know about town business?
Man, come on, town business. You know how that
When
is.
Brian Shaw was the head coach of the Denver Nuggets in the mid-2010s, like 2013, 2014.
Shaw got some Bay Area roots?
Brian Shaw had a mansion in Oakland. And there was here's what's funny. The Nuggets played the Warriors, and then that day they all went over to Brian Shaw's house, and he had like a little party for all the players and everything. And then they went to go back to the plane and fly to wherever, the LA, to take on the Lakers. And one of the Nuggets players was out by the pool and fell asleep by the pool, and they left him. They left him at the pool. And it was like, I think it was Ty Lawson or somebody like that, just fell asleep at the pool. And the entire Nugget team got it all the way to the airport. And then they started looking around, and they're like, yo, where's our point guard? Or was it Andre Miller? I'm trying to think of it. They just left one of the players at Brian Shaw's house, and he had to like take a taxi down there or something and hop a plane because he just left. But I guess Oakland was looking good for those dudes back then.
Yep. And there he is, Bishop O'Dowd High School, Catholic parochial school right there in Oakland, California. St. Mary's College. Brian Shaw, man, famous Oakland native, town business. So, keyword, Bay. For free tickets. Yeah. What's the date of that game?
November 4th. It's next week, right? It's next week.
That's
yeah, when the Lightning come to town.
It's my 8-year-old's birthday. He's gonna turn 9.
Oh,
man.
come
Little
on,
Griffin
come to the
turning.
game.
Yeah,
Come
you
to the
get.
game, man.
Hey, Griffin, if you're listening right now, text Bay.
Yeah.
To 303-504-0925 and save your dad about $325.
You can go to the game, hang out with Moser. Moser will teach you how to chew. Is 8 years old a little too early to start chewing right around?
Yeah,
he's already chewing.
He's proficient.
Okay,
yeah, very,
he's
very
already
proficient.
got the Copenhagen.
For sure.
Listen, if we was in the South, he'd be chewing at 5. So.
All right. You know what?
He'd have
we got to
calloused
talk.
inner lips.
I want to talk about the Denver Broncos injury report, but mostly Patrick Surtain, because we got an update on PS2.
Yeah, I didn't love it.
A pec strain. He's going to be out a couple of weeks.
4 to 6 was the original prognosis.
Nobody wants to give a firm number on this, but I mean, he's definitely missing this week's game against Houston. We know that much. But will he be back for Vegas or KC? I don't know, man. Because if it's the full 4 weeks, then no.
After
but
watching
just hold
KC
him out
last
through
night,
the bye.
after watching KC last night, I'd
what'd you
love
think?
to have Pat Surtain back.
I mean, that was a whooping, right? That was just a full-on
Yeah,
whooping.
the Manders. I'll tell you what. I know that Jaden Daniels has been banged up.
Mm-hmm.
But Cliff Kingsbury is buns.
You think so?
He always is good the first, 12 games of his career.
And then he's like the opposite of Sean, where Sean starts slow and gets better.
You know why? Because there's not
Cliff
a lot.
starts hot and gets low.
Cliff doesn't have a lot of depth as a play caller. He's an air raid guy, man. It's,
Right, and
it's
that's what he's
surface
gonna do.
level, basic. And I know we've criticized Sean Payton for being the extreme opposite. And it's simplify and let Bo play. But at least you know that Sean Payton's got an answer for his problems.
Mm-hmm.
He's got solutions to whatever a defense may be doing to him. I don't feel like Cliff Kingsbury has that, yet he continues to get these extremely high-paid jobs.
Yeah, it's kind of
And
crazy.
he always fizzles out, man.
Well,
After about 2, he did the same thing at Texas Tech with Patrick freaking Mahomes as his quarterback.
I know.
He's a 500 head coach at Texas Tech.
I know.
With Patty
But
Mahomes.
there's some of these guys that just keep getting these jobs, man. Shout out to your buddy Brian Kelly. Guess what? He's going to get another job somewhere, isn't he?
I don't think so.
You don't think so?
Man,
he's going to take that $50 million and cruise.
Yeah, he's going to be chilling. Did you see that? Do you see Brian Kelly went to a pretty well-known Baton Rouge, what's
Right after he got fired?
He went to a
like-
restaurant. He went
he's
to a
like,
restaurant.
Let me go out and see the people.
Yeah, he's just out there
And
with his wife at a restaurant just eating some, is it Cajun food in Louisiana?
Yeah, it's got to be Cajun, right?
Baton Rouge, whatever the cuisine is.
Cajun.
Creole, Cajun, whatever it may be. He was at a restaurant, man, just kicking it. People were taking pictures of him. Oh, yeah.
Well, now he's got nothing to sweat, man. He's got nothing to do tomorrow except cash that $54 million check or whatever it is.
$800K per month, man.
That's a
good gig.
But
7 years, $800K per month.
You coaches don't stop though. Don't stop. You just keep coaching, and that's what he's going to try
what do you think,
to do.
man? Do you think you got Brian Kelly's going to come here to Colorado, be a high school football coach? Some elite stare downs happening. I could see him over there.
Oh my goodness, I would pay good money for that.
Oh,
good
man.
money for you to coach against Brian Kelly
if Brian
in
Kelly
the Colorado
coached
high school scene.
if he coached high school football, I would run up the score on that dude. Run up the score.
You'd put more than double nickels on him. You just go crazy.
I would try to put double nickels per half.
Can you imagine somebody with that personality coaching in high school? Where you got to be a.
Hey, crap for brains. What are you doing? Hey, you moron.
All right, though. What's the one high school here in Colorado that give Brian Kelly a job?
I mean, the Notre Dame background's got to make you think Mullen or Regis, right?
Okay. Yeah. And then, man, you don't even
Holy
have to pay
Family.
him. He's already making $800K a year.
Vic Lombardi arranges a deal at his alma mater, Holy Family. Hey, BK. Hey, listen, I know some people over there at Holy Family. All right, let's get you over there. Yeah, revive the program. Yeah.
It's like it's a stepping stone.
Legends got Jake Heaps and Dave Logan at Creek. Get you over at my alma mater.
Yeah, I don't know. You coaches just don't stop coaching. You just keep coaching. What about without your best defensive player? If Baxter, listen, we know he's missing this week, but what does it mean for the defense, even though they're as good as they are, if you don't have PS2? Like, what does Vance Joseph have to do differently? And also, you're going to get the real with Riley Moss now, because now Riley's is going to be on the number one wide receiver, right?
I hope he does absolutely nothing differently.
Because
when the Denver Broncos change the stripes of how they're constructed defensively, it doesn't go well. You start playing way too much zone coverage. I don't think the Broncos are particularly great at rushing 3 or 4 and just playing zone and middle field open shell coverages. Trust Chris Abrams-Drain. Trust your process and why you brought Jahdae Barron, why you drafted Chris Abrams-Drain 2 years ago or 2 drafts ago, and know that you have tremendous depth. And now, you know what? Riley Moss, I know a lot of people say he gets a lot of penalties. He's been targeted a few times here and there. He gives up some explosive plays. The analytics nerds love Riley Moss, and there's a reason for it, because he gets targeted a lot, and his completion percentage is very low. I think he's going to actually benefit from Pat Surtain being down for a minute. You're going to get more even distribution on both sides of the aisle.
Right, because now you're no longer now you're not you're no longer the target. You're not there out on an island, right? Because now you are the best cover corner on the team until PS gets back. But I don't know what does it mean against the Houston Texans, the 2-win Houston Texans. None of that. Hey, isn't like half the Texans wide receiver core banged up anyway? So
yeah, they got
like,
a couple guys out.
Nico Collins has got some kind of injury. Christian Kirk's got some kind of injury. So I mean, Jaden Higgins, you scared of Jaden Higgins, man? I don't know. It's tough. It's tough. If you're Vance Joseph, you don't want Vance to do anything, right? So
I want you to continue to unleash your front seven and all of the depth that the front seven has.
Mm-hmm.
And just keep rotating bodies and let those dudes go hunt.
At 6-2, are you okay with the Broncos being in all these trade rumors? Because we keep hearing the Broncos' names about like all kinds of different players.
Tight end.
Yeah.
Lucas Kroll, banged up. Adam Troutman, been a little bit less usage of Adam Troutman. I don't know if maybe he's nursing a little something. Evan Ingram, nice F. Okay, he's your change of pace number 2 tight end, not number 2 in terms of second most important or second most talented. Your 1 is your inline blocker, your Y. That is 6'4.5" plus. Typically, you want that guy to be 6'5", 6'6". Dare I say 6'7". You need an inline blocker that can stretch the field in the seams, and that guy, I believe, is out there for you to potentially acquire. And I think you just need to go get him. Why not? What's holding you back?
No, well, nothing. Nothing is. You go all in now. You're 6-2. You're 6-2. I don't care how the rest of the season plays out. You're a playoff team.
I want TJ.
I want TJ too, but
give me TJ.
KJ, you were saying that the Broncos tried to make 2 tight end claims yesterday, but one of those tight ends went to Cleveland and the other one went to, I can't remember who. But yeah, they are looking for, it's probably just because of the Curl injury, but they're looking at everything. There's rumors about them with the wide receivers and the tight ends. Now, do you want to add to the defense though? Now that what happens if PS is at the at the top end of that 4 to 6 weeks? What happens if he doesn't come back until after the bye or a game or 2 after the bye? Then do you want to add help on the defensive side of the ball? Or are you okay with where we are right now?
The only thing I would say is, you might want to just acquire. I don't even know if you need depth at DB right now, even with the Pat Surtain injury.
Can you ask a rookie? Because one of the reasons you drafted Barron is because he can play multiple positions right there.
Correct.
You're right, so you can throw him all over the place. But is it too much to ask him to take on like those kind of playing minutes?
No.
In his 8th game in his career? No?
Nope. See what he's got.
Okay.
But I think what's more likely to happen is that they have a comfort level with Chris Abrams-Drain at the outside corner position and even Jaquan McMillan at the outside corner position because he did that a year ago. When the Denver Broncos would see 12 and 21 personnel, there were times where you started Jaquan McMillan opposite Pat Surtain II against bigger personnel groupings.
Mm-hmm.
And you would pull Riley Moss off the field, and especially when Riley Moss was a little banged up. Remember, he had a year ago.
Yeah.
Jaquan McMillan plays the outside corner spot. And I think it actually frees you up to play Jahdae Barron as the Sam linebacker in some of those 12-21.
Jahdae.
Yeah, we on the text line from the 303, Abrams-Drain is an absolute dog. Should have started at least 6 games last year. So yeah, the confidence level with him, with VJ and the defense is probably pretty strong. The 213 says CJ Stroud is going to target him like crazy. You talking about Riley? But why would you target Riley if you got, Abrams-Drain over on the other side? But listen, the Houston Texans offense is a folding lawn chair. It's uncomfortable to watch. So I don't know what they're going to put out against the Broncos this weekend. I have no idea. What if you're the Houston Texans, what are you going to ask CJ Stroud to do in this game?
They just asked him to throw for 318 yards a week ago against a good team.
Mm-hmm.
They found a way to beat the 49ers.
Yeah, once again, I don't care how banged up San Fran is.
One thing I will say, man, about the Houston Texans, insofar as they have injuries at the running back position, they are a little bit of a one-dimensional outfit, and I think the Broncos love that.
Yeah.
Because they can pin their dang ears back.
Yeah. It seems like Sean Payton's like favorite thing to do is find just like bang on your weakness. It's like
what do they say? Is it punch the bruise?
Yeah.
Just keep punching the bruise.
Yes. And it's so insane to me that these coaches don't want to do that. They don't want to do that sometimes. You know what I mean? Who was it? It was LeBron. Was it LeBron James who was complaining about one of his former coaches where he always wanted to call a different play, and LeBron was like, the last play worked just fine. Let's run it again. Matter of fact, let's run it again until they figure out how to stop it. It's like one of his pet peeves. He's like, I hate it when you keep calling these different plays when the play we're running is working. Let's make them stop it before we go to something else.
At the end of the day, it's just basketball.
Yeah, tell him. It's just basketball, coach.
Yeah, you look at Houston's rushing in the last game. They actually had a fairly good day running the football against San Francisco, where they had 36 carries, 157 yards, but your backs are Woody Marks and then Nick Chubb, who we all know has been through it all. So without Joe Mixon, you don't feel like you're the same squad.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm curious to see just how they approach this game. I think you're going to want to play a heavy loaded front again and dare C.J. Stroud to beat you against man coverage.
Yeah.
And then go pin your ears back. C.J. Stroud, he loves taking a sack now.
Right, because
that man enjoys a sack.
Just because PS2 is out, VJ's not going to change. He's not going to just sit back in some kind of zone or something and wait for CJ to start throwing the ball around, right? You're still going to go after that, man. I will say the one thing that makes me nervous about the Texans is that defense, because that defense is fairly nasty despite them losing the first 3 games of the season, but they have won 3 of their last 4. You know what I mean? So they're playing pretty well coming into this game against the Broncos, but I mean, they can't compare to what Denver did just 2 days ago in that contest. But yeah, I don't know. This game has making me slightly nervous, but not really. I guess it's just, I'm interested to see what this Broncos defense is going to do Broncos offense is going to do against probably the second or third best defense in the NFL. Give me some of that action. Because you know what? I expected the Broncos offense to look pretty good against the Cowboys. Because, they're the worst defense out there. Let's see what they do against this team. This is the only other team that gets compared to the Broncos when it comes to defense. You know what I mean?
Well, I love this text right here on the Shot Mazda text line. And by the way, if you haven't texted in our keyword for Avs Ticket Tuesday giveaway for the November 4th Avs versus Tampa Bay Lightning game, text in BAY, B-A-Y. to 303-504-0925. This text right here is that you can't allow Derek Stingley Jr. and Will Anderson to be the game wreckers.
Yeah, because
those
Stingley's
2 dudes
great.
are
He's
so
great.
good.
Yeah. He's amazing.
Both those dudes, man.
Yeah.
Both those dudes.
I'm interested. It's going to be great. But all right, let's do this. Let's take another quick timeout. When we come back, we're going to take a look around the world of sports. We'll tell you about what the Avs are doing tonight. It's Frozen Frenzy. The Nuggets are right back at it tomorrow night, and the World Series went down as well. We'll get to all that next. 18 innings. I was still up. I didn't see the end of it. I was still up when it happened, though. But the Dodgers beat the Blue Jays 6-5 on a Freddie Freeman walk-off home run in the 18th inning, and the Dodgers lead the World Series 2-1, and they're right back at it tonight. They're right back at it for Game 4 tonight, and both pitching staffs are just obliterated. Shohei's doing incredible, legendary stuff still, but I can't get behind the Dodgers doing it. I can't get behind the Dodgers winning this whole thing. Coach, you know what tonight is? It's Frozen Frenzy, brother. Is it Frozen Frenzy or Frozen Fury? I think it's Frozen Frenzy. The NHL is playing, every single NHL team is playing today. Today and tonight, like starting at like 3 in the afternoon. Every single NHL team plays today. Frozen Frenzy.
That sounds like a lot more fun than whatever the heck is going on in Major League Baseball with the evil empire and the Los Angeles Dodgers. I get it. Shohei Ohtani, you're better than Babe Ruth and Mickey Mantle. And,
he's great.
And Lou Brock and Joe DiMaggio and Lou Gehrig. I don't know if I said him already. You're better than all of them. You're the best. You're so great. I love you.
Yeah, and the Dodgers win.
And you have a shady translator.
That's true. As a matter of fact, they were showing him a lot last night because Yamamoto, who just pitched game 2, like went to the translator and was like, yo, tell the skipper, I'll pitch. If you need me to pitch, I'll pitch here in the 18th inning or whatever. I don't think they needed to use him, but then again, once again, I turned it off. Listen, man, the Rockies have killed all joy in baseball for me, and I'm not going to find joy in the Dodgers winning baseball games either. Avs take on the New Jersey Devils. The Devils are on an 8-game winning streak. And, of course, the Devils just beat the Avs on Sunday morning there in the Garden State. Report from Skate is that Scott Wedgwood is on the ice, but so is Mackenzie Blackwood.
We got wood, man?
You got both. Wood.
We got so much wood.
We got all the wood in the building. All the wood is ready to go, it looks like. So it still might be Wedgwood between the pipes as your starter tonight, but we'll hear from Coach in a little bit. I think he'll talk. And then Mackenzie might back him up, and then Mackenzie will play in their next game. Oh, Vegas. That's right. They have an afternoon game on Friday in Vegas, and that might be the first time we see Mackenzie if he doesn't go tonight against the New Jersey Devils. Your Nuggets won last night.
Did we miss Miles Wood?
Miles Wood?
Because we used to have 3. We used to have all kinds.
You had all the wood, right?
Yeah. Now
reach for the sky.
Now the only type of wood we have is of the black variety or the wedge variety. Not just of the straight up variety.
But listen, both woods have been looking. I mean, Scott Wedgwood's been great.
We got
for
wood.
Years.
That's what we're gonna call it. In the movie.
I don't know. Give me a hint.
We got worms. That's what we're gonna call it.
No, you got it. I got nothing, man. You got it. KJ, you know what this is? KJ, you know what this is?
Come on, man. 303-504-0925.
Yeah, you got to give me some more than that.
Hey, we got worms. That's what we're going to call it. Nothing?
Nothing. I got nothing, man.
It was a worm farm. Instead of an ant farm, you were going to build a worm farm.
The hell are you talking? I don't
Dumb
know.
and Dumber, man.
Oh, no, I had no idea.
We got worms.
No idea. I haven't seen Dumb and Dumber in a billion years, man. Yeah, I had no idea. That's on me. That's on KG, too.
Want to know something weird about me?
KG did not have my back on that one.
I did not. I'm sorry.
You guys ready for something really strange about me?
Yeah, what?
I'm not a repeat movie watcher.
Really?
I can't stand watching movies a second time. I only enjoy movies
I love it, man.
But I only enjoy movies for the suspense and like what's next.
Are you kidding me? Really?
Yeah, I just there's only really one non-Christmas Vacation film. Christmas Vacation's like one of those that I have on during the the holidays.
Rudy.
No.
Who? What?
Dumb and Dumber.
It's Dumb and Dumber.
It's the only repeat film that I watch.
Really? I watch films
it's that
over.
Funny. It's that brilliant.
Baka was just making fun of me because I've seen K-pop Demon Hunters like 5 times.
I've never even heard of it.
Oh, man. Well,
what is K-pop Demon Hunters?
It's a banger. It's my favorite movie of the year. And I've seen some dumb movies this year.
That sounds crazy.
Oh, K-pop Demon Hunters rock,
What's
Coach.
it? Is it like a satanic occult type film?
I mean, they do fight demons.
Oh, they fight them. Do they beat them?
I mean, she kind of falls in love with a demon, too.
Is this new or old?
No, this is new, man. It just came out this summer. You've not heard? You coach high school and you've not heard about K-pop Demon Hunters?
No.
Text line, tell Coach
but I know about
crazy
worms.
I'm crazy.
I know about we got worms.
Yeah, we got worms.
That's what we're going to call it.
All right, man. Listen, now you got me all confused. What the hell were we talking about?
Nothing.
Oh.
Absolutely nothing.
Avs play tonight. Nuggets play tomorrow. The Nuggets got a win last night, and then your Denver Broncos play this weekend, and the Rockies don't play again until, 4 months from now. or something like that. That's what your big four are doing here, because yesterday was the sporting equinox, and you got what you paid for yesterday because you had a bunch of games in the NBA, including the Nuggets one. I mentioned how it feels like these dudes in the NBA are scoring points this season. Individual scores going crazy. AG's got a 50-point game. Jamal went for 43 last night. Tyrese Maxey went for 43 last night. Victor Wembanyama has a 40-point game already in this season. Yeah, the NBA ain't playing around to start this thing. Just absolutely amazing stuff. But we do have ourselves an NFL football game tomorrow night. You can hear it right here.
Wait, tomorrow night?
On 92.
Wednesday?
Wait, what is today? Man, I'm sorry. That's my bad. I'm losing all track of time.
It's because you had the demons take over you. the demon hunter.
Yeah, I'm just telling. Text line, tell Coach I'm not crazy.
Some people are really.
Hey, KJ, have you heard of this? You know this movie, right?
No.
What the? You guys are crazy. I've seen this thing like 5 times. That's a banger of a movie. Anyway, okay.
Well, apparently it goes hand in hand with the 6'7" talk. Because there's K-pop demon hunters is in the brain rot family.
Yeah, probably.
Is it a foreign film?
It's a musical, brother. It's a musical. It's an animated musical.
It didn't take you for a musical guy.
I'm not. But this thing was a banger, man. I'm not going home and watching Mary Poppins, but this thing was a banger.
Who's Soda Pop?
Soda Pop is the name of one of the songs.
Is it
the Saja Boys. Shout out to my man, the Saja Boys. I'm telling you, you guys are crazy. I can't believe you've not heard of this movie.
I'm gonna watch. Would it be a good?
It's a good family movie.
Can I watch it with my 8-year-old?
Yes, you can.
Okay.
Yes, you can.
Is it a good Halloween week movie?
Yes, it is. It's a very good Halloween movie.
All right. Well, hey, I'm gonna
get on it.
Listen, all the people on the text line that have been telling me that I have to watch it.
It's a banger.
Last night, my wife started something, which was awesome because I don't rewatch films. But last night, I kind of got into one.
Which one?
I Know What You Did Last Summer.
Oh, no, you watching horror movies, huh?
Yeah, because it's Halloween.
Yeah.
So we're going to watch, instead of a bad late 90s, oh, here it is. Huh.
Oh, yeah. This is Soda Pop. This is the Saja Boys. Yeah. What's up? What's up?
Yeah. I'm watching tonight. K-pop and the Demon
Hunter.
No,
it's one of those movies that I started watching, and I'm like, man, all these songs are bangers. And I don't listen to K-pop, but all those songs were bangers.
Now, is this a movie or a TV show?
No, it's a movie.
Okay.
What? Turn that up, baby. Like, half the planet knows this song. I can't believe you.
I'm playing this at practice today.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. We're going.
Man, I can't believe Valor, 90% of the Valor football team has to know this movie, brother. Money. Yeah, listen, man. This is good stuff. I don't care what you say. I'm supposed to be talking sports. I'm listening to Soda Pop because of KJ. Listen, man.
As you pop a Mento.
The first time I saw this movie was like 1 a.m. sometime
after
during
what?
the summer.
After what?
Okay,
what were you getting to, Berto?
One or
what
two
were you getting to?
Banquet beers were
that
had.
It? What else, man? What else?
You know what?
A lot of people wonder about what goes through that blood over there. What's pumping through them veins?
Who knows what's happening that late in the morning? But anyway, so okay. Back to what I was saying. On Thursday night, we got the Baltimore Ravens in Miami taking on the Dolphins, which might be a crazy good game or an absolute disaster. Is Lamar back on Thursday? Right? Lamar's back.
He practiced in full yesterday.
Finally back. All right, and you got the Dolphins trying to dig out of that massive hole they're in, and Baltimore's actually favored on the road there at Hard Rock Stadium. I got in this argument yesterday with Springer. Because I was like, I think the Ravens season is done. And Springer was trying to convince me that it's not. Their upcoming schedule is pretty easy. Lamar's back. All you need is like a 4-game winning streak. And all of a sudden, the Ravens are right back into the playoff picture. But it's not the easiest thing to do in the NFL. Do you think Lamar Jackson and the Ravens are dead? Or can the 2-5 Baltimore Ravens make the playoffs?
I think the Ravens can still make the playoffs.
Oh, really?
And I think Lamar Jackson will be back here very shortly. I think that they'll end up being a 10-7 outfit.
Ooh, wow! So yeah, that will be an impressive winning streak in there somewhere to get to that.
They'll get it rolling.
Wow,
they're too good, man.
I get it.
They're too good.
Are you a believer in sometimes?
And honestly, that AFC North is falling apart too.
Yeah, it's kind of weird.
Let's think about it, right? Pittsburgh, they're falling apart after what the Packers did.
Yeah, Packers
where the mentee destroyed the mentor.
Mm-hmm.
and Jordan Love taking down Aaron Rodgers with
What do you
terrible
think
uniforms.
about the Detroit Lions right now?
We're talking AFC North, buddy.
No, I mean that's what I mean. Wait. Oh, we're talking AFC North. You're right. My bad.
No,
I'm
you were.
thinking
It's because of
NFC
Packers.
North.
You got Packers in there. I get you. AFC North, though, man, the Browns are as bad as they get. I don't know. We'll probably hear on some NFL notes of Stefanski.
No, that's right. I saw that video.
Oh yeah,
Stefanski, man, what is he doing? That's not. You didn't even answer the question about Shadur. He just
doubling down. It wasn't my pick, not my
He's
hump.
gonna get like he's acting like he wants to get fired.
Yeah,
man.
yeah.
No, you don't think so?
It's pretty popular to want to get fired these days. Just
Yeah,
ask Brian Kelly. he was great with it. Yeah, I mean, and then you got also the Bengals.
Bengals and the Ravens right there in the middle.
Dude, I'm telling you. The Steelers are in a free fall. The Bengals are, I don't know, man. I'm not buying any stock on that dysfunction. The only team that is good enough to go do something significant is the Ravens, and I think they're going to get there.
Do we know yet when Joe Burrow's coming back? KJ, do you know what time, when we might see Joe Burrow again?
At this moment, there's not an exact timeline, but it will be close to either the beginning or midway through December.
They only have mid-December because they play Chicago this week, and then they have their bye. But you know what? So he's going to miss at least 3 more. He's going to miss 4 games before he's back. If it's going to be December, or even if it's the start of December, he's going to only have 4 or 5 games remaining in the season when he comes back. Yeah, you might be right. I thought maybe Joe might come back and save that 3-5 club, but I'm if he's not going to come back till mid-December, man, just keep him out at that point. Don't even bring him back, right? I guess it depends on what your record there. Because I mean, after the bye, you got the Steelers, the Patriots, the Ravens, the Bills, the Ravens again. Nah, Cincy. That is stupid. That is dumb, and that is a ridiculous schedule. Good luck. You know what? Speaking of which, let's do this. Let's take a break. When we come back, I want to dive into the AFC West. After what Kansas City did last night, I want to talk about that game. I want to take a look at the AFC West. Coverage of tonight's Avalanche game against the Devils on 92.5 will begin at 6:30 with pregame presented by Ramos Law. Car accident, you need Ramos Law. Medical doctor and attorney, visit ramoslaw.com. Welcome back to the Morning Sprint. We're coming to you live from the Backus and Shanker studios. Their passion is justice. If you want to be part of the program or send in our keyword of the day. Matter of fact, we're going to have another keyword for you here in 20 minutes' time to try to get you some Avs Lightning tickets. That would be on our Shop Mazda text line. One price, one person, 1 hour, 303-504-0925. Get yourself some Avs tickets today. We'll have Nugget Ticket Thursday coming up in a couple of days' time as your Denver Nuggets have started the season 2-1. They'll play. Who do they? Oh, the Pelicans. The winless New Orleans Pelicans come to town. The winless New Orleans Pelicans, along with our friend DeAndre Jordan, come to town on Wednesday night. They're 0-4. Are the Pelicans 0-4? 0-3. Because they got housed by the Pelicans.
Is DJ getting some burn?
I don't. Well, hold on. I got the box score right here. Let me tell you if he played. Oh, man, he got 11 minutes. He got 11 minutes against the Celtics, scored 7 points and had 5 rebounds. DeAndre Jordan is playing for the New Orleans Pelicans, man.
He's having fun out there, man.
Listen, everybody loves DeAndre. DeAndre is a very, a lovable kind of guy, like an outgoing, happy kind of dude. So, man,
I thought he'd be hanging it up after
I did too.
last couple years in Denver, just kind of being.
I think he just likes being. He's one of those guys who just likes being around the locker. He's a great locker room guy.
Loves ball, loves the dudes. Just a good guy, man.
As long as he keeps, I bet you he might play till 40 because he's 37 now. He can just hang at the end of the bench for some of these teams.
He's 37.
Just keep on keeping on. But yeah, he got some playing time last night for the Boston Celtics.
How about I'm just looking at his career. That man has played 1,112 basketball games, regular season.
Man.
NBA, it's a lot of basketball.
Yeah, and he's played in some fairly big games in LA and for Denver. But man, yeah, good old DeAndre. All right, here we go. AFC West. AFC West. Right now,
who's in first place?
Right now, it'll be your Denver Broncos.
That'd be right.
Your Denver
that would
Broncos.
Be correct.
6-2 Denver Broncos. Now, the Chargers got a win last night. Matter of fact, they handled Washington. So the Chargers are 5-3. Wait, I did it again. I'm losing my mind.
It's because of the K-pop Demon Hunter, man.
Listen, I love the K-pop Demon Hunter.
I know, but it was the Chiefs. It was the Cheeks last night. The Kansas City Cheeks.
Is that what? Okay, there we go. The Cheeks. The Cheeks won last night.
The Chargers won on Sunday.
Buns. They're buns, right?
Terrible.
The Commanders of buns.
Cliff Kingsbury's found his new TikTok influencer model. That's why he's. So the problem with
that's what distracted him.
So Cliff Kingsbury and Kyler Murray attached to the hip, both at Texas A&M, and then also again at
in Arizona.
At Arizona, for Kyler Murray, you always see the downward trend happen around Call of Duty the update, and with Cliff, it's the new Instagram model.
Is it?
Or TikToker.
He's remember that picture when he was the head coach at Arizona of that house he got in there? Like he got a
during COVID, during the draft?
Yeah, when he's just sitting there with the big massive
I wonder was what was hiding in the back rooms. They weren't showing all that.
Oh yeah. So here's Broncos are first, and then the Chargers at 5-3, and the Chiefs at 5-3, and then the sucktastic Raiders sitting there at 2-5. So listen, is Kansas City is Kansas City back? They never left, right? They never left.
Still Kansas City, still Patrick Mahomes. Kelsey actually looked like he was back a little bit last night.
Was it? Weren't we getting people saying like last year's 15 win? Was it 15 that the Chiefs had last season? And people were calling it fraudulent because they had those, like the win they had over the Broncos.
Their offense was playing worse a year ago, and they won 15 regular season games.
It's crazy, right? And now they look like a better team, but they've already got 3 losses on the roster. So, who is the more dangerous team when it comes to the Broncos winning the AFC West? The Chargers or the Chiefs?
The Chargers' injury situation is pretty bad. It's starting to pile up, and it's a lot. It's namely along the offensive front, which will lead to Justin Herbert being utilized too much in the throwing game, and ultimately he's going to get banged up a bit, which has been kind of consistent with his career. It's always diminishing returns with Justin Herbert the closer you get to the postseason. The Chiefs are still the Chiefs, man. They are. Last night, the guy that everybody said is washed and can't do it anymore, Travis Kelce, has 6 catches for 99 yards and
100 career touchdowns between the regular season and the postseason. Matter of fact, me and KJ were watching the game. Do you remember who he tied for the most touchdowns in Chiefs history of the regular season. You remember who it was? Was it Tony Gonzalez? Or?
Was it Priest?
No, you're right. I think it was Priest Holmes. He tied Priest Holmes for the most touchdowns at 83, I think it is. And he has 100 touchdowns total between the postseason and the regular season. But yeah, Kelsey's still doing those Kelsey things.
Don't look now, but Patrick Mahomes is throwing for 2,100 yards, second in the National Football League. Last year, remember, his numbers were down.
Yeah.
And he's got the most touchdowns in the National Football League. He's got 17 to just 4 interceptions, 2 of which came last night, and kind of goofy, funky little deals. Patrick Mahomes is third in the NFL in QBR. He's back to being the witch, man. And I thought he looked pretty gettable last year, and then especially how it all ended in the Super Bowl. He was bad.
Yeah.
I think he had the C word. I think he had a conch in the Super Bowl.
Ooh.
He didn't look right.
Yeah, you might. You know what? I hadn't even thought about that. It didn't even get in my brain.
Unfortunately, I hate to say it, but I've coached one that I found out afterwards.
You were like, he's not right.
Yeah, and I kept saying it to everybody. Hey, guys, can somebody check him? Somebody check him. I'm up in the box. No, he's good. He's good. He looks fine.
And
he
your
looks
head
great.
coach was Brian Daboll. Was like, get him out there. Get him out there. He's running into the blue tent, grabbing your quarterback.
And then the next day, I'm like, hey, you okay?
Yeah.
Huh? What do you mean? I don't know what you're talking. Why didn't anybody take care of this person? Anyway.
Yeah. I get you. It's hard out there.
This division to beat the man.
You got to be the man.
You got to be the man. And the Broncos are going to have to be the man by beating the man. It's going to be Kansas City. It's going to be Mahomes, and it's going to be Kelsey. It's going to be Big Red. If you want to do something that hasn't been done in 9 years?
Yeah.
How many years has it been?
Since the Chiefs didn't, you mean?
Is it 2016? Did 2016 on? Did they win every division?
I think so. How many straight years has the Kansas City Chiefs won the AFC West? That's a good question. I do not know the answer to that. But I wonder after the win last night, what's the playoff? Hold on. Let me see what it is. They're in
9 straight.
Really?
They're going for a decade's worth of consecutive AFC West titles. So the way you do it, I mean, how many games back are they? Everybody's thinking that they're like on the outside looking in. How many games back are the Chiefs right now on the Broncos?
One game back.
One game
back.
And
here's the problem.
So
the Chargers have already beaten you once. You only have one game against them. That's the very end of the season.
But
You still have 2 games against
the Chargers,
Kansas City.
Man, the Chargers, I didn't think this after week 3, but the injuries are accumulating in the offensive front. The Chargers are going to charge it.
Ooh, you think
by hook
so?
or by crook, the Chargers are going to charge it, even in the regular season.
I mean, yeah. That's what they're famous for doing is charging. But I thought Harbaugh might change that.
But
somehow.
the problem is his injuries, man, and that's one thing that Jim Harbaugh does. It's why he's got a little bit of he's got a shelf life at a lot of places he's coached because they practice a certain type of way, they play a certain type of way, and guess what ends up breaking?
Players. Yeah. I don't, man. Yeah, I don't. I mean, I guess I'm more scared of the Chargers right now, but that's maybe I've been disrespecting the Chiefs this season, thinking that they were going to fall off, and instead they're right back to where they were. I wonder how many more years Andy Reid's going to want to keep doing this. Is he going to do that thing like Popovich where he's just like, oh, you know what, as long as Patrick Mahomes is my quarterback, I'm going to coach this team. You know what I mean? And that could be another 5-10 years for Mahomes. He's only 30 years old, right? So
you heard Derwin James got pretty significantly injured in Week 8 against the Vikings?
No.
You can ill afford to lose that player.
I mean,
this is from LA Chargers on Sports Illustrated here. Derwin James suffered a severe sprained ankle early against Minnesota and was unable to return. And so the Chargers brought in multiple defenders for a workout on Friday, including former first-round pick, hard-hitting safety Lewis Kine.
Man. Well, this weekend, the Chiefs get challenged because this weekend the Kansas City Chiefs go to Orchard Park and take on the Buffalo Bills.
That'll be fun.
Yeah. So the Bills and Chiefs meet. And is this a bye week? No. Let me see who the Chargers are playing this weekend. The San Diego Superchargers are playing. Oh, man, that's a dub. That's a dub and a half. The Chargers are taking on the Titans, man. So I guess I don't care how banged up you are. You're going to house the 1-7 Titans, right? Not only that, you're playing at home where the Titans are 0-3. They're in Nashville. Yeah, so guess what? You know what's going to happen? The Chargers are going to be 6-3 unless something wild happens, because it is the NFL. Chargers are going to be 6-3, and then who knows with that Chiefs and Bills game. Right now, Kansas City is favored in that game.
Do you realize that the Chargers have 11 players on IR right now?
Do they really?
11.
And you think a lot of that has to do with just the way Harbaugh is as a head coach, just the way he handles business? Because, I mean, he wants to be as physical as possible as a coach, as a team. He wants to be as physical
Jordan
as possible.
Oladokun, the corner, linebacker Junior Colson, offensive tackle, superstar Rashawn Slater, running back Najee Harris, defensive end and a great player, Deshaun Hand, running back Omarion Hampton, cornerback Deani Leonard, cornerback Eric Rogers, long snapper Josh Harris, D tackle Ogbonia. That's unbelievable. And then Josh Fuga, the D tackle. 11 players on IR.
Yeah, that's kind of tough, man. But see, you still have Justin Herbert, and you still got Lad McConkey and Keenan Allen.
Not to mention one of your tackles that's playing, Austin Deculus, he's hurt. Savion Washington, he's hurt. Both 2 tackles in addition to Rashawn Slater.
Kamani went crazy last week? Was that just last week where Vidal went off?
Yeah, he did.
You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And they were like, well, maybe it's okay that Hampton is hurt because he was going. Man, I have no idea how to read that. I guess I just was more scared of the Chargers because of the new hotness with Harbaugh and Herbert. But Andy Reid and Patrick Mahomes still just hanging out, doing that stuff they've been doing for years. And that's going to be fairly annoying after a while. But either way. All right. And how about you want to throw in a comment about the Raiders? What do you think about the final team in the AFC West?
Buns.
Man, didn't Pete Carroll think they could win immediately? Just immediately?
I did. I thought they were going to be a lot better than they were. There are some cultural things baked into that franchise.
Just the Raiders itself.
That Pete Carroll can't undo in short order.
Nope. Give me a coach who could. Give me a coach who could change who the Raiders are at their core. Because that comes from ownership, right? I mean, just the way they handle business.
Brian Kelly.
Oh, come on, man. You know what? I would love to have Brian Kelly in Vegas because the Raiders would suck.
Could you imagine how unhinged Brian Kelly would be on the strip every night?
Can you imagine? Oh, you're right.
The videos that would surface.
Go to the strip. Yeah, go crazy. And then on Sunday, what would Brian Kelly be saying to Geno Smith, Coach? What would he say to Geno?
The same thing.
Hey, crap for brains. What are you doing, you moron?
Can you imagine?
Hey, Geno.
Yeah.
You ever played football in your life?
Kenny picking those small hands. Kenny, what are you?
Hey, Kenny, your hands are short, smarter than mine. What are you doing?
Yeah, no, that would be great.
The good thing for Brian Kelly is there is no notable Las Vegas accent, so he wouldn't get caught up in that mess.
Man.
Good.
Man, are you draw whenever he goes to another team? This coming up here, man, that was a bad fit there at LSU. But I don't know who's a good fit at LSU.
Ed Oldron.
Yeah, listen.
Go over that down there.
Listen, it feels like there's a lot of teams.
They don't want to play one guy right there. Talk about the natives right there. Ed Oldron.
All right, let's
come out here when you
take
find
a
me
break.
another Joe Burrow. Get me Justin Jefferson.
When we come back, we'll give you a keyword for the Avs, and we'll have KJ's NFL notes next.
Hey, Colorado, Coach Mike Sanford here, and we all know that the height of sports is here. All of our favorite sports are going, and thank goodness Major League Baseball is wrapping up. Well, all that to be said is you got everything from NBA to NHL, and most importantly, NHL and college athletics, NCAA football, Circus Sports. It's the place that's got it all. Circus Sports Colorado isn't just sports betting. It's sports betting the way that it should be, with high betting limits, tight money line splits, and exceptional customer service that treats you like a VIP. So whether you're looking for futures for NCAA football playoffs, NCAA champions, and a NFL MVP, you could put a Bo Nix wager down, whatever you're looking for, Circa Sports is going to have you covered. So download the Circa Sports Colorado app or visit circasports.com today. And just as a reminder, you got to be 21 years and older. Make sure if you have a gambling problem, you reach out and call 1-800-GAMBLER.
It's the sprint. We're sprinting in the morning, and we call it the morning sprint. We're coming to you live from the back of the Shaker Studios here in Lone Tree. Just one single tree. And it is an Avs Ticket Tuesday. Every Tuesday, we're giving away a pair of tickets on every show, so be listening for keywords on the 20s. Your 1120 keyword is lightning. Text lightning with your first and last name to 303-504-0925 to win a pair of tickets to the Avs game against the Lightning on November 4th. Don't miss all the great fan-friendly options at the concession stands for $5. Again, your 1120 keyword is lightning. Text in lightning, and KJ will pick a winner here at 11:55, and we will announce it. All right, KJ, it's time for NFL Rewind. All right, let's take a look at what happened in Week 8 of the NFL regular season. Matter of fact, let's head all the way back to the worst team in the NFL, the New York Jets. They were winless as they rolled into Cincinnati and took on the Bengals, but they are winless no more.
Just adds to the intrigue here down the stretch. Hall, boy, thought about it, now tosses to the end zone, and he's got Taylor for the Jets touchdown.
Hall, 133 yards, 2 touchdowns for Brees, and the Jets scored 23 points in the fourth quarter to beat the Bengals 39-38.
Awesome, Brees Hall. You did a great job. You got your first win as a New York Jet this season. He's up this week for FedEx Air and Ground Player of the Week.
Is he really?
Who's not up for that award?
RJ?
4-touchdown quarterback Bo Nix is not up. But yet Brees Hall is.
I thought of RJ immediately. But
Cool.
those 3 touchdowns.
I'm glad Brees Hall and beating the Cincinnati Bengals.
It's probably the 2 words in front of the Jets. It's because they're a New York team, right? That's why this is happening. Well, listen, what'd you think about the whole Justin Fields thing? Because the owner comes out and basically buries the starting quarterback of the Jets, saying he can't complete a pass and blah, 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 blah. But your backup quarterback's banged up, so Aaron Glenn goes with Justin Fields, and he wins you a game.
Oh, that was awesome. I like Justin Fields has probably shown more stones in the last several weeks than maybe any other quarterback has because he's been humiliated by an owner.
Yeah.
He's been a part of a loss after loss after loss. And what does he do? He continually gets in front of a microphone and talks about his groundedness in his faith and how he just keeps going back to work and controlling what he can control. And good on him for being able to break through and get that win.
Yeah. So the
I'm
Jets
actually
now won
rooting for Justin Fields, a human. I'm not.
Yeah, I have nothing against Justin Fields, but I mean,
well, we all know who loves Justin Fields.
Who? KJ?
Oh, Darren McKee thought he should be a Denver Bronco starting
DMac
quarterback.
thought Justin Fields should, really?
Oh,
I
yeah.
did not
Before
know
there
that.
was a Bo Nix, there was a Jay Fields.
I did not know that. That is interesting to me. But all
yeah,
right.
he thought that Pat Surtain, not a good draft pick, but Justin Fields would have been great. Because as the quote goes from DMac, you don't choose when you suck.
The Bengals fall to 3-5. Joe Flacco, 223 yards and 2 touchdowns in the loss there. All right, now let's head on over to the other New York team. The New York Giants were in Philadelphia taking on the Eagles with their sweet throwback jerseys. And for the first time this season, Saquon went full Saquon.
On 2nd and 10. Here is Barkley, left side, big hole. Saquon, Barkley! Uh-oh! Barkley! Goodbye!
Saquon, 150 yards and a touchdown. The Eagles beat the Giants 38-20. Cam Scatterbo dislocated his ankle in that game. And then, listen, Philadelphia's going to Philadelphia. And did you hear, after the game, the Eagles are on a bye. The Eagles are on a bye this week. And so they asked Saquon about the bye, and he said, yeah, it's good. You know, it's just good to get away from the guys and have some time off. And Philadelphia, sports talk and Philadelphia fans were like, Saquon hates his teammates. He doesn't want to be around his teammates. He hates it. And I was like, oh, man. Listen, people, you are making a mountain out of a molehill. He was just like, yeah, it'll be nice to get away and be away from your teammates. And people automatically assumed he's like, he hates AJ. He hates, they're just picking out. And I'm like, what is this?
Welcome to Philly.
What is this
Welcome
nonsense,
to Philadelphia.
Man? Your team's 6-2. And you're still throwing out beefs out there. It's absolutely insane to me. Insane. All right. How about the Buffalo Bills taking on the Carolina Panthers? And you know what happened? This.
That's a different animal.
Here's Cook. Good patient run. He busts it through. Right on cue. Off to the races. James Cook. House call. Touchdown somersault. He's in.
That was a 64-yard rushing touchdown for James Cook as we watch him take it to the house right there. Look at him go, Coach.
James Cook's is a good back.
Did he get touched on that run? Nah. I don't know if they touched him on that one. Well, the Bills beat the Panthers 40-9, and the Bills improved to 5-2 coming off their bye. Andy Dalton, man, he made some weird plays in that game. Also, he just fumbled. Like, he just dropped the ball. Like, I don't even, like, he didn't get touched. He was like, here, you guys, here, have the ball. But the Bills roll in that one, and the Carolina Panthers fall to 4-4 on the season. But the Red Rifle is still in the game and doing it. All right, the next contest we're going to talk about is the Broncos' next opponent. That is the Houston Texans. The Broncos will be in Houston on Sunday to face up with the Texans. They were hosting the 49ers this week, and the Texans got the dub.
Dalton Schultz and Braxton Berrios back out there for Houston. 3rd down and 7. Pressure coming. Stroud stands in, finds the open man, down the sideline, into the end zone. Xavier Hutchinson with the touchdown.
CJ Stroud was dealing, man.
You think?
Like,
yeah,
just watching a couple of these throws, he looks like he's got his confidence back. What do you think about those weird Texans H-Town uniforms?
They're kind of strange to me.
Do they not feel like a UFL uniform or potentially
there's something right,
Arena Football League?
Or even remember when the NFL was doing those Color Rush jerseys that I hated so much? It's got kind of a Color Rush vibe to it. Now, normally I would love me like a uniform with a bunch of black on it.
Yeah, I do too.
Matter of fact, it was Matt Rahul who was saying that when he recruits players at Nebraska, he shows them the black uniform.
Yeah, they're debuting the true All Blacks.
Yeah, the All Blacks
this week.
The corner gonna be rocking the All Blacks. But yeah, I mean, maybe it's the helmet that throws it off. There's some. I guess everything looks bad compared to what the Broncos wore this weekend. Is I guess the point I'm trying to make. How about the Indianapolis Colts?
Best team in football?
Taking on the Tennessee Titans. Dun 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 dun.
Indiana Jones.
Dun 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 dun. Dun 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 dun. All right. Anyway, Jonathan Taylor might be the best running back in the league.
Colts ball at the 20. Here's Jonathan Taylor on first down. Big hole. JT in the open field. Down the sideline. Staying in bounds. Still going. Taylor. The distance.
12 carries, 153 yards, and 2 touchdowns for Jonathan Taylor. And the Colts roll the Titans 38-14. The Titans are 1-7. The Colts are 7-1. Do you believe that the Indianapolis Colts are the best team in the NFL?
No.
Okay.
They're the best story in the NFL. They have the best current record in the NFL. They have the best running back in the NFL.
But it's obviously the Broncos the best team in the NFL?
I mean, until the Broncos, the Colts, who else would you say is this kind of part of this upstart?
Oh, yeah, the new hotness,
maybe
the
even
Jags? Who else is part of the new hotness?
I'd say the Packers.
Yes, no, the Green Bay Packers have the second best record in the NFL right now.
I would say
the Patriots? Drake May and the Pats?
Patriots, until you do something in the postseason to eliminate the teams that I would consider in the established elite of the NFL because they've done it in the postseason. Number 1 is Kansas City, of course. Number 2, I would put Buffalo. 2 would be Eagles. 3 would be Buffalo. 4 would be the Ravens.
Oh, okay.
Those are the 4 like established elite teams, I would say.
Yeah.
And you got to knock them off when it counts.
I don't know if I put that. Well, you know
what? Do you have the Colts? Do you think the Colts are a top 3 team right now in the NFL? Like,
yes.
To win the Super Bowl?
Yes.
To win the Super Bowl.
It's
to win the Super Bowl.
Oh, I don't want to say it because of the Colts, man. But yes, you cannot deny a 7-1 record. You can't do it. You can't do it. Although, well, hold on. Let me check and make sure. Let me see who these wins have come across because I think there's some. They've beaten Miami. They've beaten Denver. They've beaten Tennessee. They've beaten Vegas, Arizona, the Chargers, and the Titans. You know what? Some of those are some chump wins. Yeah, but there's still wins in the NFL. I don't know, Coach. Nah, I can't. The Colts are for real. I can't say they're not. I can't say they're not.
They're for real, but are they a Super Bowl contending team today? Are they a threat to win the Super Bowl?
No, because you got to do it in the playoffs. I got to see it in the playoffs
That's
first.
kind of what I just said.
You got to see it. Well, listen, man, I got to come around. You got to talk me into this kind of stuff. You know what I'm talking? Speaking of which, let's talk about your man Jordan Love and the Green Bay Packers.
My man's dealing.
Who were playing on Sunday night against the Pittsburgh Steelers, and Jay Love was looking good.
Trips right, single man left. Love in the shotgun with Wilson to his left. Love points to his right, brings Watson in motion from that side. Play clock is at 14. Love gets the snap. He's back to pass. Looks, fires over the middle. That's caught inside the 15, down to the 10, angling left 5, into the end zone. Touchdown Green Bay. Tucker Kraft again. His second of the night. This one from 24.
Tucker Kraft is the best tight end right now in the National Football League. And don't at me. Dude, that guy is... You watch that game on Sunday night, and you tell me that guy, as a run-after-catch player, speed, durability, he's got the complete package, and I love that player. South Dakota State, Jackrabbits, stand up, baby.
20 yards per catch is what he's averaging, or at least what he averaged against the Steelers. He had 143 yards receiving that game. But, I mean, Jordan Love was throwing it all over the place. And
he's on track for a 1,139 receiving yard year with 15 touchdowns, my friend.
Yeah, that's a pretty stupid year.
Holy Freaking smokes.
All right, we're talking about, well, first off, our thanks to Westwood One for the highlights. But we're talking about the best tight ends in the NFL. How about this guy?
Pacheco, the back, 2nd down, 6. Chiefs at the Washington 10. Shotgun snap. Oh, here comes a 4-man rush. He looks left. Now flush from the pocket. Line drive, end zone, caught. Touchdown. A 2-handed helmet eye grab, Kelsey. A yard deep in the end zone. Touchdown. And that is his 80th of his career. His Hall of Fame career. Kelsey got a line drive throw down the middle. A yard deep in the end zone. Caught it helmet high with his glove hands. Touchdown, Kelsey. Touchdown, Chiefs.
Our thanks to Westwood One. Kelsey, that's his 100th career touchdown across both the regular season and the playoffs. And he ties Priest Holmes for the most touchdowns in Chiefs history.
That man is engaged.
Yeah. Man, we were watching that game and all like every time Kelsey did something, he's like, show me Taylor. And they never did. I mean, until the very end.
Some tough times happening in the relationship or what?
No. Once you're the engagement is the best part, I thought, right? Like when you get engaged like that, they should be happy-go-lucky right now.
Yeah,
after you get married.
The two of them had a little bit more engagement on their engagement post on Instagram than maybe I did with Anne Marie.
Did you post your?
I don't know. That was
on the gram?
That was in 2004, my man.
I don't think
May
the gram
29,
was around.
2004.
Yeah, Twitter wasn't around in 04,
I
right?
posted that bad boy on MySpace.
All right, so Kelsey gets the touchdown, and the Chiefs take care of the Commanders 28-7. Patrick Mahomes, 299 yards, 3 touchdowns. He also had 2 picks in that game, but the Chiefs are looking good. Rashee Rice back. Well, I mean, he's been back, but let's see what he did. He got himself 9 receptions for 93 yards. Kelsey had 93 yards, and each one of those had a touch. Xavier Worthy with 5 receptions for 53 yards, although Rice did put the ball on the ground, which
Taylor Swift and Travis Kelce's post, just to give a little update.
What is it? How many millions?
So it got liked 37 million times, and it's been sent to somebody else 10 million times.
How? What? I mean, do you really think there's that many people on the planet who care who Well, no, I guess there is. And you are the most recognizable female singer on the planet as well, right? Like,
how about comments were turned off?
Oh, I would imagine so. Right, yeah. You don't want to get messed up in that. You don't want to deal with that. But the Chiefs get the win. The Chiefs are now 5-3. The Chiefs are 4-1 at home. And the Broncos. How many weeks until the Broncos take on the Chiefs? Is it just 2? Let's see. You play Houston, you play Vegas, and then you take on Kansas City. Although you do get a little extra, like the Chiefs get a full extra week to prepare for you, but you get a few extra days because the Broncos are playing their Thursday night game the day before. That was the Vegas game is a Thursday night football game. I'm sure Amazon Prime is stoked to be playing the Raiders on a Thursday night, but I imagine that's the Broncos will be heavily favored in that game. Is that the biggest game of the season for the Bronx? Is November 16th hosting the Kansas City Chiefs?
Yes, it is. That would be the ultimate proof of concept.
Right, if you can beat KC here.
Will you have Patrick Surtain back?
See, I don't think you will. Well, once again, we don't know because they're being real. Well, one, Sean Payton doesn't want this information out there. But 2, some of the national guys are putting it 4-6. The local guys, who I'm assuming get their information from the Broncos, are saying week to week. But, man, I can't imagine him playing against Houston or Vegas. Does it go Houston, Vegas, then bye? No, it goes Houston, Vegas, Kansas City, then bye. Okay. You get the bye right after Kansas City.
Come on, NFL. Give us a bye before Kansas City.
No, man. See, it's Kansas City who gets the bye before you. The Chiefs get 2 whole weeks to get ready for you. But you at least get, an extra 3 days outside of what you would normally get to prepare and take on Kansas City. I don't know. That's going to be a lot of fun. That's going to be a huge matchup. But that right there was your NFL Rewind for Week 8 of the NFL season. Remember, we have a keyword. We're trying to get you tickets to the Avs Lightning game, and the keyword is, KJ, what's the keyword? Lightning. Yeah.
Lightning. Text it to 303-504-0925 and get your free tickets on an Avs Ticket Tuesday giveaway to the Colorado Avalanche hosting the Tampa Bay Lightning on November 4th.
We'll be right back. Kick off the Avalanche season with the all-new Altitude Plus, now redesigned and packed with powerful new features. Enjoy a free 7-day trial with promo code AV7FREE. Claim the code at altitudeplus.com, then download the app and start streaming today. Welcome back to the Morning Sprint, the final segment of the Morning Sprint on this Tuesday, October the 28th. Coach has already picked out his Halloween costume for Friday. You gonna let it be a surprise? Or you gonna tell us what?
No, I'm gonna tell everybody right now.
All right, what is it?
I mean, it's pretty obvious what I'm gonna be. I'm gonna be a K-pop demon hunter.
Ah, see, there you go, Coach.
Yes!
There you go, Coach.
Let's go.
Embrace it, man.
Yes.
Are you guys gonna go trick or treat? You take the whole family trick or treating and stuff?
I mean, can I tell you an honest truth?
Yeah.
So senior night for Valor Christian against Rock Canyon High School is supposed to have been on Friday night.
Mm-hmm.
Senior night's supposed to be a big deal. I didn't want to go head to head with Halloween,
right?
And no students are there, no families are there that are outside of just the senior families.
Mm-hmm.
So I moved the game to Thursday night. And then the byproduct is I get Halloween too.
Yeah.
With my family and my kids.
Yeah.
And everybody gets Halloween with their family and their kids.
Nice. See, that's once again 4-dimensional chess from the coach.
And my new locale, kind of learned, is pretty lit when it comes to holidays.
Oh, really?
Well, yours too,
Yeah,
man.
yeah.
Littleton's
goes
got
hard, man.
It goes hard on the holidays. I mean, there's some houses that they're more decorated up for Halloween than you'd ever see in Christmas situation.
No,
There's
Halloween is
skeletons everywhere, and
outside of Christmas, Halloween is the most expensive. Like, people spend more money on Halloween than any other holiday outside of Christmas, which is, I guess is a little crazy, but dang, people love to dress up. KJ, what do you ready for Halloween, man? What you going to dress up as Halloween for?
I'm ready, man. I think my typical outfit usually is to dress up like Bishop Jameis Winston, but he's moved to third string, so I gotta take a backseat to that. This year, I think I'm going to switch it up, man. This year, I think I'm going to be Batman.
Ooh, I like that.
Ooh, going Batman. All right, yeah.
The good thing about KJ is that he doesn't need to have fake abs to simulate. He doesn't need rubber.
No.
Yeah, he's got them real ones.
No. Yeah.
Oh,
Matter of fact, he might actually fight crime on Friday night. You better watch out.
I could see that, actually.
Like, what do you use as a Batmobile? That car you got out in the parking lot right now? Because it's held together with some. There's duct tape on that thing, man.
Take it easy on my guy, man.
I'm just saying, the Batmobile ain't got duct tape, bro.
Listen, I'm gonna call Joe Burrow and I'm gonna see if I can borrow his.
Oh, that's true. That's true. Joe did buy the Batmobile. Right not with that toe. Not with that turf toe. He certainly can. All right, we got an Avs game tonight. You can hear it right here on the station. Connor McGahee and Eric Johnson will be on the call tonight, starting at 7 o'clock when they drop the puck against the New Jersey Devils. Coach, listen, I think it's okay to hit the panic button after every single game in the NFL because you only have 17 of these things. So how do you handle the hitting the panic button on an 82-game regular season schedule? Because the Avs have, I think they're still second in the West. They have 14 points. They're still looking pretty good. I should mention that Scott Wedgwood will be your starter tonight. Mackenzie Blackwood, though, will be the backup. So Mackenzie's back. He'll probably play in Vegas against the Knights on Friday.
With all the wood that the Avs have, don't you think that we should add a third chair to the morning sprint?
Just in honor of all that wood?
Well, and we should add somebody whose last name is Wood.
Oh, okay.
Because then it would have, of course,
3 Wood?
We'd have Blackwood. We'd have Wedgwood.
And we'd have
Morningwood.
Ah, son of a gun. You got me with that one. Damn it. Yeah, hey, listen, if your last name or first name is Wood, text us. We'll hire you. Text us. KJ will get you an application.
You're hired.
All right, but I only bring it up because the Avs have lost 4 in a row, even though they've got points out of 3 of those 4 games. But as a fan, when do you hit the panic button? You know what I mean? Like, it's such a it's 82 games, man. You can't be losing your mind over these little ups and downs. Or can you, Coach?
Nah. You got to, yeah. You just got to ride the wave. It's happened. It's inevitable. I mean, what do you want to see more of now?
You mean What do you want to see from the Avs?
Yeah.
Outside of, well, I'd love to see a power play goal, and I'd love to see them win a game after regulation. But I don't like the Colorado Avalanche eat 5-on-5 hockey. They are great 5-on-5 hockey. They just need to figure out this. Well, their PK is good too, so they don't have to figure out all their special teams. Just figure out that. But you're playing a team tonight that just beat you and has won 8 straight games. So, I mean, just the average of large numbers means the Devils are due for an
Are
L.
the Devils for real?
Yeah, they're probably for real. I mean, they got some good players on there. Jack Hughes is a baller. I mean, they're going to come back down to earth, but yes, they've got some good players on that team, and they're probably going to be that way for a while. They're going to be a problem in the East. Matter of fact, but then again, I'm going to say there's 4 contenders in the East, and I don't know if these teams that have jumped out to, like the Montreal Canadiens lead the Atlantic Division, and Detroit's right behind them, and then comes Ottawa, and I don't know how real that is in that division if the Maple Leafs will get it together and get it going.
So the Devils are a top 10 contender.
Yeah, I'd say right now. Well, yeah, right now they.
Right
are.
now they're set
the boss, but
they were set at plus 1,800 on October 20. So yet, just as of yesterday, odds of winning the Stanley Cup title.
I think I'm more surprised about what the Utah Mammoth have done than the New Jersey Devils. Like the Devils have an 8-game winning streak. The Utah Mammoth have a 7-game winning streak. They're 2 points ahead of the Avs now in the division. And your old Arizona Coyotes have kind of taken off to start this year. But once again, it's such a long season. You have no idea what they're going to look like here in 2-3 weeks' time. Your Nuggets got a win last night. Your Nuggets took down the Minnesota Timberwolves. No Anthony Edwards, no problem, as Jamal Murray goes for 43 and gets hot in the third quarter. What'd you think about the Nuggets' win last night?
It was fantastic. It was well-rounded. They were able to battle from a little bit of early, I'd say, not offensive ineptitude, but they were.
Yeah, they went cold. They went cold. There was a stretch there in the second quarter.
Their D was questionable for a nice little stretch there, but just to see Tim Hardaway Jr. be able to fill it up like he did. You haven't really had a chance yet to see Cam Johnson get going, which is okay. I'm all right with that. Still going to play a role. He's still going to find himself. He's still going to find his way. He's a good enough creative basketball player with length that he can get things going in due time. I'm excited about where I think this is the most well-rounded Denver Nuggets team that we have ever seen in franchise history.
Yeah, that's what Kaz said last night, that he thinks this is the most talented roster the Nuggets have ever had, and he thinks they can win up to 59, 60 games, which is, it's not going to be the easiest thing to do, especially in this Western Conference.
How many
that's more wins than they've ever had in franchise history.
What did OKC end up with last year?
Oh, it was something stupid. It was 68, right? It was 68 wins last week. 68 wins last year, I'm pretty sure. The Thunder were just, and I mean, they're cruising right now. The OKC is what? They're 4-0 to start the season right now. Let me see. Yeah, the Spurs and the Thunder are 4-0 to start the NBA season. And matter of fact, the San Antonio Spurs are blowing out teams. Their point differential is crazy. But, I mean, Wemby started the season hot.
So the top 3 teams right now in preseason win totals, Thunder set at 62.5. Cleveland set at 56.5. And the Denver Nuggets set at 54.5.
Ooh, interesting. So, I mean, what they won 55 last year? Is that what the Nuggets won last year? But, yeah, I mean, Kaz is thinking 59-60, which would make this the winningest team in the regular season in Denver Nuggets history. But, I mean, they got the Pelicans tomorrow. The offense for the Nuggets is I mean, it's early in the season, so they're still working on things, and obviously the new staff and everything. But, man, that offense looks good when it's cooking, right? Like, it slowed down in the second quarter, but then in the third, I mean, they put 45 points on the board in the third. Now, I know Jamal. KJ, how many points did Jamal score in that third quarter?
23.
Man, just like it was nothing, too. Like it was nothing. Taking it easy. It's not like he was gunning. Yeah, he was looking good. And then Tim Hardaway comes off the bench and gives you 20. And, I mean, both of those guys were money from 3. Like, I think Tim was 4 or 5 from downtown, and that's probably all you need to make a very long, deep run in the playoffs. Because, man, the Tim Hardaway thing and the Jonas Valanciunas thing, some of what the Nuggets were missing last year. Frozen Frenzy. Do you care that every single team in the NHL is playing today, Coach? You going to take some time out and watch every single NHL game today?
I wish I had the time to do that. I could probably roll it. Where are they all going to be? Like is it just TNT, True TV, TBS?
Yeah. It starts, I think the first game is like at 3 o'clock in the afternoon, and then we just roll from there, just all night long. Yeah, actually, no. Let's see, is it not 3 in the afternoon? It's 4 in the afternoon is the first game. Penguins, Flyers. And then we're just every single team in action. I kind of wish they would hold something like this for the weekend, you know what I mean, where people wouldn't be working. You can just sit there and watch all the games and just NFL red zone it, you know what I mean? But
you say that, but who's going to go up against college football and NFL?
Well, I mean, the NHL does it all the time. They have games on Saturday and Sunday all the time. But I think, you know what, maybe it's because, like, more than half the teams in the NHL play in dual arenas, you know what I mean, where there's also an NBA team that's in that arena, and you probably can't take over every single arena in the NHL or half of them on a Saturday or Sunday because, you know, the NBA's got to use those arenas, too, to play. But I'm down for it, and this should be a whole lot of fun. Devils and Avs tonight. You can hear that game right here on 92.5. Then tomorrow the Nuggets will take on the Pelicans, and your Denver Broncos getting ready for a contest against the Houston Texans, Coach. We'll dive more into it tomorrow, but how much of Sean Payton was licking his chops against the Dallas Cowboys. Yep. What do you think when he looks at this Texans defense, how he thinks?
Well, I mean, he knows it's going to be a much bigger challenge. You have two of the better defensive players in all of football, Derek Stingley Jr. and Will Anderson, a dynamic off-ball linebacker that can serve as a big-time pass rusher as well. The challenge is there. You know, the building's going to be loud. You know, you have an indoor-ish NRG stadium. You've just got to start fast in this game. If you start fast, a 3-4 team that has had their ups and downs, more I'd say downs, you might be able to find a little bit more adversity for that squad in the beginning of the game. If that's the case, man, I think that the offensive line of the Houston Texans is the big question mark. CJ Stroud, if he gets hit the way that I know this Broncos front can hit him, I don't think that the Pat Surtain injury is going to be felt as much as you think.
Okay. I mean, I am a little nervous about it. And I should mention that CJ got hit 0 times in his game last week. He was clean. Matter of fact, Bo didn't get hit and CJ didn't get hit. So we'll see which one of those is true once this week.
We got a winner. And I get to read the winner because KJ Granderson knows that I am proficient in many different languages. Dialects. And so the winner of Avs Ticket Tuesday, over 1,000 entries came in,
is
Faris Al-Zainati.
All right,
Faris Al-Zainati.
Get it.
Text in to 303-504-0925 and KJ will get you all squared away. Thank you for everybody who dialed up the old Avs Ticket Tuesday.
Yeah, congratulations. And that'll do it for the Morning Sprint on this Tuesday. For Mike Sanford and KJ Granderson, I'm Mark Burton saying thanks a lot for listening. We are the Morning Sprint. What's next? PhD. Yeah, I almost said the Morning Sprint is next. No, PhD coming right at you right now.
Did I stay up to watch the game? Come on, man. Of course. Yeah, Tyler is. It started like after 6.
Yeah.
So it went 6 hours and 39 minutes. So 12:15. Yeah, I'd have to finish after 1 a.m. I guess here.
Yeah, that's what I was picturing.
But it was it was an awesome night.
God,
so
there were some insane defensive plays in that game. Insane.
It was one of the greatest, if not the greatest, World Series game of all time because of the roly-poly nature of it.
We should have everybody starting the extra innings on second base.
Well, Scott, did you stay up for the game?
Hell no.
Okay. So, Tyler, did you stay up for the game?
I didn't even know it was on.
Okay.
Hell no.
Dan, you stay up for the game?
I did. Well, I was, doing Nuggets stuff, so.
Yeah, I mean, the Nuggets was great. And then, Dan's doing in the paint. And then it was like halfway through the baseball game at that point when the Nuggets game was over. He had the Chiefs killing the Commanders.
Yeah, that score wasn't indicative. It didn't feel
the
like.
The crazy thing is you could consume all those sports and then, let's tune in the baseball game after everything was over. And you still would have seen 2 hours of baseball.
You'd have still seen a whole 9-inning game.
It's unbelievable.
Yeah.
They went 10 scoreless innings. We'll get to the baseball game. Did you guys catch up on it at least?
I saw a bunch of the highlights on X, and I mean there were some. That throw for the first baseman and third baseman from Toronto. I don't know what point of the game it was. It was in extra innings for sure. That was nuts. And then Toronto, how about sending that dude to go home? He wasn't even close.
He was being aggressive, and then they had to look at it because there's rules about blocking the plate or not. And
what is the rule?
You can't.
You can't. You if the throw takes you into the path of the runner, you can go, but you can't just.
You can't start.
You have to stand outside the baseline to catch the ball.
You have to give a clear path for the runner to be able to get into the base. It's not like the old days.
And that was almost more for the catcher's protection.
Yeah,
than the base runner.
But there's like the intent of the rule. And then there's you know it when you see it. You see it if it was the right call at the end of the day. There was drama like Clayton Kershaw, who's, just out of the bullpen if needed at this point for the Dodgers, coming in with the bases loaded and 2 outs and getting out of the inning. And there were no runs scored. It wasn't like it went extra innings because the Blue Jays scored 1 and then the Dodgers tied it up and they kept going. It was 0.
Like shutout baseball in OT.
They had this redhead, Brett Kane looking guy come out there. He's never thrown 4 innings straight since college, and he did so in the World Series shutout innings. He's like barely on the team. They had Yamamoto, who just went like 2 days ago. He was ready to go for the Dodgers, and the next pitcher for the Blue Jays was going to be Shane Bieber, who's starting tonight.
Wow.
I mean, we were getting into some weird-ass territory, and then Freddie Freeman becomes the only player in Major League Baseball history to hit 2 walk-off homers in World Series play. And he did it last year, too.
Well, there's a guy driving home with the Chevy pickup if they win a couple more, huh?
No, because I'm going to keep going here as long as we're into it. Shohei.
See his last 7 at-bats at Dodger Stadium?
Well, at-bats are different than walks, so walks don't count. I know what you're talking about, yes. So walks don't count as at-bats. They're plate appearances. But yes.
It's like home run, double, home run,
and
double.
His last 7 at-bats, it's 5 home runs and 2 doubles. But he also has 5 more plate appearances where he was intentionally walked 4 times, and the other time they didn't really pitch to him. There was a runner on first base wasn't open, and they just sort of pitched around him. And were willing to put a runner on second base. Mookie Betts could have ended that game 3 different times in extra innings by hitting a double. And the last at-bat, a single, and he couldn't get that in. Now, this game was,
didn't Ohtani hit his 7th and 8th home run in the playoffs or something like that?
Oh,
because he had 2 last night.
He had two solo shots last night. Listen, if the Blue Jays had won that game last night, I would have been equally excited for the Blue Jays too. It just wouldn't have been as dramatic because it was in LA. It couldn't have been a walk-off. It was unbelievable in terms of just sports. And yes, the beauty of baseball in this context, it could go forever. It literally could go forever. How about the fact this is the 2nd time Dave Roberts has managed an 18-inning game. He did it 7 years ago, and Max Muncy hit a walk-off homer.
Yeah, I remember that.
Max Muncy almost had a chance to possibly hit another walk-off homer in an 18-plus inning game. So when you see a game that's been played for well over 130 years or whatever baseball's been, and there's things that are happening for the first time ever, it does take your breath away a little bit. Like, what's beautiful about sports is that these things can and do happen. It's remarkable.
Especially in postseason.
When the pressure is absolutely at its
heights.
zenith.
Yep. Good word.
And we're looking at Mary Hart from Entertainment Tonight the entire game. She's been sitting there for years in those box seats. She's been there she might have had those seats for 30 years sitting right behind home plate. There's Mary Hart. Looking at her the whole time.
Once had her legs insured with Lloyd's of London.
So now the Blue Jays, 70% of the time, the team that wins Game 3 wins the series. So they got their work cut out for them. And Shohei goes tonight with no real pitching in the bullpen left. There's nobody really left for either team, frankly. So tonight should be a fascinating game. Tonight could be a mess. But it's exciting, man. It's great. So, anyways, I didn't mean to go on and on and on because the big news really is out about Pat Surtain and the Broncos, at least to start off with today. And Prime is talking right now. He had some interesting things to say. But what is your reaction, guys, about Surtain being out, I don't know, 4 to 6, and a pec. Yeah,
Yeah, I mean, glad it's not a pec tear, first off, because that would be a season-ending deal. So, in the big picture, this is relatively good news. Now, it sucks that he's got to go. Now, they haven't made the decision officially, right, to put him on the IR, just to clarify?
Not that I've heard.
Right. Now, the reason why it's kind of an interesting decision to be made is that if you put him on the IR – it's 4 games, but it's 4 games. It's not 4 weeks. It's 4 games.
Is that right?
Yes. So if he goes on the IR, he has to miss 4 games. If you don't put him on the IR, you've got the bye week in there. So you've got the potential of only missing 3 games and including the bye week, right? So I would actually guess that they probably lean towards the optimistic side. Pat's one of those guys. I mean, every now and then there's guys that are just talented enough. It's worth carrying them on the 53 just in case you get him back.
Okay. Concerned?
The offense scored 40 points. Let's get some offensive. Let's get the offensive turn here. The offensive turn here in the next 3 weeks. Let's go.
Not concerned about Pat Surtain not being around.
Pew, pew. I need some pew-pews the next 3 weeks.
Well, you probably don't get one this weekend because Houston's a pretty strong defense. You could definitely get it against the Raiders. The Chiefs, I don't know. I'm not. I don't know where I am about the Chiefs these days.
I mean, obviously you don't want to miss the Chiefs game, but if there was a stretch of the season for Pat Surtain to miss, this is a pretty decent stretch. Texans offense is not exactly a juggernaut. Raiders suck. Then you got that Chiefs game, and then you got the Commanders, who probably have Jaden Daniels back by then. But
after a bye week,
yeah,
I guess if you're gonna miss time. I mean, there's no perfect time, right? But this is probably as good as any time because it's right around the bye. And it's not against the most challenging of opponents, theoretically, we'll see, right? And you get the bye week in there, like we just said. I don't know. I went back and watched the play. The play was so innocuous, man.
Yeah.
It was just
a little funny.
Yeah, but I don't know, man. Just when you look at football plays, you're like, that's it, huh? And then I went back and watched the Mims concussion, and it was like, really? It's one of these moments where you wonder why guys just don't get hurt in football every single play all the time because you can get hurt so easily.
Well, and the concussions, I know there's times where it's very obvious. Get hit, helmet hits the field, boom, 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 so watch out there. But there's also times when you get blown up where you might be right on the verge, no one sees it. Football players are going to do what? They ain't going to say, hey, I think I might have almost got concussed right there. No, they're going to go back in, and now the next one may not look so bad, but guess what? Pushed you over the edge because you were that much closer to begin with. I would assume the way I understand concussion. So we'll see.
Some notes here real quick about Prime. I just saw a little bit of it because they posted a little bit late, but he said that they do make changes in terms of who calls things and how coaches operates, and they just don't tell us, but they do make changes all the time. He says that when Warren Sapp goes and kicks over the have you seen this? The markers there.
How could you miss it?
Yeah. So when he does that, Prime picks him up because that's what defense does. They knock guys down, and then cornerbacks pick up the team.
Okay.
Or Deion's a pretty good dude at heart, and he doesn't want somebody else to have to pick up the pylons.
It definitely is a non-story. It's just, it's a dopey thing. It's silly. But Prime's spending time to explain that today. So
the big question is who's coaching.
Yeah. I only got to the first few minutes. This was the important stuff that was addressed right off the bat, aside from the girls soccer team and volleyball team are kicking ass.
Kind of like mismatch colors on sweaters versus
Who would
pants.
ask a question like that?
I mean,
DMac mocking the CU reporters, you know?
Nobody asked. He just came out and said it. This was his opening statement.
Is that right?
Yeah, it was students of the week, soccer team, volleyball team. Let me take care of a couple of things. First, Warren Sapp knocking over pylons. Seriously, that was first. And then we kind of went from there. I don't know.
This is
then the reporter says
a huge week to see how you bounce back.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it's a winnable football game. The next 2 weeks, you got Arizona, you got West Virginia. Both those games are teams that you can and probably should beat. I don't know though. Sometimes you play a game that just ends your season before it's over.
I do have him talking about the pylons and then screaming at Robert Livingston. Are you guys curious to hear what he had to say about it?
Sure.
All right, so here we go.
Let me start by addressing some stupidity.
Let me tell you this. He is not being asked, guys, a question. This is just after we get through the soccer and volleyball scores and athletes of the week, we get to this.
Let me start by addressing some stupidity that happened a week ago. That someone tried to make a big deal out of Coach Sapp knocking over the darn pylons. That's our little thing. He knocks them down, I pick them up. That's what defensive linemen do, right? They knock them down, the defensive backs pick them off. So that's our little thing. So that's what we do. Stop trying to make something out of nothing. And the little situation that you caught me yelling on the sideline, I wasn't yelling at Coach about a call. I was yelling about personnel. Okay, I just want to make it clear. So I was talking about personnel, not the call he made. I respect the calls that Coach makes. I think he's one of the best guys in the business. We just got to put us in better situations and do more, and the guys have to execute. But I yell on the sidelines all the time. You know, sometimes I yell positivity. I'm not yelling negativity. Sometimes I get disturbed, upset, but I'm not yelling at the coach. I'm yelling about something else. So that's what that was. I got the utmost respect for Coach Livingston. Rob has done a great job since he's been here, and I respect he and his family. But we got to do better all the way around.
Okay. You realize we're like this close to just not talking about CU whatsoever, period, like at all. We're back to the good old days of Denver sports.
I don't think that's possible with Deion there. I really don't.
It's getting there.
I mean, I know you say that, but I really don't think it'll ever be possible as long as Deion Sanders is the head coach.
I think we're already there,
dude. I mean, what else is there to say about?
Because we're not talking about CU. We're talking about coach.
Yeah,
right.
Man.
But that's my point.
You really want to talk about
but
Arizona?
Again, we ain't talking about the football. We're talking about the coach.
Okay, that's fine. But I mean, I'm just saying the conversation is going to keep coming up.
Because CU is an irrelevant football team.
Right now they are, for sure.
It's sad.
So, okay, if there's anything else, and that might be the extent we talk about CU today. Seriously,
is our one guy still banned from asking questions?
Yeah, Sean. I don't know if he still goes there.
I thought he got unbanned.
Oh.
By the way, I'm going this Saturday on a media credential. It's a quirky deal because my wife is like out for the weekend. Like she's doing something with her sister, like gone for the whole weekend. And we got a little event the station's doing up at Rally House, and I was just like, "Wow, I'd like to go to the game." So it's the first time I'm going to go and sit in the press box and sit in front of Prime and be able to ask any question after the game. That I've not done it in 3 years. Never been through this whole CU thing. So we'll see how it goes. The Nuggets and Avs are both on the road. You know, it's just kind of the way it's working out this weekend. So
there you go.
So I can tell you first, I could get myself banned right off the bat. Let's see what I can do.
I bet you can't.
Right away. Well, I'm not looking to do that, but I'm curious to see the whole scene.
They got Arizona. This is a winnable game, though.
For sure it is.
Of course. The West Virginia game is a winnable game on the road. ASU's if If they're still out of their quarterback and they got Sims playing quarterback, that's a winnable game. I don't know about Kansas State, Tyler. I don't know if you know anything about Kansas State this year. But it's not impossible. You're not playing the top teams in the country. You're playing Arizona, Arizona State, West Virginia, and Kansas State, guys. A year ago, we would have said CU's going to steamroll all those guys. No problem. We'll take care of business. And now this year, we're clutching our pearls about, kicking over pylons. Okay. We have a Ticket Tuesday for the Avalanche. We actually have some Avalanche breaking news from the morning skate. And your first keyword of the day coming up next. Here we go with our keyword on an Avs Ticket Tuesday. By the way, the breaking news, Blackwood will back up Wedgwood tonight. So Blackwood's right there, right about to get back in the mix, which is good. So Wedgie tonight. Every Tuesday, we're giving away a pair of tickets on every show. Keywords on the 20s. 1220 keyword is Martin. As a Natchez? Is that the... yeah, okay. Martin. 303-504-0925 for tickets against the Lightning on November 4th. We'll announce our winner at 2:55. So there you go. The keyword Martin, Martin, 303-504-0925. Yeah, it's good to hear Blackwood's going to be good to go, or at least as a backup. It's enough.
One step closer.
Yeah. That's good. That's fine. Other than that, we'll see. We'll have the Avs. It's what is it? Ice Frenzy, NHL.
Frozen Frenzy.
Frozen Frenzy, correct. Every NHL team is playing today. Every single one. Little marketing.
Games going on right now?
No, I checked that. They don't get going
Probably
right now.
Here pretty soon, though.
4 o'clock.
4 o'clock our time is
Yeah.
the first when the first games start.
Yeah, so with the latest puck drop going at 9, Kings and Sharks at 9 p.m. Wow. So if you're into hockey today, man, I mean, enjoy starting at 4 o'clock.
If they
Mountain
really
Time.
wanted to do it, they'd have put some games like at 1 o'clock
Yeah,
Eastern.
yeah, I thought of that. And they do that on some like holidays and stuff, but this, I don't know. I mean, it's a fun little shticky thing for the NHL to do. So our team right here on Altitude, 7 o'clock, pregame at 6:30 against the Devils. Hopefully a little modicum of revenge as they lost in overtime. But then again, who have the Avalanche not lost to in overtime? So the Devils tonight, Devils are a very strong team, 8-1-0, and we'll see it tonight down there at the Old Ball Arena. Tomorrow night, it'll be the Nuggets going against Skinny Zion and the Pelicans. Last night, Jamal Murray's trying to make a statement, fellas. And boy, oh boy, oh boy. Goodness gracious.
23 in the third, huh?
Well, but
that man turned it on.
Talked to Kaz, he goes, what'd you think in the third? He goes, they stopped getting out of just let's run down there and get in the half court and run a pick and roll kind of what they got into in that second quarter when they kind of gave the lead up. So he said he felt they played quicker and more with pace in that third quarter, and that was cool. He also probably have Kaz on sometime. He said he talked to Cam Johnson. He goes, are you trying to figure out what's good and where you're going and
Yeah, he might need some time.
And he said, that's part of it. So we're all trying to figure, okay, where's our slot? How do they need me to be? Where do they need me to go? And boom, 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 boom. But listen,
I'm not too worried about it.
You can learn what you're supposed to do with a team that's the core is pretty good.
I look at that spot, Cam Johnson. I look at that as 3 players. I look at that as Cam Johnson, Bruce Brown, and Hardaway Jr. And just whatever. That's it.
Hardaway Jr. played good, too, off the bench, too.
Yeah, I mean, if Cam ain't feeling it, we got Hardaway, Bruce Brown. Actually, I could throw Peyton Watson into that mix too.
Peyton was great.
Peyton was great last night, so I'm not sweating it. You got 4 different guys to sort of fill that role out. And Adelman closed with a whole different. He had Watson and Hardaway Jr. on to close.
Yeah, rolled
Which we
with
talked about
the bench
yesterday.
guys.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, great. Jonas only played 10 minutes last night. Joker was one. Now, he has had perfect nights. So he was damn close.
But 9 of 10?
He's had perfect nights with 3-point attempts. So this was great, but he did not even try a 3-pointer. So he is 9 of 10 from the field, 7 of 7 from the free throw line, 19 rebounds. He got a late assist to get the triple-double. And he's one of only 3 players to start a season with a triple-double. Can you name the other 2?
I got to believe Westbrook's in there.
He is in there, yes.
Well, you'd want to say Oscar.
You just got it.
Yeah.
Good job. Wow. Impressive.
Well, that's the only other 2 guys that average a triple-double for an entire season.
Oscar Robertson, Russell Westbrook, and now Nikola Jokic. Only 3 players in NBA history to start a season first 3 games. And I don't know what 4 is, Dan. Do we know what 4 is? And it was a lower point. 25 points.
But see, that like I told you, I think he's still going to be able to rebound. We said this yesterday. We think his assists be up. Listen, you want to talk about efficiency. You got 25 points on 10 shots?
Mm-hmm.
It's fantastic.
I mean, that's, 2.5 shots or points per game? I mean, that's just stupid.
No Anthony Edwards, so what? It was a little bit back and forth there for a minute, and then the Nuggets were just
historically speaking, help me out here, but I feel like Jamal usually doesn't play super well against Ant, does he?
Well, it's not just Ant. It's usually McDaniels. McDaniels who they usually put on him.
Is that right?
That and the other guy, the Kill Alexander that I think is playing in Atlanta now. They were the first ones to start tall, longer guys on him, and then get real physical.
I just remember those guys getting all up in his chili, pressing the full court the whole game. There were moments feeling like Jamal just couldn't even get the ball past the midcourt line.
And you wear him out towards the end, and all of a sudden the shots don't fall.
Yeah.
That they were the first, again, general manager, head coach, first assistant coach, all here for, when you were developing who Jamal Murray is, and they know that. And that's why Minnesota's had as much success against him as anybody else.
Adelman said he was looking for a matchup with Aaron Gordon. I think was it Naz Reid, Dan, I believe. And so the result of that was a little quirky. Jokic started the fourth quarter, and then he took him out. And I'm like, here's Jokic in the middle of a competitive game in the fourth quarter, middle of the quarter on the bench. And he was like standing up and like yelling and coaching, and he was like, really into it. Now, it was only for like 3 minutes.
Am I the only one here that was expecting Jonas to be playing more than 12 minutes here, 10 minutes there?
Well, I don't know if anybody expected Jokic to be in the middle of a fourth quarter in a competitive game on the bench. Like, period. Like, that is, I got you with Jonas, like he wasn't playing as much. But look when he was playing. So I think we can take a lot of the rules of the past and sort of, we can throw them in the old garbage cano and just be like, all right.
I think, and you're talking about Joker being into it and up on the bench and doing stuff while he's out in the fourth, shows you what really matters to him. I know everybody, and it's great for us as fans. Remember when we had Joker here? I mean, all you 20-year-olds that'll be 50 someday with grandkids, and you'll be watching some basketball game, and you go, that guy can't touch him. Let me tell you about the greatest player the Nuggets ever had, right? And you'll be going back to that. He don't care about, I got 40. He got, you know what he cares about? They ain't beaten Minnesota in a long time. Didn't beat him at all last year.
Tell me about it.
And you finally go in there and win.
Yeah, it was great. You didn't want to give it away after such a great third quarter, and they didn't. They put him away. They put him down like a dog.
David Adelman, I will say this, and we're going to have David on today, right?
We are in a half hour.
He ain't afraid to mix and match and try different stuff, is he?
Apparently not. He definitely is coming through with what he said. He didn't say one thing and then bail out of it. Not yet. So, yeah, we should absolutely. We can ask about that. David Adelman show today at 1 o'clock. So the David Adelman show is going to be with us, but it'll float around depending on what his schedule is. So we look forward to talking to him today.
They probably didn't get into bed till 1:30 or so last night.
Well, they probably slept well once they finally got to bed. Yeah. I mean, aside from a Steph Curry miracle, half-court shot, you're playing great. So I don't really have any beefs. Did you enjoy the Peacock coverage?
I don't have the Peacock.
Okay. So I guess you didn't really enjoy the coverage.
I will ask this, and I was talking to one of our buddies, big listener here too, Stubby. It seemed like my screen, I was watching on the big TV, it was fuzzy. It almost looked like they were filming in analog on my digital TV. It wasn't as crisp and clean as now you go over and watch Hallmark and it looks perfect.
Oh, okay. Is Santa Claus doing all right?
Yeah, it's
just doing his thing.
Dog, it's just building up.
Gotcha.
Dad turns his family home into a bed and breakfast. The kids all come back.
That's fantastic.
Mama died 15 years early. He was just kind of lonely and park ranger. Yeah.
I can't get my kid to walk around the corner when I'm at a bar.
No, they came all from out of town.
Oh boy.
I went back to my back channel websites last night. It worked out pretty well, actually.
Oh, so you did see the game?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So what broadcast do you see? You see the Peacock broadcast then, right?
Correct.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Well, that's all I care about. I don't.
Via Croatia.
Yeah. Whatever. Yeah. I don't care how you get it. The reason I bring it up is Carmelo is now part of the pregame postgame. And Maria Taylor, who does a lot of football stuff and does a great job with that.
She's fabulous.
She's fabulous. She's also very tall. And on the football broadcast, it kind of, and she's there with like some tall guys, but she kind of towers.
Oh, she towers like.
But yesterday,
like what's the Dallas coach and former coach?
Jason Garrett.
She's
bigger than Jason Garrett.
She's way bigger than Jason Garrett. But here with Tracy McGrady and Vince, she looks like a normal woman, doesn't she?
It kind of fits.
Yeah.
It's like, oh, this all kind of makes sense.
What's her name?
Maria Taylor.
I also think she's very good, though.
I do too. And, she's with Vince Carter, Tracy McGrady, and Carmelo. I think Vince Carter's probably the shortest out of those fellas.
Yeah. He tries to talk too much.
But you saw Carmelo now doing this job. What did you guys think of Carmelo? And I got some Carmelo with Jokic.
I thought he was solid. I thought McGrady and Vince were trying too hard, and Melo just was like Melo. I mean, to me, Melo, hey, Joker. I just thought he was Melo. Vince was trying to be like, okay, I'm going to be the Charles, and McGrady just look how smart I am. I'm going to talk too much.
My theory is whatever ESPN does, I think it makes their broadcasters uptight. And whatever TNT does allows the guys to feel more free.
I'll tell you what they do.
I think ESPN probably just overproduces everything.
They overproduce. I was talking to somebody when I was working with ESPN, and like their football show, when Berman, when they kind of were big into the pregame football show 2 hour, they would come in on Saturday and they would rehearse word for word.
Yeah, that's not good.
The 2 hour pregame show.
No.
Word for word. So that's what's wrong with ESPN. And I guarantee you they're doing something like that on this one right here. I remember I went and did the.
Yeah, like Melo's like holding papers.
Why
are you? What do you got on your paper?
I went and did a week-long co-hosted one on the panel of Best Damn Sports Show once.
Oh, okay, yep.
Same thing. Get up there early in the morning and they're going over what you're supposed to say, and I'm like, why?
Yeah, I don't know. On that show, you had John Sally and Roseanne's ex-wife, Tom Arnold.
Yep.
Chris Rose. I mean, sounds like a pretty relaxed
Chris Rose,
crew.
I noticed the other day, is back doing something with NFL Network.
I did see that. Yeah, he is a survivor, man. He goes from one thing to another.
He was a nice dude.
Yeah,
he was a nice dude.
All right, here's a little Melo with Joker after the game.
Joker, Melo here. Listen, what's up, baby? You make the game seem or look so effortless. What is it that you guys are doing together as a team right now, early on in this season, offensively? Because you guys are clicking on the offensive end.
Yeah, I think we have a different option, different, like I said, different lineups. We respect each other. Let's say personnel. We respect each other's space, and if somebody has it going, we give him the ball. And we have so many movements, and so many different actions. All the splits, all the pick and rolls, all the posts. I think we have so many offensive weapons, let's say like that, and we are using all of them right now. Just trying to get used to play with each other.
Melo's a little stiff there, I suppose.
Yeah, but hey, baby.
Doing his best.
Hey, baby.
Just do the whole thing like that.
He goes Kojak on him, and who loves you, baby?
He's probably nervous.
But you know what he
first
goes,
time doing this stuff.
Did you notice when he goes, a Joker, Melo here?
Yeah.
A Joker kind of laughed.
What's up, Melo?
Because listen.
They're connected.
They're connected.
They know it. They know
and
it.
they both know.
Of course.
They both know.
Yeah, so Vince Carter, who wore 15, was joking around when Joker came there about 15, and Melo was like, I wear 15, too, and there's Joker. And I would have loved a moment where Melo really talks to Joker about number 15 in Denver.
That'd be cool.
God. I don't think that's going to happen.
That would be cool, though, if they had to sit down, if they could ever get a one-on-one interview and do it with Melo and Joker.
Even if he was
that would be must-watch.
Well,
TV.
that would be how you break the ice.
Yeah,
you know what? Get everybody else out of the way. Forget the organization. Forget anybody else. Like it's just two ballers, two players talking ball.
Two great interviews I saw that same vein. It must have been with ESPN, but they got Shaq and Kobe back together, and they sat down and just interviewed them two because of the fallout and everything, and Shaq, and then they had Magic Johnson Magic Johnson with Isaiah Thomas. And I'm telling you, man, both those interviews, because they had a big fall. They were best friends. They had a huge falling out for 10, 15 years.
Yep.
It was powerful stuff. I think if Peacock can get it worked out, to have Melo come to Denver and sit down with Nikola Jokic for 15, 20 minutes.
Don't they have to now that Melo's doing this? They have this big contract and Jokic is Jokic. Don't you literally have to do that? I don't think Jokic would mind. What does Jokic care?
No.
That's,
Well, he cares about sitting down and wasting 15 minutes when he could be on his way home to see what the kids.
I got it, but I think Jokic has always been respectful for people he respects.
Oh, I do too.
And I think he respects Melo.
Well, he's got no reason to dislike Melo.
No, none. No, and he knows they're connected, but they didn't play together. They're not like that.
No.
I'm sure he's seen Melo a million times over the years.
Well, he did get the end of Melo's career, right? I mean,
he played against him, sure, of course. Yeah. But you know what I'm saying. Like,
I don't. But here's another thing: when you get new organizations doing games and stuff, I have no idea if anybody at Peacock has any clue.
Oh, come on.
Of this, trust me.
Oh, come on.
Trust
really?
me.
You think they spent all that money and they have people that don't have a clue about like basketball?
Yeah, because they probably got mostly 25. They got Dan Tanner guys and younger who are sitting there going, Melo played at Denver.
Oh, come on,
dude! To this generation of young fan, 20-something. Guess what Melo was? A New York Knick.
Fine, but Melo's now one of their guys. They're not. Listen, super.
If it doesn't get done,
take.
then I was completely right, and they were all stupid.
Fine.
In fact, who's in charge of Peacock? I'll call them and tell them they should do this.
Who's in charge of Peacock?
Yeah,
idea guy.
General Electric. I don't know. NBC.
I don't think they own that
They
anymore.
don't own NBC anymore. I have no idea.
I don't know who that.
Tyler, who in Chechnya is running Peacock?
Paramount. I think the people who own Paramount.
Paramount CBS.
Oh, is that Paramount CBS?
Yeah, for sure.
Big news. Taylor Sheridan's leaving Paramount. Yeah,
what?
Big news.
Ooh.
Yep.
Whoa. With all them shows?
Got a big offer from Universal. Yep. He's out of there.
Maybe Universal is NBC.
That feels familiar. So Taylor may be taking his stuff to NBC if that's the case.
I guess so.
Would Landman? Would he take Landman to NBC?
I'm guessing Paramount owns those shows.
I think the new year of Landman comes out early November too, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Does it?
Like 10th or something?
Yeah, Billy Bob was on the Manning cast promoting it. I think the Manning cast is good, but boy, did they get some dud personalities. Billy Bob was a dud. Devontae Adams was a dud last night.
Well, I didn't watch last night. I forgot.
I thought last night was the first time I have watched the Manning cast the entire season. And, I love watching Peyton and Eli jive it up and, joke with one another. But that show lost its appeal for me.
Yeah, they're really dependent on their guests being kind of fun and if the game stinks, there's nothing for them to talk about. And they just go into like, hey, Devontae Adams, this is what you look like in middle school.
Well, that's when I usually do watch them is when the game stinks. If it's a good game, I prefer to watch the regular broadcast. But when the game stinks, I'm like, all right, well, let's go over and goof around with Peyton and Eli.
Yeah, I like it when they're going, what are they doing? What kind of call is that right
there?
Well,
you should have seen Peyton at the beginning of the game. I was watching it at the very beginning. He was losing his mind about the Chiefs, losing his mind. And he kept saying we every 2 seconds about the Commanders.
Oh, really?
Oh, well, because he was actively rooting against the Chiefs.
They did have a funny moment when Peyton goes, hey, Eli, how about that Broncos-Giants game?
Yeah.
And Eli goes, I don't know. I turned it off after the third quarter. What happened? I don't know. It's shtick. It's corny. They're cornballs.
It's two brothers.
Yeah, they're two corny brothers.
Yeah.
That's their thing. All right, well, listen, we'll dip back in to see what Prime did have to say. We will have David Adelman on at 1 o'clock. Our keyword this hour is Martin for an Avs Ticket Tuesday here on PhD on 92.5. What's going on? It's your guy, DMac, for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Low T. You feel just not yourself. You have brain fog. Your workouts stink. Maybe you're not working out at all. Who knows? Who knows what's going on? But guys in their early to mid-30s start losing 2 to 3% of their testosterone, and it happens gradually, so you might not even notice it. But you can get things going in the right direction. Just feeling more like yourself with the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. Take the low T quiz, 10 questions, yes, no. It just takes a couple of minutes. You're going to draw your blood. They'll have results within 30 minutes. A licensed medical provider will review your results, and you go from there. Cost of the appointment's only $99. You get the consult T and the PSA test. If you sign up for testosterone treatment the day of your appointment, that visit is free. Most men wait a year or longer. Don't be like most. Be your own unique individual and get back to being yourself. Incredible location in Castle Rock, but also locations in Fort Collins, North Denver, and Colorado Springs. So hit them up today. 720-440-7900, RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. I'm sorry, what'd you say about Brian Kelly?
Brian Kelly, they're negotiating his buyout at $54 million is what they owe him.
Not so bad.
Lee.
I'd be happy to be fired by LSU.
Dude, how much do they hate that guy?
I'll crash and burn like the best of them, and I'll be like Ed Orgeron, or how do you say his name? Orgeron?
Orgeron.
Yeah, I'll be like him. Show me the door, buddy.
No dumb question. Was it really that bad there?
Did you see what happened this weekend?
They lost to A&M, but
the Alabama game. I mean, yeah, they've had some bad moments.
Still have a winning record right now, don't they?
I think so.
Like 5-3.
They got Alabama next week. They got Alabama and then Auburn, I think. Possibly.
Oh, was Alabama? That might have been last year.
Yeah, and then they got.
Man, the bar is high.
They got Alabama and then Arkansas, so they got a chance to get right.
I mean, if you're willing to pay out a guy $50+ million, there's got to be something else besides the wins and losses. So there's got to be. You must hate him.
Penn State guy got bought out for $49 million.
You must hate him, I guess.
Yeah,
I mean, mid-season firings for. I mean,
they're 5 and
shocker. 3. Brian Kelly wore thin on somebody. Lane Kiffin. I bet they go. I bet Lane Kiffin takes that LSU job. The other team's been flirting with them. Florida was flirting with them. There's a few other schools, but they're really not that big of upgrades from Ole Miss. LSU, that's a significant upgrade.
And Ole Miss are having a good year, too.
Right. Oh, yeah, they're having a great year.
Okay. It feels funny.
You know the name that I see is in the running for like Penn State and everything is DMac's boy Kenny Dillingham.
Yeah, I saw that too.
Why? Why is he in the running for that? Like they've got a pretty average season going on right now.
Because he did what Prime was trying to do.
Kind of, but he's doing the same thing as Prime. I mean, he's having a fall off year.
Yeah, but they still have a winning record.
5-3, right?
Yeah, they're still going to go to a bowl game.
Yeah, but I mean, it's not like usually when you're talking about a Penn State job, you're talking about a dude that's got an undefeated season.
I think Dillingham's a hot young coach who knows how to turn programs around and knows how to work in the NIL world. So that's the appeal for him. And but his roots to ASU are kind of like ridiculous. He's one of those guys.
Yeah, but you got to have some pretty strong roots to stay stuck. And I don't mean this shot at ASU because I believe me, CU's been the same way forever. But I mean, you got to have some pretty strong roots to stay loyal to ASU. That's not a final destination.
Listen,
job.
I'm not saying somebody comes around with $10, $12 million, he's going to turn that down, especially with this guaranteed stuff if you get blown out. No, I assume Kenny Dillingham will get an SEC job. I think he's on that path. I don't know what path Prime is on.
Well, listen, even Doc Holliday spent some time in Dodge City.
There you go. Here is Prime talking about how they're going to approach practices. How's things going to go this week? Because you got to understand, last week was great in terms of practice. So
how's a great practice last week, and everybody or a whole bunch of people showed up late?
Fair question.
Well, here we go.
First and foremost, last week was a tremendous surprise because of the great practices that we had.
See?
Hats off to the young men as well as the staff because we teach our young men to put things behind them, especially plays, and go to the next play. Now you got to put a whole game behind you and go to the next opportunity, and that's practice. And oftentimes you practice a certain way and you play that same way. These young men have responded tremendously, and I'm proud of them that they're putting it aside and say, you know what, we're better than this. We got to focus, we got to lock in. And Mate didn't have a great game punting the ball last week. The guy was out there for an hour on his own, just kicking the snot out the ball, just working till Coach Pollack had to tell him to come in. So you like that. You want to see that tenacity out of your team, and that's what we're seeing. And the coaches are holding them accountable, and I'm holding myself accountable as well as the coaches accountable. That's on us. We got to put the kids in a better situation.
I saw a TikTok, a short clip, and it was just chaos, Tyler, on the sideline, just like coaches yelling, players yelling, Prime yelling, just everybody chaotically just screaming at each other.
Yeah, I've been in those games, unfortunately. I had a handful of them at CU. Got smoked by Oklahoma in the Big 12 championship, got smoked by Texas in the Big 12 championship. And when you get in those moments, as a coach, you're just like, what do you do? What do you do? Because schematically, there's nothing that works. You're looking for guys that are quitting. You're looking for guys with a deer in the headlights look. And so all you can do is try to inspire them. Hey, don't quit. Don't quit on your fellas, right? You got to fight for the guy next to you. But it's chaos. Chaos ensues. And that's why games like that, generally speaking, there's big change that comes after it.
Yeah, man. It reminded me of the most chaotic I ever saw CU. And, when Mike was there and things were bad, I don't know if it's chaotic. They were just terrible. But I remember like Embry and Bieniemy, that combo. That's what that scene reminded me of. I remember going to CU games, and all it was screaming. Because they were so confused with everything they were doing. And you could actually hear Bieniemy because he was in the box next to the KOA booth. And you could hear him on the radio. You could just hear screaming. And you look down on the sideline and you see screaming. And everybody's just screaming and yelling. And then if you look over at Utah, Whittingham, they're hey, when things are going well, you're not screaming, aside from being excited, right? So I don't know. You guys tell me.
Well, it's one of the reasons
does chaos on the sideline, on the bench, whatever, ever result in better play on the field?
Not consistently, but there's a difference between yelling and screaming and chaos.
Yeah,
there is orchestrated anger.
Well, this looked like chaos to me.
Chaos is he's yelling. Well, I don't know what to do. And it's got 5 different dudes arguing about and no one's solving it.
Yeah, that's what it looked like.
I've seen, like I said, chaos, bad word, but I've seen the hollering and screaming, but there's a purposed agenda behind the screening, and that will work. That will work. But dudes fight with this dude, and this dude's come back at this dude, and this come over here. That's a lack of upper control.
Yeah, I
want to hear the clip you were talking about earlier in the show when you said that Deion said that they do change the play calling duties.
Dan, you'd have to find that. It was in.
I'd love to hear that. What the heck does that imply? I mean,
yeah,
you're saying you take it away from Pat Shermer? Are you saying to take what?
I'll play it for you, Dan. It was the second question of the press conference, and he was asked, "Would you consider differences in play, mixing up the roles?" So if you can find it, was the second question, and if we can find that.
All right.
But somebody must have been listening to your question with Peyton and said, "Well, I'm going to ask Deion that question."
It's a good question.
Again, that question. It shows the widespread influence of this show.
Here we go. Go ahead, Dan.
Well, you always do that. We do that from game to game anyway. It's not.
Wait, Dan,
it's not something.
Do you have the question? Hearing the question would actually be good if you can go back a little bit, if that's possible. Okay, just wait a second.
He's not used to putting somebody else's
question.
question.
You don't have the question?
Right. We don't do that.
That wasn't. You didn't ask that question, so Dan didn't cut it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Hysterical. Here.
Sometimes truth is funny.
Oh, I'm dying. Go ahead, Dan.
Well, you always do that. We do that from game to game anyway. It's not something that we don't do. We just don't tell you all the time that we do it. We do that anyway. So we're always looking to improve in every area of getting the guys prepared. Not only that, what's being called from play to play, situation to situation. You probably don't know this, but we have a run game, pass game coordinator on both sides of the ball. So that's being challenged all the time. And I challenge these guys all the time, and I challenge myself all the time to get it right. We just got to get it right. We're not achieving what we're capable of achieving at this point.
There you go.
No dumb questions. It's just going to be a down year. Roll with it, see if you can see some minute improvements in certain areas, or is this the beginning of the end?
That's a fair question. I had a teammate text me, a CU teammate text me in the middle of the game and said, "At what point do you start the conversation about if he needs to be fired?" Right? And I don't think it's possible. I just don't think that Deion can be fired. Now, can Deion wear himself thin? Yeah, I think that could happen. Mentally, physically, his body, all of the above. I think that it's easy to keep pushing yourself through physical limitations. It's easy to push yourself through mental barriers when you're winning, when you're having fun, when you've got a Travis Hunter, when you've got a Heisman Trophy winner. It's easy to say, I still love this. But do you love it when it's hard? That's when it changes.
It's another week. We'll see. David Adelman, sunnier side of sports. Nice win for the Nuggets last night. Coach joins us next.
stop in the bucket, and they'll call a timeout. High right side over to McDaniels. McDaniels back over to Highland. Highland guarded by Jamal Murray. Gets a pick there from Gobert. Jump pass over behind him over to McDaniels. McDaniels, stutter step, drive, spin move, jumper. Blocked by Peyton Watson. Loose ball down to Jokic. Alley-oop down low to Murray. Layup, good! Timeout, Vinci! Denver leads it by 13. 3:51 left to go in the game.
The Denver Nuggets are the second NBA team to score 127-plus points in each of its first 3 games of a season. How about that? First team, this has not happened since 1962 with the San Francisco Warriors. David Adelman, head coach of the Nuggets, join us. Coach, when you hear numbers like that, it's not like a big goal in the beginning of the season, but it's kind of cool when you hear when things kind of pile up when you're playing well. Were you aware of that you guys are off to that kind of start in the NBA?
No, I was not. Maybe because I was thinking about some of the defensive quarters that we've had.
Right.
But no, it shows if we make the right plays with the guys that we have, and, we're going to have different people have big nights, on different nights. And it showed, Tim last night, Jamal, Aaron game 1, down the line. Game 2 is kind of everybody. So it's a really cool number, though. I'll be honest, because that's a historical team, and this league's been around for a long time. So not something that matters in the end as far as wins and losses, but a cool talking point.
I'm trying to look it up, but wasn't that the first year in San Francisco for the Warriors? And I think a guy named Will Chamberlain might have been there.
I'm amazed that team without a 3-point line in 1962 is piling up that kind of point. So that must have been one heck of a team back in the day. But
it's been crazy.
Yeah, I think they must have posted him up a lot, which was a really good option back then with a guy averaging 50 and 30. So.
Yeah, you know what? You bring a good point because it'd been interesting to see if they'd have kept points in the paint back when Chamberlain played.
Oh my God!
Oh my Lord! I can't even imagine.
That'd have been kind of dominant right there. Hey, Coach, what do you do? Obviously, you got to see that. I don't know if anybody's told you, but I think you have 79 more or something like that. Early.
What are you trying to say, Scott?
Well,
not get too excited. Are you raining on a parade right there?
No, there's no rain to it. It's just as already. You played last night. You've played 3 games that are highly emotional games. Your opener at Golden State, highly emotional. Your home opener at home, highly emotional. A team that you've had struggles with over the last couple of years, highly emotional. And by the way, Skinny Zion's coming in tomorrow. I mean, what are you doing already this early? Are you already worrying about rest and recovery and all that kind of stuff that goes on in an 82-game season?
Yes, and I do think, as you guys know, I don't know how this will all play out, but how it looks on paper, the Western Conference is going to feel like playoff games throughout the season.
Yep.
So you have to be very careful with guys' mental states. The game we lost in Golden State, could have won the game 9 times, could have lost it once, and we lost it.
Mm-hmm.
And I think it's going to happen to a lot of teams this year in the West. We're going to do it to somebody. The talent is what it is. So, yeah, you have to check yourself a little bit. You have to keep yourself measured, understand what's ahead. And like you said, and Scott, this from playing early in the season, the Pelicans are 0-3, and so they're going to come in like it's a playoff game because they need to win.
Yep.
And so you have to understand the early season stuff is so different than the middle of the season when injuries, pile up and, youth hits teams and they start to kind of get hit by the league and the schedule and what it all is. So, yeah, these early games it's a chance to jump ahead of people in the standings. I think I talked about this last time. It's also a chance to fall behind if you're not careful. So we have to approach every game the same way. As emotional as the last 3 games were, this is a chance to go 3-1. And we have to just look at that. And that has to be the sole focus going into tomorrow.
Coach, coming into this season, a lot of folks were looking at it like this might be the deepest team the Nuggets have had in a while. And last night, you're at the end of the game. You're playing your bench. Peyton hits a couple corner threes. He was tremendous. I'm kind of curious what goes into your mindset at the end of the game of how you decide who you want on the court when things are closing up.
Yeah, I said this last year. Obviously coaching the team the last few games and then the playoffs, but you really have to have an unselfish team if you want to be really good. And I do think we have a lot of guys that can finish games. And I think you're going to see Tim finish more games than people think. And, Peyton gave us flexibility. the matchup, the fact that they had, Rudy and Nas and Julius, and then obviously McDaniel. McDaniel's not a normal 3-man. He's a 6'10" problem. So it was nice to have Peyton, AG, and a center out there, at the end of the game. And that's what the game demanded. You know what I mean? Like it's
size.
You can't think of it in an emotional sense for the guys. The guys have to think about it as just we're trying to win a game and do everything we can to win the game. And that's it. And so whatever personnel fits that game should be out there. And, Tim had it going last night. I got to give Tim a lot of credit. Offensively, he was very shiny last night, but defensively, he was really good. Chasing DiVincenzo around, getting through picks with Conley. The offensive end, not the shooting, but he really screened well. Got Jamal matchups, got Nikola, free to catch the ball. So Tim was really professional last night all the way around. So, yeah, it's just let's see how the game goes, how it flows, and I'll try to make the right decision on who should finish.
You know what? You're talking about Tim, and he was the one guy when all the announcements and this trade and this move and this thing and this pickup, blah, blah, blah. I was as excited about him as anything you guys did in the offseason because he's a little bit like Bruce Brown, but maybe a little bit more polished. But he's a Swiss Army knife on both ends of the floor. Has there anything about his game now, coaching him one-on-one and seeing him every day, that has surprised you since you brought him in?
You're asking about Tim, right?
Yeah, Hardaway Jr.
Yeah, oh yeah, for sure. Sorry, I watched there for a second. Tim, I always knew the offensive part. His IQ defensively is extremely high, and the second part of it, I would say, like I said, offensively, he's a great screener. And it makes more sense to me now how the guy gets open all the times because, as you know, people that screen well usually are the person that gets the shot. And he has a great feel for that, when to let go of the screen and slip out, when to hold it for his teammate. The nuanced stuff, you run a timeout for him. He'll start in a different part of the court, knowing that he's going to eventually work his way there. There's just all these little nuanced veteran things he does. He's everything we thought he was going to be, and then there is more to him. And he's last year he played in Detroit. Sally saw him play a couple times outside the playoffs. Dallas, he was very an after timeout player and just stand on the corner guy with Luka. So I think with us, it's probably refreshing for him because he gets to kind of be on the ball more. There's more cutting and moving, and he fits it so well. And Scott, I agree. When I knew we could get him, there was extreme excitement because there's so many layers to what Tim can do and bring to a game. And you guys know that he didn't shoot well in game 2, but you have to guard him. You have to honor what he can do because of nights like last night. So it's so nice to have a threat like that off the bench.
David Adelman is our guest. Jamal Murray said the other night, you are an offensive genius. That's after you called him a generational player, so it appears you guys like each other. And he also said, which was interesting, with you – in your role now, you don't have to go back and look at tape, that you can offer feedback right away. This is what Jamal said. And I'm curious what that relationship is like. And in terms of your communication and what you can do, how effective, and that seems to be working great between you and him.
Yeah, I mean, Maul and I are on the same page with how we see the game. I try to understand what kind of player he is. He's a basketball player. You have to honor that. I think trying to find ways to make him comfortable with his game, and not trying to put him in situations that don't necessarily lead to success for him is a goal I've had over the years. And Coach Malone and I had that same goal. But it is different, when you're the head coach and you can communicate on the fly a little bit more than you usually I'd wait for a timeout or watch film after the game with him or whatever. But it's nice to hear his thoughts during the game. You're standing there at half court. He has ideas about how he's being guarded, how we can attack the other team. And it's also a sign of maturity from him. It's not just about shots and the ball. It's about the purpose of what we're trying to accomplish. And I'm sure after any night he has 45 points or the other night he was great, he's going to think, I did a great job because he played so well. But I just think it really is, though. It's constant communication. And as a coach, you're not out there playing, so you have to hear these guys out. And if you do, I think it allows you to have more of a measured response to the player because you feel like the conversation is real. And Jamal's had a great start, 23 games. But like I said this in the media day to start the season, I'm more proud of his mental state. He's just in a good spot. He's just playing the right way, and it's going to be my job to manage his body throughout the whole season.
Hey, real fast, and you got to let you go. Your dad coached high-powered teams in Portland and Sacramento. Curious to hear what his thoughts on the beginning of the season, what he's seen.
Yeah, I mean, my dad is he's very unique in the sense of had a really successful career, but very humble guy. So I think he's just enjoying watching it. He likes teams to pass the ball, move it, cut, do things unselfishly, because that's what the sport is.
Yep.
So if we can continue to be that team, move it correctly, and just play for each other, you're going to have people like him, be a big fan of the team. So obviously he had a career that I can only dream of having. So it's nice to get his thoughts on the team, but it's also really cool to hear his take on it, just being like, hey, this is good basketball. And that's all we're trying to do.
Well, congrats on the win last night. David Adelman shows off to a fantastic start here on Polumbus, Hastings, and DMac coach. So we're big fans of that. And Skinny Zion tomorrow. And we don't take him lightly. I don't care what the record is. No, don't take him lightly. Doing anything else kind of fun? Last year we heard all about TV shows and stuff, and I don't know if there's anything else that your kids into Halloween. I don't know if that's something in the Adelman household with the youngsters. I don't know if they're dressing up like K-pop demon hunters or whatever the hell the kids are doing these days.
Yeah, we have a kind of a controversial household. Our kids were dressing up as Pennywise when they were 4, and we gotta be careful with their choices. But my daughter does love the K-pop thing. I think my son's at the bitter end of Halloween being cool, so gotta take advantage of it while they still love it.
What age is what age is the bitter end of it being cool? Like, how old is he?
Well, I think people go through that weird moment where he's 11, but going on 16, I feel like.
Yeah.
And then I think people get to college, and all of a sudden Halloween's really cool again.
Right.
Unique holiday.
All right, Coach. We'll talk to you next week, and best of luck as time goes here this week. We'll talk to you next week.
All right, sounds good. Thanks.
Sounds good. Tyler, are you going through that with your kids still into Halloween or?
Mixed bag? I got a girl who turns 13 tomorrow.
Oh, happy birthday!
So we had a fun little weekend with her. She still kind of she plays into it a little bit. I feel like it's a little bit different with the girls. They seem to enjoy it a little bit longer.
Okay.
My son was done with it about 5th grade.
Okay.
Yeah. So it just depends.
Yeah.
Mine,
still doing Halloween?
Listen, I
got a younger girl also.
I assume she's into it.
I can understand what David's talking about. I got an 11-year-old going on 16, but when it comes to Halloween, she's back to 11.
Is that right?
Oh yeah, she is. She's fired up. She's fired up.
Like fired up for like trick or treating, like knocking on doors, all that.
Yeah, they've already been to 2 trunk or treats.
Trunk or treats.
Trunk or
treats. Help me.
You go to church and they got a bunch of little cars set up at the back end. You may have little games you play, and then you get a handful of candy. And
so we're already dressing up and getting candy.
Oh, she's already trunk or treated twice.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know how it
on
works.
One day.
My wife, I could have told you, my guys, she loves Halloween, and she pre-packages all of the Halloween things.
Yeah.
And when I brought some in last year, we only had 6 people come by our door last year. So she's
for us to expect some more trick or treats.
Maybe she's made up 9 trick or treat packages because she doesn't think we're going to get more than 9 people at the door.
That's a gamble.
And she's not even going to be there. It's up to me.
Oh, where's she going to be?
She's doing a whole weekend with her sister. They're doing a staycation together as sisters, and they're just going into Denver and doing kooky sister stuff. I think there's an art museum and massages in the mix there.
Dude,
and if she can figure it out, she can figure it out.
Just a tip from the wise.
Yeah.
I would make sure on the way home today you stop at the Supers across the street or Target.
Just get a bag of Reese's.
And get you a bag of candy maybe you like. But I would have that in
just a big bag.
Because the one time you think no one's come.
Yeah.
The governor and Prisoner 584122 did that one day. And all of a sudden he's leaving in the middle of trick or treat, flying up to King Super because they got ambushed and didn't realize it.
All right, we have another keyword for our Avs Ticket Tuesday and news with the Avalanche. We appreciate David Adelman for being on with us. Coverage of tonight's Avalanche game against the Devils on 92.5 begins at 6:30 with pregame presented by Ramos Law. Car accident? You need Ramos Law. Medical doctor and attorney. Visit ramoslaw.com. All right, our Avs news is that we are hearing after the morning skate, Scott Wedgwood will start. At least that's what it appeared to be. But Mackenzie Blackwood back on the ice and will be the backup to Wedgie tonight. It's an Avs Ticket Tuesday. We're giving away.
Which means if he's a backup, he can play.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Our keyword for this hour is Sun, S-U-N. First and last name to 303-504-0925 for a pair of tickets to the Avs game against the Lightning on November 4th. Don't miss all the great fan-friendly options at the concession stands for $5. Sun, S-U-N. Text Sun with your first and last name. 303-504-0925. We'll announce our winner at 2:55. I have some audio from Schefter about what the Broncos may do, but before I get there, just any takeaways from Coach Adelman, who was on with us.
I just think he's a solid dude and a solid coach, and I think sometimes it's kind of like Shanahan becoming the head coach for the Broncos. He had a different kind of relationship with Elway. Goes away for the year, whatever, but then comes back, and you're like, well, now they're boys, but now they're head coach. And I think that was a different relationship. That was a real working relationship, and I think this is similar with Jamal and David Adelman.
Yeah, I mean, one thing that's pretty unique about it, well, I don't know if it's unique necessarily, but it's pretty cool in the early process, is just hearing guys like Jamal talk about him as an offensive genius. I think all players talk about their coaches like that, but I think they really do believe it. And there's clearly something that is different about the way that David relates to the players than Michael Malone.
Well, I guess we're not waiting for a film session if we can just talk about it right then and there, which that's different. Not really going to do that as an assistant, right? Obviously. So, hey, man.
Well,
cool.
The film sessions, here's what assistants will do, even head coaches will do. They'll turn down the game in the middle of the game and go, hey, get that. You'll have a play, have him get that player isolated on Tyler. Want to get that play for Tyler, and so they've seen the play, and now they're going to go back that night, the next morning, whatever, and show the play and talk about it. Now, as a head coach, he's used to seeing the plays, and then now timeout, he goes, hey, 31X, when you come off that screen, you see what the defense is doing. They're really dropping. If you get it out of your hands quick, you get it back, you're going to have either a cut or an easy jump shot for the pass. You could talk immediate terms because you've already got a relationship because you've been breaking down film for 7 years with the guy.
Good stuff, man. And we look forward to the Nuggets game tomorrow night. You can hear that 7 o'clock right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. We'll get to our NFL recap in just a second, including the game last night. But here's Adam Schefter on a podcast. Who doesn't have a podcast? And he's talking about trade candidates in the NFL, and the Broncos are one of those teams.
I do think that we're going to get some activity between now and the Tuesday, November 4th, 4 p.m. Eastern trade deadline. I'm still counting and waiting on deals for wide receivers. We've got the Pittsburgh Steelers, the Buffalo Bills, the Denver Broncos, other teams that have made calls about wide receivers. We've got the New Orleans Saints sitting on a collection of wide receivers in which I think at least one will be dealt. And if I had to bet, I would say Rashid Shaheed is the guy that interests most teams for his speed and his talent, and the guy whose contract is up after this year, who the Saints, I think, would be most willing to part with if the compensation were fair and right.
Okay, Rashid Shaheed. We did talk about Chris Olave. Sorry.
Olave.
But we had not talked about Shaheed. Of course, as soon as a Saints player comes up, our radars always go up because of Sean Payton. 6 foot, 180. He's got 39 receptions this year, couple of touchdowns. He's in his 4th season with an expiring contract. Tyler, Rashid Shaheed.
Yeah, well, listen, I've been talking about the interest for the Broncos in a wide receiver now for a few weeks, but that's actually the first that I've heard of an Adam Schefter or an Ian Rappaport directly saying that the Broncos have already made phone calls. That's what Adam Schefter just said right there. The Broncos have made phone calls about wide receivers that are available. So I think that's cool, man. I think that's exciting. And that's what I really want to focus on. I mean, listen, would I be interested in Rashid? Heck yeah, I would. Damn good football player. And I actually think it does make sense in terms of trading for a guy that's got the contract expiring because now we're trading for you. We're going to give you a long-term commitment. We've already solved our offseason. We don't have to worry about trying to go out and get a wide receiver in the offseason. Cool. So you're going to knock a lot of birds out right there. But what I find exciting right now, just think about the big picture where we're at, dude. Like we are a healthy, good football team. We've only lost 2 games. You have got a chance at a magical season. I mean, I'm not necessarily predicting magical, but you've certainly got as good of a chance as you've ever had at a magical season. And we are in the business of trying to upgrade our playmakers. That's pretty fun to me.
The greatest thing you've said to me in the last 2 days, which is a great point that I hope everybody can hook onto. And listen, football season ain't like the NBA season or Major League Baseball season when it comes to trades, where you know you're going to get a dozen trades or half dozen trades around those 2 trading deadlines, right?
No doubt.
Yeah. But you said something yesterday. Said this is the first time in forever their buyers are not sellers.
Yeah.
And that alone, that statement alone, tells you where your franchise is compared to where it was. That statement alone.
I think they're buyers too. That doesn't mean they wouldn't make a move if they could get some draft capital. Let me give you an example. If you could get draft capital for Jaquan McMillan, knowing that Jahdae Barron may be ready to step into that role, would you do it?
Can't do it right now. I mean, you just lost Pat Surtain. You can't trade anybody in that room. Pat's going to be out for 4 weeks, give or take.
Minimum.
And then you've got to have concern about re-aggravation. No, I don't think you could touch a defensive back.
Anybody else like that on the team? Not that we're sellers. We're not sellers, but there's just redundancy in that particular position, and we're good there, and you could get draft capital.
Not that I can think of. Offensively, no. You really don't have any redundancy.
McMillan was the only guy I could possibly think of. That Barron's ready to step up, and I understand what you're talking about with depth. But if Barron's going to be your guy instead of McMillan, then, that's a little redundant there.
Let me ask you a dumb question because I don't know. I think the answer is I'll just tell you where I sit before I tell you where I stand. I think the answer is yes. But you got a guy like McLaughlin that we put up yesterday that actually gave you some significant carries and moments in his 2 years previous here, right? He's had some moments here. Is there any value out there as far as bringing capital in from that?
Maybe.
Teams that are dying for a running back?
Every team's got like a guy like Jaquan.
Well, not every team.
Teams have 4 deep running backs like on their practice squad. If he was that special, why wouldn't he be playing for the Broncos?
Because you got a high price.
I bet you could get a 6th-rounder for Jaleel.
Listen, if you can do it, do it. And that's not even being like a seller. That's just good value. That's a bonus for being deep. That does not indicate you're a seller.
Well,
sellers, I'm hearing Bradley Chubb's on the chopping block there with Miami.
Well, he's getting up there now.
He's trade. Like, they're going nowhere, and his contract must be coming up. So he may be getting dumped by Miami soon. I'm not saying the Broncos would be interested in getting him, but, things happen here.
Oh, by the way, Broncos, and I'm drawing a blank on the names right now, forgive me, but the Broncos did put in waiver claims on 2 tight ends last night.
No kidding.
Yeah. Let me see if I can pull it up for you.
Gosh.
Give me
All
one
right.
second.
Well, there you go. Well, these are guys who are cut, obviously, or available. Waiver claims, so they're younger guys.
Maybe, yeah.
That means they're interested in a tight end, too, which makes sense, of course.
For Mike Kliss, sources confirm Broncos put in waiver claims on 2 blocking tight ends yesterday. Green Bay's Ben Sims and Houston's Brendan Bates. But they got neither of them as Minnesota and Cleveland had the higher waiver priorities.
Okay. Well, you see what they're thinking.
Yeah.
You see what they're thinking. So they probably don't want to trade for one. They probably don't want to give up a draft pick for one. And that's the direction they're looking at for tight ends.
So wide receiver, tight end, that's what you got to have your eyes on.
All right. Let's get to our NFL weekend recap, and we start last night with the Chiefs and the Commanders. Dan, hit it.
Here comes a 4-man rush. He looks left. Now flush from the pocket. Line drive. End zone. Caught. Touchdown. A 2-handed helmet. I grab Kelsey. A yard deep in the end zone. Touchdown. And that is his 80th of his career. His Hall of Fame career.
Boring game. Chiefs were incredibly efficient. Wasn't spectacular, but there was no point that the Commanders were really ever in this thing, Tyler. Mahomes, 299 yards, 3 touchdowns. It was a snoozer because of how good they were.
Gosh, Mahomes was just in just his typical street ball, out at recess, running around, waiting for a wide receiver to do something crazy. He waits. What he does so freaking well, better than any quarterback, is that moment where he's gotten out of the pocket and he's going to make the defensive back think he's going to run the football. He gets that defensive back to step up, boop, just pop it right over his head. I'm going to get a touchdown. Over the hill, Travis Kelce just goes for about 100 yards,
right,
and the Chiefs are freaking rolling.
Well, the Athletic had them 3rd or 4th in power rankings today, and Denver, who's leading that division at 6-2, game ahead of the Chiefs at 7. So the question I'll ask you guys, are the Chiefs now the best team in the AFC?
Oh, my God. They might be, which is so freaking annoying. Probably. We'll see, man. It's coming down the pipe. A couple weeks, 2.5 weeks, 3 weeks from now. 2.5. I don't know. We'll see him here soon enough. Your stupid Chiefs. You and your boys.
In 3 weeks, yeah.
Oh, my God. All right. Hey, Chicago, just when you thought you were good. Way to lose to Tyler Huntley and the Ravens.
Henry in the backfield. Handed to him. Henry bounces off. Gets to the outside. Henry! He's got the angle. Touchdown, Ravens.
30-16. The Ravens beat the Bears. The Bears just can't have nice things. Okay, are the Ravens hanging on for dear life, them cheating Ravens with their injury reports?
Well, they are hanging on for dear life, and you can make an argument that they probably have as good of a chance as anybody of winning the North because they play in a division that they might be able to survive this storm without Lamar Jackson. I mean, they'll probably be a playoff team still.
Yeah, Pittsburgh's nice. I don't know if they're scary. You think?
No.
Well, they struggled this weekend too.
Yeah, they lose. The Browns are. Oh, by the way, did you see what Shadur did? So there's this muggle in Cleveland, and he's writing about how Shadur should be starting after the bye week and blah blah blah. Shadur goes ahead and likes it on social media, and it's like, dude, we all want you to play. But why are you creating problems for yourself that don't need to exist?
Because they live in the world of social media and they don't even think about stuff.
Yeah, but how can you be that dumb?
But it's not dumb to them. That's their life. Social media is 22-year-old guys' lives.
I get it, but if you're that smart about social media, you don't understand that people are going to see when you like a tweet that's a negative thing about a teammate?
But you don't care. It's about you. The positive is about you.
Okay.
Easy answer. Fat thumb. Didn't mean to.
Yeah, okay. Meanwhile, we move on to the Bills rolling the Panthers.
It is, and Josh Allen is in for his second of the day, his 70th rushing touchdown as a Buffalo Bill.
I think the Bills, when they lost a couple games there, they got hidden again. Like everybody's ready to praise them, and I think they're going to quietly just kind of roll through the rest of their schedule. But I don't think they're going to be loud. I don't think people are going to be paying as much attention to them because the Bills being good and Josh Allen being good is a kind of a repetitive, boring story.
Well, their schedule is borderline pathetic. I
Right.
mean, they've got the weakest schedule in the NFL, so they should roll. They probably shouldn't lose another game.
They will probably quietly at least have 13 wins. But because everybody's just going to be talking about like the Colts and maybe even the Broncos, frankly, and the Bills will just sort of...
Chiefs.
Sure. And the Bills will just quietly sort of be there. But they'll win the AFC East, I think. All right. Do you think the Patriots have a shot at beating the Bills in the AFC East?
I do. Yeah. I think they've got a shot at it, for sure.
I think this coach has changed everything in New England.
We'll get to the Patriots in a second.
Drake May's rolling.
We'll get to there in a second. First, we go to the Texans, who the Broncos face next week, taking care of the Niners.
3rd down and 7. Pressure coming. Stroud stands in, finds the open man, down the sideline, into the end zone. Xavier Hutchinson with the touchdown.
C.J. Stroud, 30 of 39, 318, 2 touchdowns, a pick. Looks pretty good. They ran the ball well for a team for 157 yards. Is Kyle just running? I mean, there's only so many miracles you can pull, right?
Well, I mean, he's holding that team together with super glue and Band-Aids, and he's really doing a tremendous job of it. The 49ers are 5-3 right now, including that loss to the Houston Texans. So it did feel like at some point all those injuries were going to catch up to him. It did. Mac Jones was okay.
Right.
He threw for 193 yards, 2 touchdowns, 1 interception. But that team's been, super glue does wear thin.
Yeah, they. They're 5-3, could easily be 6-2, but probably could also be 3-5.
Yep.
Who knows?
Yeah, I think what he's doing coach wise, he's really coaching. But I would throw. See if you guys agree with this. I would throw Houston's big win over a really depleted average team right now out the window, and I might throw the Broncos blowout of a horrific defensive team, throw it out the window. Let's just see 2 great defense going at it Sunday.
We'll start breaking that game down tomorrow by the numbers. I think it's going to be the most different team that the Broncos have played, and
we'll see if they're real.
Well.
This game will determine which team's kind of real.
Yeah, I think the Texans are way better than their record indicates, but we're fixing to find out. Meanwhile, the Colts, are they the best team in the NFL?
And it's Colts ball at the 20. Here's Jonathan Taylor on first down. Big hole. JT in the open field. Down the sideline. Staying in bounds. Still going. Taylor. The distance.
It helps when you have an 80-yard run, but he did average 12.8 yards per carry, 12 for 153. He also had 21 receiving yards. Jonathan Taylor, the best running back in the NFL?
Jonathan Taylor is the MVP of the NFL right now. So, yeah, he's the best running back. Are the Colts the best team in the NFL? No. I think they're having a pretty fun year. But if you look at it a little bit closely, they have played, of their 7 wins, they've got 5 wins against absolute bottom dwellers in the NFL. They beat the Dolphins, they beat the Titans, they beat the Raiders, they beat the Cardinals, and they beat the Titans again. So they've got 2 wins that are pretty good against the Denver Broncos and against the Chargers. But the other 5 wins, are they really that impressive? Probably not.
Yeah, I agree with Tyler.
Okay, moving on.
What else to say? Listen, I bite my tongue. I was watching, Sports Center or something last night, and they were just, seriously, sweatpanting the Colts.
Gotcha.
They're sweatpanting the Colts. You know what I'm talking about? And I'm like,
could you explain that?
It's fine. We get it.
Oh,
yes. And I'm like, I feel that's a game we gave away. And
no doubt about it. It's leverage.
I'm not sold Denver's a great team yet. And I feel like we gave that a game away in Indy.
I'm having a hard time buying the Colts too.
Yeah.
But it's been a nice story so far.
It's a good story, but I'm not. Would you be afraid of playing them in the playoffs?
No.
I wouldn't either.
Drake May, is he a better quarterback than Bo Nix?
He's throwing for the end zone, and back there the catch is made. Kayshon Boutte has 6. A 3-touchdown game for May.
How about the fact that just like the Broncos, the Patriots started 1-2, and they, like the Broncos, have won 5 in a row. Better quarterback, Drake May or Bo Nix?
Well, if you look at the stats, Bo Nix is light years ahead of all the other quarterbacks in his class in terms of touchdowns and production. Now, in the long run, when it's all said and done, I don't know. I hope we've got a very long career for both these guys, that both teams are going to be happy that they got their guy. But I do think Drake May is going to have a fantastic career.
Scott?
I said this about Bo last year, that I don't think there was a quarterback on the board in that draft class that was better suited to be a Sean Payton guy. I think that's a match made in heaven. I think that's the perfect personality that Sean Payton has. And I don't think he was around. In fact, I know he wasn't around when Drake May was drafted. But Vrabel and May seem like a quarterback and a coach that were made for each other. There's this blue-collar toughness about both guys that – so who's better? I don't know. We'll be able to have that discussion in 15 years. But I'm telling you, May and Bo Nix are with the coaches they both need to be with. That's how I feel about those two guys.
The Eagles and the Giants, what's more crooked, the New Jersey Turnpike or Cam Scadaboo's ankle?
God.
Yee.
On 2nd and 10. Here is Barkley, left side, big hole. Saquon Barkley. Uh-oh! Barkley, goodbye!
38-20, the Eagles won, but that's not the story. The story is Cam Scadaboo and the end of his season.
It was really too bad, man. I mean, he was putting together a pretty magical year that, just in terms of excitement, it was magical.
Mm-hmm.
I've always been pretty realistic about him as a football player. I'm not as blown away as a lot of people, but gosh dang, is he fun.
Yeah.
It's just the
It's more like
excitement.
that.
It's the duo. I don't know about you guys, but, Jackson Dart and Cam Scadaboo, they do their little bro headbutt before the games without a helmet on. And I don't know if you guys saw it, but when Cam Scadaboo was on the cart and Jackson goes over, he grabs his head and gives him a little headbutt. I mean, that almost put tears in my eyes. I mean, those two have got some love for one another.
There's a little insanity vibe going on right now, and I hope the best for Cam Scadaboo. I was a big fan of his, but what a terrible injury, Scott.
Oh, it was ugly. I wouldn't.
Can you watch it or not?
I don't watch it. I saw the results when he's holding it up there and it's waving to the crowd behind
I was
him.
talking to our guy Vic Lombardi, and Vic was like, "Yeah, I have no problem looking at injuries like that. I put my hand. I still haven't seen it. I know it. I put my hand in front of a screen. I can't do it.
I've seen it, and I don't. But I don't need to. I don't like stuff like that. I remember, I was there and I watched the replays when they kept showing Joe Theismann's broken leg over and over. I saw Napoleon Kaufman's knee get completely bent backwards when he was with the Raiders. And I'm good.
No
man.
thanks.
Because any injury can be the last injury you have as a professional athlete. And that, you can say what you want.
Especially a guy like Cam.
Yeah, especially a guy like that, his strength and lower body strength, and now you got an ankle that's going backwards.
Can you watch that, Tyler?
No, I don't like it. It is kind of like a car accident when you're driving northbound and there's a car accident on southbound I-25. You all slow down. There's a reason why there's traffic on the other side of the lane. I did watch it. I did see it, but boy, it does make me cringe. I mean, that foot is going the wrong direction.
No dumb question comes up next. Hey, it's DMac for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. When dealing with the issue of erectile dysfunction, you want the right treatment for your specific medical situation, and every case is different. You don't want just an okay experience. You want an amazing one, and that's what you get from the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. If you remember the first time you failed to perform, you might thought, it's a fluke, but it keeps happening, you realize you got an issue that you need to deal with. And if the pills and herbals aren't working for you, well, let's get with the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. They have treatments with success rates well over 90%. Some can have you last an hour or more. Serving the Front Range of Colorado for nearly a decade, they're the best. That initial visit's only $99. You get the consult, a T and a PSA test. If advised, a test dose. If it doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. With an expert staff like a lot of men, you could be having sex the day after your appointment. Incredible location in Castle Rock, but that's not the only one. Up and down I-25, Fort Collins, North Denver, Central Denver, and Colorado Springs. So call today, 720-440-7900, RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Polumbus, Hastings, and DMac present No Dumb Questions. This is your safe space.
Safe place.
I'm leaning into the segment.
You're a smart guy. Send us your not dumb question now. Tweet it, text it, or Twitch it. It's No Dumb Questions on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
No dumb question. If you needed one coach to win one game, all things being equal, would you want Mike Shanahan or Slim Shawnee?
Mike Shanahan, it's not even close. I'm loyal to Mike, of course. Yeah, I joke, I call him Dad. But Mike Shanahan's a innovator of offensive football. Sean Payton is an offensive guru, like he's known as that, right? But where's the legacy, right? All you got to do is look at the legacy. Look at what's going on in the NFL right now. Everybody's still chasing Mike Shanahan because they're hiring all of his assistants. There's no offensive-minded coach that has got a bigger impact on today's game than Mike Shanahan. I'm going with Mike 10 out of 10.
No dumb question.
Mike.
Okay. Do you have deeper thoughts or you just want to say Mike?
What Tyler said.
I thought, no dumb question from Paul, I thought the Drake May versus Bo Nix was the no dumb question segment. Is that a dumb question? Who's better? And this is a pro Drake May guy.
Well, that's good. I'm glad you are. I think I'm gonna stick with this because I said it a couple of years ago. I don't think Bo Nix could have got a better head coach for coming out of his college career what he needed. And I'm not sure Drake May doesn't have the perfect coach for what he is.
Yeah, I mean, you can have an Elway, Kelly, Marino situation where they're all great for their own teams for their own reasons. It's just a fun thing to sort of bandy about, and they're both pretty good right now, really good. JJ McCarthy, we don't know because whatever. Caleb Williams, man, you needed to beat the Ravens. You did. You needed to lead your team over that depleted Ravens team with Tyler Huntley, and you couldn't do it. Who else am I thinking about in that class?
Threw a couple picks, didn't he?
It wasn't good enough. He threw for a lot of yards, but no touchdowns. It's just, the Bears. The Bears, just when you think there's something good there, they go ahead and screw it up. They're like the opposite of Dumb and Dumber. Bo Nix, according to Brian from Evans, Colorado, is light years ahead of the quarterbacks that have half as many starts. I'm thrilled to have Bo as a Bronco, and there's no need to deceive to prop him up. I don't think anybody's propping up Bo Nix, do you? We're all big fans of Bo Nix.
Who's deceiving to prop him up?
I don't know where Brian's going with that.
Brian might be one of those sensitive guys. If you say one thing critical, then you automatically hate him and you're stupid.
You can't give analysis.
Yeah. Well, that's today's day and date.
Not a dumb.
Or how would Patrick Waugh say that?
Is that what he said?
Did he say something funny with analysis one time?
I don't think you could say the word analysis.
I think he was struggling to say analytical.
It was something like that.
And you said the analysts you look at the numbers and the analysts said I think he struggled trying to say.
No dumb question, but don't Tyler and Scott owe DMac an apology because he called the Broncos winning the toss and taking the ball? You guys laughed him out of the room.
It's still stupid. It was stupid, and it almost set up for an outright disaster for the Denver Broncos because it went down the exact way I thought it might go down with doing something stupid. They took the ball and you threw an interception on the second play of the game, or third, whatever it was. I can't remember.
So real fast, since you were the victim, according to this last caller, did I ever say that it was stupid?
I don't recall you jumping in as much as Tyler said. I believe the quote was, of all your terrible takes, this is the worst one of all time.
It was.
That Sean Payton literally agreed with me about.
And I stand by it.
Well.
So, no, I will not apologize to DMac.
But it wasn't a bad
take. A bad idea remains a bad idea just because another guy had the same bad idea.
The other guy's the coach of the Broncos.
The other guy had a bad idea.
But it's not a bad idea if you win.
Which they easily
Which it didn't
won.
do anything to impact that, though.
Yeah, Sean said it.
I mean, if anything,
you stopped him on the beginning of the third quarter and went down and scored.
No, but here Sean explained why he did it. He wanted to set in their minds from Wednesday, we're going to have the ball first to start the game. Because he knew one way or the other, Dallas would defer and they would take it. He wanted that mindset, and they said they had their best week of practice all week.
Listen, the Broncos were perfect in that game outside of one interception. But the last thing you could do is argue that taking the ball was beneficial to that team when you threw an interception on the first drive.
I got it, but isn't there something to be said for a mental mindset that was
I do.
whole
Okay,
week?
so I mean, obviously, I'm having a little bit of fun here, and I'm getting passionate, and I do understand that. Sometimes as a coach, when things suck, and that's what this offense has done in the first quarter, second quarter,
correct,
they have sucked. Sometimes you're just like, forget it. All right, well, I'm just going to do something stupid here, and we're going to take the ball, even though there's no evidence, there's no analytical reasons why we should actually do this. Matter of fact, the analytics
There
say,
you go.
Thank
Wow.
you, thank you,
You're right
thank
there.
you. You're welcome, Patrick. I just wanted to join the club there. The analytics would tell you want your best unit out there on the field to start the game. You want to start fast. So I think that you do these things sometimes just blindly hoping that it's going to cause a spark.
The Broncos had gone 5 straight games on their first possession 3 and out. This was changing it up.
Call it 6.
No, they did not go 3 and out. They got a first down.
But they still.
It was not 3 and out. I promise you it wasn't. They had a first
still
down.
3 plays.
I don't think it was 3. I think it might have been 4 plays, but it wasn't 3 and out. 3 and out is you don't get a first down. This was not a 3 and out. They got a first down.
It was so much better than that.
It wasn't better. I'm just saying it was different. It wasn't a 3 and out. The streak ended. That's all. It wasn't great.
I love taking the ball. Like, I like that mindset if you've got the team for it, right? But I don't like it when you're just like, oh, I got no other solutions here, so let's just try something different.
Yeah, according to the drive chart, it was 2 plays because the interception
was on the third play.
So it was on the third play.
You kept saying that. Yeah.
3 and out, though, indicates you don't get a first
And
down.
you punt.
Correct.
Listen, one of the biggest stats I told you, the biggest stat I thought I took it out of the entire game as your rookie punter who was second in the NFL in attempts. Only punted twice. He was averaging over 6.
And one was in complete garbage time when the game was decided. So it was really only one, I have to punt now.
Yeah.
It was an A-plus game from the Broncos, and it started with the right decision to start it. I'll take the apology anytime you want. Okay.
But you're looking at me. I don't have to give you one.
I'm not asking for an apology.
You just did ask for an apology.
I'm actually disappointed.
But I
in you,
wasn't the
Scott.
guy that was getting on you for that decision because I thought it was kind of.
Scott, I'm disappointed in you that you haven't picked a lane on this argument.
Well, I didn't think it was bad because what you just said, I think their offense has been so pathetic to start games. I had no problem with them starting with the ball. I'm okay with that.
There you go.
Now I will say
we
that
suck. Let's do
Bo
it.
Nix to his worst pass of the game on his second pass of the game.
Yes, he did.
That pass was 10 feet behind an open receiver.
Yeah, it was so bad. I wonder.
The receiver was open.
Well, it was so bad. I did wonder if there was some miscommunication on the route or something.
Well, they cleared it up after the game. There wasn't. It was just
a bad throw.
Bad throw. That's just what it was. I'm telling you, had he completed that pass, there was so much open field in front of Pat Bryant. I think if it wasn't a touchdown, it would have been a huge gain. But, Bo screwed that up. But that was like the only thing he screwed up the whole game, and you kind of move on. Big question of the day, Surtain is out. Details next. Patrick Surtain will be out for several weeks, it looks like. The exact amount, we're not quite sure. Give me your level of concern for the Broncos, high, medium, low, with Surtain not being around for the next, well, let's call it 3 games until the bye week.
It's the defensive player of the year. You're always going to be concerned. I mean,
give me your level, high, medium, or low?
High, medium, high.
So you think it'll cost the Broncos a game?
It could. It'll cost some adjustment. Here, I'm going to say this, and I wanted to ask Tyler this. You had to go, 4 or 5 weeks last year without Moss that you played without?
Yep.
Does that education and how to move things around, change it, help you having to try to navigate through these next 4 or 5 weeks without Pat?
I don't know. I mean, sometimes personnel is just personnel, and when you lose a guy, the next man up ain't as good as the first guy, right?
Yeah.
Here's the good news. First off, it's not a pec tear, which would be a season-ending injury. And then second off, if there was ever a stretch of the season that you had to lose Pat Surtain, this is not a terrible stretch. I mean, I'm not trying to imply I'm not concerned. Texans are not an offensive juggernaut. The Raiders, clearly not.
Right.
You do have to play the Chiefs in the middle of that stretch. And then the Commanders have been struggling this year. So at least 3 of those 4 teams, you're like, I feel like we probably win those games without Pat Surtain. Could it cost you a win against the Chiefs? Yeah, it could. Maybe you were neck and neck, and all of a sudden something happens. Riley Moss, I don't know if you guys realize this. We talk about how much he's targeted. Do you guys realize he's, in the most literal sense, the most targeted corner in the NFL? There's no corner in the NFL that has been more targeted than Riley Moss. That's not a shot at Riley, because then you look at the stats, and he's top 3 in terms of his performance and actually balls defended and all of that. So
awesome.
even with being the most targeted, he's doing a good job. But the point is, that's how good Pat Surtain is, that another good corner has become the number 1 targeted player in the NFL.
Plus, according to Bomani Jones, he's being profiled.
There you go.
So there's all that against him. All right, I'll put it. I agree with you say. Like it's the timing of it and the opponents you're playing. It's never a good time to lose Pat Surtain, ever. Like you said, though, if you have to, okay. It's all right. Ish. Hopefully he comes back healthy and he's good to go. If he goes on IR, that means he's out for 4 games, which essentially would be 5 weeks. And it probably would indicate that the injury is a little bit more closer to the 6-week recovery time than the 4-week recovery time. So let's all just kind of hope that doesn't happen. You also have an interesting thing here because you have the trade deadline coming up in like a week and a half.
Yep.
Okay, so what are we doing with that? Are we going for more corner depth? You said the Broncos put dibs on 2 blocking tight ends they didn't get because they were on waivers and just teams ahead of them scooped them up. Does this impact what you're doing at the trade deadline?
I don't think so. You've got a lot of depth in that room, and maybe it's time. Listen, Chris Abrams-Drain is the next man up, so I'm not trying to imply that.
Not Barron. It'll be Chris Abrams-Drain.
Right. So I'm not trying to imply that Barron's going to get the next nod. But you know what? It's time to start playing ball. We're down 1. You're going to have to play more ball, even if you're not getting the call up to be a starting corner. The Broncos also have an interesting decision to be made with Pat in terms of if they're going to put him on the IR or not, because if you put him on the injured reserve, that's a minimum of 4 games that you have to miss. But it is true games, right? So you have to miss 4 games in 5 weeks because you've got the bye week in there. If you choose to not put him on the IR, you do have that bye week. You could still get the same time frame of 4 games or of 4 weeks, but you only have to miss 3.
And then hope quick healing.
Yeah. I think that's what they do, because sometimes there's dudes that are just so talented that you're like, the shot of getting you back a week earlier, it's worth carrying you on the 53.
Adam Schefter was on a podcast, and he said the Broncos are putting in calls about a wide receiver and specifically mentioned Rashid Shaheed from the Saints. By the way, the Saints have dumped Spencer Rattler as their starting quarterback and are going with Tyler Shuck. Great plan there as they downward spiral to the first pick of the draft. We'll see how they battle it out with the Jets for that pleasure.
And we'll see what first-round quarterback will be taken.
Yeah, man, I don't know if this is a great quarterback year, frankly. Okay, how interested in the Broncos should they be in Rashid Shaheed? And we'll have Adam on 1:40 on Thursday afternoon.
I think they're in the market for playmakers. So I would not be shocked if you saw a deal get put together here. Look, the Saints feel like the most likely team to move on from one of their wide receivers. By the way,
trade for Bailey.
I forget. Well, I was just about to go there. Yeah. I don't remember the exact stats, so don't quote me on this, but I'm going to be in the ballpark. On the season, Devon Bailey, keep in mind, the Broncos got a 4th rounder. Yeah. On the season, Devon Bailey's got like 5 catches for 49 yards and 1 touchdown.
You're so close. 5 catches for 39 yards.
39 yards. and they gave us a 4th rounder.
It's a steal for the Broncos.
Yep.
Now the Saints are terrible, and maybe he could be doing better. Obviously he had a better quarterback, but that right now the Broncos are stealing it.
Listen, they're having trouble with their number 1 receivers with no quarterback. What's the 3rd guy going to do? You know what I'm saying?
Who knows? I mean, it's a dismal operation there in New Orleans. They're tied for the worst record in the league with the Jets. They suck. And we knew they were going to suck going into the season, and they didn't draft Shadur Sanders. The Raiders suck. They didn't draft Shadur Sanders. And you knew both of those teams were going to, well, Gino, I don't know, but certainly in New Orleans. It does make me wonder, and now there's more rumblings in Browns land about what's going on, and Shadur's liking tweets by Cleveland Muggles about negative things about his teammate. Not great. Let me just throw this out there. Do you see Shadur Sanders starting for the Browns this year?
Yes.
I do. Absolutely.
They already missed their big window.
The Dylan Gabriel experience. I get why, if they've got legitimate interest in him, why they're not done with him just yet. 4 games is not a big sample size, but it is a sample size. It's enough to have an educated opinion on how the next couple games are going to go. And the next couple games ain't going to be good for Dylan Gabriel. They're going to have no choice but to go to Shadur.
Okay, we'll get back to football and let's football go. And I wish you guys were watching Chad Powers. I know you're not, but there's a twist with Chad Powers with the Tim Tebow character. And I won't give out any spoilers, but it's fantastic. I'll talk to you guys about it off the air because I don't want to spoil it for other people.
Yeah, just spoil it for us.
Let me just say this. I don't think this spoils anything, but what if Tim Tebow went evil?
I'm watching the Wondermans right now, and the sun.
I'll just leave it
the
there.
sun tried to be evil for a while.
Okay. Last night, and we'll get to more football here in a second. Shohei Ohtani. Did you realize during the World Series, the Toronto Blue Jays just gave up in getting him out? They just gave up. Like, we have an athlete in our lifetime where during the most important moments ever in the history of a team with the Blue Jays, they just said, it's easier for us just to walk this guy than to take a chance of hitting a home run.
You know what it reminds me of?
I've never seen anything like it.
Remember we were watching the Women's College World Series, Softball World Series?
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
And
yes.
The one girl from Arkansas who set an NCAA record for home runs in a season.
Yes.
They walked her the first 3 times up, and then the 4th time up, they had to pitch it to her.
Wasn't it like one pitch, too?
It was, she swung at one pitch, and they had to pitch to her.
Because the base was loaded.
In the last inning. They had no choice. She swung the bat one time and hit a grand slam.
They threw a ball, and the second pitch was a strike, and she drilled it like left center field.
Unbelievable. Yes, Shohei's in that department. And this is high school baseball, but we face a kid who was so good, our coach walked him with the bases loaded because he'd rather give up 1 run than 4.
He's pitching the next game, right?
He's pitching tonight.
Yeah.
The fact that this is happening, not at my high school level or college level, the fact that this is happening at the absolute top level of a sport at its most important moments when both teams are great. Guys, do you realize how stunning this actually is? As you pointed out, in his last 7 at-bats, 5 home runs and 2 doubles. And finally, the Blue Jays were just like, forget it. These aren't plate appearances, they're at-bats. But he got on, Tyler Scott, 9 out of 9 times last night in an epic game. They intentionally walked him 4 times in a row, and then they kind of unintentionally walked him because there was already a runner on first base. They pinched around him. Mookie Betts had multiple chances if he hit a double. And don't forget what their lineup is, by the way. Mookie Betts, Freddie Freeman, Will Smith, Max Muncy, Teoscar Hernandez. I mean, these are ballers that are hitting behind These aren't chumps behind Shohei Ohtani. Guys, I don't know if we'll ever see anything like it in sports ever again. What we saw last night with
was
how
that the
he
most
was
innings
treated.
ever played in a World Series game?
It was not.
What?
Unbelievably,
You
there
gotta
was
be kidding me.
7 years ago the Dodgers did it, and Max Muncy hit a walk-off.
18.
Oh, that's right.
Yes. So no, it got close. Had they gone one more inning, it would have been.
And they walked Freddie Freeman. It might have.
He was the leadoff hitter in that inning, so I don't think you're going to walk a guy and put a guy on first with no outs.
Can I say something also? And I know the Dodgers and everybody cries and none higher than here in Denver about buying and blah. Can you dislike Freddie Freeman?
It kills me that I like the Dodgers because I've grown up my entire life hating the Dodgers, especially for the 26 years that I've been a Rockies fan living here in Colorado. But I don't know how you can listen. If you don't pay attention to the game, fine. You can hate the Dodgers. If you really just don't pay attention, I think Mark Moser's in that category. Like, he just hates the Dodgers, but he's really not watching the games either.
Yeah, he didn't even watch the Rockies games. So
I don't know how in the world you would hate the Dodgers and like baseball. Maybe you just hate baseball. And if you hate baseball, you can just hate the Dodgers. But when you watch them play and who they are, Freddie Freeman is a Brave. Mookie Betts is a Red Sox. Shohei Ohtani is an Angel and a player in the world. Dave Robertson is my Red Sox guy who stole second base against the Yankees. I don't even think of them as the Dodgers. I think of them as this massive baseball machine that is doing things that I've never seen before. And good for the Blue Jays to be right up there with them, by the way. With another crew. Dante Bichette's kid. Vlad Guerrero Jr.'s kid. They got another guy, Dashbro.
They pitched that kid that had been on 5 teams this year.
Oh, they got our throwaway guy.
You go from 5 teams to pitching in the World Series? Amazing.
No, not Bard. Gosh darn it. And they got Gossman from Grandview. Listen, I love the Blue Jays too. If the Blue Jays were to have won that game, I'd be fired up about that. So many things happened last night, but at the end of the day, guys, Shohei Ohtani, how about this? Hot take here. Is Shohei Ohtani the best athlete, if you say baseball players are athletes, we've ever seen in our lifetime?
No.
You sure?
Yeah. Bo Jackson. No one will ever, for me, beat Bo Jackson. And Shohei, if you want to put him up too.
I love Bo Jackson too. I do love Bo Jackson. But he didn't do it in the Super Bowl and World Series. He didn't. He was incredible.
Well, Shohei hasn't done in the World.
Yes, he has.
He hasn't done in the Super Bowl, has he?
No, he hasn't been in the Super Bowl.
Oh, he didn't. He's plays another sport though.
He's been not only a generational player at 2 different positions.
He's a general. Yeah, fine. I'm just talking
All
about.
right. Let me recap.
He didn't run a 4.240.
Let me recap. Is his athletic achievements in the sport that he's playing the best of any athlete ever?
How many championships he got?
1.
Right.
If the answer is no, the answer is no.
I mean, you want to compare that to Tom Brady? You want to compare that to Michael Jordan?
Yes.
You want what?
Yes.
Yes?
Yes.
How?
Yeah, because the things that he is doing.
Individually.
Well, I'm asking the question, and I'm open for debate. I'm not saying there's a definitive answer
I think you can't have this debate as far as the. We do this all the time in GOAT conversations because that means you're putting down a whole lot of other ones. But what if you were to say, is he in baseball generationally the greatest player that's ever played? Yeah, maybe. Maybe. Not the best pitcher that's ever played. He's not the best hitter that's ever played. He's not the best home run hitter that's ever played, but he can do all 3 of those things.
Someone brings up a good point on the text line. You know what we didn't mention? Tiger freaking Woods.
He had a run. He didn't run a 4.240 either.
I've never seen another team in a championship situation just surrender to one player like the Blue Jays did to Ohtani last night. It was, stunning. And they got away with it, too. They got away with it every single time.
They used to do that to Mantle, and they used to do that to Babe Ruth. And
in World
Hank
Series
Aaron.
games? World Series games.
I'm sure they did with the Yankees.
Barry Bonds used to get some treatment like this, but in World Series games, man, it's. I don't know why they would pitch to him the rest of the season, the rest of the series. I'm not joking. I think they may just walk him seriously the rest of the series. Because
then we'll get to see that 4.2 speed.
Can you imagine if they do choose to do that for the rest of the series? They seriously just walk him for every single plate appearance and just say, forget it. Go to first.
I'm more interested in you poo-pooing my Bo Jackson.
I love Bo Jackson, but unfortunately Bo got hurt, and he even went and played baseball quite a bit, but he wasn't as productive as he got hurt. And he never won a Super Bowl, nor did he win a World Series.
Because he got hurt.
Okay, fine.
Deion doesn't get tossed in this?
No.
If we're talking about athleticism, I think athleticism is different than achievement.
Yeah, but I mean, achievement.
I've seen interviews with Deion that even Deion says Bo Jackson was the man.
Oh, I'm not fighting you on Bo. I'm just tossing Deion in the mix.
Deion was unbelievable.
He's in the mix.
And Deion played in a World
Deion
Series.
did what you actually brought up a minute ago.
All right, I got one for you.
He
Dave
did the World
DeBusschere.
Series and Dave DeBusschere.
Dave DeBusschere.
Huh?
Pitched for the Tigers and won NBA championships.
Oh, man. We got to go back a little bit.
Could you tell me who that is?
He played for the Knicks.
Hall of Famer.
He played in Major League Baseball? I didn't know that.
Pitched for the Tigers.
I actually did not know that. Dave DeBusschere pitched for the Tigers?
Yeah.
Did not know that. You're going to put Dave DeBusschere up there with Shohei Ohtani?
Well, no, we're just
this
throwing out
conversation may go
names
my direction.
of people that don't ever. I mean, they don't do stuff, man. I mean, come on now.
What he's doing is one of the most unique things in the history of sports. I'll give you that. He needs some championships to go up into the conversation with these other guys, though.
He's the leadoff hitter. It'll be fascinating to me if the Blue Jays just say, forget it. We're going to walk you every time. Probably not, because if you're the leadoff hitter and, it's the first inning, what's the worst that can happen? 1-0? So, or 1-1 or whatever. One run for them.
He pitched for the White Sox, not the.
I didn't even know he pitched in Major League Baseball. I had no idea DeBusschere did that. That's actually amazing. Anyways, it was that kind of night. In terms of tonight, we have Avalanche tonight. It's an Av Ticket Tuesday on the 20s. We're giving away Avs tickets. This is not for tonight. It's for Tampa Bay on November 4th. The keyword is WAVE, W-A-V-E, WAVE, 303-504-0925. That's your 220 keyword. We will give tickets away at 2:55. Let's Football Goes coming up next.
Hey, if you're in the market for a new or pre-owned vehicle, go to the best dealership in Colorado with the best prices, the best customer service, and the best inventory. It's my friends over at Phil Long Ford. Guys, I think relationships matter in life. That's why I keep going back to Phil Long Ford every time I need a new vehicle. I've been doing it since my rookie year, and that's why I recommend you go over there. I know these guys. I love these guys. I trust these guys. It doesn't matter what you're looking for, whether you're looking for a new vehicle, you're looking for a pre-owned vehicle. It's already on the lot at Phil Long Ford, and they've already got the best price. Matter of fact, there's over 1,000 cars, trucks, vans, SUVs, electric vehicles, even commercial fleet vehicles on their lot right this minute. The vehicle of your dreams is at Phil Long Ford. They've got the best prices at Phil Long Ford. Guys, Phil Long Ford also has an award-winning service department. So once you buy that new vehicle, keep it serviced over at Phil Long Ford, and you're going to have a beautiful ride for a very long time. Let them know that your friend Tyler sent you on over. Check them out online at phillongford.com.
Broncos.
Let's football go. Dan Buds Quinton, a reminder, our keyword is wave. Wave, and we'll give away those Avs tickets coming up at 2:55. Let's do it. Dano.
All right, fellas, Sports Illustrated has their power rankings, Week 8 edition out. They have the Broncos jumping from number 11 last week all the way up to number 4.
What?
They're up to
Seriously?
number 4 in Sports Illustrated's power rankings.
Wow.
They have the Chiefs at 1, the Colts at 2, and the Seahawks at 3. That's a little interesting.
What?
They had a bye week this week. Yeah, they have the Seahawks at 3, and then the Broncos.
You know what?
So right there, you're saying they don't know about football there.
I saw a chart recently. You know, the Jokic, he's way up in the middle of by himself land.
Yeah.
I saw a chart like that for NFL quarterbacks, and Sam Darnold was in Jokic land. I don't know if we're probably just not paying close enough attention. Sam Darnold may be having this kind of crazy. I don't know. I don't know the answer to it.
I did pick him up in fantasy football.
Well, how's he doing for you?
He's been really good.
I have him too. He's crushing it. He's having a really good year.
Yeah. He's having a really good year. Bo Nix was like right in the middle of that chart, but Sam Darnold was like in first place by himself.
4 seems pretty high to me, but it is a weird year. The NFC, like who are the top dogs in the NFC? Who you guys want to claim is the top dog?
NFC?
NFC.
Oh my God.
Oh, that's a good one.
Eagles?
I'll probably give it to a team that isn't even number 1 in their division.
Tampa?
Detroit. That's probably who I would say. Eagles are 6-2, but they've got so many problems. Packers are 5-1.
Oh, I might go Packers. Yeah.
Okay.
I might go Packers.
And you've certainly got a good argument there. Bucks are a 6-2 team. So there's a lot of teams that statistically, Seahawks are 5-2. Rams are even 5-2. There's a lot of teams that are actually having really good seasons, the exact same season the Denver Broncos are having, but not necessarily a ton of lead contenders.
So does that mean the NFL is really kind of having a down year?
I don't think so. I think it's a pretty good year. You just don't have the teams that are light years ahead of everybody else. Does that make it a good year or a bad year? I think that makes it a good year.
I think it makes it mediocre.
I love the fact that you're trying to be sensationalistic, Dan. I mean, that's fantastic. But when I look at the ESPN power rankings, they just have the Broncos up to 9. I mean, from 11 to 9, which actually seems a little bit more reasonable.
Sports Illustrated's higher on the Broncos than ESPN is, I guess.
I guess so.
Listen, Dan's going to go and find the highest Bronco thing he can find so he can make DMac happy and go, hey, Darren.
Oh, easy. Come on. That is disgusting.
Broncos are really good.
By the way, I'm looking at ESPN's power ranking. They don't have the Seahawks in the top 10. They got them at 11. So maybe ESPN.com and Sports Illustrated need to have a conversation.
So in this article with the power rankings, they were talking about the Broncos rookie class. Great day for the rookie class, by the way. R.J. Harvey gets 3 touchdowns. Pat Bryant gets his first career touchdown catch. Jahdae Barron, his first career interception. But listen to this, guys. They are talking about the Broncos run game, and I don't know who the writer is for Sports Illustrated, but they say that the tandem of R.J. Harvey and J.K. Dobbins reminds them of an earlier version of the Lions tandem of Jahmyr Gibbs and David Montgomery. And they predict that the Broncos will start moving towards R.J. Harvey more that we saw him produce against the Cowboys. Do you guys see R.J. Harvey taking over a little bit more of a bigger role in the Broncos run game moving forward?
Not particularly.
I don't know.
No, I mean you've got a dude in J.K. Dobbins who's number 3 in the NFL in rushing. It is not unusual for us to have 100-yard rushing games now, thanks to J.K. Dobbins and the offensive line. I think it's a pretty healthy matchup right now in terms of the amount of carries they're getting. And really, if you look at RJ's game, he had 1 big run, and then he had 3 others that he didn't really do anything. He did get a touchdown run on that 1-yarder there, but he didn't do much outside of the 1 big run.
The Broncos have net rushing yards. They're 3rd in the league, okay? You want to talk about who we should be complimenting. How about the offensive line? Whereas the Broncos have, in terms of pass rush, Tyler, they are 2nd in the league in terms of protecting the quarterback and pass rush pressure.
Yep.
So you're 2nd in that category, 3rd in rushing?
See, the 2nd doesn't impress me. 3rd does.
They both kind of impress me. I mean, do the Broncos have the top offensive line unit in the NFL?
By those rankings, then you would say absolutely, right? I mean, you can't. I mean,
Well,
who else?
I don't know how you fight it too much, though, Scott. I mean,
well, listen. I'm gonna go old school on you. When you say your third best rushing team and they're ranked high, and
let me be even more specific. I'm sorry. They have the lowest sack allowed percentage, 2.7%, lowest, and pressure allowed rate, lowest, not second, lowest, 25.6, plus the third best rushing team.
Yeah. Now, do we want to get the stats out? Passes, the quickest passes out in the league, and I'm just telling you.
What about being third in the NFL in rushing?
That's what impressed. That's what I'm trying to say. The dumbass over here interrupted me twice.
Dumbass.
That's
a little harsh.
Well, I couldn't think of another word in there.
Dumbass.
You know, Scott.
Would come down to
I don't know if
dumbass?
you've noticed this by now, but Scott gets very personal when he's flustered.
Yeah, I couldn't get a word. Muggle, man. King Muggle. Is that better?
Hey, legend, take your time and
The dumbest muggle of them all.
use your words properly.
No,
The
listen.
floor is yours.
What I was trying to say is I am impressed by the running, which is what we said before the season started was going to be their strength. I'm still not sold on the pass protection because they get the ball out short, boom, 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 boom. If you can't protect in that scenario, then you suck. So they're doing a good job with their scheme, but I am impressed what they're doing. Listen, they showed a highlight film, and Tyler, I don't know if you've gone back and watched the game yet, and it might have been –
I did.
It might have been RJ's 40-yard run.
Oh, it's unreal.
And
Every single man. I'm sorry. Go ahead. I hate to interrupt you.
No. But they showed.
I don't want to get called dumbass.
Listen, Hall of Famer. They showed.
Thank you.
You're welcome. They showed Minor basically bury 3 dudes. On that one play.
But it wasn't just Gwen, though. If you watch that play, that is one of the most perfectly executed plays, just top to bottom. Garrett Bowles is pulling. It's a 19 truck. He does a great job on the defensive back. Alex Palczewski gets to the second level. He creates a wall block. Luke Wattenberg, he's trying to reach a 3 technique. He fully reaches the 3 technique, gets play side. I mean, every single man created a wall. Look at that.
There's a linebacker.
Second
There's
pancake.
a safety.
Okay, but now run
it,
and now run it back. Watch Alex Palczewski, number 63.
Right,
he's down the field. He's created a wall. Go back again. Well, I want you to watch Luke Wattenberg. How far he has to go reach that guy. He creates a wall block. Mike McGlinchey, he overruns his guy, has to turn back on him. And I want you to watch Marvin Mims at the top of the screen. He's blocking his butt off in the run game.
That's a beautiful
That
play.
impresses me.
That's really impressive.
Marvin Mims, you're right.
Troutman's even getting in the way. And you got to be careful when you block back on a guy because you can't do that. You just got to get in the way. So you got to be careful not to draw a penalty on something like that.
But Minor's
too.
basically pancaked a linebacker and a safety.
It's
There's a linebacker.
Boom.
There's a
Safety.
safety.
Then he gets in the way right there.
Because
he has to be careful not to draw a penalty there.
Yeah, let me come back and hit a lineman.
Yeah, it's an amazing. I mean, yeah, that's. I don't know. Whatever metrics you want to use, but I'd make the argument.
The line's crushing it. They've been phenomenal the entire season.
Yeah, and so apologizing for what I said, PD. I really like what they're doing in the run game. I'm still not sold in pass protection.
Dumbass.
They literally have the best pass protection in the league.
But you're not taking into consideration the scheme they throw and protect under.
Next story, Dan.
See, that's beneath you.
What's beneath me?
I feel like you should be on at 3 because all you're doing is looking at analytics and you're not looking at,
I'm not. What am I missing here?
The scheme of how they they're 90% of their passes.
Okay.
Who leads the leagues in passes at the line of scrimmage or shorter?
I don't know.
I just want to. I'm so tempted to pull the game card on Scott.
Feel free. I'll pull the line from.
Okay, all right. We're all just getting along. I feel like we're about to cross a line
here. I'm
here.
pull the line from.
No.
Alfred.
No.
You better put on about 15 pairs of tube socks. Put in shoes, walking my shoes.
All right, next story.
That's Alfred.
That's a pretty good line right there.
I told him.
That's a good one.
I told him this weekend I was going to take that. I was going to use it again.
Dan, next up.
All right, guys. Carson Wentz will undergo season-ending surgery on his shoulder. Wentz initially suffered the injury on October 5th and continued to play in place of J.J. McCarthy. Now, McCarthy is expected to return for the Vikings in their starting lineup this week against the Detroit Lions. The Vikings signed Wentz on August 24th to serve as McCarthy's backup. McCarthy's been out, I think, since the second game of the season. So any expectation early in the second game, I believe that was against the Bears, Scotty. Any expectations for the Vikings and J.J. McCarthy moving forward? Do you guys think the Vikings are a playoff team this year, or are they one of those classic teams that made the playoffs last year but are going to miss the playoffs this year?
No, they don't look like a playoff team.
Got a great coach, though.
If they had Sam Darnold this year, would they be a playoff team?
Yes.
Well, DMac just told us he's the MVP.
I didn't tell you that. I'm talking about charts and, other things. I barely paid attention to Sam Darnold.
Analysts.
Yeah, I was doing the
analytics.
Scientific data.
They're anal ticks.
I was doing the anal ticks.
That's what he said. It was something like that.
Analytics. Hey, can I say something?
That's exactly it.
Why ain't the Vikings calling Cleveland talking about trading?
They're just not that into him.
I know, but I'm not talking about into him. I'm talking about need. You think J.J. McCarthy's going to finish the season? He ain't shown he can play more than a game and a half.
I mean, he's been a healthy backup, right?
Yeah, it looks like a mess.
I don't think it's about injury with him.
Well, it was when he got out and lost it.
They're claiming it's about injury, but I think they've just been disguising the fact that he got benched.
Yeah, I don't know. I guess they don't make the playoffs, man. I don't know. I don't know how they turn it around.
I think they're a well-coached team. I think they're not a bad team, but they don't have a quarterback.
All right, one more, Dan.
Yeah, let's hear from Mary Kay Cabot and Browns coach Kevin Stefanski. Here she is asking him, why not just play Shadur after the bye week?
There you go.
Why wouldn't you, just to see if it does anything to the offense, give him an opportunity to go in there and play?
That's awesome.
Yeah, obviously my focus is where we are right now, Mary Kay. That's not my focus.
You know what I love about that? She is a legend in Cleveland. Like, you can't talk down to her or whatever. She is the most embedded, long-standing football journalist there is in Cleveland. So you got to take her seriously. So you can't just blow her off. And what she's saying is, what do you have to lose? Which is just what everybody else thinks, which is right. And Stefanski has no answer to it.
So if you're getting a legend,
like you,
to ask that kind of question, how is Stefanski not even flirting with the idea?
I have no idea. Because if she's not shy about putting that in front of the coach, how many other people are thinking the exact same thing? And he can't just rip her. He can't put her down like he would somebody else. So his answer just rings so hollow right there. So first of all, good for her, because it's the most logical question. And there is no answer, because there's no logical reason why they took Shadur in the first place.
Yeah.
And this is what they're left with, which is incredibly predictable.
Here's another dumb question. If Cleveland doesn't pick him there, does Shadur get undrafted last year?
I doubt it.
Now you're getting into my conspiracy theory.
Of Cleveland just did it to
get some favors for
Super Bowl.
Yes. That's conspiracy theory. They did it as a favor to the NFL, so the NFL wouldn't take heat for having some sort of, thing against the Sanders family, and we'll do you a favor when the Super Bowl comes around, because the real goal for Jimmy Haslam this year, don't forget what his real goal was to get approval to build a suburban stadium. He doesn't care what's happening on the field compared to his multi-billion-dollar project 15 miles away from downtown. That's the real story.
What does he need the NFL's help with for that?
To make sure there's a Super Bowl that comes to Cleveland once they get that stadium built, because nobody's going to want to go to Cleveland, no matter if they build a new stadium or not. You think anybody's going to want to go to Cleveland? I
don't think they're going to get a Super Bowl.
Well, okay. I'm sure there's a lot of people thinking they are not getting the Super Bowl. So Jimmy Haslam, in my mind, in my little conspiracy theory.
I mean, because are they doing an indoor?
I assume they will be doing some sort of. They'd have to get a Super Bowl.
See, I gotta assume they won't actually. I think they might be like Buffalo.
I don't know if they're as moronical as Buffalo.
Save you $100 million.
It's true.
We could look it up. I don't know off the top of my head, but I would guess the proposed stadium in Cleveland will be a retractable roof.
Was the Broncos' new one was retractable?
Yes.
On the drawings, right?
Yes.
We haven't seen any drawings, but they have said that it's going to be that.
What the Bills have done is
so far, by the way,
so stupid. It's ridiculous.
You do realize if you were in the new stadium now for Denver, you wouldn't have had the roof closed yet at all.
That is true. You'd had it open the whole year. You're right.
Actually, it says the new Browns stadium is going to have a fully enclosed domed roof.
Oh wow! So they're not messing around.
They're not even playing with retractable.
Well, because that's probably cheaper, don't you think, than a retractable roof?
Yes.
Yeah. So they're just like, forget it. We're like Detroit. That's what Detroit has. It's not retractable. And they built a new place too. Screw it. We live on Lake Erie. Life sucks. Put a full roof on it. We'll keep it closed the whole time.
When does Chicago?
Chicago, yeah. I don't know. They're another.
Have you guys
one.
ever been to Chicago Stadium?
Yes.
Yeah. It is the weirdest stadium
Soldier
in the NFL.
Field, you mean?
Yes.
Yeah,
It's a spaceship inside a Roman Coliseum.
Yeah. Right. Yeah.
They renovated it and they literally turned it into a spaceship.
Yeah.
Nothing matches.
It's bizarre.
Well, did you ever remember the stadium before they put the spaceship on it?
Right.
I mean, it was a classic old,
really
old. Turn of the century looking.
It's like
type.
a Coliseum.
Yeah. It's like
where
the
are
LA
the Christians coming out with the
It's like the
lions?
LA Coliseum.
Yeah, that's another one. That stadium. Talk about weird. I couldn't even see the game because it goes back so far.
And you got that whole track where they used to have all the big track meets and stuff inside in between the thing.
I haven't been to SoFi. I hear SoFi's unbelievable. I've been to Allegiant in Vegas, which is, incredible. But it's not very intimidating in there. There's not a lot of you
just got to get over the ching, 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 ching sounds the whole game, right?
All right.
Do they have slot machines in the stadium?
No, I'm laughing. They don't, but they have it's like a club, though. It's like a night club. Like there's a stage for, Dionne Warwick was just there with a 17-piece band, just there. And then if you go to field level, there's like boxes on the field level. I don't know if you can even see the game.
Miami's got a literal club inside of their stadium too.
All these places look like that if you look inside, like disco balls and bartenders, and it's right on the field level. No, it's beautiful. And it's you just walk there from the strip. It's right there. But there's no I don't know. There's no football vibe.
There's
in
no
there.
football vibe.
Not really. No. So it did not feel like an intimidating place for the Broncos to play. I mean, they lost, but when I saw them, but Drew Lock. Anyways, all right, Nate and Andy coming up. We will announce our winner for our Avs Ticket Tuesday coming up. I'm thinking about Prime a little bit, Tyler. I think I'm feeling a little bad for him because it's got to be kind of scary to not know what to do next when things are going bad. You know, like I can tell that he wants things to be better and he's doing what he thinks is the right thing to do. But it's also clear to me he's in a scary situation because if he really knew what to do, he'd be doing it, and he doesn't. And I think it's tough being a coach and organize a college football program and all that sort of stuff. It's not easy to do, and I think he's a little bit lost right now.
Well, you know, I'm not naive here. I'm not dumb. But hear me out. Has it really been that bad? Like that was horrendous. The week before, you just beat a top 25
Yeah,
team.
you're rushing on the field.
3 times this year, you very easily could have won against 3 other top 25 teams. You played really well against Georgia Tech, an undefeated football team. Are they still undefeated?
I think that, yes, they are. They just beat Syracuse, actually,
they're still undefeated. You played really well against TCU. You played really, really well against BYU.
Yeah.
The ball bounces a different way in any of those games, and all of a sudden you've got at least 2 top 25 wins in the season.
Yeah.
Now, look, I'm not naive. It was ugly. It was terrible. But has the season really been as bad as it's getting painted right now?
I think it's the degree that you just got caught with your pants down against Utah that is so embarrassing.
Yeah, I got you.
And the degree of chaos behind the scenes. Like, this isn't just we're yelling to motivate. We're yelling because we're confused. And I think he's got a lot of health things going on. And I think it just must be
the yelling stuff doesn't bother me, though. Like that, to me, we might have had a different opinion of what that sideline looked like. That looked like a team that was getting their butts whipped. I mean, that didn't necessarily look like chaos. Like, it looked like coaches that were ticked off. Sure.
All right, let me keep it real.
I'll tell you a moment that looked chaotic.
Okay.
When they're in the sideline and there was a timeout or something. I forget what the exact situation was, but Pat Shermer's trying to relay the play call in. Ryan Staub's in there. Ryan Staub's relaying it, and he tries to get it out about 3 different times. Pat Shermer's struggling with the play call. Finally says, check. No, we're going to do this. We're going to go that. And all that, you know what the play was? A QB sneak. It took us about 3 minutes to get out the play call for a QB sneak.
Yeah. Let's keep it real, guys. If it was anybody but Deion Sanders and the team was looking like they looked over a 2.5-year period, he'd be in trouble.
Last year would have bought him time. There'd have been questions the first year. Second year would have bought him some time. And probably would have bought you all this season. But it would be some hard questions at the end of the season.
Let's keep it real. This is more or less the trajectory that Ed McCaffrey was on with UNC. It was
but Ed didn't ever have success like Deion did last year.
Okay, that's fair, but I'll tell you, it was chaos and it was confusion, and you're right. There wasn't that degree of success. That's true, but it was about this time where things like really fell apart, and I think if Deion was anybody but Deion Sanders, if it was Coach Livingston or Pat Shermer was the head coach. What do you think, Brian? They'd be getting the Brian Kelly treatment, in my opinion. It just wouldn't be acceptable.
If this was Carl Durrell,
he'd be gone.
Yeah.
Mike Sanford would be coaching this week.
If this is Mike Sanford,
yeah, but there's another layer to this, guys. It's going to cost you $28-30 million to buy him out.
I got you. I'm not advocating for it. I'm just saying the spot they're in.
You know what?
And
honestly,
that's a big deal, Tyler, for CU.
Heck yeah, that's a big deal. That's a huge deal.
All right. We wish him the best against Arizona, and hopefully they get straightened out. But when we hear Prime in his press conference saying we have been making changes with calling plays or whatever he was saying, you don't know what we're doing behind the scenes. We have a pass rush. We have a pass coordinator and a running coordinator. To me, that's just all a bunch of word salad. Like, I'm sorry, what? So you have changed things, but we just don't know? I mean, that doesn't make any sense, does it? Do you think anybody but Pat Shermer is calling plays? And if they are, what? Do you think anybody but Livingston is calling defensive plays? No, but Prime is saying that we have been making changes. You just don't know what they are.
Well, I think he was referring to they made changes to what the calls are.
Okay.
Not who's calling the plays.
It feels exhausting, man, up there. So, but hey, listen, turn it around, beat Arizona, and we're singing a different tune. Hopefully the rest of the year, and hopefully that's what they do. Congratulations to Katie Scanlon. Way to go, Katie. She is our Avs ticket winner on our Avs Ticket Tuesday. Nate and Andy will have another keyword coming up at 3:20. So that's going on. The Avalanche are in town tonight. Does it feel like the Avalanche have lost 4 games in a row to you guys? You realize they've technically lost 4 games in a row. Does it feel like it?
A little bit.
It does.
Yeah, a little bit. Yeah. Kind of a little bit. I mean, we talked about it when they lost 1. We don't like ties. Ties a loss. You just get a point out of it. I mean, so
because they've only lost one of those 4 games in regulation.
Last night, the Dodgers could have got 2 points, but the Toronto would have still got 1.
Yeah.
Right.
All right.
I don't play the point system in the NHL,
so it feels like losses to you.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Well, then tonight you got to snap a 4-game losing streak. See, to me, it does not feel like they've lost 4 games in a row. It feels weird to even say it. But
they've been piling up loser points. That's okay.
Yes.
Stack them, man.
So does that feel like losing?
Not really.
That's what I think.
Yeah. Shootouts are so gimmicky. If you lose in the shootout, it's just like, who cares?
Yeah, but your punishment for losing in a shootout is the exact same if you lose in overtime 3-on-3.
Exactly.
Like
which the whole exercise is silly.
So let me ask this: so should shootout be the point, and the losing in overtime should just be a loss?
There should be something different between
but they go
losing
3-on-3.
in overtime. Yeah, but losing in overtime is worse than losing in a shootout. At least in 3-on-3, it's actually an element of skill, not just luck, like a shootout.
But I hate 3-on-3.
It's so weird.
Right.
There's too much space out there.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it's also like, you know what? As somebody that watched baseball until 1 a.m. Mountain Time last night,
you stayed up for it.
I was there to the bitter end last night.
Good for you.
And as I watched it, I had that thought of, thank God they just put a runner on second. I don't need this crap every single night.
Correct.
And it's the same in the NHL. When they got those like triple overtime playoff
Nobody's
games,
watching.
and you just sit there and you're just like, God, somebody just score. Just make it be over. And the ending was thrilling last night, and the theater all worked out great. And Will Klein and the dead rabbit on his face, like able to get the victory last night, and then Freddie Freeman eventually homers, which is awesome. But like I spent like the 14th, 15th, and 16th inning just be like, just make it be over, just make it be over.
I had the opposite feeling. I was like,
you were hooked.
Well, because they were starting to talk on the broadcast about, for the first time in World Series, we may see a position player pitch.
So
and I'm like, that sounds fun.
I'll tell you what. Okay, so you're right about that. By the 17th and 18th, it started to come back around. And when they started to talk about Yamamoto coming into pitch.
How great was that?
It was like, oh, this is theater.
Scott,
okay.
you didn't see it, but here's how this went. The Japanese translator, goes up to the Dodgers pitching coach to say Yamamoto's ready to go.
Yeah. He was like, warm him up. He just pitched a complete game 2 days ago, and they're like, warm him up. Like, he's ready to go.
A translator, though, was telling the Dodgers coaching staff, my guy's ready.
Dave Roberts would have either had to go to a position player or keep running Will Klein out there. Will Klein, who had pitched, I think, 22 innings in the big leagues.
He hadn't pitched 4 innings in a row since college.
Right.
He never even did it in the minors.
And he was amazing last night.
He's amazing. And he's a Brett Kane lookalike.
Very much so.
If Brett just grew a beard.
Yes, it was an Amish red beard.
If Brett Kane grew a Amish red beard, he'd look like Will Klein.
And then Freddie Freeman ends up being the hero. It really was like it. I will say this too is, guys, like Twitter sucks. It's just a cesspool. Last night though was like, oh, I remember when this used to be fun. When people are cracking jokes about the silly 18-inning baseball game, and it was like, oh, it was just a great viewing experience.
Last night was, but if you had that game in July or whatever,
it sucks.
It would suck.
Yeah.
You know what? I was watching or reading some of the whatever app I got that gives you scores of all the thing. You flip a Major League Baseball, football, whatever. And I went over to look at the Nuggets box score. Boom, 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 boom. And there's a chat room in there. And I said, oh, okay.
I'll go to the chat.
And given what we all went through this past week with all the news and gambling stuff, The whole chat room is about bets.
Oh, wow.
Oh, of course.
Sports.
Everything is about gambling. I'm like, do people watch sports anymore for the enjoyment of the sport?
I do. I still get quite a bit of enjoyment. I also like gambling on sports. But
I think the answer is yes. However, the level of engagement amongst gamblers is way higher than just the casual viewers.
I think that's probably true. They also, it's like when you have that rage, that pent up anger from, not hitting a bet or whatever.
Not
like,
hitting a $5.
Yeah, you need somewhere to be able to, air your grievances on.
Look, we took
on
this
that.
on last week. I asked people. Nate was gone when the story broke because he got busted for rigging his Go Fish games at home. And I asked people point blank, do you watch for pure sports enjoyment like I did? Or do you watch because you got some action? And an overwhelming number of people said, oh, I do it because of gambling. And listen, you and I can't really say too much. When did we get into watching all the games? Was when we got into a fantasy football league for the first time.
Yeah, I will take greater interest in a game I may not otherwise have cared about. But when it's a night like last night is you got a great Nuggets game, which was awesome.
It was.
You got Monday Night Football, which honestly I probably paid the least attention.
It was a boring game.
To Monday Night Football last night. Kansas City was,
really dominant.
I'll admit they're figuring a couple of things out. Yeah. I still think the Broncos are going to. Yeah, the Broncos are going to smack those frauds around.
We'll see.
I got Andy. I got.
Even DMac.
I got evidence later. I saw something last night that I don't think they match up well with the Broncos.
Okay.
Oh no, I don't necessarily disagree with that, but that doesn't mean like Sean's had their number a little bit since he got here.
But then there was the world's greatest baseball game.
But then
problem.
that World Series game last night though was.
How long did you make it?
All the way.
Me too.
Both of them.
When did it end?
1 a.m. 1:02.
Oh my gosh.
It was 1:02 because after the 17th, I actually did get up and go brush my teeth and get into bed.
Walk around.
But I put the game on.
Dude, I don't know if you got to the 14th inning. I don't know how you could have gone to bed at that point.
I know, right?
I would have more sympathy. Hey, we're in inning 12. All right, I ain't doing this. You get to inning 14, doesn't it become a thing? And then it just kept being a thing. I was rooting it for to never end.
How about Shohei Ohtani got on base 9 times last night?
How many times?
9 times. 2 homers, 2 doubles, and then after that, Toronto was just like, nope, we're not. They tried pitching to him, what was that, in the 16th or whatever, and it was like it got to 3-0, and they were just like, we're not going to be stupid.
Well,
just
I'm wondering at this point, because how many times did Mookie Betts have a chance to hit a double to win the game?
Right.
Will they just walk Shohei Ohtani, period?
From here on out? If you pitched him, I think he's 7 for his last 7. He is the World Series MVP right now.
5 homers and 2 doubles, by the way, in those 7. Why just not walk him?
And he's pitching tonight.
Did you make all 23 of that Rockies game? Remember that? I did. I could proudly say I saw the Rockies Padres 23 inning marathon. That's the longest
Was
I've
that the
gone.
one on 4th of July?
No, it was early in the year because I was doing the sports
Yeah,
desk.
it was
and they had
real
to fly
early.
the pitchers out.
But I bet you the
They
ratings
went
for
to
last
Houston the next day.
as good as that game was, I bet the ratings for that game sucked last night.
Probably.
Can I ask you?
You know what? I at that game you're talking about, I was at that game.
In San Diego?
Well, I guess no. There was another one that Dante hit like a home run the 15th. I guess I
Yeah,
was at
that was the opening to Coors Field against the Mets, wasn't it?
I was at that game, left, got home, and finished able to catch the end at home when Bichette hit. I was watching the TV.
Hey, before you walk out of here, I got to give you credit because I thought about you last night.
You were just thinking about Scotty
in the shower.
No.
It is near Wednesday.
Hot tub. I need a hot tub if there's a sponsor.
Gotcha.
Listen,
That deck's not going to fall down again?
You're not kidding. Well, we both do the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, so we're okay.
Okay.
Hour or more if you desire. Listen, dude. That second quarter is I hate watched that game because I barely checked in on the Monday Night Football. You are not kidding. The Wolves still, new coaches, they still play the Nuggets tougher. Like they come out and they just play hard. And it angers me.
Yeah,
I don't think they care about any other games more than their Nuggets games on the schedule.
I think that's true, but they're not the same.
No, I get it. But when Jade McDaniels was making every damn shot he throws up, I wanted to punch him in the face.
That dude's great, but that team, obviously they're not the same without Ant. And Jamal, Ant usually guards Jamal.
Him or Alexander Walker.
Without Alexander Walker, that to me, though, is the biggest difference with that team right now. When they didn't have him to go to, and DiVincenzo's not a bad defender, but like when they got to be running Bones Highland out there, it's like you guys aren't the same right now. Even without, and I know they'll obviously be tougher when Edwards plays, but I noticed that about them last night. Now Gobert and Julius Randle are still tough as hell, and Naz Reid are all still tough as hell. God, Jokic was so good last night.
But so was Valanciunas.
Yeah.
How about Valanciunas? Was he yelling at Gobert? He said, just shut up and play the game. Just shut up. Did you hear that? It's a pretty good mics working on Peacock.
That's good.
By the way, was that arena not darker? I know
So your screen was a little fuzzy. Like
I thought so
It
too.
was just darker. I'm
Mine
like,
too.
your stadium lighting ain't working,
No,
or studio, or whatever the hell they
I
call
think
it.
it's the digital thing from NBC.
Yeah, was it the
Golly,
colors?
Was that what it was? All
yeah,
I know
I
is
think
I was
so.
like, this arena looks dark.
Yeah.
It felt like
But
they
you know
were.
they did the studio.
What were
the
you
stage
watching? What
lighting
were you watching the game
on Peacock?
No, what TV were you watching?
Oh, 4K.
Okay. I think they had some problems. I think
I
Peacock.
thought so
I did too.
Yeah, I think they're having.
It felt like they
streaming
were
problems.
almost filming in analog, and everybody else has digital TVs right now.
Because
it's that funny look to
It was wonky.
Yeah,
Yeah, I've had that problem on my big screen,
clear.
but on my laptop, it was.
It looked good?
Yeah, it was
Okay.
crystal clear.
Huh.
So
Look,
I
pal.
think. What's that?
Look, NBA being the pal.
I don't know what to say, but enjoy Peacock, I guess.
Although I did love.
Pray it's not on.
Here's an
anytime
idea I
soon.
throw out there, and I want to see it. There was 2 great one-on-one interviews that I think it was ESPN did them. That cleared some air between the 2 guys, but I thought it was awesome. And they did one with Kobe Bryant and Shaq.
Mm-hmm.
That was awesome because they really talked about kind of their ending and how it wasn't great, but it turned good. And then Magic and Isaiah Thomas. Just 2 great one-on-one interviews, not necessarily professional broadcasters, but really dudes giving out their heart. And I don't know if it's that contentious, but wouldn't you like to see, now that he's in the biz, Melo sit down with Joker?
A little bit.
And go
he had the
over
one question last
everything
night.
and stars here, the numbers the same. Wouldn't that be kind of cool to see those 2 guys sit down for
It would
like
be,
a
yeah.
15, 20-minute interview?
I know Carmelo asked him a question last night when they were on the desk, but yeah, like I totally see what you're saying right there. And just talk about like, what it's like to be number 15 in Denver, what it's like to be the man in Denver. Absolutely. I think that could be good.
Yeah.
I think Carmelo's pretty good on TV so far.
I liked him better
It's a small
than Tracy
sample size.
McGrady. I thought Tracy McGrady trying too hard to be a professional broadcaster. Just be a dude.
There's so many analysts now. Did you see, by the way, the Inside the NBA when they did for Chuck, they did who he worked for instead of who he played for?
Yeah.
And they kept throwing
Yeah.
analysts up on the screen.
Yes.
It was just like, what? And you're looking at it and you're just like, what? There's too many outlets. There's too many.
I'm with you.
Come on.
The cool thing with that Chuck thing that first night was he kept saying, they ain't getting me to do all these other shows. I ain't doing that. They ain't, but, and then they showed the fake Chuck schedule.
Yeah.
301 Sports Center hit. I said, okay.
So-
And you know what? ESPN let him make fun of him. It was good on them.
Scotty, let's talk a little bit about Adelman's rotation so far.
Yeah.
Second half last night, I was very intrigued by what he did. He went with Jokic staggered into the second unit. What did Jokic sit? Probably like the 9-minute to the 6-minute mark, and then closed with him. I thought number one that stood out to me, but the other one was on a night where Cam Johnson wasn't playing well and shoulder and fouls and all that. And Christian Braun just kind of struggled last night, and some of it is his game going up against that front court and attacking the rim against those dudes is a little tough on him. And it was just like, okay, we're going to close with Tim Hardaway and Peyton Watson. And
our guy Hardaway had a hell of a game.
He was phenomenal. And then Peyton Watson played like a guy that you could trust in the closing minutes. Like he hit corner threes. He was doing like making the right plays consistently.
He looked like a guy. Well, and then we had obviously a couple other games where I don't think he looked that way. But last night looked like he was a guy who was like, "Oh, you're not going to pay me, huh? Watch this corner three go
contract
down."
year guy.
You know what I mean?
That's
hey, I'm happy if you get contract year guy all year.
Yeah,
I'll take that.
Not a bad carrot to dangle out there. But Adelman, like he to me, he was coaching the game directly in front of him, and I was really happy to see it.
Yeah, we had him on. We're having him on every Tuesday. I had him on again today. He talked about that, I think, last week. He said, listen, it's going to get 10 days or 10 games. I got to figure out who, what combinations, what this person likes with this, who works best to get this guy that opportunity. And he mentioned that with Cam again today also. So, listen, I think he's going to – I just like his mindset. I think he's a very smart guy. Jamal called him an offensive genius. He talked about, in the past we'd have to sit down and watch film after a game or the next day. Now I just see what's going on, and he and I have conversation live. I don't need to go to the film, and they trust each other enough that they believe it. I think it's going to be really interesting. I think they're going to be really good. Health is a big part of it, and you got to get through the season. We got 79 more.
No, I get it.
I mean, think about that.
Long way to go.
Long way to go.
Yeah.
But I like what we're seeing early. I'd just soon have a fast start than a slow start.
Sure.
Tonight, go 4-1. Go take care of Portland. Go make yourself 5-1, and already you're starting better than you did last year.
Can we get a little taste? I just want a couple more Val minutes, though. I like Valanciunas.
I agree.
I'm having fun watching him.
Yeah.
And you know what I like? He got Gobert and all those other guys worrying about him. I mean, again, you got a second big body like that to go rough guys up during a game. Not necessarily rough, but you got to play big boy basketball with him. Now you ain't got all that energy for Joker. It struck me last night at one point where, and I think you mentioned it, Nate, where they had Gordon and Valanciunas with Murray.
Yeah.
And then I think Hardaway was out there, and I think Brown was still out there. I can't remember. But I thought to myself, all right, I like this combo. And, Joker's over there resting. Val is still banging bodies with Gobert and Randall and Nas. And now it's like you don't have, like, again, last year you had no big guy you could go play for any consistent amount of time.
I've been impressed by the Murray Valanciunas minutes. Again, he's played. So here's the minutes for Val is 12, 13, 10 in 3 games so far. And maybe that's a veteran playing his way into it, and the coaches are easing him into the whole thing. But in the minutes that they played together, I think they look really comfortable. Jamal is something. He's different right now. He's
healthy.
He is engaged. He's consistent. You're absolutely right about that. He's healthy.
And he likes the head coach.
He looks wonderful, which I don't think is a small thing. And also like Hardaway.
You and I talked about that before the season started. You and I were excited about the Hardaway pickup.
Exactly, because Cam Johnson and Valanciunas and Bruce Brown, and so in some ways Hardaway was the forgotten acquisition. But you saw it last night. I noticed there was a possession where Jamal and Jokic were working 2-man game, and Hardaway was in the corner, and it was well covered. It was a nice job by Minnesota, and Hardaway just moved. He just moved without the basketball instead of camping himself out over there. And Jokic found him above the break, and he was wide open and just cashed a 3.
Who was the pass? Was it
behind the back to Cam Johnson?
No,
Cam, the behind the back bounce pass in the lane.
Because who was our analyst last night? That old Detroit Piston
Grant Hill
kid. Grant Hill was like, yeah, I don't. He goes, with all due respect to the Brooklyn big men, I don't think anybody could pass like that in Brooklyn.
Yeah.
So he was dead right.
And I think Cam Johnson is.
He's going to figure it out, though.
Yeah, it's very early with him.
And the cool thing is right now, with everybody healthy and playing, that guys can get along. But I don't think Bruce Brown is, he had a good home game, but I don't think he's been crazy, but he just does Bruce Brown stuff.
But has he been a little what he was the first time? Nothing special, but hustling and,
Yeah, but you can see the home game. First of all, I don't know if you saw introductions when Bruce. It goes Nikola Jokic, Jamal, and Bruce. They were all almost identical as far as the fan, and Gordon.
Yeah. You better get AG up there now.
Yeah.
He is Mr.
But
Nugget.
Bruce Brown, it was crazy. Bruce. But it's going to be a fun year. I think they got a chance to be really, really good. You're a 30-second hot streak from
being undefeated.
Steph Curry from being undefeated.
Yeah.
One of the greatest shooters of all time, and still had to make a half court one to tie it up.
I think you got 2 very winnable games looking at you the rest of the week, and right now it's I don't know, it's like probably a bad analogy. It's like a band you love, working with a new producer. And it's like, oh, you're changing the sound a little bit. That's kind of what I feel like I'm watching right now.
It's like Sammy Hagar coming into
it's Van Hagar.
Listen, you know what happened?
We're not sure we like it, but boy, you guys did throw out about 5 or 6 hits out there.
They hired Nigel Godrich to come in and tweak the sound, and it's working.
Listen, Blink did that with John Feldman and Goldfinger. They got a Grammy.
See?
Just saying.
It can be effective.
Hey, by the way, shout out to Polster Bryan, as you guys talked about the former athlete and interviewing it. He said, how about Mello and George Karl?
Well, that will never
you
happen.
Get a few people you get a few people tuning in for that.
Can I get Kenyon to complete the round
now,
table?
Kenyon can't be in the back.
Kenyon can't do it because he might forget that they're on TV trying to break
Kenyon's
bread.
The boom mic operator, and he just rushes in out of nowhere.
Yeah, George might not make it to the chair to sit down.
Turns into WWE where guys are just coming out of the back room to get their piece.
But don't you think Mello and Joker sitting there talking together would be a fun interview to watch?
Absolutely. And I just want to sit there and listen to two Hall of Famers talk buckets. Yeah.
They did not cross paths, right? Mello was gone long before.
No,
Joker
he played.
got here.
They would have played against
They played
each
against
other.
each other. Yeah.
But I mean, there was no.
Both of Mello was in, I think, New York and Portland, Houston, probably even.
OKC.
Yeah. But you
he's
forget about that.
bounced around a little bit.
He had a few teams.
Yeah.
He's on the Russell Westbrook plan.
I got my TV production movie going on. Boy.
All right, Scott Hastings has a real
You guys
job.
want to say hi to Chris Marlowe? Hold on.
Marlo, what are you doing?
Working.
You're on the radio, Marlo. Be careful.
Okay, thank you for alerting me. How are you, Vic?
No, that's Andy.
Oh, Vic, hey, you're 12 hours too soon.
Andy and Nate.
Hi, Chris. All right, voice of the Nuggets, Chris Marlowe. You guys have actual work to do.
Is Vic going to call in now? Isn't Vic supposed to be on the thing?
Vic will be here tomorrow morning at 7 o'clock. It's the Kreckman and Lindahl show. It's Altitude Sports Radio. So much to do. Power rankings on a Tuesday. We're doing all of it. Plus, it's an Avalanche ticket Tuesday. We got a keyword for you next. Hey, dudes, it's an Avalanche Ticket Tuesday. We're giving away a pair of tickets to the Avalanche as they will play Tampa Bay on November 4th. Little Stanley Cup Finals rematch from 3 years ago. Your 320 keyword is breeze.
Breeze?
Breeze. Not like Drew Brees, but like a gentle wind, a breeze.
Yeah.
Yes, B-R-E-E-Z-E, breeze.
Breeze.
Text breeze with your first and last name to 303-504-0925. That enters you for a pair of tickets to the Avs game against the Lightning on the 4th of November. That's next week. Hey, don't miss all the great fan-friendly options at the concession stands for $5. Again, your 320 keyword, breeze. So text breeze along with your first and last name to 303-504-0925, and you are entered. We will announce our winner today at 5:55. Best of luck to you.
Trying to understand the connection. I know they wear breezers, right?
Breezers, yes. Yeah. Are they breezy?
Maybe.
I've never actually worn a pair
of
new
material.
Breezers. Breeze. Text breeze to 303-504-0925, and we'll get you in on that one. Andy, we're really having to adjust to this reality of Patrick Surtain ain't going to be playing for a little while.
Yep.
Again, we don't know for how long. One thing to keep an eye on is when Dre Greenlaw is activated coming off the suspension, which I assume will happen tomorrow, they will have to make a corresponding roster move. And so we may get an answer then. We may not, but we may get an answer of whether or not Surtain goes to IR.
Yeah, Ian Rappaport, I saw another tweet saying that, the Broncos keep getting good news on this thing. Now, I guess good news is 4 weeks to 6 weeks versus out for the year.
Right.
That is better news.
That is certainly better than, yes, the alternative.
Right. So we'll see with this thing. I don't know. But again, it doesn't sound like something you want to mess with. You want to let that thing heal. Because if you were to get to the playoffs, there's going to be some pretty good receivers and quarterback combos, I imagine, you're going to be needing to face.
Andy, Vance Joseph has said in the past and has reiterated time and again, everything we do starts with Pat.
Yeah.
I want to, I just want to give you some numbers really quickly. All right. Follow me on this. Calvin Ridley, 4 catches, 27 yards, no touchdowns, week 1. Week 2, Indianapolis. Michael Pittman Jr., 4 receptions, 40 yards, did not score. Chargers week 3, Ladd McConkey, 4 catches, 41 yards, no touchdowns. Week 4, Cincinnati. Jamar Chase, heard of him? 5 catches, 23 yards, no touchdowns. Philadelphia, week 5, A.J. Brown. 5 catches, 43 yards, no touchdowns. Week 6, Jets, Garrett Wilson. 3 catches, 13 yards.
Rough.
Did not score. Week 7, Giants. This is kind of a case where one of these names is not like the others, but this is the guy they had. Wan'Dale Robinson, 6 catches, 95 yards.
No tutties.
No tutties. Dallas, CeeDee Lamb, 7 catches, 74 yards, no tutties. Again, this isn't a perfect breakdown because these aren't the exact Surtain matchup numbers, but this is what number 1 receivers, the opposition's top receiver, this is what they've done to the Broncos so far in 8 games. They're averaging 5 catches, 45 yards, and no touchdowns. The Broncos have not given up a receiving touchdown to a number 1 receiver this year.
Yeah, and largely that's due to Pat. Now, again, Riley Moss gets his turn, and it was a weird deal the other day because it's almost like 1A, 1B, right? George Pickens was the number 1 until CD returned.
Right.
But even George Pickens, did he get a TD?
No.
And he kept giving us the peakaboo about everything.
He had good numbers. I think he was like 7 receptions, 79 yards, but he did not score a touchdown.
Right. So
like really, you go through it, number 1 receivers, and we saw it last year in his DPOY season. This is what Surtain does. This is the Pat Surtain effect, is that he takes away the opposition's most dynamic pass catcher. And he does it every week. And this is where life's going to get a little tougher now, okay? I like Chris Abrams-Drain. Good player. But there's no replacing this guy. He's a Hall of Famer, Andy.
Right.
Like you and I we've done this for a while. We know what a Hall of Famer looks like at that position. That guy's a Hall of Famer. Okay? That's a Champ Bailey talent that is out there that you now subtract off of this defense. Vance Joseph's going to have to get a little bit creative. I think they're going to play more zone. They were more zone second half against Dallas. Now also some of that was they had a multiple score lead pretty much the whole way. But I think you're going to be forced into being more of a zone team. The Broncos played the third most man in the NFL. They have one of the highest blitz rates in the NFL. This is going to force you to be a little bit of a different defense.
Yeah, and you're going to have your get-off rate's going to have to continue to be good.
Sure will.
Because, again, playing zone may not give you the quick sack opportunities on some of those quick three-step drops where the quarterback is at. We saw even Dak do it, where he's got to eat that first throw he wanted to make, back out, and find himself a second option to go to. Hey, real quick, let's do a little breaking news / remember this guy.
Ooh. This is two of my favorite things.
Per Mike Kliss.
I'm in. We're going to remember a guy.
Well, you're going to remember this guy.
With some breaking news.
The Broncos worked out tight end Mercedes Lewis today. Remember that guy.
I do remember that guy.
Yeah.
Former Jaguar.
Yep.
Mercedes.
Mercedes. Not Murr. He's not a car.
He's not.
He's Mar.
Mercedes Lewis.
Yeah. 41 years old.
They worked him out.
They worked him out.
He
Per the Wire, says Kliss.
According to, I'm looking at his Pro Football Reference page, he played for the Bears the last 2 years.
Yeah.
He had 5 catches over 2 years.
That sounds like a Bronco tight end.
This is in 17 games.
Yeah.
Actually, give him credit. Now, he's not on a roster right
Sure.
now, but his age, 37, 38, 39, and 40 seasons, he played 17 games every year.
Good for him.
That's amazing.
It does prove they're looking for a tight end. Jeff Legwold told us that yesterday, and maybe a little bit later on we can get Adam Schefter's. Schefter continues to double down on the receiver desire.
Yeah, so this was according to an Adam Schefter tweet from today. The Broncos put in waiver claims yesterday for tight end Brendan Bates and tight end Ben Sims. Bates and Sims, Andy. But Cleveland had a higher claim and was awarded Bates, and Minnesota had a higher claim and was awarded Sims.
So is Minnesota shopping Hawkinson?
Is
that was a rumor over the weekend?
Could be.
That Minnesota was listening to Hawkinson for listening on Hawkinson, and maybe the Broncos would place a call about it.
You know what this sounds like? Classic Bates and Sims.
Well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Bates and Sims to me sounds like a law firm.
It does a little bit.
They heard about Ramos Law and they decided they wouldn't set up shop here.
No, they can't compete with that, and they know it.
Yeah.
But yes, according to Mike Garafolo, the Broncos worked out 41-year-old free agent Mercedes Lewis.
All right.
You know what sucks?
Hey, tell me.
The really old athletes are younger than me now.
Oh, yeah.
I hate it.
When you're like,
Yeah.
how do you think I feel?
Yeah.
I got a decade on the dude. I'm like, wow, you're too old to be doing that.
I know, right?
What
Yeah.
do you mean you're going to try to be athletic and stuff?
When
What's wrong with you?
When John Buccigross couldn't shut up about Brent Burns being 40, and it's like, yeah, Mercedes Lewis is 41.
Is Bucci, we had this discussion yesterday, is Bucci entering Romo territory? Tony Romo territory? I really like John Buccigross. That first game was the Utah game was just a little much. Frankly, the first game of the year, didn't he have the opener too, Spring? I feel like there's been a couple of tastes where I'm like, all right.
Isn't his shtick kind of he's like the ambassador of hockey to the world? Like, not the most precise play-by-play guy, maybe not the most technically sound, but his whole shtick is he's like the guy that's really excited about the game.
But it plays well on SportsCenter.
Sure.
It doesn't play well for 3 full periods.
Well, that's just it. Like ESPN, I mean, they got our dude Wischusen, Bob Wischusen.
Right, the Jets guy.
That guy
is the Jets game.
He's phenomenal. Like, again, he's as precise as can be. He's really good.
He is.
Yeah.
But again, that's a play-by-play guy that does the New York Jets on a weekly basis when he doesn't have these other commitments or whatever, although I'm sure he lets that take precedent over anything else.
I just I guess I look at it this way. I can categorize play-by-play guys kind of into different silos a little bit, and I think that's kind of Bucci Gross's deal. Is he's just like I'm the hockey guy, okay? Even if again he's not the most crisp at the job.
Look, there's a reason why guys do that job and why other guys don't.
Right.
You'll hear it next Friday when I call an evergreen game with Tyler Polumbus.
But it's like, like the Utah game, it's like, okay, the first Mammoth game on ESPN, let's give him hockey guy.
We gave him hockey guy, and everybody, we're going to,
right.
Now look, the owner thing's still just,
he can do
that owner
shtick.
Interview was super weird. I'm sorry. I don't mind you informing all of us and welcoming the great fans of Utah into the hockey world. That's what we need to do to quote-unquote grow the game. That's a popular lacrosse term.
Yeah.
But when the owner's up there and the owner feels like he's been in his box, maybe enjoying some of the free beverages that are not always, it won a bunch of O'Douls I think he was sipping on over there.
Uh-huh.
And then you're going to have him come stand up there and he doesn't know what to say to you. He's cheering for his team. You know what I mean? Like, we've seen the coach interview where he's trying to maybe watch the game or something, but the owner was like, I don't want to listen to you. I need a goal. I want to know we're going to get a goal. Like, when you do the GM interview in the preseason football game, who cares? It's preseason. He's going to go back, watch the tape, and evaluate. But when you got drunk owner guy, well, he wasn't drunk, but you're a couple sips into your bourbon, and now he's worried about the power play, and you're trying to ask him stuff. He's like, they fold up.
In-broadcast interviews are hell.
You know what?
They almost never work.
You know what? I'm gonna tell you.
You know where they work? They work in preseason. Like, to your point, preseason.
Right, when the game is of little,
because nobody cares.
Right.
You
just need a reason to keep watching this thing.
For example, 9 News will haul Kliss into the booth like during the last preseason
and
game.
He'll guess the roster.
He'll give a roster breakdown, and it's fun. Like he knows what the hell he's talking about, and he's very good. Like, in that moment, it works. But when you care about the game. Yeah, and ESPN again was trying to do their like we're sucking up to the Mammoth thing. By the way, it's an Avs Ticket Tuesday. You want to go see the Avs and the Lightning on November 4th? Text BREEZE, 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 plus your first and last name to 303-504-0925 on an Avalanche Ticket Tuesday. Zach Kelberman.
Yeah.
Kelberman.
He's part of the Bronco dark web.
Okay.
He's very, very Bronco-centric. If you love the Broncos, he's a great ex-follow on Twitter.
Yeah, you sent this over, so it's clearly dark web stuff. Broncos.
Well, you haven't heard of who I sent you? Go ahead.
Broncos rumored to be interested in working out a trade deal for Saints wide receiver Rashid Shaheed.
I believe someone suggested this a week ago.
I have, yes. I like Rashid Shaheed. He's a very dynamic player with the ball in his hands. We don't know the seriousness of this Mims concussion thing.
I was about to say, are we getting a hint of what Mims could be dealing with there if they're going to look into this? Because frankly, with what we saw, when you get a Mims and Franklin game like the other day against the Cowboys, I'm like, you know what, just let him develop.
Sure, but also you could also look at it. Here's the flip side of that, Andy, is that inside the building, they're looking at this and they're going, we might be able to do the thing this year. Okay? Like it's here and this could be the splash kind of move we got to make. I think Shaheed would be a perfect addition to Sean Payton play calling.
Yeah, if he's the catch and run guy,
yeah,
give me that guy.
Bo get the ball in his hands quickly,
yep.
and he's dynamic with the football in his hands. He's insanely fast.
Here's your new safety valve, Bo.
Yeah.
When you don't have, because they're clearly trying to take Sutton away.
Yeah.
There's another guy over here.
Great wiggle, just dynamic with the ball in his hands. He'd be a good Bronco. I would like Rashid Shaheed in a Broncos uniform. I support this dark web rumor.
Do you give him back the pick you took from him for?
I endorse this rumor.
Do you give him back the pick you took him for Vele? Yeah, here's your fifth back. You want your fifth back? You can have your fifth back.
Let's play pickleball with a fifth-round draft
we don't
pick.
Need it now.
You guys take this back. Hey, Avs faithful, here's your chance for unique holiday gifts. Come to Ball Arena this Sunday from 2 to 4 p.m. to purchase equipment from the Avalanche. The sale features game-used and team-issued sticks, gloves, helmets, skates, breezers, equipment bags, pucks, and more. Pricing starts at $10. Proceeds benefit Colorado Avalanche and Kroenke Sports Charities community programs in Colorado. You have got one more opportunity to text in this hour's keyword on an Avalanche Ticket Tuesday. The word is breeze. B-R-E-E-Z-E. Breeze. Breeze. Text breeze with your first and last name to 303-504-0925, and you are entered for a pair of tickets to the Avalanche game against the Lightning November 4th. Don't miss all the great fan-friendly options at the concession stands for $5. Again, your keyword is breeze right now. Text breeze, B-R-E-E-Z-E, along with your first and last name to 303-504-0925, and you are entered. We'll announce today's winner at 5:55. Chad Brown coming up at 4 o'clock. We'll be talking about the adjustments Vance Joseph and the Denver defense will have to make as they will live without Patrick Surtain for some time. We're not exactly sure how long. 4 to 6 weeks, or maybe shorter, or maybe longer. Who knows? Injury news. Plus, we'll have another keyword for you on an Avalanche Ticket Tuesday. We'll do that coming up at 20 minutes after 4 o'clock. So, Andy, I don't know if you heard, the Broncos beat the Cowboys on Sunday. And
no way.
They scored 44 points in doing so, and all of their touchdowns were scored by either first or second-year players. 6 touchdowns in total.
Troy Franklin.
Yep. He had 2.
RJ Harvey.
He had 3.
Pat Bryant had his 1.
He had his 1. Mm-hmm.
That's all?
6 touchdowns.
2, 3, 6. There you go.
We did it.
Barron had.
That's it.
We got home.
Barron had, like doing homework with your 4-year-old.
He had an interception.
Barron had his interception. That was another cool first-year player play.
Sure was. Yeah, good day for the youngsters. By the way, did you see Bo Nix? He went tearing after the football after Pat Bryant's touchdown to get him his first ever touchdown ball.
I'm telling you, Bo, the more we go along, Bo reminds me of Jake, where there's just the vibe the guys like playing with.
Yeah.
And he takes care of his guys,
Also,
is what it seems like.
You know what Bo Nix was thinking while he was running after that football? This one's for Pat.
Guys, like there's one laugh has got to be coming. One laugh has got to be
That was actually pretty
coming.
good.
Thank you.
You did like that?
Thank
Do you not have the soundbite of that? Did you get lost in the move?
For Pat. By the way, little mini controversy. The Bolins got shut out, Andy, of the Super Bowl 50 thing.
They did.
Jeff Legwold did a little bit of coverage on that. They were persona non grata, apparently.
They were apparently not invited.
Yeah, Brittany and Annabelle, they put out a statement and said we weren't invited.
Yeah, man, it's a tough deal.
Is it that tough? Don't you think the Walton Penner group is just kind of like, what, we're going to invite all 7 and you guys can have a food fight over at your table?
Yeah, you're absolutely right.
We can all clear
who
out
do you
on
invite?
this.
You're not inviting Beth. Beth was suing everybody.
This one's for Pat.
Yeah,
Pat.
he found it. There you go.
Nice job.
Boy, I forgot how fired up he was about that.
As well he should have been. It was a good moment.
Yeah, man, I don't know what to say. You don't own the team anymore. And it's look, I feel bad because I like Brittany in particular. I got to know Brittany a little bit because of all things, my daughter skated at the same area where she did.
Mm-hmm.
We do these father-daughter skates and these shows, and the Bolin family would be there, and it was a little bit wild because it was this tiny little rink off University and University of Arapahoe that doesn't even exist anymore, to my knowledge.
Did you wear sequins?
No,
Tights?
we always wore. It was funny because every year it was black pants and button-up shirts, and I've told you before, they were just hoping all the dads made it off the ice without an incident or injury.
So you dressed like a maitre d', basically?
Pretty much, yeah. It was, yeah. So anyway.
Did you wear figure skates or hockey skates?
Hockey skates. I did hockey skates because I've been on hockey skates.
Good move.
The toe pick will cause you problems, I've been told.
Sure.
I'm not going to toe pick it into the boards as you got your daughter in hand. There's an incident. That's what you were trying to avoid. And we always would be going in these circles, like the old Disney circle they skate in at the end. And I always thought one of us is going to fall. Then we're going to have a 12-dad pileup in the middle.
But
of
it was
the
never
ice.
you.
No.
You made it out
never
unscathed.
happened. We all finally made it somehow.
It's a good end of the
I think
story.
one guy did take a digger once. Got the bruised head, but wasn't me, pal.
Did you help him up or did you laugh?
I was off the ice. I did not see said incident
good move.
by
Good.
that point.
That worked out.
But anyway, so yeah, look, I bring it up because I felt bad. I know I've been told by people that really know Brittany, the Broncos really meant a lot to her because she spent a lot of time with her dad there. That's kind of where you had to go to see your dad.
She wanted to be the owner of the Broncos.
She wanted to be the owner.
Yeah.
So for that reason, I feel bad. But again, I don't blame the Penners one bit. Man, you walked in, you bought a mess. Like you said, I'm not going to invite the Hackett, the Hatfields and the McCoys to come hang out at our reunion. You know what I mean?
You guys make it awkward for everybody.
Yeah, dude.
Okay.
I mean, look, you're going to bring the 2 sons, and then is blood of the city going to show up in whatever condition possible? What are we going to do here?
Yeah, we'll just...
We wrote you your check. You got your dividends. Good day.
Sizable checks, too.
Yeah,
Did well for themselves.
And again, look, I mean, I don't want to sound cold because I feel bad for some of the kids, but you made this thing such a mess.
Yeah.
It had to be sold. Don't tell me the NFL at some point wasn't going, hey, you mind?
Can you guys not?
Hey, let me show you how much money you're all going to make. Let's go this route.
Man, some of the reporting when that stuff was going down. Shout out to our friend Nikki Jobvala. God, she was a good reporter. Still is a good reporter. Still covering the Washington Commanders. All right. Sean Payton, all the touchdowns scored by first or second year players. Sean Payton said he did something fun in the meeting on Saturday night. He showed the plays that he believed were touchdown plays in the meeting on Saturday night. Here was Sean Payton after the game on Sunday.
A lot of production from the rookie class. Maybe they read someone's article. I don't know. But you had interception, touchdowns, I mean, it's great to see them moving, getting the experience. Sometimes it's more difficult, but, Jade had the interception right before the half. That was a big play. Pat, all of it was good. It's hard to predict sometimes when you're putting your plan together. Our video guy, Joe Harrington, we do a hotel tape at night, and the last 11 plays are plays that I think are touchdowns. And he basically gave me the fight song of everybody that was a skilled player. And so we saw a play that we thought Trout might score on. We heard the Dayton fight song, then before the play, and so that they know that. And we saw Central Florida. None of the players knew the name of their fight songs except Mims. But anyway, it was good to see those guys have success.
Didn't know the names of the fight songs, Andy.
Does that bum you out, Spring? You didn't get a good media laugh to weaponize against us again. Because that was the time. He put it out there. We got a polite chuckle. That's as good as we got.
Mims, Boomer Sooner.
Sure.
That's an easy one to know. Yeah. Spring. Is this? Oh, yeah. I didn't realize there was this much shouting at the beginning.
A lot of build-up.
This is one of the most earworm fight songs in college football.
Really?
Every OU game you watch, it's just, I sit there in my living room. I don't know why. I inevitably just end up going, Boomer Sooner, Boomer Sooner.
I think I was watching the Georgia game. I can't remember. It was one of the SEC schools where they couldn't quit blowing the damn whistle, and I felt like it was like the stupid wolf howl last night.
Yeah.
Is there a reason, or are we just, it plays over? Oh, let's play something. What the hell is that? That dumb wolf howl. My daughter and I were sitting there watching the game last night. She's like, what is with the wolf howl? I go, I can't decide. I've been here all out. Been watching the whole game. When the guy feels the need, we wolf howl. It's not a free throw. It's not just do it. Just here we go. Oh, you just gave up a 50-yard game. And away they go. Hey, play me another fight song since you think that one's so earworming. Because I'm going to tell you this.
Yeah.
They all sound the damn same.
Well, let's find out. Here we go. Spring, roll the next one for us. Less shouting at the beginning. Very drum heavy.
A lot of drums.
A lot of cadence.
Marching. This does have a different feel.
Well, I don't know this one. What do we got here, Spring? Is this, you got SMU?
To be fair, I'm cheating. I have all of them labeled.
Okay.
This is Ohio State.
So, J.K. Dobbins. This is J.K. Dobbins' jam right here.
Have you seen him dot the I?
I sure have.
I've been there. Been there for it.
Have you really?
Oh, yeah. I covered a CU Ohio State game 2012.
My all-time favorite was the one where the tuba guy, when he did the bow, took out the camera guy.
Yeah.
That's the best one.
Well, camera guy, know you're wrong.
You gotta look out for that
know
tuba.
the spacing.
All right.
Give us another one.
Give us another one, Spring. What else do we got for Bronco skill position fight songs?
See, this is a run in the mill.
This has classic fight
song. It could be like 20 different spools.
Written all over it. Yeah. This Oregon? What do we got here, Spring?
This is SMU.
Oh, this one was
There we
SMU.
go. Yeah,
That's the Cortland Sutton.
This is the Pony Battle Cry.
Pony Battle Cry, because they're ponies. All right, next one. We're doing Broncos skill position fight songs. This is what they were doing on Saturday night. By the way, when he said the hotel tape we watch, your players watch another one after the meeting, Sean. Okay, go ahead, Spring.
Whoa.
This sounds like it could be like a college football on ESPN theme song.
Yeah.
Another very generic.
Rando, plenty of horns, plenty of brass.
That's what they do. A lot of drums.
A lot of drums.
Yeah.
Ooh, now we're breaking it down.
Yeah, we are. Is this Central Florida?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, Nate.
We got it.
Nate got one.
This sounds like the kind of thing they would enjoy in the middle part of the state of Florida. That worked for me. All right, Spring, next. Oskiwawa, Illinois. Princeton, Hales, or Tiger. Wisconsin, or Varsity. And they give the same old rah, rah, rah at each university. Yell that always thrills me and fills my heart with joy is that dear old Oski wow wow that they yell at Illinois. Oski wow wow.
Here's what I like about yours. It was quick.
Thank you. Well, we had another verse. I could have done the whole second verse.
Well, thank you for refraining. Do you have one more, or is that it?
By the way, my high school, you know what our fight song was? And I didn't even know we were doing it until I was probably, 15, and I was watching a Wisconsin game. Our fight song was on Wisconsin, except we just sang it on Wakanda.
Well, there you go.
But it was just on Wisconsin. And the first time I ever, noticed it at a Badger game, I was like, hey, they got the same fight song as us. And it was like, oh, we ripped them off.
And I'm going to tell you that it had the Wolverine helmet, too, that you copied from Michigan, just to keep it all even.
We were the Wakanda Bulldogs. We just had a gold W on the helmet. There was nothing cool about it.
All right.
Purple and gold, though. Good color scheme. All right, what's next, Spring?
Is this Oregon?
No.
Ooh.
Is this the Boomer Sooner again?
Is this Ole Miss?
No.
For Evan Engram?
No. Missouri for Evan Engram.
Oh, he went to Missouri. Why did I think he went to Ole Miss? Same first four letters, I guess.
You've got everybody firing in with their fight songs, except for Eric, who hates to sing.
Okay.
Shut up, Eric.
Yeah. Why don't you learn to appreciate some brass band, Eric?
Exactly, Eric. You don't like a marching band?
EDM for you.
Also, my favorite for Oregon, I don't know about the fight song. They always sing that, or they play that song from Phantom Menace, the Naboo. Remember at the end of the movie?
Sure.
It's a bad movie, but they always play that one. I'm a Star Wars nerd.
What, the Victory March?
Yes,
All
yes.
right.
It's
cool
like
I don't know that Metro has a fight song. I don't know if I know I didn't learn one if they did.
There's
Any other Roadrunners know out there? Is there a fight song for Metro?
Fight song that we know of?
Yeah. It's the Frogger soundtrack, so we don't get hit by cars as we cross streets.
It's just meep meep.
Exactly.
Yeah. It's the Looney Tunes open.
There you go, everybody. Celebrating fight songs today on the Kreckman and Lindahl show. We'll talk to Chad Brown. Chad Brown, I bet he can sing his fight song. He'll be shoulder to shoulder coming up next. Chad Brown with us on a Tuesday afternoon. Chad, do you still remember all the words to the CU Fight song, a.k.a. Fight CU?
Of course I do. We sang it almost every single week. Times have changed.
That's a thing when you win every week, Chad. it's very different. It's also it's lyrically a shorter tune, and I think the word "fight" is repeated about 17 times. But I like the shoulder-to-shoulder part. I always like that line. So, Chad, your Buffs, man. That was a tough one out there against Utah. What should be the goal the rest of the way for this season, or in this era of college football, which you always have to say, is there even a goal in finishing out a year and culture and continuity? Because chances are you'll have a brand new team next year anyway.
All right. As you guys know, I travel every weekend and I do a college game or an NFL game occasionally. And so,
where were you last weekend?
I was at Iowa State, BYU at Iowa State. And BYU is for real, and Iowa State showed up much better than they showed up against the Buffs 2 weeks ago. If that Iowa State team had played the Buffs, it may have been a similar score to what Utah did to them. That was just an off week. So for those Buffs fans who had their boat lifted by the Iowa State win while it was a ranked team, 9 times out of 10, Iowa State and the Buffs get together, it would be a very different outcome. But my point is, I travel every week and I do these football things. But there's a certain thing about a hotel where you go into a hotel room, and it's a hotel room, and you just kind of walk in the room, and until you see a major flaw, it all kind of just goes by you. But then once you see this, you sit on the bed, and the bed's lumpy. Then you go in the bathroom, you're like, oh, the tile in the shower is moldy. And then you grab a towel, and it's a stained towel. And then you go to use the soap, and the soap's all like super harsh, and it makes your skin feel weird. Then you go down for the buffet breakfast the next day, and it's like, yeah, they didn't even put the sausage on the griddle. It's steamed sausage. Who likes steamed sausage? And so that's where I am with this Buffs football program.
They're steamed sausage.
Where, in the past, it may have been easier to go, okay, they're building, this is happening, that's happening. Of course, we're missing the Heisman Trophy winner, or missing a drafted NFL quarterback. But now, yeah, I touching, Coach Prime fishing trip. Well, he went fishing during the bye. And if you had not gone fishing, it somehow would have made this loss more acceptable. If I had thought that your nose was to the grindstone and you were turning over every rock and every leaf trying to find a way to get a victory, but you went home and you went fishing. Now, do coaches take a couple of days off during the bye? Of course they do. But now we're at that hotel room scenario where I see all the flaws. And the conversation on the sideline, it's more than just some guys having a spirited conversation about play calls or who's doing what. And now it's dissension amongst the ranks. And so everything that I see that is questionable, Gal, gets a negative light cast upon it. Mm-hmm. So I'm sure all the frequent travelers can attest to my hotel room scenario and see how I'm tying that directly to the Colorado Buffaloes and where they are as a football team this year and where they also are as a football program.
All right, Chad, what's the fix? Does Coach Prime, and I really like Livingston, but let's be honest about it. Livingston and Shermer both are NFL guys. They came from the NFL. Is it time for Coach Prime to think about getting more to, say, a college, as someone who's rooted in college as a coordinator, because the college game just feels different than the NFL game right now?
It is different. I know they're coming together from a business model standpoint. So colleges hire GMs and personnel folks, which that was once just only in the NFL. But the on-the-field game is completely different. The athletes you're dealing with is completely different. So to your point, I think there's a lot to be said for that. When Sean Embry and Eric Bieniemy were the head coach and assistant head coach of the Colorado Buffaloes, I saw Eric, be very fiery and be very demonstrative with some of the kids, to the point where afterwards I had to go, hey man, you can't cut that kid. You can't just bring in somebody else. This is not the NFL. that kid's going to be here for the next 3 or 4 years. Now, I know football has changed since then, college football, but my point is you can't deal with these kids the same way you can with an NFL player. And so the coaches need to be skilled with this particular group of kids and this particular style of play. In the NFL, to talk about Rob Livingston, quarterbacks, if you play a team that runs their quarterback a lot, either it's the Ravens and Lamar Jackson, or it's probably a pretty poor football team because they got a quarterback who runs the ball a lot. In college football, you're going to see it every single week. And if you don't stop it, you're probably going to see it every single play, particularly in the second half. So we have yet to stop a running quarterback this season. We've yet to figure out that conundrum that so many other quality football teams in college football figure out every single week. So I'm not saying that is the absolute slam dunk fix, but there's a clear market difference between the NFL and college, and that thought deserves some attention.
Chad Brown, our guest, joining us on the Ramos Law Hotline. Car accident, you need Ramos Law, medical doctor and attorney. Visit ramoslaw.com. Chad, let's turn our attention to professional football here. And the Broncos have lost Patrick Surtain for some time. When you look at the way that VJ has schemed things up, he wants to be man heavy, he wants pressure, he wants to blitz. How much is what Denver does defensively dependent on having Surtain back there, and what adjustments will VJ have to make running out Abrams Drain along with Riley Moss and McMillan and some Jahdae Barron?
Well, when you are going to be missing the returning defensive player of the year, there's going to be a difference.
Yeah.
And so I was a part of the Pittsburgh Steelers. We ran a very blitz intensive system, and Rod Woodson went down in game 1. And so suddenly we are trying to call the same plays, and yet there's a difference. Offenses approach us differently. So I think VJ is certainly working on a plan, but a bit unsure how it's all going to play out. What is the tack going to be from the Houston Texans? How is that going to be than what he's seen over the first 8 weeks of the season, 7 weeks of the season? So some of that will be in-game adjustments, but I have to imagine from a safety perspective, Hufanga is not going to be as active near the line of scrimmage as he has been. Do you still want those front guys to do what they do? Yeah, I think you still play to the best strengths of Benito and Cooper and Ellis and Allen and all those guys up front, and you try to just limit your changes structurally to the secondary. And if that's not enough, then you start and you have to dial back some of the blitzes, and maybe you only do it on certain situations, certain long yardage situations. So it'll be on a case-by-case basis, I think, for VJ, who we're playing, how well our guys are playing. If this team has got poor offensive tackles, then yeah, things may not change at all for us, the media and the fan perspective. But they're a good blocking group up front on the offensive line. Then yeah, I'm going to be a little bit more conservative. I'm going to go with maybe some more zone. I'm going to go with some double teams to either Riley Moss or Abrams Drain or wherever gets that opportunity to fill in for Pat Surtain.
All right, I'm curious, where would you rank them if you were doing Chad Brown power rankings? And we read around the world of power rankings every Tuesday anyway. Matter of fact, it comes up right after we're done with you. Where would you have the Broncos ranked? How do you sift through this interesting schedule? They finally got the offense going against the Giants, and it's been 5 quarters of nothing but fireworks. A month ago, we were a little more worried about different things. Where would you rank them in the lot of the top of the NFL?
You can't apologize for who you play. Jets, Giants, the Dallas Cowboys. With the Broncos would have had more difficulty executing those plays on air than they had against the Dallas Cowboys, who had 11 guys out there. And so that's how poor that defense was. But you don't apologize for it. And there's no asterisks on your victory. But at the same time, when you start looking at how they stack up power rankings wise, I could see, particularly after last night with what the Chiefs were able to do, somebody saying, oh, no, I mean, the Broncos are a great story, but the Chiefs are still the best team in the AFC West. And the Chargers took a little bit of a dip, but could the Chargers be back? So I say I probably would put them in the top 5. And if I feel like that's more circumstantial than them putting a solid stamp on being a top 5 NFL football team.
All right, let me go ahead. Finish your point. Sorry.
No, I was going to say if that all makes sense. That was it.
I'm I am curious again because obviously you played a long time. Have you ever dealt with what Surtain's dealing with when we're talking about a pec strain versus a tear? Have you ever had to try to rehab one of those? I mean, what are the challenges with this? Is this something that you got to be careful that it doesn't tear all the way?
Fortunately for me, very few muscle injuries. When I hurt myself, it was like a bone break, like a 9-inch spiral fracture of my fibia with 16 screws and 4 plates, things like that. So
that sounds lucky.
yeah, these hamstrings and these muscle tears.
What's that scar look like, Chad? Is that thing gnarly?
The scar's actually not so bad.
Okay.
It's the X-ray, because you would think that they didn't hire a surgeon. They asked Bob Vila to come and screw that bone back together.
Welcome to this old house.
All different directions. It is a mind-blowing X-ray if you ever get to take a look at it. So yeah, I don't know, but certainly I've had teammates who have suffered some of the things. So I couldn't talk to it from a personal experience standpoint. But I know particularly on the offense and defensive lines where it's so much pushing involved, that is a really debilitating injury. Now, Pat Surtain's obviously got to do some of that sometime, but his main way he makes his money is through his feet and his legs. So I can imagine if he gets to a point where he can handle the pain and the training staff assures him it's not going to be any further injury, he'll be back in the lineup as soon as possible.
Chad, what was the best interception return of your career? Did you ever put up anything that looked like what Dondre Tillman did the other day?
That was awesome.
Yeah.
That was
the
really
catch itself
phenomenal.
Was sweet. He dove.
The whole thing. I've had a couple of interceptions. Mainly I was rushing the quarterback, but unfortunately my interception returns were fairly limited. I've had fumble returns where I stiff-armed Ed McCaffrey right at the goal line at University of Washington when I was a Seattle Seahawk. But interception returns, nothing quite like that. And
6 career interceptions, by the way. 6 career interceptions, 39 total return yards. Your career long was 20 in 96 with the Steelers. Do you remember that play?
That was in Cincinnati,
okay.
I believe. I've got a photo somewhere in storage of me returning that interception.
How was your ball security?
Ball security was nice. I never fumbled a fumble recovery.
That's huge.
No, I did fumble an interception early against the Cincinnati Bengals at home that year. Garrison Hurst hit me right in the jaw. I coughed that thing up like, oh no, that thing flew out of my hands. But to see a big fella return a fumble or an interception is always special. And I find myself literally back on the sideline and just yelling, go big fella, go. Go, big fella, go. For my entertainment purposes only.
Oh, I was yelling louder than any point in the game. I wanted. We call him a fat guy, Teddy. He's not really fat. A thick 6 is probably better.
Thick 6, yeah.
So
big time.
Stink tells a great story of the first time when he picked up a fumble. He thought for 2 seconds Glory was ahead of him, and then he got drilled from all areas and was like, I'm never touching the football again if I don't have to. Did you ever have, you mentioned the Garrison Hurst one. Did you realize whether it was Garrison Hurst blasting you, like, is it worse? Do you not realize how hard it is to get hit when you got the ball in your hands? Or was it better that Ed McCaffrey, like, what did you think when you finally put Ed to the ground? What was was that your first touchdown you're describing?
Every time I've been tackled, either as a high school player, college, or NFL, I've always gotten up off the ground and said, this is why I play defense. I don't like that process. I don't like the bad intentions they come with. Whether it's either trying to get the ball out of my hands to get it back for their offense or trying to bring me down and twist my ankle or twist my knee up. So, yeah, I was happy to be on the defensive side of the ball. And while I enjoyed the few times the ball came into my hands and the couple of touchdowns that I got along the way, yeah, for the most part, yeah, I leave that ball carrying stuff to the guys on the other.
Do you have a dance? Do we get a little dance out of you, a little shimmy?
Okay, so before year 3, my mother-in-law was a big fan of mine, of course, and so she's like, "You got to start dancing. I'm sick of this Junior Seau guy making all these Pro Bowls. You got to get up and do something. You can't like pump your fist like him. You got to do something." So I came up with this snake dance, and anybody who's seen like 2 male snakes kind of fighting where they kind of twist and weave around. So I did this twisted hand thing, and it felt completely out of character for me. But I was like, I want to make a Pro Bowl. I want to be all pro. I think I play at that level. I've just got to make a name for myself. So year 3, I start the season 5.5 sacks in the first 3 games. Week 4, I get cut from behind by Harold Green, I think from the Cleveland Browns. End up with a high ankle sprain. And I'm like, see, that's it. It was that dancing. I did something that was out of character, and I did it so long, I upset the football gods, and they gave me a high ankle sprain. So I stopped dancing after that. That was, if you want to see Chad Brown dance, it was a 3-game window of my 3rd year with the Pittsburgh Steelers.
But then you came back healthy in 96, and what happened? First team All-Pro.
Yes, but I earned it on the field with football.
Merit.
Not with dancing.
With merit.
Yes.
15 career fumble recoveries, 3 career touchdowns. Were they like scoop and score plays, or did you recover in the end zone?
2 of those against the Broncos, in fact.
Hell yeah.
The Ed McCaffrey stiff arm.
Okay.
That was up in Seattle. Also in Seattle in the Kingdome, Michael Sinclair forced a fumble from John Elway. I picked that up. I think I ran maybe 40 yards on that one for a touchdown. And the other one would be in Baltimore, in the old stadium before they moved into their new stadium. Another scoop and score, another quarterback sack, fumble, scoop and score.
Would that have been in 2000?
That would have been in 98.
98. All right. I was going to say, because you had a touchdown in 2000. I'm just looking at your Pro Football Reference page. You had a touchdown in 2000, so you, if it would have been the 2000 Ravens, you would have gotten one on a Super Bowl champion. Chad Brown. See, like we'll just sit here and ask for story time with Chad Brown.
Well, it's better than breaking down 40. What? I don't even remember the score of that
44-24, man.
No, not that one. That's a fun game to talk about. I'm talking about the Buffs with him.
53-7.
I saw a stop get pushed in. I'm like, I'm out. I'm going to bed. I ain't doing this.
53-7, Andy. Chad Brown, everybody. Shoulder to shoulder, Chad. Excellent stuff, man. Get back to work on that snake dance. All right, pal?
Thanks, guys.
All right.
And no more stink eye, Andy, when Nate's calling the game. I saw the clips on that.
Oh, did you see? Hey, is that not our album cover?
Death stare. Trying to take me out.
Classic.
I looked down. Hey, that's what I give my kids. Tell you doing with that phone.
The great Chad Brown, everybody. It's Kreckman and Lindahl. We have got a keyword for you on an Avalanche Ticket Tuesday, and we got to give it to you right now because this hour's keyword is beach. Text beach.
What?
To 303-504-0925. Andy, beach.
Who are these tickets against?
This is for the Avalanche and the Lightning of Tampa Bay.
So I guess that's why then, right? We're doing just fun things to do in Tampa.
I suppose.
You go to the beach.
You go to the beach.
You get the breeze.
You enjoy a breeze.
I've never seen the beach in Tampa. I've been a few times.
I think they have one.
They probably do.
There is a bay. So beach, text beach to 303-504-0925 plus your first and last name, and you are entered. We have got power rankings next. Once again, your keyword on an Avalanche Ticket Tuesday before we get to NFL Power Rankings. Your keyword this hour is beach. Text beach to 303-504-0925. The word is beach. B-E-A-C-H. Beach, along with your first and last name. Text it right now to 303-504-0925. You are entered for a pair of tickets to the Avalanche game against Tampa Bay on the 4th of November. Guys, they got great fan-friendly options at the concession stands this year. $5. Your 420 keyword is beach. Text beach along with your first and last name to 303-504-0925, and you are entered. We'll announce a winner today at 5:55. We have one more keyword at 5:20. Right now, beach.
Beach.
And right now, power rankings. Broncos have won 5 in a row. They are 6-2. They blow out the Cowboys by 20 points on Sunday. What does that do to the old power rankings?
Real quick, what was your predicted streak when they were 1-2?
When they were 1-2, I said they would win 6 of their next 8 games and go to the bye at 7-4.
You've got 3 games
right now
to look like a genius.
Right now, Andy, I can easily talk my way into 2-1 over the next 3.
Which are the 2, though? Vegas is a gimme.
Raiders and the Chiefs.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, both are at home. It's not a bad bet. Both are at home.
They could go 3-0.
They could.
Houston offensively has been uneven at best. Defensively, they're fantastic. But offensively, C.J. Stroud has been uneven. They got rid of Bobby Slowick. The new offensive coordinator hasn't necessarily opened things up. There's very little run game to speak of. Looks as though, according to the early reports this week, that Nico Collins is expected to be back. And clearly not having Surtain is not ideal. But they got offensive line issues, and they're going up against one of the best pass rushes in the entire NFL. Actually, the best pass rush in the NFL. I don't even know why I'm qualifying it. They're the best.
Hey, by the way, and I don't know if you were hip to all this, Adam Schefter told the PhD guys he was going to call them the Orange Rush on Countdown, and he proceeded to do so 2 weeks ago prior to the Giants game.
Did people get excited about it?
Well, Jim Nantz, I noticed the other day,
when Orange
he
Rush?
called him the Orange Pass Rush.
You're right.
He threw a word in,
Orange
not
Pass
giving
Rush.
Schefter credit as credit was due.
One of our listeners, a couple of weeks ago, when we were having we were talking to DMac about it, he had his idea of the ABC defense.
Yeah.
One of our listeners on the text line suggested the National Western Sack Show.
Well,
which at first I was like, it's very New York Sack Exchange.
Yeah.
But Sack Show.
Sure.
It's got a little bit of a Thunder from Down Under kind of connotation to it.
It's cheeky. In reverse. I don't think on this show the listeners would be thinking about football sacks.
I'm not sure.
A lot of Call of Duty players here.
Sack
Fancy
Show.
a nice Lipton tea bag, if you will.
Okay. The National Western Sack Show.
Not a bad effort, though.
I think it's a good effort.
Way better than ABC.
It just didn't. The more it marinated.
Oh, sure.
The less I thought that was a good idea.
The more it got swampy.
Yes. Feels like you're multiplying everything by 2.
Yeah.
Anyway, let's do power rankings. And let's start with our friends over. By the way, last week Broncos averaged 8.4. 8.4 was the average on the rankings. This week, they beat the Cowboys 44-24, 5 in a row, 6-2, all that good stuff. Last week, ESPN said Denver was the 11th best team in the NFL, Andy.
Okay.
20-point win over the Cowboys, which ESPN likes to pay a lot of attention to the Cowboys. Climbed 2 spots to number 9.
Niner.
Nine.
Did I catch a niner in there?
Yeah.
Times.
You want a walkie-talkie?
From 11 to 9 go the Broncos, according to ESPN, into the single digits. NFL.com/NFL Network
ESPN.
/ESPN. Let's be honest. Everyone's got a parent company.
Yeah.
Last week they said the Broncos were the 10th best team in the NFL. This week you go out and beat the Cowboys. Still the 10th best team in the NFL.
That speaks to that defense.
Yes.
That tells you they don't like that. They don't like that defense.
As Chad Brown referred to them, worse than air.
Yeah, he said, for those that missed the quote, they'd have had a tougher time running plays on air.
Yeah. The Athletic, last week they said the Broncos were the 10th best team in the NFL. All right, you go out and score 6 touchdowns against the Cowboys. Hey, you surge 2 spots up to number 8.
Boy.
Very aggressively.
That was a tussle.
That was Chad Brown under the pile right there.
They're getting out.
Oof. Ouch. The Ringer. Our friends at The Ringer. They've been all over the place.
They have the stability in their emotions of a teenager.
Sure do. Last week, The Ringer told us the Broncos were the 11th best team in the NFL. Well, they go out and destroy Dallas, and they jump 3 spots to number 8.
That means they like the Cowboys more than they like the Giants.
And as they added, Bo Nix needed a game like that, which I would agree.
Yeah, there's a good point.
Yeah, that's an excellent point. It was from erratic Bo to steady Bo. I like steady Bo. That's a good version of Bo.
We love steady Bo's,
yes.
Planted feet,
mm-hmm.
all that.
Speaking of steady, listen to the rest of these power rankings, Andy. Deion Sanders' favorite outlet, CBS.
I'm not doing nothing with CBS. Next question.
Last week they said 6. This week they say 6.
Nothing.
Pro Football Talk. Last week they said 5. This week, 5.
Nothing.
USA Today. After the Giants, it was 7. After the Cowboys, still 7.
Nothing.
And Yahoo Sports, our buddy Frank Schwab, he dropped them to 7 last week.
Yahoo!
This week, still 7.
Nothing.
All those people hate that Cowboy defense.
They were unmoved.
They were not impressed by that being the 4th time the Cowboys have given up 300 yards of offense and 30 points, or 400 yards of offense and 30 points. 4 times this year they've done that, Nate.
Average ranking, 7.5 this week. The old 7.5. Only one double-figure ranking. That was NFL.com at 10. Everything else down in the single digits. Very cool to see. A collective average jump of 1 spot. We'll call it 1 spot, 8.4 up to 7.5. High ranking on the board, Andy, Pro Football Talk at number 5. Low ranking on the board, NFL, like we said, at number 10. Biggest move was The Ringer, jumping him 3 spots this week. Both The Athletic and ESPN moved him up 2 spots. 5 of the 8 rankings that we canvass every single week did not move the Broncos after they defeated the Dallas Cowboys.
Nothing.
So it was kind of a big nothing ranking, but I mean, Andy, 7.5 collectively, I think it's the highest ranking we've ever seen.
Yeah.
And I would say in our time together as a sports radio show, longest running afternoon duo in Denver sports radio, Kreckman and Lindahl, this is the best Broncos team we've seen.
It is. And I think there was some movement or some hold on him after what was an interesting Giants performance, to say the least.
Right.
So I think people felt like they'd done enough correcting.
Well, because they'd played like crap for well more than half of the game.
Yeah. And I don't know about you. I was expecting, because that's not a great Giants team, I was expecting some falling last week that didn't happen.
Yeah.
So we have a texter that would like to say, I think that reference to our National Western Stock Show, head smack, not down under. If you're going to listen to this show, we're going to need you to do us a favor. There is tone. There is inference of things.
Illusion.
Yes. Now, I know
With
we're
an A.
buffoons, but we're well aware of what he meant. You're going to need to pick up on the sarcasm, or this show's going to drive you to drink down under.
Yes, we understood the reference.
We know what he was getting at.
The problem,
The
problem was our brains went to a different reference,
right,
upon the reference having been made.
Some of those hits sound like an old sack show. There,
we layer things here on this show.
We do.
We go in depth.
Sure.
Yeah. So
there's a conversation within the conversation.
Yeah.
Sometimes we're like, You go and you have a little of your favorite substance, and then you watch Pink Floyd The Wall, and what's that?
Wizard of Oz.
Wizard of Oz. You
It's
put those together.
Dark
That's
Side.
this show, but only no substance needed.
And Wizard of Oz.
It might help, but you don't need it.
Your keyword this hour is beach.
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 And we do mean the beach.
Quit being a little beach about our jokes, okay? Beach. 303-504-09.
I really got to know, does Tampa have a beach now?
I'm assuming.
Just because they have a bay. Dude, when I went there, everybody just drives up to a dock and walks around. I don't know. Maybe the dock on the bay is not a great place for a beach.
Sitting by the dock of the bay?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Beach.
I'm going to ask AI.
I'm going to go with yes, they do. Typically, when there's shore, there's beach.
Parts of California where there's not a lot of great beach.
That's very true. There's a lot of rocky shore as well.
Oh, it does have a beach.
Yeah!
However, some of the beaches are located within the city of Tampa.
Uh-huh.
And world-class beaches like Clearwater Beach and St. Pete Beach.
St. Peach Beach?
I gotta be careful. Are just short drive away in the Pinellas County Barrier Islands. So not technically Tampa.
See, that's
Did Steve come up with these words again?
By the way, that's why we didn't like National Western Sack Show, because of the reference to the Pinellas. It is the Kreckman and Lindahl show on an Avalanche Ticket Tuesday.
As the kids say, the vibes are a mess.
They really are today.
That person's leaving.
Nice knowing you.
We're just trying. Hey, it's a user's guide to Kreckman and Lindahl. That's all.
K&L for Dummies today. Although the problem is most of the time, we are the dummies.
Yeah, listen, we may not be your thing.
303-504-0925. Text beach along with your first and last name. And that is your keyword for this hour.
Oh.
Don't miss all the great fan-friendly options at the concession stands for $5. Again, your 420 keyword is beach. So text beach along with your first and last name to 303-504-0925. You are entered to win a pair of tickets for the Avalanche and the Tampa Bay Lightning next week. It is the Kreckman and Lindahl show. We'll take a quick break. When we come back, David Adelman bebopping and scatting all over the place with those lineups. Let's talk about how he beat the Minnesota Timberwolves last night. That is next.
Guys, Andy Lindahl here for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. All right, it's a Tuesday, and if you're like me, you got a lot still to get done with the week ahead. It's Halloween coming up. Got to make sure you get the pumpkins carved and the candy ready for the kiddos and all that kind of stuff. There's leaves to rake. If you're like my yard, there's more leaves there than there were a week ago. That's got to get done, and of course, the holidays follow. All this is going to take your optimum energy levels, and if you don't feel like you've been yourself, the energy's maybe a little bit off. You've got the brain fog and concentrating's tough. You're not sleeping well. Your workouts aren't great. Maybe you're even seeing a slight weight gain. You don't want that before the holiday season. All of this could be a sign of low testosterone. And if you'd like to go and get your T levels checked and see if maybe there's something you could do about it, there's definitely something you could do about it, then it's time to head on over to the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. The first visit with these folks is real easy. They draw your blood. They have your results in 30 minutes. You'll talk to a Colorado licensed medical provider, review the results with that person, and you can make the decision as to whether to start on testosterone treatment or not. The cost of the appointment is $99. It includes the medical consult, the T, and the PSA test. But if you sign up for testosterone treatment the day of your appointment, well, that visit is free. So feel free to get on in there and just see what better things could await for you. Just because you feel a little not yourself now doesn't mean it has to be that way. And this is typically something guys put off going to see if they're dealing with. So don't do that any longer. They have 5 locations to serve you throughout Colorado, including in Fort Collins and the Springs, and a great revamped location in Castle Rock. The number to get all the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinics in the area, all 5, is 720-440-7900, or visit them at RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Jokic gets to the nail, throws out of it in the corner to Cam Johnson. Back out on top to Murray. He's got to jack one up. 3-pointer's good.
He's in that place right now. I think he had 11 points in the second quarter.
Yeah.
Came in still on a heater here.
Quick outlet pass off over to Murray. Nuggets tied up with the bucket or take the lead. 3-pointer Murray puts Denver back in the lead by 1, 79-78. McDaniels, stutter step, drive, spin move, jumper, blocked by Peyton Watson. Loose ball down to Jokic. Alley-oop down low to Murray. Layup, good! Timeout, Vinci! Denver leads it by 13. 3:51 left to go in the game.
You know, Chris Finch used to be an assistant here, and I bet you Kaz was bros with him, but it is kind of funny when you call him Finchy in that moment. Timeout, Finchy!
Yeah, feels a little derogatory.
How you like that, Finchy? Jamal Murray has been unbelievable so far this season. Last night, his best of 3 games, and he's been good in every game. But last night he goes for 43 points, 6 rebounds, 3 assists, 5 and 9 from downtown, 16 to 29 from the field.
Cooking.
For the year, he's averaging 24 points, 4.5 rebounds, 7.5 assists. Jokic is 3 for 3 on triple doubles. Last night, Andy, he didn't take a single three. Joker played, and this is what I asked for yesterday: get down in the paint, and that was where Jokic lived yesterday. 9 of 10, all of his shots from inside the arc, they were all pretty much within the paint. But 25, 19, and 10. 25 points on 10 shots. Yeah, we'll take that every single time. But back to Jamal. In a game they won by 13, he was plus 30.
He was awesome last night.
And you could, honestly, Andy, you could see offensively, they were stalling out when he wasn't on the court.
Right.
To me, right now, Jamal, number one, looks healthier than he has been. As Scott Hastings pointed out during Cross, probably more in lockstep with his coach than he has been in previous seasons. He looks happy. He looks rejuvenated. But more than anything, the biggest thing is he's just moving on the court better than he has. I don't know, Andy, since pre-knee injury.
Yeah, he came in shape,
off a healthy offseason.
I think, look, I'm not going to back down. I think he's happy Russell Westbrook's not part of this team anymore. I don't think he ever liked that move.
I'm happy Russell Westbrook's not part of this team.
Yeah, he's not the only one.
This bench unit is so much different right now. They're not death. They're not. The team doesn't just get destroyed when Jokic leaves the court. Tim Hardaway was a plus 25 last night.
He was a fun player. I'm telling you, it's the first time in a while for me. Midseason football, I still love it. It's kind of my habit. And when I left the Chiefs game, I started the game, right from the get-go.
Yeah.
Went and checked in on the Chiefs and the Commanders. I guess it was 7-7 at the half. Frankly, never went back to it. Just stayed with the Nuggets the whole time. I can't wait to see the different combos. I've just never been so ready to watch Nuggets basketball in the winter time, in the fall, whatever you want to call this holiday time, as I've been this year.
I like Adelman is using different lineups. Christian Brown wasn't finishing. He didn't play well, particularly last night. He's kind of only had one good game so far. He'll be fine. It's CB. But he didn't play well last night, and it was, okay, we're going to close with Hardaway, and Cam Johnson had the shoulder. Okay, we're going to close with Peyton Watson, and that was the lineup they closed the game with, and it absolutely worked. Adelman, I think, was trying stretches last night without a point guard on the floor to, I think, mixed results. I'd like to see Val play a little bit more, but for now,
I love Val too.
Especially here against the Pelicans and the Blazers in the next couple of games. Let's get him on the court a little bit more. But right now, David Adelman he's trying different combinations, and many of them are working, and it's just born out of the depth of this basketball team. Again, Jokic can leave the floor, and they don't just turf out.
You know when I realized how deep this team was? Watching late fourth quarter. Adelman puts the subs in after, I think, the play-by-play guy. Great voice. Who was the play-by-play last night?
I don't know.
Great voice.
Peacock
Loved his
guy.
voice. He was really enjoyed his call of the game. because since I feel like I got to balance it out since we complained about some other TV stuff. But Julian Strawther hits the floor. My daughter makes a comment. I'm like, oh my God, I think that's the first time I've seen Strawther most of the year.
He's only played in garbage time minutes. He's not in the rotation right now.
That's how deep you are right now.
He's
He's going to have to do something to get his way out. He's got to earn the minutes now, right?
He will. Somebody's going to miss time.
Sure.
Is Cam Johnson going to miss time because of the shoulder? If so, I would say that Julian Strawther kind of gets bumped up. Problem is, Strawther is a little bit redundant right now with Hardaway, and Hardaway –
he was hitting threes.
Just does everything better because he's 33 and because he knows what the hell he's doing. Coverage of tonight's Avalanche game against the Devils on 92.5 will begin at 6:30 with pregame coverage presented by Ramos Law. A car accident? You need Ramos Law, a medical doctor and attorney. Visit ramoslaw.com. Speaking of television, Andy, I missed this on Sunday. This came to my attention earlier today.
I did not see it live. I've seen this tweet everywhere.
Fox NFL Sunday, and it's Kurt Menefee, Howie Long, Michael Strahan, Terry Bradshaw.
I believe they were doing a wrap-up, right?
Yeah, and they had tasked Terry Bradshaw with providing the preview of Monday Night Football of the Chiefs and the Manders. Okay? Terry Bradshaw, fuzzy on the details, we'll say. But listen to this audio. Again, here we go. They're teeing up 77-year-old former Steelers quarterback, America's goofy uncle, Terry Bradshaw, to give a preview of Monday Night Football, and this is how he did it.
How about let's get forward on the agenda here and talk about the Washington Commanders here. Yeah. They're playing without Jaden Daniels. Jay mentioned it earlier. He's not going to play no matter what. They're facing the Kansas City team that seems to have gotten themselves right.
Well, here's the thing about Washington. This is scary. Everybody says, well, Daniels is out, but Marcus Mariota, the pretty doggone good football player, even though he's a backup to Daniel, former #1 pick. They get McLaurin back today. They get Debo Samuels back. He's back today. They got their receivers. Their defense is picking it up. They're playing better. But the thing that I would worry about more so in Washington is the other day I text Andy Reid, and I got a text back. And I thought it was Andy Reid, but it was some guy selling pigs. But it sounded good. I should have told y'all that, so y'all would have thought I actually talked to Andy Reid, but I didn't really talk to Andy Reid.
I wish you could see the people behind the cameras because they're like.
The point is that they have continuity now with their.
I'm going to say, that's the point?
Yes, there is the point.
Behind the cameras, what about the people at the desk?
Hey, cut his mic.
We're all like, where the heck is he going right now? I have no idea what's going on.
Just read the prompter.
Yes, sir. The prompter says Gronk's not with us at the desk this week.
Make it to the studio.
Dude, when he said it was some guy selling pigs, they flashed on the camera to Michael Strahan, whose mouth was agape, and gave him kind of the squinty eyes of, what are you talking about?
So, Terry Bradshaw texted Andy Reid.
So he thought.
And the response came from a pig salesman.
His pig dealer.
His pig dealer.
And for those, I'm assuming what Bradshaw is talking about is...
don't make assumptions here. I have a lot of questions about this.
Well, he could just want a nice whole pig for the barbecue.
So here's my first question. Had Terry Bradshaw been corresponding with the pig salesman for years under the assumption he was talking to Andy Reid? Did he save a pig salesman's number under Andy Reid's name on his phone?
Oh, my gosh.
In which case, is it possible that every time he was, just like, hey, how's Mahomes looking in this matchup? And the guy would just fire back something about, like, bacon and cheek meat or something like that. And Terry was just like, well, Andy really likes talking about pork.
Yeah.
Or had Terry recently procured the number under the belief it was Andy Reid, only it was the wrong number? Could he have written it down incorrectly?
It could have been.
Or more.
Did he just text somebody wrong?
Does Andy Reid use a pig salesman as his standard fake?
Maybe.
Could be.
All of this is possible. I don't know.
There's a lot of I have so many questions,
dude,
about how he got a pig salesman when he intended to contact Andy Reid.
is the guy's name Andy Red? Andy Rod? Andy Reed, R-E-E-D?
R-E-D-D, like former Milwaukee Buck Michael Red? Could be.
Reed, like a reed in the, you know what I mean?
Uh-huh.
You know what I'm saying?
There's a lot of names it could have been.
He's just like, whoa, whoops. But I do know he has numbers because one time, Logan, we wanted to get...
he's connected. He's Terry
Bradshaw. We wanted to get Howie
Bradshaw
Long on the show for Logan. And I tasked our friend Patrick Watkins, the master of all voices.
Sure.
I go, I need help with this. They're all over. I'm a young producer. I got nothing going on. And in the black book, you remember, there's an NFL black book.
Yeah, all the
where
numbers.
you could call certain people. Like Phil Simms put his home desk phone in this black book so you could line up interviews with them.
Yeah.
So Bradshaw had the same thing, but Howie wasn't in there. Howie's like, call Fox. And so Patrick calls up and like Terry Bradshaw's assistant answered. He goes, hey, honey, I'm trying to get Howie's number. He wanted me to call you, but I was told, and Patrick, he goes, so-and-so told me I need to get this number from you. Can you help me out? Or no, he goes, Terry told me to call and get the number from you. So if you don't mind, and he called her honey like 4 times. I'm assuming this is an older lady. And the woman gave us Howie's cell phone number because Patrick talked like some Southern pig dealer to Terry Bradshaw's assistant, and that's ultimately how I got Howie on the dang program.
I mean, Andy, based on that story that Terry Bradshaw just shared with everybody, it doesn't sound like it's the most buttoned-up operation over at the Bradshaw headquarters.
I so wished I could have heard who answered the phone. I was imagining, just some older lady that sits at the desk and handles things, the executive assistant or whatever. Yeah, secretary.
Yeah.
Madge. Yeah, there's Mitzi again. Oh, all right, sweetheart. I'll go get his black book. You wait right here. I never...
you got the pig salesman.
I never did get asked about how I got his number when I booked
and then
Howie
he
Long.
Told the story on television.
Dude.
And then
I want to see the text.
The best part is he tried to save it with the point is, and everyone was like...
They're like, it's too late. The point's gone.
There is no point.
You just told us instead of Andy Reid, you're talking to a pig salesman. Who knows a pig salesman? I cannot call up and get a pig salesman right now, I don't think.
The point is continuity.
Is it? How is it continuity? What would Andy Reid have to do with the Commanders' continuity? Huh?
You got a pig salesman.
Why are you texting Reid to talk about the Commanders' continuity?
It's a great question. Amongst many in here.
Wouldn't you ask, if you're going to talk receivers with Reid, wouldn't you talk about his own group coming back? Wouldn't that be more pertinent to the conversation?
No, he wanted to ask about Lauren McLaurin.
Who's that out again?
It's the Kreckman and Lindahl show. The 5 biggest stories of the day around the NFL are coming up next. 5 biggest stories of the day from around the NFL coming up here in just a moment, plus our final keyword on an Avalanche Ticket Tuesday. And did you realize Shohei Ohtani last night got on base 9 times? That broke the previous World Series record by 3. And he is also the first dude ever to get 4 extra base hits in a single World Series game. He did all of that last night. Now tonight he's the starting pitcher.
I don't know. Again, I've said this before, and I said it after his incredible performance in the NLCS.
Yeah.
I hate to call this the greatest this or the greatest that when time hasn't really had the chance to test what that feat was.
Right.
We are seeing something I don't think will be seen again.
So last night was Sports Equinox, right?
Yep.
So think about this, okay? 3-time MVP, Nikola Jokic, 25 points, 19 rebounds, 10 assists, 90% from the field. That was by the way, it was a first ever of a 25-10 or 25-15, 10-90 game. It was the first time it had ever been done in NFL history. Mahomes goes out last night. What does Mahomes got? 2 or 3 MVPs? I think he's got 2. But multiple Super Bowl MVPs. 299, 3 tutties. He did throw the 2 picks, which knocked down his rating a little bit, but 28-7, he was marvelous. Like 2 of the all-time greats, Jokic and Mahomes, were both at the absolute top on of their game last night. Neither of them touched what Shohei did last night.
In a championship.
Yeah. In
championship
game. World Series.
Yeah.
Yeah. He's the greatest baseball player that has ever lived. Unbelievable. One more fun note from last night. Somebody posted this. Some dude is in Dodger Stadium. He made his own Will Klein jersey after last night. They don't sell it in the team store. The guy just took a blue T-shirt and basically taped Klein number 61 to the back of it because Will Klein had 22 innings pitched total in the big leagues before last night, and he got a win in Game 3 of the World Series. So that's a fun little story. It's also got a weird beard. Your beard is weird. All right, let's do it. 5 biggest stories of the day from around the NFL. Mark Springer, let's go.
Hey, big news. Today, the Broncos worked out a free agent tight end. Who is that tight end, you ask? Well, it's 41-year-old Marcedes Lewis, longtime Jaguar and Packers tight end.
Good on Marcedes Lewis, first off. That's at 41 years of age. Skip training camp, so that's always savvy. You want to be fresh this time of year. I'm sure, if anything, maybe Marcedes Lewis at the age of 41, and we brought this up before, he played 17 games each of the last 4 years. So, like, his durability is there. His production isn't massive, but his durability is certainly there. Like, Andy, if you're 41 and you still want to haul in an NFL paycheck as a tight end, you do what Marcedes Lewis did, and now you get to go work out for a contender in the Denver Broncos here going into Week 9 of the season. It's a pretty sharp move.
Sure. I'm not sure this is the move I want him to make when you told me, 5 receptions last year in the 17 games? It's awesome he played 17.
11 over the last 3 years.
Yeah.
He's a bit player.
I think I'd like something maybe a little more
significant,
younger and whatever, but whatever.
I think here's the biggest question about Marcedes Lewis. Could he be the Joker?
The Joker.
I would say we need a Joker.
It turns out he could be because all the Joker does is catch passes at the tight end position.
That's all we've learned.
So there you go.
We've talked so much about it in the offseason, and it just means Evan Engram is going to get like 4 catches for 50 yards every week.
He's being the Joker right now.
He's the Joker.
It's nowhere near as special as we thought.
It really isn't. It's just a guy that catches passes.
And yet somehow Greg Dulcich could not be the Joker.
Couldn't be the Joker. No, couldn't be.
The bar was so low, we find out.
Maybe 41-year-old.
My guy couldn't do it.
Marcedes Lewis could do it. Go ahead, Spring.
High five.
Hey, the 1-7 Saints are at the 5-2 Rams on Sunday, and the Saints are benching Spencer Rattler. They're turning to second-round pick Tyler Shuck.
In future news, the Saints turn back to Spencer Rattler after 5 games of suck from Shuck.
I saw like this morning, everybody like looks, they play like everyone makes the graphic now with a big word on it on Twitter, and it was like promoted, starting Tyler Shuck. And I was just like, I can't get worked up over this one, guys.
Cool, Carl.
I mostly can't, but this one especially, And yeah, I assume the Rams will just bludgeon his head in coming up this Sunday, and they'll go back to Spencer Rattler. So good luck. By the way, Tyler Shuck, isn't he like 28 or whatever he is?
He is.
Yeah.
He's got a lovely wife who was sitting next to him on draft day, and he's got an accuracy problem. So good luck.
How many grandkids does he have?
Probably. There could be one.
Okay.
They're older.
Tyler Shuck is going to play this week against the Rams. Maybe you could pick him up for your fantasy team.
Well, there you go. You know what? There's not a lot of options.
Might be on the waiver wire for you,
Might
Andy.
need to go check that out in the break.
High five.
Hey, the Chiefs beat the Commanders on Monday Night Football. Chiefs moved to 5-3. The Chargers are 5-3, but the Chargers have the tiebreaker, so the Chiefs remain at third place in the AFC West. Of course, the Broncos lead at 6-2. But for the Chiefs, and by the way, let's see, for Denver at Houston versus the Raiders on Thursday Night Football after that, and then they host the Chiefs before their bye week. Well, for Kansas City, their starting running back Isaiah Pacheco is now week to week with an MCL sprain.
Yeah, 12 carries for 58 yards last night. You know, they do have Kareem Hunt available and somebody named Brashard Smith as a next option when it comes to what's going to happen there in their backfield. Andy, I can admit that Mahomes has the passing game cranking right now. There's no denying it. I will tell you this, though. Something that jumped out at me where I looked at it and I said, you're not going to be able to do this against the Broncos. Last night, Mahomes, he averaged 2.95 seconds to throw. That was his longest of the season. Listen to this. On throws where he held the ball over 4 seconds, he was 8 of 9 for 149 yards and all 3 of his tutties. How do you think that would go against Denver?
I would hope not well.
Yeah.
I hope he's not breaking tackles. Now, he's been a witch in the past and then magically escaped them before.
Yeah.
But I think again, Mahomes is the guy that if you don't play him all the time, you're not ready for the magic.
Right.
The Broncos, the Chargers, the Raiders, they know what they're looking at there.
Right.
Vance Joseph really knows what he's looking at there, and he's going to preach lane discipline. So
Chiefs beat the crap out of the Manders. According to True Media, the Chiefs became the second team this year, joining the Rams, to allow 7 points or fewer in consecutive games. So, they got it going a little bit. Maybe they're a little bit better than I gave them credit for. I still believe the Broncos sweep them this year en route to an AFC West championship. Go ahead, Spring.
High five.
All right, week 8 in the NFL is over. We're on to week 9. Starts with Thursday Night Football. You can hear it on 92.5, this very station, this Thursday night. The 2-6 Dolphins host the 2-5 Ravens, and it appears that Lamar Jackson's back. Lamar Jackson is going to play in this game for Baltimore as the Ravens try to improve to 3-5 and stay alive in the AFC. We had the report over the past couple weeks that the Ravens had the ping pong tables.
Oh, this story, yeah.
Yes.
We've been tracking this
other arcade-like games removed.
Pinball machines and whatnot.
Yes.
Yeah.
The assorted removed from the locker room area. Well, John Harbaugh, the Ravens coach, said it was veteran players who were spearheading that movement. Well, today, Lamar Jackson, he took responsibility. He said this was his decision. Here's Lamar explaining what he discussed with the Ravens equipment manager.
I told Kaneko, our head equipment guy, I told him to take all the games and ping pong, turn the TVs off. If we could have took the TVs out, they would have been out too, but I appreciate Mr. Steve for putting that in there for us, but we had to focus. I wouldn't say people don't take the job serious, don't get me wrong, but I didn't feel like it was the time for that, we got a lot of work to do.
Stop having fun at work. We're losing. Get the pinball machine out of here. No more Ms. Pac-Man, you jerks.
Yeah.
It's time to focus. We're playing the Bears.
The Gallagher table is gone from the Pizza Hut era of the best Pizza Hut era ever.
I would also say your schedule.
Your schedule's going to help, and so is your health.
Yeah,
guys are getting healthy.
Just so happens that your schedule is here is basically the rest of the way for Baltimore. At Miami on Thursday, at Minnesota coming up on Sunday, November 9th. Vikings are a mess. At Cleveland, November 16th. Home against the Jets. Home against the Bengals. Home against the Steelers. At Bengals. Home against New England. At Green Bay. At Pittsburgh. 10-7, Andy. You win the AFC North, and you roll into the playoffs, and nobody wants to play it. That's the Baltimore Ravens story this year.
Yeah, it could be like, I remember when the Denver Broncos won their first Super Bowl. People forget they did not win the division that year. Kansas City did.
Yeah.
And they went into Kansas City, upset them, en route to their first Super Bowl championship. Bottom line is, it was a much easier ride in 96 when they went 13-3 than it was when they actually won the first one because of a little hiccups in the road. I could see Baltimore having that sort of story arc on their way to their first Super Bowl if everybody gets healthy.
Yeah.
But everyone's got to get healthy and stay healthy.
That's just it. And this team has had terrible health luck, but also they lost their 4-game losing streak was Detroit, Kansas City, Houston, and the Rams. Those are all good teams. I know Houston record-wise isn't great, but that's an excellent defense. And they basically destroyed Cooper Rush that day. Now they played Snoop Huntley last week. They go out and beat the Bears, and now the schedule eases up. Plus, they get 2 more against the Steelers, the team they really have to catch in the AFC North. I love the Ravens to win that division and go to the playoffs. Spring.
High five.
All right, and finally, let's talk about the Cowboys, who the Broncos just beat by 20 points. They traded for George Pickens in the offseason from the Steelers. And George Pickens is on the last year of his contract, according to Ed Werder of ESPN. The Cowboys have not engaged in contract extension talks with George Pickens or his representatives.
Interesting. Little surprise.
He's
having a pretty good year.
He really is. Is Jerry looking for a handshake deal? What's going on?
No, I wonder if they like the fact this guy, I wonder if Jerry in his mind is like, he's playing this way because he's trying to earn the contract, and I'm not going to give it to him and have that kind of end. Because George has had a really weird. You want me to try to do it in the voice?
I was going to
say,
you dipped your toes in, but you didn't fully commit.
I'm not going to give you your money and then have you go
damn act together.
Give me a bad deal. I don't know. I mean, to every catch, every touchdown, every 100-yard game,
he's having a great
more
year.
Money that you're going to be paying him.
Yeah.
So do what you need to do.
Yeah, Jerry likes to wait until it's not affordable anymore.
Well, Jerry's also paying a lot of money to Dak and CD, and I think somewhere in the back, this guy has got his limits.
As he said the other day, he looked at it and he was just like, "We're more than one player away on defense." He's right. You are. Now, he has hyped up his 2 first-round picks that he got in the Michael Parsons trade, and he wants to use those to beef up his defense or perhaps swing a trade, whatever it is that he's going to do. But I would agree with him. I do believe his defense is more than a player away. I don't think acquiring Trey Hendrickson right now automatically fixes what ails the Dallas defense.
Well, and unfortunately for the Bengals and for Trey himself, Trey is starting to show why the Bengals were a little reluctant to give him all the money because he's been banged up.
Yep. Bengals, God, how did they lose that game against the Jets the other day?
Yeah, what's crazy about that?
Funny.
You mentioned the schedule. At least one of those games could feature Joe Burrow against the Ravens down the stretch if he gets healthy.
Good call. Yeah, that is absolutely possible. So there you go. 5 biggest stories of the day from around the NFL. We'll take a quick break. When we come back, we got to talk about furthered impacts of the Patrick Surtain injury on this Denver defense as they get ready for the Houston Texans, dealing with it early on here in the week. What did we see?
Now hold on.
In the second half last week that gives us a little bit of promise? What else, Andy?
Why don't we go ahead and give that last keyword? Because after Breeze and Beach, Nate, on a freezing cold Tuesday where we had our first hard freeze, and we learned about the luxurious beaches in Tampa Bay. Now, some are in the city. As AI Allen Iverson told us, you don't want to go to the city beaches. You want to go out to the beautiful beach and somewhere out in, I don't know, go drive a bridge and there's another beach out there apparently. What is the final keyword to put you in that sunny state of mind?
Every Tuesday, we're giving away Avalanche tickets. Your keyword for 520 today, Rays.
Hold on. R-A-Y-S?
Like the
Rays?
baseball team.
Yes, Rays.
Rays.
Not what you wish, but you're not going to get at work. Rays, like the rays of sunshine.
I wish they were still the Devil Rays.
Yeah, why did we have to get rid of that?
I don't know.
Was somebody scared?
I always thought of Wade Boggs when I think of the Tampa Bay Devil Rays.
Really?
Text Rays with your first and last name to 303-504-0925, and that enters you for a pair of tickets to the Avalanche game against Tampa Bay on November 4th. Don't miss all the great fan-friendly options at the concession stands for $5. Again, your 520 keyword is Rays. So text Rays along with your first and last name to 303-504-0925, and you are entered. Andy, who's your favorite Tampa Bay Ray of all time?
Can't say I have a lot. Who was the one? Corey Dickerson.
Wasn't
Dickerson. He a Ray that we traded? Who did we trade for him?
That was in the Herman Marquez trade.
We go. Okay. What was the player we gave to them? A pretty good hitter, I thought we gave up. Did we give up Corey Dickerson?
Yeah, it was Corey Dickerson to Tampa for Marquez and somebody else.
Wasn't it some
it's Jake McGee
or something? Jake McGee. There you go.
They then turned around and gave Jake McGee money, and didn't work out great. Worked out wonderful. I'm a big Randy Arozarena guy myself, now of the Seattle Mariners.
Evan Longoria,
number 3 pick. He was taking 1 pick after Greg Reynolds in the 07 MLB draft. Evan Longoria. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Rays.
Remember some Rays.
Yeah.
3.
Was Price a Rays?
Yes.
David Price. He sure was. Absolutely.
Price was right.
Good job on that. Blake Snell was a Ray.
Wait, really?
Don't you remember?
The guy that got chased. You were telling us.
Blake Snell.
No, I don't remember much baseball. I'm just going to be honest.
He was taken out in the World Series.
Yeah, game 1.
Yeah.
But you had pointed out he was there. He was just hanging out.
He was.
Many teams could have had him.
Mm-hmm.
Cheaper deal than
he was in San
Chris
Diego,
deal.
and now he's a Dodger. Blake Snell. Remember some Rays. 303-504-0925. Text Rays with your first and last name to 303-504-0925, and you are entered for a pair of tickets to the Avalanche game against Tampa Bay on November 4th. All right, Andy. So a little bit of Broncos transaction update here. Get to it in just a moment. But first, your keyword to text in right now to 303-504-0925 to be entered into to win a pair of tickets for the Avalanche and the Tampa Bay Lightning. The word is Rays. I was going to say they were going to play the Tampa Bay Rays. No, the word is Rays. R-A-Y-S. Rays. Text Rays like multiple Romanos. 303-504-0925. That enters you to win a pair of tickets to the Avalanche game against the Tampa Bay Lightning on November 4th. Again, the word is Rays.
It's a shame about Ray.
303-504-0925. Hey, don't miss all the great fan-friendly options at the concession stand for $5. Again, your 520 keyword is Rays, R-A-Y-S. Text Rays along with your first and last name to 303-504-0925, and you are entered. We'll announce our winner at 5:55 today. All right, transaction news.
Transaction me.
Neither Patrick Surtain or Nate Adkins was put on IR today.
Okay.
The team needed to clear a roster spot for Dre Greenlaw coming back from suspension. So they released Sam Ehlinger, who then just will sign back with the practice squad.
Yeah, he's doing the yo-yo thing.
Yeah.
He clearly enjoys Denver for whatever reason.
So that's the next transaction on the list. Again, this is notable because at least so far they're not putting Surtain on IR.
Yeah, but listen, it is good news. Okay, we all want Surtain back sooner than later. Here's my thing. Let's not have a Dre Greenlaw situation, though, beginning of the year, where you try to get by a couple, 3 weeks, find out the thing needs more time, and then you end up doing the 4-game thing later on when you could have just had that out of the way.
Right. The Broncos kind of botched the Greenlaw thing a little bit. Now, this is, again, what's kind of weird about this is they say it is viewed as a 4 to 6 week injury, this pectoral strain. All right, well, if he were to miss 4, that means he would return for the November 30th game at Washington.
It'd be 5 weeks of actual time because of the bye.
Well, that's it. That's if it's 4 weeks of actual time, because then he would return for the Manders game, but he would miss the Houston, Las Vegas, and Chiefs game. If they put him on IR, he has to sit out the Manders game. So what they've got to decide here is if he can be back for Washington after the bye, then you carry him on the active roster for the next 3 games, and then you bring him back for the Washington game. Or if you are looking at it and saying he's not back until the first game in December against the Raiders at the earliest, then you could IR him. Then he misses Texans, Raiders, Chiefs, and Washington. It's an annoying transactional rule that the Broncos are dealing with right now. But I will say this, Andy, like if you think he can play against the Commanders, then you should carry him.
Yeah, and you just deactivate him game day.
He's literally the best player on your team.
No, I'm not.
You have to have him.
I'm not arguing that. I do wonder. Again, we had mentioned that they worked out 41-year-old Mercedes Lewis today. If you were to sign him, would that change your decision at least on Adkins? And if they were to trade, and there's a rumor out there, and it's just a rumor, folks, there's been a couple of outlets that have reported the Broncos are interested in Rashid Shaheed, the New Orleans receiver. Could that, like if you were to trade a pick for Shaheed, that could also be the move that, you then use to get the roster spot by putting, Surtain on IR to get Shaheed. But then you better make that trade this week. Again, I don't want you doing this where you wait a couple weeks, figure out, look, if you don't do it this week, you're just riding with him, right? Unless something shows you, this is a 6-week injury.
Right, exactly. Our buddy Nick Kosmider, who I'm sure we'll talk to tomorrow, Nick spoke to, this would be, let's see, this guy's name is Dr. Clint Soppy, an orthopedic surgeon at Cedars-Sinai in L.A. Here's the quote. When it's a muscle strain, it depends on the amount of muscle that has been damaged and the degree of injury. The rehab will be initially rest and regaining range of motion, usually with pec strains. People regain their shoulder motion very quickly because it's not in the actual shoulder joint. It's outside of it. Usually they regain their shoulder motion very quickly. For Surtain playing corner, it will be a little bit quicker recovery than, say, a linebacker or a lineman. It will mostly affect him when he has to make a tackle like he did with the injury. He says, I do think 3 to 6 weeks sounds reasonable within an injury like this. It usually heals well. It just takes time. That's good news.
Well, it is good news, but it also is a gray area. You
Of
just
course.
don't know.
Yeah.
Because it does take time.
Right.
I guess, see, again, what I worry about, here's where right now I think they're fine. I don't know that you need to go get a bunch of corners off your practice squad to make up for this necessarily,
Your
right?
depth is good.
But if you were to get in a position where, God forbid, more people start to get hurt than you need the roster spot, then it's tricky with him.
The Broncos play man-to-man 36% of the time. That's the third highest rate in the league. They send an extra rusher. What basically the way it gets defined in the charting of it all is they send 5 rushers, 34%. That's a 34% blitz rate. That's the fourth highest rate. Again, that's basically just using numbers to confirm what we already know. Vance Joseph wants to play man, and he wants to blitz. And that helps you have 36 sacks. Now, according to the breakdown from Sunday against Dallas, and remember, Surtain played basically the entire first half and missed the entire second half. Broncos were in man 41% of the time with Surtain in the game, down to 29% in the second half when he was out of the game. Anecdotally, that sounds right. Now, again, you were up multiple scores, so you were going to play more zone anyway. Naturally. But with Chris Abrams-Drain, who is a younger player, who is a good player, but is a younger player, you are more likely to try and play more zone. Chad Brown talked about it before. Have Hufanga back in coverage more than up pressing on the line of scrimmage more often in an effort to, not put the kid on an island in coverage all that often.
Or what you could also, this is where you could get creative. Maybe then you take Hufanga, make him more a dime backer type, and Jahdae Barron sees some safety time, which is something that was kind of bounced off of us when Legwald was on during camp.
Yeah, there you go. But no matter what, it sounds like the Broncos are spending probably at least 3 games without Surtain. That's certainly what this sounds like. Again, if they view it, he can come back for the Washington game. I don't think they'll put him on IR. Yeah, I think they're going to have to be a more zone-happy team, which is not ideal. I mean, Andy, last year, Surtain was injured early in the Charger game, and they lost. The track record of this defense without Surtain on the field isn't great. Now, Dallas didn't really take advantage of it on Sunday, but
they had the receivers too.
They certainly did. I mean, in this instance, Houston gets a full week of game planning.
Right, knowing they're not going to have to deal with that and alter their game plan, so on and so forth. Look, Nate, I want to add, though, if Dre Greenlaw comes, he's coming back.
Yeah.
He stays healthy. I don't know. I mean, the Texans' receiving core isn't exactly the scariest. The Texans are like the Broncos, maybe even a little further, because they have a great defense, and they're really weird on offense.
Yeah, Nico Collins is expected to be healthy and play, and he's obviously really good. We know Dalton Schultz is really good. After that, the names don't scare you. Xavier Hutchinson, Woody Marks is a back. Jalen Noel, Jaden Higgins. They got a bunch of dudes.
Right. So that bodes well, because
Yeah.
it's not like you've got – at least you're not doing this and Dallas is coming to town now, right, with their scary passing game,
Sure.
which wasn't so scary on Sunday. And then when you play the Raiders, I mean, who do the Raiders have? Oh, great. They re-signed Tyler Lockett. Who knows? They may trade Jacoby Myers by the time you get to that game.
Yeah.
And if Brock Bowers, who's not been healthy all year, is starting to feel himself again, you at least have Dre Greenlaw to hopefully try to X that out. And frankly, Jahdae Barron did a great job on Ferguson. Who's to say he can't handle Bowers a little bit?
The 2 leading receivers for the Texans in the Niners game on Sunday, and they got that win 26-15. Their offense actually woke up a little bit. C.J. Stroud played pretty well the other day. Xavier Hutchinson had 5 catches for a very nice 69 yards and a tutty. Jalen Noel had 5 catches in that game, and Braxton Berrios, we love a white guy receiver, Braxton Berrios, 5 catches for 38 yards. So that's what you're looking at now when it comes to the Houston Texans.
And it should be noted that isn't Nick Bosa out with injury too? I mean, the whole Niner team's beat up. I'm not even sure how much of their
Nick
normal
Bosa's
defense
out for the
got.
year. Fred Warner's out for the year.
So my point is Houston woke up against a lower caliber defense.
Without a doubt. Without a doubt. And this is going to be a much better defense. This game screams low scoring this week. We know what we're looking at with this game. These are quite possibly the two very best defenses in the entire NFL. Total on this game is 39.5.
Do you remember the Matt Ryan Russell Wilson game? That might be what you're looking at.
Was that 12-9?
That was Haxie. Yeah, 12-9 and 12 game in overtime.
Matt Ryan with the Colts, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
It was brutal. Brutal. Fans are leaving. Al Michaels is like, they don't even want to stay for the end of this thing.
Right. The thing about that game, though, was like, were those defenses even that good, or was that just the most suck offenses that have ever lived?
Offensive football took a hit that day. Russ couldn't do anything against the depleted. Remember, I think Philip Lindsay had signed with the Colts. Remember that?
I think you're right.
And they had to play him because the Colts were just so beat up.
The Avalanche will play the New Jersey Devils tonight. It's an Avalanche Ticket Tuesday. Your keyword right now, this is your last chance to get in to win tickets for next week's game against the Lightning. Your keyword right now is RAYS. RAYS. Text RAYS to 303-504-0925. That's RAYS to 303-504-0925. And that enters you for a pair of tickets to the Avalanche game against Tampa Bay on November 4th. Fan-friendly options at the concession stands, $5. They're all over the place. It's awesome. Your 520 keyword RAYS. So text RAYS along with your first and last name to 303-504-0925 to be entered. Andy, an all-timer of a World Series game last night. And you know me, I got my ears open for the great calls. I've got another one we got to put in the pantheon of legendary World Series calls after what we saw last night. Freddie Freeman hitting the walk-off and the Dodgers winning in 18 innings. I'll play that audio for you next on the Kreckman and Lindahl Show. Coverage of tonight's Avalanche game against David Putty's favorite team, the Devils, on 92.5 will begin at 6:30 with pregame presented by Ramos Law. Car accident? You need Ramos Law, medical doctor and attorney. Visit ramoslaw.com. Back-to-back here against the Devils after the Avalanche lost the other day. Now they will get them at home. That, by the way, was the Avs' first regulation loss of the year, right? That was their first pointless game.
Yep.
And I watched a bit of it. It did feel a little pointless. But yes, the Avalanche back at it tonight against the New Jersey Devils. The Nuggets back home against the New Orleans Pelicans coming up here tomorrow night. All right, Andy. So last night, 18 innings. 18 friggin' innings, man. And the Dodgers get the win in the bottom of the 18th. There was so much that happened in that baseball game. Clayton Kershaw came in to get one out. The Dodgers kept hitting balls to the track. Yoshinobu Yamamoto was warming up. He had told Dave Roberts and Mark Pryor, I will come in to pitch after throwing a complete game 2 days ago. Which, by the way, I was actively rooting for that to happen. That would have been awesome.
Go back to the old Royd era where everybody was turning around on a day or two's rest.
So here's a fun story. So was it the 05 World Series or 06? No, it was 05. It was when the White Sox beat the Astros. And I think it was game 2. Mark Burley threw like 8 shutout innings. And for game 3, Mark Burley was off that night. And Mark Burley had a few beers in the bullpen, as he later admitted in a Players Tribune piece. He claimed he only had like 3.
Sure.
But he had the night off. So
Right.
he was just hanging out, having a couple of beers in the bullpen. Game went to the 14th. Mark Burley went in to pitch, and he recorded the save. It was a 3-pitch save, but he got the job done. He was probably loosened up. He was feeling pretty good. I wanted Yamamoto to pitch last night, but also, like, it was 1 a.m. I was ready for that game to end.
Everybody wanted it over, Nate.
It was legendary, man. And in fact, so we had Joe Davis and John Smoltz on the call last night. Andy, you think of some of the most legendary calls in sports history. They come from this time of year. They come from the Fall Classic. 88, Kirk Gibson, Vin Scully, spring.
High fly ball into right field. She is gone! In a year that has been so improbable, the impossible has happened.
Only Vin could have done that line, by the way. That was 10 out of 10. Jack Buck, by the way, was doing the radio. He did that was the I don't believe what I just saw call. 2 of the most legendary calls in the history of baseball were on the same home run. Kirk Gibson off Eckersley, game 1 of the 88 World Series. Andy, 91, game 6. Here's that guy again. Jack Buck, Kirby Puckett off Charlie Liebrant of the Atlanta Braves.
Into deep left center from Mitchell, and we'll see you tomorrow night.
And
that's a great one.
That one is classic, and this next one gives me chills every time. 2011 Game 6, Joe Buck on the call, David Freese off of Mark Lowe.
Freese hits it in the air to center. We will see you tomorrow night.
Nod to the dad.
Yep, unbelievable. And now we get to add to this pantheon of legendary World Series calls, Joe Davis, John Smoltz, last night on Fox. Roll it, Spring.
11:50 in Los Angeles. Thurman sends a fly ball to center field. Varsho's going back before the catch strikes midnight. Freddie Freeman has ended it. It's a repeat hero with the last word on a Game 3 classic.
Freddie Freeman in the 18th off Brandon Little in the bottom of the 18th. By the way, Andy, I want you to get your weird ears open here for a second. Okay?
All right.
Okay. I want to play the very beginning of this call one more time for you. All right? This is Joe Davis, who is the Dodgers broadcaster, one of the very best in the biz, okay? And Freddie Freeman is up, but who did he say lifted the ball into center plate again, Spring?
11:50 in Los Angeles. Freeman sends a fly ball to center field.
Did he say Freeman?
Freeman sends a fly ball to center field.
The Foreman.
Foreman? Fullman?
Freeman sends a fly ball to center field.
Abe Froman, the
Sausage King of Chicago?
That sounds like a Foreman.
It does.
No.
Could it have been? So Spring and I were kicking this around before. Could he have said Fullman? It was a full count. Was he 3-2? Could he have stumbled on full count and then Fullman'd it? Or did he Foreman it? Did Freddie Freeman grill that thing out of here?
I think it's a Foreman.
It's a Foreman? A Fullman? A
Is that going to
Froman?
haunt you? That's got to haunt you, doesn't it?
I got to be honest with you. Like, I went back and listened to it a couple of times today, and I was like, oh, this has got to be a big thing. I Googled it. I didn't hear it anywhere.
Because everybody was too tired.
I think everyone was too tired, and, like, it does get lost in the crowd explosion.
It does.
Yeah.
And look, I feel for the guy. I mean, it's not Foreman Freeman. What are you going to do? It's not like he called him, Bob.
Any game I've ever called in my life, I can tell you exactly the mistakes that I made.
know.
If
but
anybody knows, Joe Davis knows.
But you said it yourself. This now lives in the annals of the end of great games and the fall classic of all time.
He was in hour number 7.
Yeah, he talked a bit. Were they rotating innings, do you know, too? Or was he sticking on
no,
it?
that's all Joe Davis.
Because I know Jack Corrigan.
No, this is TV. This is Fox Sports. There's no backup, man. It's Joe Davis and John Smoltz to the very end.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, on radio, they don't always switch off because the play-by-play guys, you well know, if you're the number one,
You get extra innings.
you get the extra innings and you want to call the moment.
Yeah, you get the walk-off.
So, like, it used to be Jack could do the first 2, Jerry'd do innings 3 and 4. Jack would do 5. Jerry'd get 6 and 7. Jack did 8, 9, and any extras.
And any extra innings.
So, as you're talking about,
Yep.
it's a long stretch.
Yep.
A long stretch.
It was a long stretch. In fact, the broadcast meandered a bit. At one point, this became the topic of discussion on the telecast.
That pop up the other day in Toronto. Look at it, glistening. I mean, I love pineapple. It's a great, great fruit. Watermelon, if it's good, it's good.
Yeah.
If it's not, it's not. That doesn't look like the finest watermelon.
Oh, he ain't kidding. You got to have that ruby red appearance of the watermelon, or don't touch it.
Isn't that true of every fruit, though? Isn't every fruit good when it's ripe and good, and if it's out of season, it sucks?
I feel like pineapple can be a little more forgiving to their point. Like, it doesn't go totally sour. A bad watermelon is not good. But pineapple, average pineapple is still pretty good.
I see what you're saying. Okay.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, the median.
Now, listen, you get a top-notch watermelon, there's nothing better in the world. But this is the time of year, if you're seeing watermelon, I would advise you steer clear. That thing ain't right.
Also, Smoltz was just hungry when he was
yeah, well, you and I were talking about prawns and bacon the other night or whatever.
I love watermelon.
I would really go for a
Give me some nice
watermelon
pineapple.
seltzer and a steak. Probably got hemorrhoids just sitting there the entire time.
Even Smoltz at one point was like, I'm supposed to be done eating at 5 o'clock, but I could go for some of that.
Oh, that's where the Taco Bell craving kicks in and fears. I've done that. We've had late Mammoth games where I'm like, I'm hitting a Taco Bell. I don't even know which one.